you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline. The Signal Oil Program. The Signal Oil Company and your neighborhood Signal dealer bring you another strange tale by the Whistler. Tonight, the tale of a man who betrayed his country for money. The story of how death carries a lunch kit.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. Secrets from the hearts of men and women who stepped into the shadows. Presently I'll tell you of nameless terrors they dare not speak.
In a moment, the Whistler will tell you his gripping story. But first, I'd like to pass along an interesting comparison made by a Signal gasoline dealer who changed my motor oil recently. Signal 4-star motor oil is like a bank, he said. The bank not only protects your money, but also pays you interest. This fine pre-war quality motor oil protects your motor by coating every part with a tough, lasting film of lubrication that resists heat and wear. I know Signal 4-star is pre-war quality, and I know it protects my motor, I replied. But tell me, where does the interest come in? That, he said, is something extra you get. The carbon-removing property in Signal 4-star motor oil. You see, laboratory tests prove that while it's lubricating your motor, Signal 4-star motor oil actually dissolves out carbon that could cause serious motor damage. Well, then tell me, I asked, how come more people aren't using Signal 4-star motor oil? When they find out about this feature, he replied, smart motorists switch to 4-star in a hurry, especially operators of fleets of cars and trucks who keep a record of performance and can't afford to have vehicles laid up. Well, I said, I can't afford to have my car laid up either. And from now on, I'm giving my motor the oil that helps keep out carbon while it lubricates. Signal 4-star motor oil. And now, the Whistler.
What is it that makes a man or a woman take that first fatal step down the wrong road? That step that looks so simple and so easy, but from which there is no turning back. There are many reasons, of course, many. In Peter's case, it was simply money. A man offered him a lot of money to forget something one morning, and he couldn't resist it. It didn't matter to Peters that the man had a foreign accent, or that his country was at war, or that his crime was to be one of the lowest in the book. It was the money that mattered to Peters, and he didn't think much beyond that. At first, that is. But then the time came, and he was pulling his car up in front of the house where he was to meet the man with a foreign accent.
Hey, Jerry, why are we stopping?
Oh, I forgot to tell you, Pop. I have to stop here for just a minute. I have to see a sick friend.
But, Jerry, we haven't got much time. We'll be late for work.
Don't worry, Pop. I won't be long. I'll get you there in time. Be right with you.
Yes, this is it, Jerry. Your throat feels a little tight as you go upstairs and knock on the door.
Well, Peters, you are late. Come in.
Yeah. I had to pick up a guy.
What do you mean, pick up a guy?
Pop, my ride. I take him to work every night.
Where's he now?
Out in the car, waiting.
You fool. That might be dangerous.
Oh, no. Would have been more suspicious if I hadn't picked him up.
What did you tell him?
I said I had to see a sick friend.
A sick friend. Good. All right, Peters. This is Gus, the one I told you about.
Hi, Kate. Hello.
He's putting the finishing touches on now. They'll be ready in a minute.
Peters watched, fascinated as old Gus continued his work. 3, 4 minutes slipped by. By then, Pop out in the car began to get impatient.
Oh, the old fool. The old fool? Why doesn't he stop honking that horn?
Yes, why doesn't he?
I'll tell him to stop.
Please do. Does he think we need publicity?
I'll call down to him. I'll tell him to stop. Hey, Pop! Pop! Lay off the horn. Didn't I tell you this guy was sick?
But we're we're going to be late for work.
I'll be down in a few minutes. Take it easy.
Well, you'd better hurry up. I wouldn't want to be late, Jerry.
Yeah.
Who is this Pop? Is he all right? Will he cause us any trouble?
No, I did what you said. I made friends with one of the old-timers down at the plant. Now I can't get rid of him.
How is it coming, Gus?
It's almost finished.
Yes, Gus the mechanic, an old hand and a good one, was almost finished. Peters has watched as he chipped out the inside of the thermos bottle, and now he was working on a detonator. It looked like one of those old-fashioned watches Peter's old man used to own. And as Gus started winding it, somehow the sound was so familiar, it sort of got Peters. For the first time, he wished he'd never started the thing.
What time you got, kid, eh?
Huh?
What time have you got? What's the matter with you? Are you getting too nervous for us?
Nervous? Don't worry about me being nervous. It's, 8:29.
8:29. Okay, kid. What are you sweating about, huh?
Who, me?
Mr. Shark ain't sweating. Well, she'll go off at 6:30 tomorrow morning. Is that okay, Mr. Shark?
Fine, Gus.
Okay,
Fine.
kid, eh?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, then.
Gus went to the steel cupboard and took down a metal jug. He came back to the table with it, cradled in his arms. Shark leaned forward. Peters felt himself tightening up inside. Without thinking about it, he pulled a pack of cigarettes out of his jacket and put one in his mouth. He was about to strike the match when Shark looked up.
Put that match out, you fool.
What?
What's wrong with you? Haven't you any sense at all?
What do you mean?
Tell him, Gus.
Kid, if one spark got into this nitro, they wouldn't find enough of us to fill that matchbox.
Oh,
The unlit cigarette turned to garbage in Peter's mouth. He spit it out and stamped it to pieces on the cement floor. Shark and Gus looked at each other and grinned. That didn't help Peter's feelings any. When it came to the payoff, it'll be up to him, not these wise guys.
Your lunch kit.
here it is. I just bought it this afternoon.
Well, look how pretty it is, Mr. Shark. It's a shame to spoil it. huh?
All right, finish with it, Gus. We'll make the jokes later.
Gus opened the lunch kit and took the bottle out. He screwed the detonator into the cap, and when it fitted right, he laid it aside. Then he put a siphon into the thermos bottle and opened the jug of nitroglycerin. He poured out a thick yellowish liquid, and when the thermos bottle was full, he put the top on the jug and carried it carefully back to the cupboard.
You better be far away when this goes off, kid.
I'll be far away, all right.
Peters is a smart boy, Gus. He comes to us well recommended.
Gus didn't say anything after that. He bent down over his table and his eyes tightened up till you could barely see them. He worked quickly, and you could see he knew what he was doing. Watching him, Peters began to feel a little better about everything. Now Gus was finished. He put the thermos bottle of nitro back inside the lunch kit, and then the sandwich and the orange. Then he closed the kit and handed it to Peters.
Here you are. And don't drop it.
I won't.
Now, you sure everything is all right?
Yeah, everything's all right, Mr. Shark.
I want to see you here tomorrow afternoon at 1.
I'll be here, don't worry.
Peters, stop using that expression. We never worry.
There's your friend again, huh?
All right, Peters, get out of here. Go before the old fool gets us all into trouble.
Peters had been with Gus and Mr. Shark for some time, and it was almost 9 now. It was a nice night, but Peters wasn't going to enjoy it. The old man was sitting in the Chevy smoking his pipe as Peters walked up.
Is that you, Jerry?
Yeah,
It's about time. What kept you?
we got to talking. He's pretty sick.
Well, we're going to be late for work, Jerry. Is that any way?
You should have taken the bus.
And what about you?
I'd have been late, so what?
So what? Well, that ain't no attitude, Jerry.
Okay. Here, put this lunch kit in the dashboard compartment. And be careful with it.
The drive to the plant was something Peters would never forget. Just thinking about what was in that lunch kit was enough to drive him nuts. If he ran into something, if a tire blew, if a speck of dust got into his eye and he ran off the road, he stayed off the main highway. Too much traffic.
This ain't the right road, Jerry.
It'll get us there.
We've been going 25 all the way. Can't you go any faster? We're going to be late, Jerry.
We'll get there.
Oh, you young fellas of today. You're a strange, disturbing lot. You've a fever in your blood. You're restless and you don't know why. Yeah, you're a strange lot. And I don't know what the end will be.
What's that?
What's what?
That rattling, what is it?
I don't know, Jerry. It sounds like your lunch kit.
Here, let me at it.
Well, what are you worrying about that for? We're going to be late.
Stop telling me we're going to be late. Stop jabbering. Let me alone, will you?
Yes, Jerry.
You think the lunch kit will be okay now?
You packed it in pretty well.
Okay, but if it starts rattling and I don't hear it, let me know right away. You hear me, Pop?
I'll let you know, Jerry. You sure think a lot of that lunch kit.
Yeah. Yeah, I sure do.
At last, they got to the plant. The night shift was already at work. The parking lot was jammed with cars. Yes, they were late, but Peters was glad of that. Now he'd be able to park near the entrance, and later on he'd be able to get out in a hurry.
Okay, Pop, this is it. I'm sorry I made you late.
Oh, that's all right, Jerry. You mind if I go back with you in the morning?
Okay, just be here prompt. I won't wait for you.
Peters took out the lunch kit and started for the main gate. The guard was standing there, inspecting everybody with a flashlight. Peters grinned at him and snapped the lunch kit open.
How are you tonight?
Okay. Not eating much, are you?
No, not much.
Well, you ought to put some weight on you. Pass.
Peters punched in, changed his clothes quickly, and left the lunch kit in his locker. His stomach felt funny, and he figured he probably looked pretty haggard. So he went up to the washroom and washed his face and let the cold water run on his wrists. It was then he noticed that he'd left his wristwatch in his street clothes. It was against the rules to go back into the locker room until the shift was over. And now, all night long, he wouldn't know what time it was. Have to ask, have to guess. The ache in the pit of his stomach got worse. It wouldn't do to get sick tonight. So he drank a lot of water and the pain went away. And then he picked up his riveting gun and went to work in the shop.
Hey, what are you doing? Stop that gun.
What's wrong, Mr. Davis?
What's wrong? Don't you see with your own eyes what's wrong? Is that any way to rivet a flap? Where's your clamps? Where's your sage?
Gee, I'm sorry, Mr. Davis.
Don't be sorry. Do it right. Come on, get on the ball, Peters.
Yeah, get on the ball, Peters. Don't be so nervous. Don't show how you feel down inside. Concentrate. Think. But you can't think, can you, Peters? All you can find in your consciousness is the thought of that lunch kit sitting in your locker. All you can remember is that thermos bottle filled to the top with nitro. All you can think of is that detonator set for 6:30.
Hey, Pop, what time is it?
1:30, Jerry.
Hey, Pop, what time is it?
It's 10 after 3.
Hey, Pop, what time is it?
Oh, what's eating you, Jerry? It's 4:25.
Pop, what time is it?
Jerry, what's wrong with you? Why, you're as white as a sheet.
I don't know, my son.
Hey, guys! Jerry's passed out. Come over here, quick!
You are listening to the Signal Oil program. Let every go signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline.
When Peters woke up, he was lying on a cot in the plant dispensary, and the staff doctor was bending over him.
How do you feel now, son?
Better.
You ever had a spell like this before?
No, I never did, Doc.
You're pretty nervous, aren't you?
No, I'm all right.
I don't know. Your pulse was going 50 miles an hour when they brought you in.
Yeah, but I'm all right now, Doc. I want to go back to the job.
You want to what? What kind of a doctor would I be to send you back to your job? Come on, relax.
But I'm okay now.
Take it easy. Take it easy.
Doc, what time is it?
Oh, it's 5:30 now. The shift ends in half an hour.
Oh,
Here, you hold this glass of water.
what are you going to do?
I'm going to give you a couple of grains of barbital. Take you in the next room and put you to sleep for a couple of hours. That'll fix you up. What's the matter with you? Now look at that mess.
I don't want to go to sleep. I'm all right.
Yes, you're all right. You can't even hold a glass of water. You're in fine shape.
But I got things to do as soon as the shift's over.
Well, they can wait. Your health is more important. I'll hold this glass myself.
Oh, Doc, look, I'm okay. I don't like to take dope.
This isn't dope. It'll slow you down, and you'll wake up feeling like a new man. You little fellows, you don't know how to relax. It's a wonder you live as long as you do. Here, take the pill. I'll put it in your mouth. All right. Swallow some water. Now, come along with me. There's a cot in the next room. Now, you just lie there and behave yourself. In a few minutes, you'll be sleeping like a baby.
Okay.
That's right. I will put these blankets up over you. You okay now?
Yes, Doc.
All right. I'll turn out the light. Good night, young fellow.
Good night.
You spit out the pill, didn't you, Peters? Good thing you thought of holding that pill under your tongue. If you'd swallowed it and gone to sleep, well, you don't even want to think about that. There's a window in the room. He said it was 5:30. When the whistle blows at 6, you get up, slip out the window and outside. Yeah, it'll work. Now you better rest. Rest. Only you can't rest, can you? The doctor said it was 5:30, and that was a long time ago. What's holding up that whistle? Why did you forget your wristwatch? Relax. You have to control yourself. If you cramp up again, you're sunk. But what if something's wrong? What if the whistle doesn't go off when it should, and no one notices before it's too late? What then? A pint of pure nitro. With all this oil and paint and airplane dope, this place will explode like an ammunition dump. Where's that whistle? Something's happened to it. Gotta get out of here. Get out!
That's over. Now I gotta act fast. Get out of here. Do everything right.
Getting out of the dispensary was easy. There was a shed right below the window. Peters dropped to the roof of that and then to the ground. He didn't feel too good. He was still weak from the cramp, but there was no time to think about that now. When he got to the locker room, the boys were climbing out of their work clothes, getting ready for the shower room.
Hiya, Peters. You okay now?
Yeah, I feel fine.
Better stop drinking that turpentine, Jerry, huh?
Boy, you had me worried, Jerry.
I'm okay now, Pop.
Do I still get the ride?
Huh? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll see you later then. I'm going to take a shower.
Peters changed into his street clothes and nothing flat, not caring particularly how he looked. What if that doctor looked in and found him gone? Don't give him a chance to catch up with you, Jerry. When he was ready, the other guys were in the shower room. That was the break he wanted. He took the lunch kit out of his locker and slid it underneath. Then he looked at his wristwatch. 4 minutes after 6. He had 25 minutes to get away. He was walking down past the front offices. No one else around yet. Couldn't walk too fast. Not too fast. Not too slow. Act natural. Past the foreman's office. Not too fast.
Peters.
Oh, hello, Mr. Davis.
Well, Peters, how you feeling now?
I'm all right, Mr. Davis.
Good. Say, come into the office for a minute. I want to talk to you. Been meaning to for some time now.
Now?
Sure, now.
I'm in a kind of a hurry, Mr. Davis.
It's 6 o'clock in the morning. Nobody's in a hurry. Come in.
All right, but just for a minute.
Yeah. Close the door.
Yeah.
Sit down.
I really can't stay long, Mr. Davis. I'm supposed to meet someone.
Meet someone? At 6 o'clock in the morning? You still look pale, Peters. Sure you feel all right?
Oh, yes. Mr. Davis, it was about the mistake I made tonight in riveting. It's just that
No. Forget it. Everybody makes mistakes. I'm the foreman. I make mistakes.
Well, then
Look at you squirming in that chair. Must be a blonde you're gonna meet.
Yeah.
It takes a woman to get a man upset like you are.
Mr. Davis,
Yeah. You gotta go. Well, look. I always have a little talk with the new boys. Sort of a bull session.
Couldn't we get together tomorrow?
How do you like our little plan?
It's fine, Mr. Davis.
Well, we're all mighty proud of the job we're doing here.
Look, Mr. Davis,
I've got a son overseas myself. Feel that this is the best way to back him up. Guess most everybody who works here feels the same. Hey, Peters! Come back here. What's the matter? What's wrong with that guy?
Okay, slow down, Peters. He's not chasing you. Look at your watch. 6:14. There's still plenty of time to get away. Leave the main building. Start across the yard for the main gate. It's still dark. You're one of the first out.
Hey, you! Hey, slow down, will you? How far have I got to chase you?
What do you want?
You know as well as I do what I want. You forgot something.
What did I forget?
You forgot to punch the time clock.
I'll do it tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Then it'll be my neck. You're not leaving this plant till you punch out, mister.
All right. I'll go back and punch out.
Well, where's the fire? You ought to work that energy out during your shift, young fella.
Yeah. Okay. Hey,
What?
there are 20 guys in line ahead of me.
Well, sure. What did you expect? You ain't the only one on this shift, you know.
Hey, look, fella, I got to get to town early. How about letting me punch out now?
End of the line, Bud.
Well, it'll just take me a second. End of the line.
Yeah, we all want to get to town early, Bud.
Okay.
Take it easy, Peters. You've still got time. Get down at the end of the line and stop making yourself conspicuous.
Hi there, Peters.
Hello.
Say, I think Pop's looking for you.
Yeah.
The old guy sort of adopted you, ain't he?
Yeah.
Sure a long line tonight, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, not much to do at 6 o'clock in the morning.
My missus will be sleeping when I get home.
Yeah. Well, how you feeling now?
Huh?
Grand.
Oh, okay.
How you feeling, eh?
Say, is my watch right? I have 6:18.
Well, yeah. 6:19 I got. I could be wrong.
Name?
Peters.
Check. Name?
Thomas.
He finally got to the parking lot. But a whole lot of people are out now, and it's going to be crowded if you don't hurry, Peters. It's a little cold, too, and it takes a couple of seconds for the motor to catch. It's 6:21, Peters. No time to waste now. You're fighting for your life. Start backing out, quick.
Hey, look out! Hey, you! Look at my headlights. What's the matter with you? Come out here and see what you did to my
I'm
headlights.
sorry. I'll pay for them.
That ain't the idea. You can't buy headlights like this anymore.
All right, Peters is my name. Jerry Peters. I work in Shop 5. I'll see you tonight. We'll work out something.
Not so fast. I've got to write this down. Got a pencil?
Here's my pen. Use it.
Jerry Peters, Shop 5?
Yeah.
Okay, here's your pen. I'll see you tonight. You ought to watch where you're going this time of the morning.
Back up and let me out, will you, fella?
All you guys always in a hurry. That's how trouble starts. All right, my partner's backed her up. It's clear now.
Thanks. You gotta hurry.
Jerry, wait. You're forgetting me. Hey, Jerry, wait for me. Wait, will you? Wait. Hey, Jerry. He got away.
The Whistler will bring us the ending of tonight's story in just a moment. Meantime, let me tell you how you can get absolutely free the very game that's now top favorite among American troops overseas. It's Salvo, SALVO, the exciting battleship game. Thousands of these fascinating games, printed in color with complete instructions, have been sent by the Signal Oil Company to American troops all over the world. So many men returning from overseas have been telling friends about Salvo, people at home are wanting to play this exciting game too. Recently, Signal was able to get a limited number of extra Salvo games for civilian home use. One is waiting for you now at your neighborhood Signal dealers. There are no strings to this gift, nothing to buy. You just ask your nearest Signal dealer for your Salvo game and get it free. Naturally, they'll go fast, because Salvo is on the way to becoming as popular here as it is in Burma, France, and Iceland. Better see your Signal dealer tomorrow. When you find what a friendly, conscientious fellow he is, you'll understand why Signal-serviced cars do go farther. And when you see how much fun Salvo is, you'll thank me for getting you in on this offer early, before your Signal dealer's limited supply of Salvo games is gone. Stop by and see him tomorrow, sure. And now, back to the Whistler.
Yes, Jerry Peters got away from the plant. By 6:29, he was a good mile from the plant, racing along to safety. And back in the parking lot, Pop had something to say about the younger generation.
How do you like that? These young fellas, I don't know what the end will be.
What's the matter, Pop? You look like you got your dander up.
Well, who wouldn't? He went off and left me. These young people got no sense of responsibility at all. Last night he drives like a turtle. This morning he races out of here like a demon and leaves me standing.
Too bad, Pop. Maybe somebody else will give you a ride.
Oh, I can get a bus. But this'll teach me to do a guy a favor.
What do you mean, Pop?
Well, that Jerry. He was going to ride me into town. So I come out here looking for him, and he's not at the car. So I go back in the plant to look, and I miss him. When I get back here, he's driving off.
Yeah, but what's the favor you did him?
Well, he was so darn particular about it. Then he goes off and leaves it under his locker. But I found it, and I put it in his car for him.
What?
His lunch kit.
Hey!
Now, I wonder what in the world that could have been.
Next Monday night at 9 o'clock, the Signal Oil program will bring you another strange tale by the Whistler. The Signal Oil program is broadcast for your entertainment by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline and motor oil, and by your neighborhood Signal Oil dealer, who is at your service daily to keep your car running for the duration. The Signal Oil program, directed by George W. Allen, with story by Lawrence Marcus and music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Bob Anderson speaking for your friend, the Signal Oil Company, and suggesting once again that you let every go signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story, Dark Moon.
It was a miracle, the kind of miracle peculiar to a piece of Southern California acreage, where only a few years ago, a handful of men in puttees and riding breeches put their caps on backwards, grabbed their megaphones firmly, and set their cameras to grinding out an industry. Yes, it was the kind of a miracle that happens to someone almost every day in Hollywood. Russell Benton told himself all this as he walked into the oak-paneled office of Matthew Ellsworth, movie producer, cast an eye on the artificially young secretary behind the artificially old desk, and introduced himself.
I have an appointment with Mr. Ellsworth. I'm Russell Benton.
Oh, yes, Mr. Benton. Mr. Ellsworth is expecting you. This way, Mr. Benton.
Don't bother. I know the way.
Oh, thank you.
Am I on time, Matt?
You're early. Sit down.
Yeah, this is one appointment I didn't want to miss.
Nervous?
Yeah, a little.
Relax. It's not going to hurt a bit. You know, I've got a lot of confidence in you, Russ.
I hope you're right.
Funny, isn't it? Only a week ago, you were just another name. A face that dropped in once a week at the casting offices around town. Now I've got every movie columnist in the country on my back trying to get your life story.
A little premature, isn't it?
I don't know. I think this screen test will be everything I want it to be.
I hope so.
And if you make it, Russ, you'll be right at the top. It's a smash vehicle, this one we're testing you for. I think you're right for it. It needs a leading man with a touch of character. And in my opinion, you can't miss.
Dark Moon.
3 years on Broadway and still going. We spent $500,000 for the picture rights of Dark Moon, you know.
Tell me, Matt, there was another guy.
Don Bradford?
Yeah. He's up for the part, too, isn't he?
He made a great test, but I think you'll top him. The New York people seem to think he's terrific. I'm not so sure.
Uh-huh. What about my test? When does it happen?
As soon as they're ready on the set.
It's a little like waiting to be hanged.
Relax, I said. By the way, what do you think of the part?
It's a natural for me.
Shame I didn't find you when I was casting the play in New York.
It wouldn't have been hard. I was there at the time.
Oh, what made you leave?
Circumstances, Matt.
Theatrical?
Matrimonial.
Oh. I didn't know you were married.
I'm not. Been divorced for 2 years.
Couldn't make a go of it, huh? Or, am I on a touchy subject?
No. It was simple. She liked mink. My pocketbook didn't.
An actress?
Yeah, she's probably still back there. I haven't seen her since we split.
Oh, that's too bad. I've only been married for about a year now, but I think I have a pretty wonderful girl. An actress, too. I met, excuse me. Ellsworth? Yes, he's in my office. Good, we'll be right down. Let's go, boy. They're ready to shoot. We're due on the set in 10 minutes.
And in 10 minutes, the miracle begins to happen, Russ. As soon as you face the camera, the second Matt gives you the cue to begin, you forget about everything except the scene you're doing. Forget about Kathy and the marriage that failed. Forget the struggle, the futile hopes, and even the miracle that placed this opportunity in your lap. As you get into the scene, all you know is that you're giving the greatest performance of your life. And when the cameras finally stop grinding, you can tell from the look on Matt's face that you made it. That the name of Russell Benton is as good as on 1,000 theater marquees over the magic title, Dark Moon.
Cut.
Save him, boys.
All right, print it.
All right, wrap him up.
How was I, Matt? What do you think?
Terrific. As far as I'm concerned, it's settled.
Who else is
A
there?
handful of New York backers. I'm flying back there tonight with the prince. Call you as soon as it's definite.
It's happening right before your eyes, Russ. The wonderful night before Christmas feeling is real, not a dream anymore. And now, with a big hurdle behind you, you know you can't miss. It's too good to keep, Russ. And early that evening, you drive over to Laura's home in Beverly Hills. She'll be proud of you now, and that's important. You want Laura to be proud.
Russ, darling, I heard. I'm so happy for you.
Me too.
Have they said anything definite?
Matt's gone to New York with the prince.
Oh, you mean about Don Bradford?
Yeah.
Well, the New York people have held out for him all along. But don't worry, darling. Matt'll make him see the light. Come on now. The party's out by the pool. Let's join them, shall we?
Wait a minute, Laura. I thought you said a small party.
Come on, they won't bite. I'll introduce you to some of the nicer ones.
Well, if you... Say, isn't that Frances Connors, the columnist?
Uh-huh. Queen Frances herself. I want you to meet her.
How do you do it, Laura?
You'd be surprised. Now, be nice to her, darling. She can make or break any actor in Hollywood.
Do I kneel down and kiss her hand?
No. Just give her a captivating smile, A26, darling. The impressive one. Frances!
Excuse me. Yes? Oh, Laura.
Frances, I'd like you to meet Russell Benton. This is Frances Connors, Russ.
Aha! Mr. Lucky himself. How do you do, Russ? I've been waiting to meet you.
How do you do?
I've heard the good news. Congratulations. It's a great story and a great part, darling. I'm all for you.
Thanks.
Don't let it spoil you, Russ.
Go on, Francis. I love it.
Well, let's have the story. What did you do up to now, Russ?
Oh, the usual. Stock, and several years of theater work in New York. That's about all.
Ever been married? Divorced? Kidnapped? Shot at?
Married and divorced, yes.
Russ, you never told me.
You never asked, Angel. Why should I
Mr. Benton, excuse me, please.
Yes.
You're wanted on the phone. Sir said it was important.
Oh, you'll excuse me?
Of course, darling. I'll think up some questions while you're gone.
Be right back. Hello?
Hello, Russ. This is Kathy.
Kathy?
Oh, don't sound so happy, darling.
Where are you?
In front of my fireplace in Hollywood.
But I thought you were in New York. How did you know I... What made you call here?
It wasn't too hard to find you, dear.
What do you want?
I just want to talk to you, if it isn't asking too much.
Well, you better forget it. I told you once I was through, and I meant it.
You're being very foolish, you know. This is business.
Business?
Your part in Dark Moon.
Maybe I didn't make myself clear. I don't want to talk to you about that or anything else.
I think you will, Russ. It's so nice. You're a success now.
Matt Ellsworth seems to think so.
Does he?
Anything odd about that?
No, I just wonder sometimes whether Mr. Ellsworth knows you as well as I do. Perhaps I ought to have a talk with him.
What makes you think you could talk to Ellsworth?
Well, that shouldn't be hard, darling. You see, I'm his wife.
With the prologue of Dark Moon, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. But now let's tune in on another strange story. Listen.
That's strange. I just bought that battery a short time ago, and it's dead already.
Nothing so strange about that, lady. Chill nights and mornings put quite a strain on batteries. And some batteries hold up better than others.
You mean all batteries are not alike?
Indeed, they're not. That's why when you're investing money in a new battery, it's not good business to take a chance on new or unknown brands. Make sure that you're choosing a real quality article, such as a genuine Signal battery. Every rugged Signal battery is made from the very finest materials according to exacting specifications laid down by Signal Oil Company. And Signal batteries are guaranteed for long, trouble-free service.
Who stands back of that guarantee?
Signal Oil Company, which supplies the products for almost 2,000 dealer-owned Signal stations, is proud to stand back of every Signal battery.
One more question. Where can I get a Signal battery?
From your neighborhood Signal dealer, the same man who checks your battery when you get gasoline and recharges it when it's low. Just another good reason for making your next battery a genuine, guaranteed signal battery. And now back to the Whistler.
Yes, Russ. Kathy is Matt Ellsworth's wife. You stand dumbly at the telephone, her words still reverberating in your ears. Putting it together now. Matt's remark this morning about marrying some actress, the most wonderful girl in the world, he'd said. Yes, Russ, it's true. Kathy is Mrs. Matt Ellsworth. She can ruin you with a word. You make a hurried excuse to Laura, hasten down to your car, drive to the number Kathy gave you high in the hills overlooking Hollywood. And as you walk up the steep stairs to her front door, you make a decision, Russ, that if Kathy tries in any way to keep you from getting that part, you'll do anything to stop her, even kill her.
Sit down, darling.
Thanks.
Nice of you to come. I thought you'd change your mind.
I simply wanted to find out what was on yours.
Well, aren't you even going to say you're happy to see me?
I'm not a hypocrite, Kathy.
Just as sweet as ever, aren't you?
Suppose you get to the point.
Point?
I don't want to stay here any longer than I have to.
Well, as I told you, it's about Dark Moon.
Naturally.
My husband doesn't often make mistakes, Russ. However, I think he's making one on this picture. And I've told him so.
What kind of a mistake?
There's a charming young actor I've come to know very well in the past year. I think he's made to order for the lead. And the New York backers seem to agree with me.
Don Bradford?
Yes. I want him to have that part.
Why?
I told you, he's charming. He's competent. I like him.
I see. I might mention that Matt doesn't seem to agree with you. At least not after my screen test this morning.
Yes, that's right. So I'm afraid there's only one way to convince him.
Oh?
You're going to tell him you don't want the part, Russ. You've decided not to take it.
What? You think I'm crazy?
No, that's why I'm talking to you. I've put some high cards in front of Matt, Russ. But I haven't played the ace.
What do you mean?
He doesn't know we were married. There are some things I could tell him.
Well, you wouldn't do that.
I don't think I'll have to. Because you're going to gracefully decline in favor of Don Bradford.
I think I know why you're doing this.
I told you I liked Don Bradford.
No, it isn't that. You know as well as Matt that I'm right for this one, and this part will make me overnight. And you resent that, don't you, Kathy? Nothing could hurt you more than seeing me successful. It's not a boost for Bradford, it's a kick at me.
All right, call it anything you want. But Matt gets back from New York tomorrow night at 9:30. I'll give you until 9 to make up your mind.
Where can I get in touch with you?
Right here. I'll be waiting. You won't disappoint me. Now, will you, darling?
No, Kathy. I won't disappoint you.
You know she's deadly serious as you leave the house. Know that this woman will stop at nothing to ruin you. And calmly, without emotion now, as you guide the car through the dark streets back to your house, you decide to kill her. It will involve a risk, a terrible risk, but you're ready to take any kind of a chance now with destruction 24 hours away. Yes, all you can do now is improvise. Prepare in advance for the questions that are bound to come. The next morning, you call Laura.
Hello?
Hello, Laura. This is Russ. I wonder if you could give me a hand.
Well, why not?
Anything planned for tonight?
Free as a bird.
Good. This may sound a little premature, Angel, but I thought I'd drum up a little thing at my place, you know, for 10 or 20 or so. A celebration.
Oh, sounds like fun.
I'll be busy all day, though. I have to get a few things for the party. I might not get there until around 9. Could you be a pal, sort of get things started for me?
Well, what time?
8:30 or so. I'll leave the place open, have everything ready for you. Suppose you could round up enough people to make it interesting?
Free party, darling. They'll be standing in line at the door.
Then I can count on you.
Of course, dear. You won't be long, though.
No, Laura. I won't be long.
But, Russ, you mind if I admit I'm a little confused?
It's very simple, Jeff.
Is it?
You're not the biggest agent in the world, you know. You were saying the other day you'd give anything to handle me. After all, 10% of my salary after this picture is shot.
I know, Russ. I just don't understand why you'll sign up with me now after you turn me down.
I can trust you, Jeff. That's why. I want you to do a favor for me.
Oh.
I'm having a little party tonight. I can't get there until after 9, and I want to tell him I was tied up with my agent, say from 8:30 until 9 o'clock.
You want me to say...
Yeah, uh-huh.
Oh, look, Russ,
That's all you know. That's all you have to say no matter what comes up. And tomorrow, I give you a 7-year contract as my manager. Now, what about it?
What can I lose? It's a deal.
Yes, Russ, it'll be a straight story, and you can stick with it. A conference with your new agent, Jeff Harris, until 9. A room full of witnesses ready to testify. You arrived at the party a few minutes afterward with your arms full of groceries. That it's simply impossible that only a few minutes before you made the fatal visit to Kathy Ellsworth's house high on the hill. Yes, it's foolproof, isn't it? At 5 minutes to 9, you step out of your car, walk up the steep stone steps to Kathy's door, and press the bell.
Sorry I kept you waiting, darling. I was on the phone. Come on in.
No hurry, Kathy.
Let's go into the living room, shall we?
Any way you like.
Sit down.
I'll stand.
All right. Now, what about it?
I want to make very sure of one thing, Kathy. You are going through with this?
Well, of course I am. Matt will be here in half an hour, Russ.
There's no way I can change your mind?
I told you the way.
It's too bad, Kathy. Too bad.
Russ, no. Russ!
Mr. Benton.
Good evening, Angelo. Open a little late, aren't you?
Every night, Mr. Benton. Take my advice, my friend. Never go into the delicatessen store business. Work all day. Work all night, too.
I thought you closed at 9. It's 10 after, isn't it?
10 o'clock we close.
Oh, well, that's a break for me. I got a bunch of hungry friends on my hands tonight. What do you suggest?
Oh, maybe some salami, Swiss cheese, a beer.
Great. A pound of each of those. Some kosher dills if you have any. A couple of loaves of rye bread.
Hey, take it easy.
And some champagne, Angelo.
Champagne?
Yeah, half a case. After all, Angelo, this is a celebration.
You try and shake the picture of her out of your mind as you leave the delicatessen and drive toward your house and the waiting guests. It's a grim picture, Russ. Kathy slumped limply against the overstuffed chair near the fireplace, awaiting the arrival of her husband in a matter of minutes now. A cold dread creeps over you, Russ, and the awful finality of what you've done makes you realize only now that, important as it seemed a few minutes ago, Dark Moon and the new career wasn't worth this. No, Russ, it wasn't worth murder. But there's no changing it now. You steady yourself, take a firm grip on your nerves and the bundle of groceries, and open the heavy front door of your house.
Hello, Russell. Dave. Here he is, gang.
Hail a conquering hero.
Look, reinforcements.
Oh, manna from heaven. Oh, what is it? I'm starved.
Hey, take it easy.
Ah, that's my boy.
Give me a hand, will you, Dave?
Oh, what is it?
Champagne.
Woo, champagne.
Well, I give you a hand. Here, let Uncle Dave
Oh,
take care of
be
it.
gentle, old man. I don't want to christen the floor.
Always get this way when I hear that magic word.
Where's Laura?
Out there in the wilderness somewhere. Laura!
Here you are, Dave. Take care of the champagne, will you?
You bet I will.
Laura?
Oh, Russ.
You did a great job on the party. Thanks.
When you're a great man, I'll be your secretary. Did you take care of everything, darling?
Huh?
Your business. The thing that tied you up.
Oh. Oh, yes. Everything is fine. Did Matt call yet?
No, not yet. When does he get in?
He ought to be in now.
Nervous?
Yeah, a little.
I don't blame you.
Well, it'll be over in an hour or so. It was nice of Frances Connors to accept tonight. Is she here yet?
No. Let's see, there was something I... Oh, yes, I knew there was something I had to tell you.
Yeah.
Russ, telephone.
Okay, I'll take it in the den. Excuse me a minute, Laura.
Yes.
Yeah?
Russ,
Yes?
this is Matt. I'm calling from the airport.
What do they say, Matt?
Brother, did I have a fight on my hands. We went round and round for 6 straight hours, with me talking Russ Benton while they talked Don Bradford.
How'd they like my test?
Great. They thought you did a great job.
It's all set then?
Now, that's why I called you, Russ. I didn't want to keep you in suspense any longer.
That's nice of you, Matt.
I just wanted you to know I tried my best.
Tried your best.
They were too much for me, kid. I'm afraid it's going to be Bradford.
Bradford?
As I said, they loved the test and all that, but they were set on Bradford from the first.
Bradford?
And after all, they're putting up most
Oh,
of the dough.
no.
Russ, hello. Hello, Russ.
He couldn't have done it better with a sledgehammer, Russ. The room swims before your eyes. There's a buzzing in your ears, wiping out the sounds of the party in the next room. Did you hang up? And you realize Matt's voice is still coming out of the receiver on the table.
What's going on there?
You pick it up, lay it in the cradle.
Hello, Russ. Hello.
You've committed a murder, Russ. You've killed Kathy. And for what? You stumble up to your room where you can be alone and sit smoking cigarette after cigarette while the party downstairs goes on without you. You can almost see Matt on his way now, on his way to find Kathy. You picture his car cutting through the night, winding along the tree-lined streets high over Hollywood. You can hear his steps as he walks up the brick path to the door, the key in the lock. You can see him as he walks into the living room, calling for her, puzzled. And you can see the sudden stroke of terror in his eyes as he finds the answer. You don't know how much later it is that the sound of your own doorbell downstairs snaps you out of it. And as you hurry back down, Dave is letting 2 men in. One of them is Matt. The other, a grim-faced man in a gray suit, is unquestionably a police officer.
Well, Matt, welcome home. Hello, Dave.
Hello, Matt.
Russ, can I see you a minute?
Sure. Let's go in here. You made it here in a hurry. Come straight from the airport?
No, I didn't.
I thought you were sore the way you hung up on me.
Hung up on you?
Yeah. Right after you gave me the jolt about Bradford. And it was a jolt, too, you know. That's no reason to hang up on a guy.
I guess we were disconnected.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This is Inspector Hardin, Russ. Homicide detail.
Homicide?
That's right. I'd like to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind.
Of course. But I don't understand.
I'd like to know where you were tonight, Mr. Benton.
Why? Is something wrong?
It's my wife, Russ. Kathy was murdered tonight.
Murdered? Why are you asking me?
You didn't answer my question, Mr. Benton. Where were you all evening? Here?
Why, practically.
Practically?
Yeah, I was tied up with Jeff Harris, my agent, until pretty late. You can check on that. Then I stopped on my way here and bought some things for the party. Look, why are you asking me?
We had to ask a few questions, Russ. My wife had written the name Russell on a memo pad. After it, 9 o'clock.
Good Lord, Matt, I don't even know your wife. Until this moment, I didn't even know her name.
What about it, Mr. Ellsworth?
I'm surer now than I was before.
What are you talking about, Matt? How could I?
I had to do it, Russ. The inspector insisted we talk to you as a matter of routine. Even though I knew it was ridiculous. It wasn't Russ here, Inspector. I think I can vouch for that.
Okay. Sorry we bothered you, Mr. Benton.
Matt, you don't know how this makes me feel.
I know, Russ. Thanks. Come on, Hardin. We'd better get down to headquarters.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, see if you can pick the winner in this discussion.
That's a smooth-running motor you have there, Mary. What kind of gasoline do you use?
Signal, Jim. I like the go it puts into the old buggy.
Hey, that's interesting. I use Signal, too, because I like its good mileage.
Mileage or performance? Which is the better yardstick of gasoline quality? Well, fact of the matter is, it takes superior performance to give you extra mileage. You see, the only way any gasoline can give you quicker starting, faster pickup, and smoother knock-free power is by helping your motor run more efficiently. And when your motor runs more efficiently, naturally you enjoy extra mileage, the thing Signal gasoline is famous for. That's why we say, to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality, there are just two things to remember. One,
In gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther.
and two.
Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline.
And now back to the Whistler.
Well, Russ, you've brought it off. Somehow, somewhere, you found the strength to face Matt and the inspector. And as you guide them back to the front door, you know the worst is over. That in spite of that damning piece of paper with your name on it, there's still no reason for them to suspect you. Still no known connection between you and Kathy. Still no discovered motive. And even though it was futile, Russ, even though the reason for the whole terrible night vanished into thin air with Matt's telephone call, you're safe. And with Matt still on your side, there'll be a future for you somewhere. As you open the door for them, Laura comes up to you looking a little worried.
What is it, Russ?
It's nothing, Laura.
Matt, aren't you going to stay?
No, Laura.
What is this? What's the matter?
It's nothing, Laura. There was just some question about where I was tonight at 9 o'clock.
Oh, well, you told him, of course.
Yes.
You know where he was, miss?
Of course. He was at Kathy Ellsworth's front door. She told me so when I called to ask her why she hadn't arrived at Russ's party.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at this same time, brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story was Frank Lovejoy. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen with story by John W. Hart, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint as well as The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now for the radio program that has rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program. The mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. And I'll tell you why. It's because you know who's guilty. You see his every move. You know his complete plans, even his innermost thoughts. Yet the final curtain always brings a startling surprise. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's the Whistler for the tops in entertainment. And for the tops in gasoline quality, it's Signal. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly independent signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Bright Future.
Surveying his own reflection in the glass door entrance to the apartment house, Harry Simpson was pleased with what he saw. He flicked an imaginary speck from his lapel, straightened his bow tie, tugged lightly at the snap brim of his hat. Then, slapping the folded newspaper against his leg, he entered the building. Yes, Harry Simpson had a feeling that things were beginning to break his way at last. A feeling fortified by the $137 won at last night's poker game. Nothing could stop Harry Simpson today, not even the nationwide problem of a housing shortage.
Uh-huh.
You the manager, fella?
That's what it says over the buzzer you've been leaning on.
I understand you have an apartment for rent.
Why, yeah.
Furnished?
Would that make such a difference?
No. This make any difference? Oh, Ben Franklin looks pretty good in green, doesn't he?
Bonus,
Half of it. The other 50 goes on the first month's rent.
You're, not OPA.
Never heard of it.
Well, I guess you got yourself an apartment, mister. One thing, though. Still a couple of boxes of stuff in the place. Belonged to the last tenant. Supposed to have sent him to his wife in Kansas City. On something else, I think you ought to know the only reason we got a vacant apartment
Is that the last tenant, Frank Calder, was killed in a chemical fire last night. I know. That's how I got the address. I looked it up in the obituaries. The death notices.
Kind of slick, mister.
Yeah, you gotta use your head if you want to find a place to live these days, fella. Yes, sir. You gotta use the noodle.
A few minutes later, you're alone, Harry, in your new apartment. And you congratulate yourself as you stroll from room to room. Yes, things are looking up for Harry Simpson, aren't they? The future looks bright indeed. And then a framed picture catches your eye. An enlarged photograph in color of a man and a woman. You hardly notice the man. It's the girl in the bright yellow bathing suit who attracts your attention. Tall, slender, a mass of flaming red hair falling down over tan shoulders.
Wow.
Then you notice something else. Along one edge of the picture frame, a thin line of green. Puzzled, you run a nail file down the side. And a moment later, a bill flutters to the floor. A scrap of currency, Harry. But it's the amount that causes your jaw to drop. It's a $1,000 bill. You hold the picture up again, shake it, and another bill falls to the floor. Another, and another, until a neat little pile of currency forms in the center of the room. A pile amounting to $35,000.
Hello?
Hello, this is Boyle speaking, Mr. Coulter. Boyle Investigations.
Who?
Joe Boyle. Look, you called me a couple of weeks ago. You asked me to check on a guy named Jameson, upstate in Denton, remember?
Oh, Jameson. Yeah.
Say, this is Mr. Coulter, isn't it?
Calder. Oh, Frank is not here right now.
Oh, not there, huh? Well, it's too bad. I ran across something I thought might interest him. It's about Jameson.
Look, I'm a good friend of Frank's. Could you give me the message?
Yeah, I guess so. Well, you see, I came down from Denton this morning. I was going to do the town for a few days. You know, bright lights, dancing girls. It does a fella good to get away once in a while.
Yeah, that's right.
So I'm walking down the street when I spot this guy Jameson right here in town. You tell Kohler that, huh? And tell him I'll keep my eye on Jameson, just in case.
All right. I'll tell him.
And look, in case Mr. Kohler wants to reach me, I better give you my address. I'm at the Prentice Hotel, pal. It's in the book. Say, what did you say your name was?
I didn't, Joe. Goodbye.
It's all a little puzzling, isn't it, Harry? As you replace the receiver, You turn and stare at the bills on the floor. And you wonder if the phone call had anything to do with the $35,000 you found hidden in the picture frame. You wonder, too, about this man, Jameson, and why Coulter was having him watched. Quickly, you cross the room, scoop up the bills. You can run for it now, or you can sit tight and wait. Yes, wait. That's it, isn't it, Harry? Perhaps there's more where this came from. You slip the bills into your wallet, seal the picture again, and place it on the mantel. As you step back to admire the girl in the bathing suit.
Who is it? Yes, what can I... Well, hello. How lucky can a guy get?
Mr. Simpson?
That's right, honey.
I hate to intrude like this. I'm Rosanna Robbins. I was Frank's... That is real.
Oh, sure. I remember you.
What?
The photograph. You're the girl in the photograph. I never forget a face. Went in.
The manager didn't think you'd mind. I just came by to pick up some things that were left.
Oh, some things, huh? Oh, sure. Oh, no, honey.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Simpson. I didn't mean to. Well, it's just that coming back here to Frank's apartment, the memories and all.
Oh, sure, I understand.
Frank and I were very much in love. It doesn't seem possible he's gone. Now all I have left is the memory of our love and that.
Oh, that picture on the mantel, huh?
Yes. The only one I have of him. Had to come back for it. I wouldn't want her to see it.
Her?
Frank's wife. They've been separated for years. I wouldn't want her to know about us. I think it's best this way now that he's gone.
Yes, sure.
Well, she wouldn't understand.
No, she wouldn't. May I look at that picture again? I'm afraid I didn't get a very close look at him the last time.
Well, it was taken on the beach last summer.
Yeah. Looks like a grade A guy.
Oh, he was, Mr. Simpson, he was. I miss him so very much. I just don't know what I'll do now.
Well, nothing rash, I hope.
Well, perhaps Oh, well, I am boring you, Mr. Simpson. I think I'd better go.
Well, what's the hurry?
I do hope you'll forgive me for intruding.
Any time, honey. I want that picture wrapped.
No, I'll take it just like this. Oh, and Mr. Simpson.
Yeah.
Before I go, would you mind terribly if I walk through the apartment just once for the last time?
You watch her as she strolls around the apartment, stopping now and then to dab the corner of her eye with a handkerchief. And then she's gone. An interesting performance, wasn't it, Harry? And you wonder just how much of a threat she's going to be. But you're not worried, are you? No, because you've already planned your next move. Half an hour later, you register at a large downtown hotel. Hand an envelope containing the money to the desk clerk. Ask him to keep it in the office safe. Then you saunter back out into the street. Take a taxi up to the Strip to celebrate your good fortune and a bright future. It's almost 4 a.m. when you decide to return. You can pick up the money at the hotel tomorrow. You climb the stairs to your apartment. And then as you reach the first floor, you stop, leap back into an alcove as a man comes out of your apartment and hurries down the hall toward the back stairs. You get only a glimpse of his face as he hurries past you, but it's enough.
Coulter. That guy was Frank Coulter. Alive.
With the prologue of Bright Future, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. Inasmuch as what I want to talk with you about now is completely free, you might think that Signal wouldn't want me to take valuable radio time for it. But even when Signal Oil Company gives away something, such as their new road maps, They insist that it be the very finest obtainable. For you radio fans, for instance, Signal road maps contain a radio log which shows where you can tune in your favorite network programs while you're traveling. In addition, each Signal road map contains a mileage chart, plus a guide to interesting places to visit. And while the maps themselves are large size for easy reading, they're accordion folded for convenient handling. So whether it's the tops in gasoline, lubricants, and automotive accessories that you're looking for, or just a free road map, remember this. You'll find them all at their best at those 2,000 friendly independent dealers throughout the Pacific Coast states who display the familiar circle sign in yellow and black that identifies Signal service stations. And now back to the Whistler.
It happened fast, didn't it, Harry? One swift, sudden moment of recognition, and you discover a startling truth. That Frank Coulter, the man whose obituary in the newspaper led you to finding an apartment, is actually alive. You're a little stunned with a sudden turn of events, aren't you? And you struggle to fit the pieces of the puzzle together. $35,000 in a picture frame, hidden in the apartment of a man who has come back from the grave. Why did he hire an out-of-town private detective to check on the movements of a man named Jameson? Then there's Rosanna Robbins, Coulter's girlfriend. She fits in here somewhere, doesn't she? But as far as she's concerned, you find out where you stand the following evening as you're about to go out.
Yes, what the... Oh,
Here I am again, Mr. Simpson.
so I see.
Oh, I hope you're not annoyed. There was something I wanted of Frank's beside the picture. A cigarette lighter. Have you seen it?
No, I haven't.
Oh, well, it might have dropped on the floor behind a chair or something. May I come in?
Well, sure. Help yourself, honey. Place is yours.
Thank you. Why are you looking at me like that, Mr. Simpson?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know that my gleam was showing.
Mr. Simpson,
Mm-hmm.
you don't think I'm going to find it, do you? The lighter, I mean. I'll bet you think I just made it all up just to have an excuse to come back.
Well, honey, I don't know.
I think you do. Oh, it's all right, Mr. Simpson. Harry. You see, I'm a terrible person, really simply awful. I didn't love Frank.
Well, I sort of noticed that your grief didn't last very long.
No, it didn't. Actually, Frank Coulter meant very little to me. I suppose I loved only the idea of all that money. You wouldn't know about that, would you, Harry?
No, I wouldn't, honey.
Oh. You know, I think we should talk things over.
Oh, we are talking.
We're not really. Well, relax. Not sure of one another. We could be, Harry. Aren't you going to offer me a drink or something?
What about the drink? Sorry, I just moved in. I haven't a feeling.
Oh, good. Well, why don't we go over to my place then? It's quiet and cozy. I have everything we'll need.
Well, how can I refuse?
Suppose I run on ahead. Meet you there in an hour.
Half an hour.
All right. I'll jot down the address for you, Harry, so you'll be sure to get there. So there'll be no mistake.
A few minutes after she's gone, you hurry down the corridor. As you reach the head of the stairs, you hear someone dialing the telephone down in the lobby. Slowly, you ease down the stairs. And then you hear Rosanna's voice.
Hello? This is Miss Robbins. I'd like to speak with Mr. Jameson. Don Jameson. What? Oh, yes, I'm certain he's registered there. Yes? Oh, I see. No, I'll try again later.
You're certain you can't be mistaken. You heard the name clearly enough, didn't you, Harry? Jameson. Coulter's ex-girlfriend phoned Don Jameson. the man Coulter was having watched by Detective Boyle. A few minutes later, after you hear the front door slam, you hurry to the phone book, find the address of the hotel where Boyle is staying. And half an hour later, you're facing him across his cramped hotel room.
You see, Frank had to go out of town, Mr. Boyle. Joe. But he's still interested in this fella, Jameson.
I had a hunch he would be. Yes, sir, always follow my hunches. A fellow of my line has to keep on his toes, you know.
Oh, sure. Frank told me he did a nice job for him. A very sweet job.
Well, all part of the racket, you know. Nothing to it, really. From my experience, nothing to it.
This guy, Jameson, you've been tailing.
Yeah.
You know, Frank was wondering about a girl.
Tall? Redhead?
Yeah. Name's Rosanna Robbins.
Oh, yeah. That doll would make a woman hater tear up his union card.
Oh, yeah. Has she been up there to see Jameson?
Oh, lots of times.
What is this Jameson like?
A pretty ordinary citizen, good reputation, fairly well known around. He's even buying a house.
Oh, you think he intends to marry the Robbins girl?
Well, I'd say they had a very genuine interest in each other. You know what I mean, pal?
Oh, yeah. Sure.
Say, tell me something, will you? This Coulter, he got sort of a yen for this dish, too, huh? That's why he was tailing Jameson?
Oh, yeah. It's sort of a jealousy thing.
I had a hunch that was it. Every time. I remember a case I had last summer. A fellow named Jeff Bellamy.
Oh,
yeah. He's the local druggist up at Denton. Well, he got mixed up with a lady sax player from Chicago.
I'm awfully sorry to break this up, fella.
Oh, you have to go.
Oh, yeah.
Well, look, I'm meeting a little doll downstairs in just a little while, you see. And I thought, well, she might have a friend.
Oh, no, thanks. No, I got something on tap tonight.
Yes, you have a date of your own, haven't you, Harry? A very important date with Rosanna at her apartment. As you had expected, it turns out to be quite an enjoyable evening. And strangely enough, not once does the $35,000 enter the conversation. Coulter seems to be forgotten, and you're beginning to think she's forgotten about Jameson, too.
We're out of soda, Harry.
Water'll do. You know, baby, I've been thinking. I'm sort of turning things over in my mind.
Harry, you sound too serious. Here's your drink.
Thanks. No, it's nothing serious. Just a crazy notion I ran into.
Oh? I like this drink. Well, try it, Harry.
Let me get this out first. Like I said, it's just a notion. There's a man and a woman.
Well, now that is a good notion. Move over, will you?
There's a romantic interest between these two, but they're not quite happy. You see, the guy doesn't like his work. It's sort of dull. Maybe like he's an auditor in a chemical plant.
How very, very dull.
Yeah, and it doesn't pay off very well.
Drink your drink, Harry.
Yeah, so he gets an idea. He does a little embezzling, gets together a nice hunk of cash, he hides it, and knocks himself off.
You fascinate me, Harry. Go on.
Well, it's an accident, you see. Fire, maybe. There isn't a trace of the guy left to the world. He's dead.
Isn't he?
No. He's as alive as either of us. Now, he's free of his wife, and he...
Oh, he's been married all along?
Yeah. But they've been separated for years. Let's say the wife is out west, won't give him a divorce. Now he doesn't have to worry about that anymore. He can marry the girl, take the dough, and skip.
And they live happily ever after. Drink your drink, Harry.
The story isn't over. The guy misplaces the dough.
Poor girl.
I don't know. Maybe she didn't care much for the guy anyway. Maybe she was running around with another fella. Upstate somewhere.
Oh, really? Well, maybe this man has more dough.
Maybe. Only the way I look at the picture...
And you do like to look at pictures, huh?
But you know something, baby? I figure that this doll would throw both of these boys over for someone else.
Who does she like now?
Now or any time, she likes whoever has the most to offer. Her dream boy is the gent with the folding stuff.
You know, Harry, I think you're right. But with so much happening to our girl, how can she be sure she's getting the right man?
That's for her to figure out. But she's smart enough. After she has time to think it over, it'll come to her. Good night, baby. I got a show.
So soon, Harry White. Harry.
Yeah, that's only a sample. Now, give me a call when you make up your mind. You know the number.
All right, Harry.
Oh, Rosanna,
Yeah?
that last drink of mine. You better pour it down the sink. You might take it by mistake. I wouldn't want that to happen.
You've figured it all out, haven't you, Harry? The picture that was once vague in your mind has now been brought into focus. The pieces of the puzzle are falling into place, and the waiting game is over. It's time for action now, and you're not worried about Rosanna anymore. You're sure you know what the next move is going to be. And later that night in your apartment, you're ready for it, as the door buzzer rings and you open the door.
Hello, Frank. That is the name, isn't it? Frank Calder?
Mind if I come in, friend?
No. Come ahead. I've been expecting you.
Yeah? Look, Simpson, I don't know what you're trying to pull, but it breaks down right here, understand?
Oh, you came for the dough, huh? Rosanna is wonderful, isn't she? I figured.
We can skip Rosanna.
No, Calder. One of us will be a big man when we get through talking, but not quite big enough to skip Rosanna. She goes along with the deal. Winner take all. She doesn't really care who wins, either.
Have it all figured out, huh?
Including the fact that you probably brought a gun along. Don't try that, pal. I'm not just keeping my hand warm.
Looks like you've got me warm. So what happens now?
Oh, you don't know? For a guy with a big fat imagination, you disappoint me, Calder. So I'll tell you what happens. You left yourself wide open, pal, the way you destroyed yourself in that fire.
What do you mean?
You're dead, Calder. You haven't any identity at all. Who's gonna miss you?
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Makes it all very easy for me and Rosanna. I'm gonna kill you, Frankie. I'm gonna take you out of town somewhere and shoot you and get rid of the body. And I repeat, who's gonna miss you?
Now, look, Simpson. Can't we make a deal?
A deal? What do I look like, the leader of the bowl haircut crowd? I'm sorry, I'll take baby and the 35 grand. Come on, Cola, let's go.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. If you Whistler fans who play contract bridge would like to have some fun with your friends, here's a suggestion. Ask them how they would bid each of the 75 examination hands, which are part of the 6 lessons in contract bridge that signal dealers are now giving free. Of course, to make sure that you know all the answers, you'll probably want to brush up on the lessons themselves, which are written by that outstanding bridge authority, Robert Lee Johnson, of whom Ely Culbertson says, no one is better qualified to prepare a series of lessons on contract bridge than Robert Lee Johnson. One feature makes these lessons especially valuable. While they are complete enough to offer an excellent review for the average player who would like to improve his game, they are at the same time so understandable that even those of you who have never played bridge before can learn the game in 6 lessons. Each week for the past several weeks, signal dealers have been receiving a different lesson in the series of 6. And, of course, they're free, no purchase required. So that you won't miss a single one of the set, I'd suggest that you hurry down to your nearest signal dealer tonight, or tomorrow, sure, and ask for 6 lessons in contract bridge. And now, back to the Whistler.
It doesn't take long, does it, Harry? You watch Coulter's body sink slowly in the mire of a swamp at the outskirts of town. You drop the gun you used in after him. Hurry back to your car for the drive to your apartment. A few hours later, going up the stairs, the whole thing runs through your mind again. Finding the apartment through the obituaries, the money, Rosanna, her devotion to men with money. She'll be yours now, won't she, Harry? Because you have the money and you're in the clear. Coulter is gone, a victim of his own plan, and no one will be searching for a dead man. You're smiling as you open the door and let yourself in.
Hello, Harry.
How are you, baby?
I've been waiting for one of you to come back. I'm glad it's you, Harry.
Yeah. You'd have probably said the same thing to Coulter if he'd have come back. Well, he isn't coming back.
Oh, poor Frank.
Look, baby, we're going to have to take off. This town isn't for us anymore.
So?
So, most important, what about Jameson?
Jameson? You expecting someone?
Relax, baby. I'll take care of it.
Hiya, pal.
Boyle.
That's right, Joe Boyle, Boyle Investigation. This is Lieutenant Hanson.
We come in, Simpson?
The police? I don't understand.
A lot of things we don't understand. Like why you let Boyle here believe that Frank Coulter was alive.
Yeah, I just found out different. And another thing, about this guy I've been following.
Jameson? What about him?
Well, since you asked me to stay with it, I never let him out of my sight for a minute. Not for a minute.
So what?
Look, Lieutenant, you're not mixing me up in that part of it.
Take it easy, Rosanna.
Look who's giving advice. Don't you know what they're trying to tell you, sap? Frank Coulter had to be somebody after he died in that fire. He's been living a double life for over a year. That's why he hired Boyle here to see if his new identity would stick. And it has.
Look, lady, I don't get that double talk about a double life. All I know is I saw Simpson shoot this guy a couple of hours ago.
What guy?
This guy. I've been carrying his picture around ever since I started tailing him.
But that's a picture of Frank Coulter. How could I shoot Coulter? He died 4 days ago.
Who's talking about Coulter? I'm talking about this guy in the picture, Don Jameson.
Don Jameson?
Like you asked me, pal. I've been following Jameson for you, that's all. That's how I happened to see you shoot him and toss him into the swamp.
But that's Frank Coulter's picture.
Doesn't make any difference what he called himself, Coulter or Jameson. They're the same guy. You killed him, so come on, let's go.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Frank Lovejoy and Betty Lou Gerson. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Robert Eisenbach and Jackson Gillis, and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Remember, at this same time next Wednesday, another Strange Tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Now for the radio program that has rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program. The mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. And I'll tell you why. It's because you know who's guilty. You see his every move. You know his complete plans, even his innermost thoughts. Yet the final curtain always brings a startling surprise. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's the Whistler for the tops in entertainment. And for the tops in gasoline quality, it's Signal. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly independent signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Trio of Rogues.
For 10 years, she had been Mark Hartwick's private secretary. Standing now on the wings of the small-town auditorium, Miriam Wells could close her eyes and still see every expression, every gesture made by the speaker on the stage. She could put her hands over her ears, still know every word and how he said it in that booming, driving voice that somehow managed to hypnotize people at the polls.
By your great power of vote, to send me to your state assembly, I say here and now that I shall not let you down. Because I know and believe that the smallest city helps to make the greatest state. I intend to cut through and tear aside the confusion and the red tape. Pinpoint the problems right down to the needs of places like this, your
Smiling,
hometown.
Miriam Wells turned and hurried to one of the backstage dressing rooms where Joe Crane, Hardwick's campaign manager, sat pecking away at a typewriter.
Well, don't tell me you're writing a new speech.
Just brushing up the old one for the next town.
Oh.
Hey, how do you spell prestidigitation?
Oh, now really, Joe. Prestidig.
Never mind. How's the big boy doing?
He has a meeting out of his hand. What else?
You know something, baby? He's gonna make it. Come election time, he's gonna make it.
Give me a cigarette, will you, Joe?
Sure, here you are.
Thanks.
Yes, sir. And this is only the beginning. In a few more years, our Mr. Hartwick may...
Right, Joe.
Yeah.
You were saying?
I'll let you in on something, sweetheart. Mark got a phone call this morning from Judge Cantrell. The old gent's been quite impressed with our tour. Seems he's been interested in Mark for some time, too.
Judge Cantrell.
You know how Mark stacks up with the voters. They love him. There isn't a cleaner record in the state.
Mm-hmm. And if the judge backs him, who knows? Our Mark may wind up in the governor's mansion in another 5 years.
Right. That's why this election's important. If Mark makes it, he is on his way. Nothing will stop him.
How nice. How very nice.
What are you grinning about?
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking how well things have turned out for Mark. And, well, for us too, Joe.
Huh?
I've been looking forward to this moment for a long time, Joe. A very long time. Mark's career means a lot to me.
Joe doesn't really understand, does he, Miriam? But he will before long. Yes, you do want Mark to succeed, don't you? Because you know that when he does, you'll be able to turn his power to your advantage. That's why you've waited patiently. Waited for the right moment to start your plan into action. Now that moment is close at hand. And when at last the tour is over and you've returned to the home office, every day brings the promise that it's going to be worthwhile.
Well, Joe, Miriam, we've got him. Yes, sir, I'd say we're in.
I could have told you that before you started the
It
tour,
was
Mark.
costly, but effective, very effective. You've done a grand job for me, kids. I want you to know I appreciate it, and I won't forget it.
Okay. When you get to be governor, can I have a deputy sheriff's badge?
Yeah, we'll see, Joe, we'll see. Oh, by the way, has the garage sent my car around?
Uh-huh. And here's your copy of the speech for the group luncheon. I've hopped it up a little.
Good.
Sprinkled a few jokes here and there. Always goes over big with the boys, you know.
Well, I'd better be on my way. Oh, Miriam, we're donating $1,000 to the Boys League. It's the judge's idea.
I'll get the check right out.
Hey, will someone come around to pick it up? Maybe we can work out a little ceremony of some kind. No, get pictures.
No. Make it the simple treatment. Mail it to him, Miriam.
All right, Mark.
Well, see you later. And, Joe.
Yeah?
If those gags of yours lay an egg, you'll hear from me.
What a guy. Unloads $1,000 just like that.
Joe.
Huh?
Mark must have an awful lot of money. Take that wall safe over there. You know there's close to 100,000 in that?
You've been peeking over his shoulder whenever he opens the safe.
I don't have to. He got a little overexcited one day, a long time ago, when I first came here to work. He was sort of careless. I got the combination.
Oh?
Want to look at all that money, Joe?
What good would it do?
Money fascinates me, Joe. I like to look at it. Come on.
Hey, look, suppose he comes back
He
in.
won't. Stop worrying. Oh, those beautiful little packages.
5, 10, 20 grand. Oh, no. Put it away. I can't stand it.
And stock, bonds. Some look very negotiable. Very.
Close the safe, sweetheart. You're drooling.
Wait a minute. Here. Take a look at this.
Newspaper clipping.
Read it.
Smithtown, Texas, July 15th, 1924. Mineral prospector murdered by partners.
Go on, Joe. Keep reading.
Harry Moore, a local prospector, was found late yesterday at a campsite where he and his partners had been working a claim. Before he died, Moore told Sheriff Gannon that his partners, James Murdoch and Martin Henderson, quarreled with him over distribution of profits, attacked him with a large wrench, then left him to die. The pair fled with the entire proceeds from the sale of the mineral rights. Sheriff Gannon issued a statewide alarm describing both men as over 6 feet in height and weighing close... Miriam, what is this?
Joe, listen to me. To keep this clipping all these years, wouldn't Mark have a personal interest?
What are you driving at?
Martin Henderson, Mark Hardwick. Get the picture? What is it they say about people usually using the same initials when they pick an alias?
No. Wait a minute.
It could be, Joe. Could be. I've had a lot of time to think it over.
Yeah, sure. Now put this stuff back in the safe, huh?
You want me to lock it up? Forget about this?
What else?
All right, Joe. I'll lock the safe. But you know I won't forget about it. And I don't think you want me to. Do you, Joe?
With the prologue of Trio of Rogues, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. Right now, however, I have good news for some of you contract bridge fans. Possibly you may have stopped by your Signal dealer to pick up one of the bridge lessons, which Signal is giving free, only to find that your Signal dealer was already out of certain lessons. Well, frankly, friends, the demand for these Signal bridge lessons exceeded our expectations. However, I'm glad to be able to tell you tonight that more of these lessons have been printed and are at Signal stations now. So keep in touch with your Signal dealer, and you'll be assured of completing your set of Signal's 6 lessons in contract bridge. What's more, this second printing offers another opportunity for any of you who may have missed this offer previously to still get a complete set of lessons. Written by that famous bridge authority, Robert Lee Johnson, and recommended by none other than Ely Culbertson, these Signal lessons offer not only a challenging review for experienced players, but also an easy way for those of you who have never played bridge before to learn the game. So see your Signal dealer soon. Make sure you have your complete set of Signal's 6 lessons in contract bridge. And now, back to the Whistler.
No, Miriam. You don't forget your discovery in the safe at the office. It's much too close to what you've been waiting for, isn't it? That old newspaper clipping that Mark has kept so carefully to himself. It holds the story of a murder, doesn't it, Miriam? And possibly the key to how you can take Mark's money away from him. It's only a day or two later that you take the first step, a bombshell dropped gently with the hope that it will explode.
Well, how did it work, are we?
Just going over some figures on the campaign fund, Mark. How'd your talk with the judge come out?
Oh, fine.
Oh, Mark,
Yeah? What is, Miriam?
there was someone here this morning to see you.
Well, is that so unusual?
Well, I thought so. He was a tramp, sort of, and he claimed to be an old friend. Said he knew you someplace in East Texas. Smithtown.
Smithtown?
Yes. Ever been there, Mark?
Well, what did that man look like, Miriam?
Oh, about your height. Thinner. He had that saggy look like a man who's been much heavier at one time.
Did he say he was coming back?
No, but he did say you'd hear from him. That's why I mentioned it. He somehow gave me the impression he wasn't going to be easy to brush off. Oh, I remember something else. He said he'd been a partner of a man named, Moore, that was it. He said that would mean something to you. Does it?
If you hear from him again, Miriam, I want to see him. Don't let him get away if I'm out. You got that?
Oh, then you do remember him.
Well, maybe, I don't know. But any man who claims, well, he may be an old friend. You need help or something.
Oh, sure, maybe that's it. Say, it would make good human interest material for Joe.
No. No, nothing on this, you understand? Joe. Yeah? You hear this? It's one to steer clear of. Keep it away from the press. I'll handle it, don't worry. See that I don't have to. What are you trying to pull? There wasn't any tramp in here looking for him.
No, there wasn't. But he fell, Joe. Hook, line, and sinker.
Okay, so he fell. You've got him thinking his old pal Murdoch's shown up. What happens now?
It's our chance for better things. You see, Murdoch could turn out to be a very greedy man.
Blackmail.
Is that the word? Oh, you can say it prettier, Joe. You're good with words. Coming in with me? The champagne's fine.
You're crazy.
All those piles of bills, Joe. $1,000 ones. Lots of them. Think of it, Joe. Think of it. We could work out a nice little deal for ourselves for years and years. Read it back to me, Joe.
I'm worried about this. I can sometimes trace printing.
Oh, he won't show it to the police. Read it.
Okay. Imagine how surprised I was when passing through town to see your face looking out at me. So now you're Mark Hartwick, respectable and rich. Well, Mark, I'm sure for old time's sake you'd let an old partner have a few bucks so he can move on and not disturb your new life. 100,000 would set me up fine, so I'll get in touch with you real soon. I call myself John Singer now. You'll know who it is when I sign that name. Sincerely, your old friend, John Singer.
Sounds good, Joe. Nice, like fine music. Oh, you have a rare gift.
Sure. Now what?
We mail it. Then we just sit back and wait. The scream you'll hear will be Mark Hartwick. Want me to get it, Joe?
No, I'll take it. Suppose you finish mixing the drinks, huh?
Okay.
Hello.
Joe, this is Mark.
Oh, yeah. Well, what's up, Mark?
You remember Miriam mentioning some fellow was in to see me last week? Claimed he knew me years back?
Oh, yeah.
I got a letter from him. He needs my help, badly. But he didn't mention where I get in touch with him.
Oh? Well, that's funny. Why doesn't he come around to the office?
I don't know. He may be sick or something. I've got to find him, Joe. He's an old friend. You understand?
Yeah, sure. But what do you want?
I want you to attend to it, Joe. Hire a private detective if you have to. Just get me John Singer.
Singer? That's his name?
Yeah, that's the name he's going by. Now, I don't care how much it costs, Joe. Find him for me. And find him in a hurry.
Okay. I'll get right to work on it.
Fine. There'll be a nice bonus in it for you, Joe.
Thanks. Of course, Miriam will have to help me.
I won't forget her either.
I'm sure you won't, Mark.
Good night, Joe.
Well, what do you have to say?
He wants me to hire a private eye to find John Singer.
Here's your drink, Joe.
Thanks. No expenses spared. The boss is very anxious to help his old pal.
What do you think of my idea now?
Time will tell, sweetheart. Time will tell.
A week ought to do it, Joe. I think our pigeon will be ready for us by then.
Hiya, sweetheart.
What's up?
Mark's been pacing up and down that office like a caged dinosaur for the past 3 hours. Where have you been?
I told you I had to check the details of the parade for tomorrow
The
night.
parade? Oh, yes. Well, all right. You'd better go in and see him.
Now, look, sweetheart, can't I tell him I found Singer?
No.
But he's driving me nuts. He's hounding me day and night. Where's Singer? Where's Singer?
I said no. The time's not right, but just a sec. Yes, Mark?
Has Joe come in yet?
Just this minute, Mark.
I'll send him in, and you come in too, Miriam. I want to talk to the both of you.
Oh, all right, Mark.
What do you suppose that means?
Well, he probably wants to chew on our fingernails. His own must be all gone by now. Come on.
Come in. Come in.
Look, Mark, about Singer, I still...
All right, Joe. All right. Sit down. Sit down, both of you.
Sure, Mark.
Joe, Miriam, you've been with me a long time, and I...
Wait a minute. This isn't the axe.
No, nothing like that. On the contrary, I need you now more than ever before. It's about Singer. I know I can trust you, and I'm going to let you in on something.
What's the trouble, Mark?
Here, read this letter. I got it several days ago from Singer.
Let me see, Miriam.
It's blackmail, that's what it is, blackmail. Going to give me a few more days to make up my mind.
$100,000.
Yeah.
Mark, why don't you take this to the police?
No, I can't take this to the police. That's the worst of it. There was a little fight down in Texas years ago. A man was killed. It was self-defense, mind you, self-defense. Only I can't prove it. Singer will ruin me, Joe. You can see now how important it is that we find him.
But, Mark, there's only one way to deal with this sort of thing, and that's to go to the police. Unless you've decided to pay.
Yeah, the police in this town hate my guts.
Then you've decided to pay off?
Joe, there's only one way to stop a blackmailer. It isn't by crawling to the police or paying him off.
What?
You've got to kill him. Wipe him out like you'd squash a chinch bug.
That's something you hadn't expected, is it, Miriam? Mark doesn't want to pay. He wants to kill. And that doesn't fit in with your plan at all. You have to retreat now, revise your strategy. You wouldn't want to let Joe know you're a little rattled, so you're happy of the chance to think alone. By mid-afternoon, you know what your next move must be. Impatiently, you wait for Joe and Mark to return from the League luncheon. Shortly after 4, the office door opens.
Oh, Joe, I've been waiting.
Howdy.
Oh, hello. What can I do for you?
Well, I just dropped in to see if Mark Hartwick was around.
Oh, he's not. I'm sorry.
You expect him back, do you?
Really don't know. Can I help you?
Well, no. Let's see him. Personal.
Oh. Well, if you leave your name, I'll tell him you called.
Any chance of him coming back tonight?
I doubt it. He's scheduled to meet the parade at 7th Street.
Parade, huh? Well, I'll drop around later, just in case.
He may not be able to see you. If you'll give me your...
He'll see me, ma'am. He'll see me.
What makes you so sure? Mr. Hardwick's a busy man. Just leave your name.
My name don't matter. Just want to talk to him.
Well, I'm his private secretary. Anything you have to say to him, you can say to me.
Oh, well, maybe. Maybe not. I'll be around later. Bye, ma'am.
Well, that makes everything dandy, doesn't it?
Joe.
So you had company, so I came in the side door. Well, what happens to our plans now?
Well, I'm not worried.
Even after talking to Murdoch?
Murdoch?
Yeah, the man we called Singer in our note. Look, you know and I know that Texas boy didn't show up for no reason at all. It has to be Murdoch. There were 3 of them. Murdoch, Henderson, Moore. Moore's dead. Martin Henderson's our own Mark Hartwick. That leaves Murdoch. You know that as well as I do, and if he talked
We've
to Mark...
got to get to Mark first. Before Murdoch gets around to seeing Mark, we'll be out on the highway headed for parts unknown.
Look, as long as we have to skip, why bother going over to see Mark? The dough is in the office safe. You know the combination.
It isn't here. Mark took the money home with him last night. We'll have to go out there and get it.
But, baby...
The plan stands. We're going out to Mark's house. All that's changed is that now we won't be lying when we tell him we found the man called Singer.
Joe, my boy, you found him. You found Singer.
Yeah, that's right. A couple hours ago on a lead from the detective agency.
Where is he? Where is that dirty
Now,
rotten...
wait a minute, Mark. You just can't go out and shoot him.
You know a better way?
Well, be smart. After all, a man in your position, you can't take any chances, get involved in a thing like that.
What Joe means... we've thought of another angle.
Yeah, what's that?
Joe has already contacted Singer, arranged to meet him tonight at a quiet little spot outside of town for the payoff.
Payoff? I told you I don't
It
intend
won't
to...
be the kind of a payoff that Singer expects. You see, Joe's not going to keep the appointment. He's hired someone to take his place. Someone who'll get rid of Singer for you.
You hired a gunman, Joe?
Well, I told him I'd let him know.
Well, is that smart?
Don't worry. He's not a town boy. He'll blow as soon as the job's over. You won't be involved in any way.
Leave it to Joe. He'll handle the payoff. Everything, Mark.
How much?
50,000.
50,000? Nothing small time about this boy.
That's only half of what Singer wants. And besides, he'd be coming back for more. This way, Mark, 50 grand, you're in the clear.
You won't ever have to worry about Murdoch bothering you again.
No, I won't, will I? All right. I'll get the money, Joe. Just a second.
Oh, I didn't think it would be this easy.
No, neither did I. I'd sure like to be around to see Mark's face when Murdoch shows up.
Well, you can stay if you want, but Baby is traveling.
I hope he makes it in small bills. I don't like to handle it.
What's the matter?
Mark, what's the idea with the gun?
Don't you know?
Is this a gag? Put it away, Mark.
Tell me more about Singer, or as you just called him, Murdoch. You talked to him, did you?
Well, sure. I talked to Murdoch. I made arrangements.
You're lying. You found that news clipping in my safe, didn't you? Made up this whole blasted story so you could shake me down. You and Miriam wrote that letter, didn't you? There was never anyone putting the bite on me.
Listen, Mark, you got it all wrong. I was talking to Murdoch a couple of hours ago.
That's right, Mark.
No, it isn't, Miriam. You see, I'm Murdoch.
You?
Yeah. You picked me for Martin Henderson because of the initials, didn't you? Well, you guessed wrong, friends.
Mark, you gotta believe me. A guy came around to the office asking for you. If you're Murdoch, then he must be Henderson, and you still need
No, Joe, I'll bite once, but not twice.
I can prove it, Mark. He left a note. I have it
Don't do that, Miriam. Just toss that purse to me,
all right, Mark. Here. Get it, Joe. I've got the gun, Joe.
Okay, come on. Let's get out of here.
Wait a minute.
What for?
Darling, there's an awful lot of money in this house, and Baby is not leaving without it.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, a word about something free, which can mean a lot of extra pleasure for you if you're planning a trip this Labor Day weekend. Stop by your Signal dealers for one of his new road maps. You'll find Signal's new maps a great help in suggesting interesting places to go and the best way to get there. Being just recently printed, they have all the latest road changes and conditions. They're large size for rapid reading, but have the improved accordion fold for easier handling. And you'll like their many extra features not included in ordinary maps, such as a radio log showing where on your dial you'll find your favorite network programs as you travel. Also, a guide to interesting places to visit, plus a Western States mileage chart. So, for more travel fun this weekend, remember these two tips. Get one of Signal's new maps from your Signal dealer. And, of course, power your car with Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
And so the plan that was set into motion with the discovery of a newspaper clipping linking your boss, Mark Hartwick, with a murder some 24 years ago has finally paid off, hasn't it, Miriam? A plan that only a short while ago seemed doomed to failure as Mark faced you with a gun in his hand after he'd found out you and Joe Crane had been behind the blackmail scheme. Yes, things had looked dark indeed at that moment. And then Joe had changed it all with his fists. Half an hour after you leave the unconscious Mark Hartwick on the library floor of his home, you're driving across town with Joe and $75,000 from Hartwick's safe tucked away in your coat pocket.
Well, don't look so glum, Joe. It's all over.
Yeah, sure.
You're a rich man now.
I was pretty near a dead one.
Joe, can't you take a shortcut to the highway? There's an awful lot of traffic around here.
Well, I'll turn off at the next corner.
Joe.
What?
Up ahead, Joe, it's a cop. He's waving us into the curb. Turn around, quick.
No, I can't do that. I'll have to pull over.
What is it? What's happening?
Wait, listen a minute.
A calliope.
Yeah, the parade for Mark.
Oh, no. What do we do now?
I don't know. Hey, look. I'm going to call a cop over and tell him I'm Mark's campaign manager. Maybe he'll let us through. Officer! Officer!
Yeah?
Over here.
Well, it's Joe. I was hoping I'd catch up with you two. Right nice of you to call the officer over. I planned on his help.
Henderson.
Henderson? Nope, we got him long time ago. The name's Blake, Brazos County, Texas. Deputy Sheriff. Mind if I sit in with you?
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Just picked up your boss, Mark Hartwick, on a 24-year-old murder charge. Turned him over to the local officers. He sure is riled at you two. Says you stole some money of his that he got in Texas. Yes, sir. So mad he didn't care much about his own arrest, as long as I got you two. Well, this is a right nice parade here. Yes, sir. Right nice. Your idea, Joe?
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Doris Singleton, Barney Phillips, and Willard Waterman. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by George and Gertrude Fass, and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Remember, at this same time next Wednesday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, the mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs.
Because you know who's guilty.
You see his every move.
You know his complete plans, even his innermost thoughts.
Yet the final curtain always brings a startling surprise. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's the Whistler for tops in entertainment. And for the tops in gasoline quality, it's Signal. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly independent signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story, Uncle Ben's Widow.
From the veranda of the Crestview Sanatorium, nestled high on the Mount Tamalpais slope, Monica Dawson looked across the low rolling hills to the bay and San Francisco beyond. Presently, the faint sound of a bicycle bell reached her ears, the sound of a dog barking. Moments later, the rider appeared along the narrow dirt roadway and then wheeled into the hospital grounds. Shielding her eyes from the sun, she peered through the haze, watched the dusty figure on the bicycle approach. And then suddenly she sat upright in her chair. There was something familiar about the man in the khaki trousers, the yellow T-shirt, the knitted cap. She leaned back in the chair and closed her eyes. Her head began to throb again. Minutes later, she heard his footsteps approaching, and a cold wave of fear swept over her.
Mrs. Kittredge?
Yes?
I am Amos Schlegel.
Schlegel? I'm sorry, I don't seem to...
Of course, you do not remember me. I was there on the road the night of your motor accident. It was I who summoned help.
I see.
You know, you almost ran over me shortly before the accident occurred.
Yes. Yes, I remember you were the man on the bicycle.
That is right, Mrs. Kittredge. Tell me, how are you feeling?
Much better, Mr.
Schlegel. Amos Schlegel.
I want you to know I'm grateful for everything.
Of course. Oh, I only wish I could have done more for your husband, I mean.
There was nothing anyone could do. He died instantly.
He was dead when I found him, yes. But then that was quite some time after the accident occurred.
Mr. Schlegel.
Yes?
The accident occurred only a few minutes after we passed you on the road.
I heard the crash and hurried to the place where your car had gone off the road. I could see your car at the bottom of the ditch. I also heard voices.
I'm afraid you must be mistaken, Mr. Schlegel.
Oh, no. I heard voices. And I waited, Mrs. Kittredge.
Why, Mr. Schlegel?
There's a saying, something comes to one who waits. May I sit down, Mrs. Kittredge? It's such a warm day, isn't it? Much warmer than...
He knows, doesn't he, Monica? He knows what really happened the night your husband met his death. You lean back in the chair while the little man drones on. But you're not listening. Your thoughts go back to that moment 3 weeks ago when it all began. Began with a flirtatious toast in the cocktail lounge of a fashionable hotel in downtown San Francisco. As you sat at the table admiring your reflection in a mirror, you noticed the man sitting at the table next to you. He, too, was admiring your reflection as he raised his cocktail, sipping it in a toasting fashion. You were instantly aware of his identity, and you decided it was time to go to work on this prosperous-looking gentleman.
Hello. I'm sorry I had to use something quite so obvious as an excuse to get acquainted.
It wasn't exactly original.
A last desperate effort. I've been trying to attract your attention ever since you arrived.
This is a hobby of yours?
No, on the contrary. You're the first one I've ever seen in a cocktail lounge that I've cared to meet. I don't suppose you believe that.
No.
My name is Benjamin Kittredge. May I buy you another one of those, perhaps you haven't had dinner.
My name is Monica Dawson. You may buy me another one of those.
Made up your mind about dessert, Monica?
You know, you're a very persuasive man. A little while ago, I let you buy me a drink, and here we are having dinner.
The French pastry is excellent.
Oh, sorry. Have to watch my figure, you know.
It's quite a...
I'll, have a Benedictine instead. Is this a vacation for you?
Well, in a way, with Brad gone, I can have my little fling, so to speak.
Brad?
Oh, I haven't told you about Brad, have I? Well, you see, I'm president of the Kittredge Steamship Line, and Brad's my nephew. He's vice president. He does all the work, thank heavens.
Oh, I see.
He's a whirlwind. All work, no play. Married to his job, all that sort of thing.
Obviously, he doesn't endorse occasional relaxation.
No, I'm afraid not.
He sounds delightfully crew cut. Pork pie hat, tweeds, a pipe, and a Dalmatian named Boy. Where's he now? Working out in the gym?
No, he's doing a little troubleshooting at one of our foreign offices. He'll be back in 2 weeks.
Then your vacation will come to an abrupt end?
Yes.
And no time off for good behavior?
Oh, now, Monica, I'm afraid I've given you a bad impression of Brad. Really, he's quite a lad. I'm terribly fond of him. He knows more about the shipping business than I do. Well, you'll love him.
I'm sure I will, Ben. He sounds just my type.
Well, don't worry, Monica. We've 2 weeks to have a lot of fun. A lot can happen in 2 weeks.
That I'll drink to, Ben.
Well, this was a wonderful idea, Monica. Wonderful.
Haven't you ever taken a handsome ride through the park before, darling?
Nope, never occurred to me. Monica, the last 2 weeks with you have been wonderful.
Do you realize our wonderful time's just about over? Your Brad will be back in a few days.
Yes. Have you really been happy with me, honey?
Of course I have.
Monica.
Yes, darling?
Monica, would you marry me?
Ben.
Would you, Monica?
Well, I don't know.
We could start making plans right now. Be married the day Brad gets back.
Would we have to wait for Brad?
You mean you'll... Oh, Monty. I've loved you since the day we met. But I never dreamed you'd ever consider marrying me.
Well, I haven't said yes, darling.
Well, Brad will be home by the end of the week. He can be my best man.
Why couldn't we get married right away and surprise him?
Well, I don't know. He'd feel bad about it. I really should tell him first.
You're afraid of Brad, aren't you?
Oh, that isn't it at all, Monica. I just want to do the right thing. You really don't believe that
Perhaps we better forget the whole thing, Ben. Brad probably wouldn't approve of me anyway.
Oh, look, Monica. I don't give a whoop whether Brad approves or not. It's none of his business.
You'd marry me even if he tried to stop you?
He'll have nothing to say about it. I can make my own decisions. We're getting married right away.
With the prologue of Uncle Ben's Widow, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. You know, when a manufacturer is enthusiastic about his own product, well, you just naturally expect that. But when users are enthusiastic, that's the real proof of the pudding, which explains why, here at Signal Oil Company, fall is our favorite time of the year. It's the time when folks who have been on vacation trips and have had a good chance to test their mileage write us about the results they've had with Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline. For instance, Mr. E.R. Stroby of Los Angeles writes, I just completed a trip of almost 4,000 miles, much of it mountain driving. And not only did my 47 Chevy take the tall ones in high, but I averaged 19 1/3 miles per gallon. No wonder Signal is called the Go Farther gasoline. Well, to Mr. Stroby and all the rest of you who have written in about your experiences with Signal products, we want to extend our sincere thanks. And to those of you who have not yet joined the ever-increasing family of Signal users, may I make this suggestion? Try just a few tankfuls of Signal gasoline in your car. Let its honest performance and its good mileage prove to you what Signal users have long known. That to get the tops in gasoline quality, there are just two things to remember. One, it takes extra quality to go farther. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
It was easy for you to make Ben Kittredge fall in love with you, wasn't it, Monica? It was like playing a dull game of charades with Ben never guessing that your only interest in him ended with the Kittredge fortune. Yes, it was all so easy to marry Ben. However, you're a little worried about Brad, aren't you? And that night, as you sit across the table from Brad at a dinner party Ben is giving in honor of his return, you wonder what Brad really thinks of his new aunt.
How about another drink, Brad? Why not? This is a celebration. A double celebration. Order the drinks, will you, Uncle Ben? Monica and I are going to have this dance.
We are.
Well, that is, if Uncle Ben doesn't mind.
Mind? Of course not. Run along, you two.
My.
Excuse us, will you, please?
Brad.
Hmm?
You know,
was a little afraid when Ben and I went down to the pier to meet you this afternoon.
Afraid? Why?
Oh, I thought perhaps you wouldn't approve.
Really?
Huh?
Well, it's going to take me a little time to get used to the idea of being married. He's been a bachelor all his life. I never thought he would marry, especially someone...
Someone young enough to be his daughter?
I was going to say someone as beautiful as you, Monica.
Was it difficult for you to say that, Brad?
No. You are quite beautiful, you know.
And you approve of Uncle Ben's selection?
Of course. Any reason why I shouldn't?
Well, I suppose some people would think I married your uncle for his money. What's so funny, Brad?
I don't see why people should think that, Monica. Uncle Ben has no money.
Having a nice time, Monty?
Wonderful, just wonderful.
Where'd Brad wander off to?
Oh, we ran into some friend of his over there at that table. Ben,
What do you think of Brad?
Nice, very nice.
You've charmed him completely. But I'm afraid you won't have a chance to get better acquainted for a while. He's off on another trip to Central America in a few weeks.
Ben, why didn't you tell me the Kittredge Steamship Company was floundering?
Floundering? Where did you get that idea?
Brad? Well, he didn't say it that way exactly, but he did say you have no money.
Darling, the steamship company is worth approximately $12 million. Brad was probably referring to my personal fortune, or I should say, lack of it.
Lack of it? What do you call $12 million?
Well, that money isn't mine. It's a fortune that's been handed down from one generation to the next in our family. I merely manipulate the money in the interest of the firm.
But don't you have any money of your own?
Very little. Oh, I get a salary with an occasional bonus. The stipulation in Grandfather Kittredge's will allows only a set amount to be paid out each year. Living expenses, upkeep of the family home, so on. All profits go back into the business.
Well, that's hardly a fair arrangement.
Well, it isn't for any of us except Brad. He's the last of the Kittredges.
Is that some kind of distinction?
$12 million worth. He gets every cent of the inheritance. No strings attached.
I see. So Brad gets it all. $12 million.
Mm-hmm. He can have it. The money, the company, everything. What do I care? I have you, Monty.
Yes. And I have you.
You've made a mistake, haven't you, Monica? Brad's the one you should have married. Yes, it was a bad mistake. During the weeks that follow, you managed to see quite a bit of Brad. And then one evening, as you returned from a dinner party in San Francisco with Ben, a tailor-made opportunity presents itself.
Ben, must you drive so fast? These mountain roads are dangerous, and you've been drinking too much. I don't see why you insisted on coming this way.
It's a shortcut, Monty. When we reach the signal oil station at the bottom of the grade, we'll turn into the main highway.
Well, be careful. There's a man on a bicycle up there.
I see him.
For heaven's sakes, will you slow down? You almost hit him.
No, Monty. I know this road like my own pocket. Come on, give me a kiss, huh?
Oh, stop it, Ben. Watch the road.
Oh, come on, Monty. One little kiss.
Ben, watch where you're going. There's a curve ahead. Ben, look out! Ben? Ben? Ben?
Oh, my back, Monty. My back.
Can you crawl out of the car?
No. No, I can't get out. Caught. Get help, Monty.
All right, Ben. If I can get this door. Oh.
Hurry, Monica. Get help. Up on the road. Get up on the road. There's a car coming. Monica, you're just standing there. Please stop a car. I need help.
Yes, Ben. I know you do.
Monica, you're deliberately letting me die.
For a long time, you stand there, motionless, staring at your husband pinned beneath the car, listening to him beg for help. Finally, he stops calling you. An icy hand closes around your heart as the realization of what you've done sweeps over you. Your head begins to throb, and the picture before you becomes blurred, hazy. And then suddenly your knees give way and you crumble to the ground.
Monica.
What? Oh. Brad? Brad, where?
How do you feel?
Oh. All right, I'm sort of tired and sleepy.
You practically slept the clock around.
Oh. Brad, what am I doing here?
You're at Crestview Sanatorium. They brought you here last night, after the accident.
Accident?
You were pretty well shaken up. But everything's going to be all right, Monica. All you need's a little rest.
The accident. Ben. Where's Ben?
Now, Monica, please don't.
Where is he, Brad? Where is he?
He's dead.
Dead? Oh, no. No.
You play the part of a grief-stricken widow so well, don't you, Monica? No one would ever suspect you didn't even try to save Ben's life. And now with Ben out of the way, you're free to concentrate on Brad and the entire Kittredge fortune. It's easy to convince Brad that you need him to help ease the unhappy memory of your husband's sudden death. And he postpones his business trip to Central America. In the week that follows, Brad is a daily visitor. And with each visit, you become more and more certain he's falling in love with you. Yet there seems to be an invisible barrier between you. Brad's loyalty to the memory of Uncle Ben prevents him from telling you how he feels. And then one afternoon, as Brad is pushing your wheelchair through the hospital grounds.
Monica.
Yes?
I'll be leaving in a few days.
The trip to Central America?
Yes.
Do you really have to go, Brad?
I'm afraid so. I've put off the trip as long as I dare.
How long will you be gone?
Oh, 6 months, probably.
6 months? Oh, Brad.
I wish I didn't have to go, Monica. I'd much rather stay here with... Well, there are so many things to do here at the main office since Uncle Ben...
Yes, I know. This is far enough, Brad. I think I'd like to walk a little now.
Monica, do you think you should?
Of course, I'm all right. It's so silly being wheeled around in this thing. Give me your hand, Brad.
All right, but Dr. Fenway won't like it if he...
Oh, Dr. Fenway. There, you see,
Monica, what's the matter?
I don't know.
Monica! Hey.
It's all right, Brad. I suddenly felt a little dizzy. Thought I was going to faint.
Are you sure you're all right?
Yes, of course. Good thing you caught me. I might have fallen.
Oh, here, why don't you sit down?
No, I like this. Much better. Why don't you, Brad?
What?
I know you want to. Why don't you kiss me?
Monica.
A moment later, you watch Brad as he turns and hurries away. You've finally broken through the barrier, haven't you, Monica? Yes, the rest of the way will be easy. But you haven't much time if Brad is to sail to Central America in a few days. As you continue your stroll, you plan your next move. And a quarter of an hour later, as you pass beneath the window of Dr. Fenway's office, you hear voices. Brad to Dr. Fenway.
You mean. Don't worry, Mr. Kittredge. I'll take care of everything.
Well, you understand how I feel about this, Doctor, but it's of utmost importance that I sail for Central America. I've already made arrangements to leave tonight.
I understand.
Thank you, Doctor. You'll talk with her in the morning?
Yes, I'll explain everything to her then.
So Brad has suddenly changed his mind. Sailing tonight for Central America. He's running away from you, isn't he, Monica? After that tender little scene on the veranda. when he held you in his arms, kissed you. He's afraid to see you again, afraid because he's in love with Uncle Ben's widow. Quickly, you hurry back to the veranda. And as you do, a reckless plan begins to take shape in your mind. But then you'll have to be reckless if you want to trap Brad and the Kittredge fortune. Won't you, Monica? Now, as you sit on the veranda, a few minutes after the arrival of the man on the bicycle, the man who has come to blackmail you, you're confident your plan won't fail. But you'll have to take care of Mr. Schlegel
Had I not
first.
been on the road the night of your accident...
Will you come to the point, Mr. Schlegel?
The point? Oh, yes. You see, Mrs. Kittredge, I am an artist, a painter. I thought perhaps you would care to sit for a portrait.
How much?
You may not believe it, but I am considered a very fine painter.
How much, Mr. Schlegel?
$5,000. Oh, then I also have some beautiful paintings, landscapes, beautiful landscapes. Perhaps you would like to buy a few. The price, I assure you, will be most reasonable.
Mr. Schlegel, there are people coming out now. I can't talk to you.
Later, perhaps, this evening?
No. You'll have to give me some time. I don't have the money now. Give me a week.
Very well. We'll make all arrangements then. Good afternoon, Mrs. Kittredge. In a week we shall meet again.
Yes.
You will have the money then?
I'll have the money, Mr. Schlegel. But you won't get a cent of it, Mr. Schlegel. Not 1 cent.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. But now, since the hot weather that we usually have at this season tends to make ordinary motor oils break down and cause carbon, wear, and corrosion, I thought this would be a good time to tell you about an improved type motor oil, specifically designed to protect your motor against these abuses. It's Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil, the finest lubricant ever offered by the makers of Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline. Naturally, Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil has 100% pure paraffin base, the finest money can buy. But in addition, Signal Premium contains scientific compounds that make it do what no regular oil could ever do. While you drive, these compounds are busy doing many jobs, such as washing out destructive carbon, gum, and varnish, neutralizing the acids that corrode costly bearings, keeping the oil from losing its body or from excessive foaming. When you can now enjoy all these extra benefits, why be satisfied with lazy, old-fashioned oil for your modern, streamlined car? For extra driving pleasure, longer life for your car, choose the improved type Signal oil that does so much more than just lubricate. Stop at Signal stations for Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil, your guarantee of a sweeter-running motor. And now back to the Whistler.
3 days out of San Francisco, the freighter Isham Kittredge plowed through heavy seas, a few hundred miles off the coast of Central America. It was a simple matter, wasn't it, Monica? With your position as a member of the Kittredge clan, to persuade Captain Driscoll to let you hide aboard. To surprise your beloved nephew, Brad, when the ship was several days out at sea. And now it's too late for Brad to do anything when he discovers you're on board. A few minutes later, you slip into his cabin to wait. You're not worried about Schlegel anymore, are you, Monica? No. Once Brad is yours, completely yours, you know he'll stand by you. You're certain he won't believe Schlegel's story, should the little man decide to make trouble. A quarter of an hour goes by as you wait in Brad's cabin, and then you hear voices outside.
Care to join me in a nightcap, Mr. Kittredge?
Oh, thanks, Captain, but I think I'll turn in. Oh, by the way, I'm expecting an important radiogram. Will you instruct the steward to awaken me when it arrives?
All right, sir. Good night.
Good night, Captain.
Hello, Brad.
Monica.
Oh, now, darling. Don't act as though you've seen a ghost.
Monica, you shouldn't be here.
Why not? I think it's a splendid idea. I just couldn't stand that sanatorium another minute.
You didn't see Dr. Fenway before you...
we wouldn't have approved, I'm sure.
Monica, why did you wait so long to let me know you were on board?
Oh, I had to, darling. Had to wait till we were out far enough so you couldn't send me back. Now, we're miles at sea. 3 days at least from the nearest port. It's too late for you to do anything.
Yes. It's too late to do anything.
Ah, Brad, darling, don't be angry with Monica. Be nice. I've such a horrible headache. I just couldn't bear it if
Oh,
you weren't
Monica,
nice.
you don't understand. The afternoon before I sailed, I had a talk with Dr. Fenway. He'd consulted a brain specialist about your case. The report had just come in.
Brain specialist?
Monica, your head was injured in the auto accident. The report confirmed Dr. Fenway's findings. Subdural hematoma, hemorrhage of the brain.
What does that mean? Brad? Answer me?
They were planning an immediate operation. It would have cured you. But any delay, even a few days, means death.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Betty Lou Gerson, Theodore Von Eltz, and Jeff Chandler. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Jim Lehner and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Remember, at the same time next Wednesday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies independently operated Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Stormy weather.
As Kitty Gabron stood at the window of her husband's office, 19 floors above the street, she could have seen the black edge of cloud on the horizon. But Kitty wasn't looking for a storm. No, for at this moment she was as happy as she could ever be. Forgotten were the one-night stands, the dirty dressing rooms, the cheap hotels and long hours of rehearsals. All that remained of those 7 years she'd spent as an actress, with the grace, the poise that she'd learned so well, the ways of talking, looking, and walking that had first attracted Dr. Rims Gabron. Yes, something good had come out of those bitter years, a home, security, and love. But at this moment, Kitty had no way of knowing that all this, everything she'd worked for, would soon be threatened. And now, as the first distant rumble of thunder drifted in through the open window, Kitty's laughter covered up the sound.
Rims, darling, please.
What's this? Resist me, will you? Now, see here, young lady. You're the only wife I've ever had, and only 3 months of that. And you'll have to expect to be kissed every time you come into my office.
What will Miss Anderson say if she happens to open the door?
What every good nurse should say when she catches the doctor kissing his wife. Nothing.
You told me yourself doctors have to be respectable to stay in business.
Come here.
Oh, Rims. Rims, darling, I do love you. So very much.
I don't think I ever really lived until I found you, Kitty.
Such a charming liar. You never needed me at all, really. You've always had your work.
Work? My patients have been in jeopardy ever since I first met you. Why,
Oh, excuse me, Doctor. Mr. Gunther's here.
Oh, fine. In a minute, Miss Anderson.
No. Doctor will see Mr. Gunther right now.
All right. That's what I get for having an office in the Star Times building. Right across from the city editor, and he always has a headache.
And you're the best brain surgeon in the world. You take good care of Mr. Gunther. Bye, darling.
Bye.
Hiya, Doc. Say, I got that headache again, and... Oh, excuse me, Hello, Mrs. Gabron. Didn't know you were here.
I was just leaving, Mr. Gunther.
Well, don't rush off on my account.
Hello, Gunther.
What are you doing here, Niles?
Your secretary said you stepped across the hall, so I trailed over. Why don't you introduce me, Gunther? You used to introduce me to all your friends.
This is Niles Keating, Dr. and Mrs. Gabron.
How do you do?
I am particularly interested in meeting Mrs. Gabron.
What? Now, see here, Niles, this is downright impolite.
Sure, but then I never made much copy as a gentleman.
Dr. and Mrs. Gabron, I must apologize. Niles is a former business acquaintance of mine, and I...
And now he's a rum hound who can't get a job on any paper in the country. I beg your pardon, Doctor. Mrs. Gabron, I was rude. Now that everyone's unbearably uncomfortable, I'll leave. I'll wait in your office, Gunther.
Don't bother.
Suit yourself.
I'm terribly sorry. Mrs. Gabron, I had no idea.
It's quite all right.
Forget it, Gunther.
I think I'll run along, Rims. I'll see you at dinner.
All right, darling.
Bye, Mrs. Gabron.
Oh, Kitty.
Yes?
Be careful driving home. Looks like we're in for a bit of stormy weather.
Yes. Yes, it does.
Suddenly, there's a cloud over the sun, and the sky grows dark and ugly. But it isn't the storm that worries you, is it, Kitty? It's the tall, unshaven man named Niles Keating. There's something familiar about him, a grim, frightening shadow who somehow seems to belong to your past. As you step out of the elevator and hurry out into the street, a gust of cold wind envelops you. You shudder. Then as you cross to the parking lot, you see Niles Keating lounging against the side of the building, watching you with that same odd, cold look.
You're gonna need an umbrella.
I have my car.
A green one?
Yes.
I had one like that once. Now I walk.
Can I drop you off anywhere, Mr. Keating?
I remember when you didn't have a car.
Oh? We've met before?
Not exactly. We, had a mutual friend. A guy you knew before you met the doc. Your name was Kitty James then, wasn't it?
Before I was married, yes.
Before you had a nice, shiny new car like this one. Yeah. It's real classy. Smooth lines. It's, just the kind of a car for a doll like you, Kitty.
You've been drinking, Mr. Keating.
Sure. I've been doing it for 5 years.
What do you want of me?
Maybe we could do a little talking?
About what?
Well, I could give you a thumbnail sketch of myself as a starter. Niles Keating. Used to be a pretty big name in the business. Good job, nice apartment, nice friends. Know where I live now?
No, but I'm not...
Room over a garage. I dug up the wrong story one day, 5 years ago. Reporter shouldn't do that. Wash me up fast. You know what I've been doing since?
Really, Mr. Keating?
Working. Covering all kinds of stories. None of them ever written up, mind you, but I've been on the job every day. Every day looking for one story that would put me back in the business.
Well, I'm sure you'll find it.
I have, Kitty. I have found it.
That's fine, but I'm not interested.
It's about one of those successful people who used to come around to see me. A guy named Tim Brady.
Tim Brady?
Remember him?
No.
Oh, cut it out, sweetheart. Cut it out. Come on, let's ease into your little green wagon and go for a ride. Maybe you'll buy me a drink, huh? You pick a place. Okay, I'll pick.
As you drive through the downpour with Niles Keating by your side, the fear within you grows steadily, like the fury of the storm outside. And the nightmare, the horror of that evening weeks ago, returns to you now, the night when Tim Brady died. Your car moves slowly along the rain-swept streets, and occasionally you glance at the figure of the man in the trench coat, slumped down in the seat beside you. There's the bare trace of a smile on his lips as he stares into the storm, and you wonder how much he knows, what he'll say. You're afraid he knows all about you, yet you wait in silence. Wait for him to make the first move. There's still a chance he's guessing, isn't there, Kitty? The minutes drag on. You sit behind the wheel, tense, waiting. And then as you leave the downtown traffic behind you...
Relax, baby. You're holding onto that wheel like you were afraid he's going to get away from you. Relax. Here, have a cigarette.
Thank you, no.
Okay. Now, about that drink. I know a nice, cute little
I've been waiting
spot.
for you to talk, Mr. Keating. What's on your mind?
Tim Brady, a racketeer, but a pretty good guy in some ways. It's too bad he got himself killed one night in his apartment.
I read all about it in the papers. Gang killing, wasn't it?
Well, the police figured a guy named Dutch Jensen had done it. He was seen in the neighborhood that night. He and Brady weren't very close pals. Dutch got his a week later, trying to get away from the cops. He died before they could get anything out of him about the Brady shooting.
The police were convinced he'd done it.
Sure. So, after Brady's funeral, a kid sister of his back in Duluth asked me to go over to Tim's apartment and close it up, send her Tim's stuff. So I did. I happened to find something in the apartment.
Oh?
You see, the apartment manager described a woman who'd been to see Tim the night he was killed. Her description fits yours to a T. Sure, the cops were certain Dutch was the killer, but the newspapers saw another angle. They figured this woman might have been a very close friend of Tim's. Maybe she...
Yes, I read about that, too.
The papers called her the mystery woman. It's corny, but good copy. Never did locate her, though. It would make a great story if somebody could tell them who she was. You, look cold. The storm bother you?
What do you know about the mystery woman?
I can tell them exactly who she is.
Who?
You?
That's stupid.
Is it?
Who would believe you? You said yourself you can't get a job on any newspaper because...
That was then. This is now.
You have proof, I suppose?
Yeah. A woman's glove. I found it stuffed down between the sofa cushions. Took me quite a while to trace that glove, Kitty. Department stores, cleaning establishments, just like in the movies.
That, I suppose, proves I was there that night.
Well, I wasn't sure you were. Not until a few minutes ago. But I am now, Kitty. Look, pull over the curb and let me off. I can use the drink even if you can't.
Listen to me. I hadn't seen Tim Brady in over 3 years. I only went there that night because I wanted to get some letters I'd written him before I met Rims. Foolish, girlish letters. There was no trouble. He gave them to me.
Sure. Pull over, huh?
I tell you it's the truth.
I don't care why you wanted to see him. The point is you were there.
Well, what do you expect to get out of this?
A headline that's gonna read, Mystery Woman Found, Doctor's Wife Implicated in Brady Case.
Mr. Keating, perhaps we can make some arrangement.
Save it. I'm not a blackmailer, Kitty. I'm a newspaper man, and this story will put me back in the league. I've already left a message with Gunther's secretary telling him I have all the proof he needs. In another hour, I'll tell him who the mystery woman is.
Please listen to me.
You're wasting your time, sweetheart. Dig up some old files on me. You'll find I'm just as bad as you think I am.
With the prologue of Stormy Weather, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. One evening recently, while doubling in the role of babysitter, I was telling our neighbor's little son about Santa Claus, how Santa comes all the way down from the North Pole, non-stop. Gosh, Marvin, the little fellow exclaimed, Santa Claus must use that famous Go Farther gasoline you talk about on the radio. Well, reluctantly, I had to admit that Santa uses a sleigh powered by reindeer. But if Santa did use gasoline, you can bet that he'd be interested in Signal's good mileage. And since Santa knows quality, he'd certainly appreciate Signal's quick cold weather starting, Signal's lively pickup, Signal's smoothest skating power. That's why you can put Marvin Miller on record as saying, if Santa ever trades Prancer and Dancer and Dunder and Blitzen for a car, I predict Mr. Claus will power it with Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
And so the one-time cracked newspaper man, Niles Keating, has stepped into your life, Kitty. And suddenly, everything that was so sure, so certain, has vanished. He knows that you're the much-sought-after mystery woman in the Brady killing. And soon the whole story will appear on the front pages of every newspaper in the country. As you watch him walk away from your car, half stumble along the rain-swept street, you know this means the end of everything you've wanted and worked for. But there's still a chance you can make him stop the story, plead with him. And then as you open your car door, you hear the screech of brakes. Look out! And look up in time to see a car bear down on him.
I saw it all. That guy wasn't watching where he was going.
Crossing against the light. Who is he?
I don't know. I think I seen him get out of that green car over there.
Anybody call an ambulance?
Stand away, everybody.
Huh?
Let me look. Mister.
Hey, this guy's hurt bad. Real bad.
Yeah, he sure is.
Look at him. He stepped right in front of my car, I tell you.
We seen it, Mac.
Is he a friend of yours, lady?
No. I never saw him before in my life.
You step back into the crowd. Wait with him until the ambulance arrives. Watch as a white-coated young intern examines Keating's head injuries and then carefully assists in loading him into the ambulance. As they drive off with him, Kitty, you suddenly find yourself admitting that you're glad it happened.
Oh, Miss Gabron. I thought you'd never get home. Goodness, I hope you didn't get soaked.
I'm sorry I'm late, Hilda. I was delayed.
I was just getting ready to leave you a note, ma'am.
You may go now if you wish.
Oh, thank you, Miss Gabron. Dinner's all cooked. All you have to do is warm up. Miss Gabron, you feel all right?
Yes, of course.
You look so pale.
I'm just tired, Hilda.
Oh, can I fix you something before I go? A cup of hot tea?
No, thanks.
Sure?
I'll be fine. I'll rest until the doctor comes home. You run along now.
All right, then. See you in the morning, Miss Gabron.
Goodbye, Hilda.
Bye.
Yes?
Hello? Is this Dr. Gabron's residence?
Yes, this is Mrs. Gabron speaking.
Oh, Mrs. Gabron, I didn't recognize your voice. This is Miss Anderson at the doctor's office.
Yes?
Could I speak to the doctor, please?
Why, I thought he was at the office.
He left more than 2 hours ago. Said he was going to make a hospital call and then go right home early.
Well, I can have him call you.
It's very urgent. I tried to locate Lucas and Desmond, but they're both out of town. The hospital's been calling every 5 minutes.
What is it, Miss Anderson?
An accident case at City Hospital. I'm afraid Dr. Gabrin is the only man equipped to operate.
I'll tell Rims as soon as he gets in.
You better have him call the hospital direct.
All right. And whom shall he ask for?
Surgery. The patient is Mr. Niles Keating.
Keating?
Yes, Mr. Gunther's friend. He was hurt this afternoon.
Oh.
Oh, I forgot you met him.
And Rims? Dr. Gabrin is the only one who can operate?
Yes, if Dr. Gabrin gets to him in time, he has a chance.
It's almost more than you can bear, isn't it, Kitty? Too much for one day that began so perfectly, only to turn into a wild nightmare of confusion. Your mind spins. The room seems to go in and out of focus until everything goes black before your eyes.
Kitty. Kitty, what happened? What happened, Kitty? What's the matter, darling?
Rims. Oh, Rims, it is you.
Yes, darling. What happened?
I guess I fainted. Rims. Hold me, darling. Hold me tight.
Of course.
Never let me go, never.
Of course not.
Oh, Rims.
Oh, poor darling. I don't look after you the way I should.
Just hold me. I'm so frightened, Rims.
Now, there's nothing to be frightened about, and there's no reason you should be trembling.
I'm such a fool. It was so silly of me to faint. I came home and had a slight hit.
I'll take care of that in a minute, darling. I'm always so busy taking care of other people, I forgot the most important one. From now on, darling, I'm spending a lot more time with you. Here you are, Kitty.
Rims, what?
Now, you just take this. It'll help calm you.
But I...
Go on. Doctor's orders.
Oh, all right.
Here. I'll take the glass. You just sit back and relax.
Oh, Rims, I love you so much.
I love you too, Kitty.
Rims.
I'm here, darling. You feeling better?
I must have fallen asleep.
That was a sedative I gave you. You dropped right off.
Oh, Rims.
Kitty, what's the matter?
How long have I been asleep?
About 2 hours.
2 hours?
Now, sit back.
Rims, wait.
I've
got
say anything now, honey. Just relax. Like the fire?
Oh, yes, it's nice, but I've got...
It's going out on us if I don't get some more wood. I'll have to go back to the shed. Be right back.
Rims, wait.
Seems we have a caller.
I'll answer it.
No, don't trouble, Kitty. I don't want you to
No,
move.
I feel fine, Rims, really. You get the wood. I'll answer the door.
Well, all right.
You wait, Kitty, making sure that your husband is outside the house before you go to the door. But as you open it, the dark, heavy figure in the shiny raincoat glances at you accusingly. It's Gunther, the city editor, and you wonder how much he knows.
Hello, Mrs. Gabrin.
Hello. Sorry I didn't answer right away. I was sleeping.
Well, this has been quite a night for me. Been running all over town looking for your husband. I phoned here several times, but I kept getting a busy signal.
Oh?
Is he here?
No.
Oh, guess my trip was for nothing then.
Is there anything I can do for you?
It's about Keating. Hospital phoned you, I guess. They tell me Dr. Gabrin's the only one that can do the job.
Yes, that's what Miss Anderson said.
Have you any idea where he could be?
No.
Seems funny, darn funny.
You're very concerned for Mr. Keating?
Well, he worked for me once. We never got along, but he's a good newspaper man.
That's what he said.
When?
Oh, I mean, that's what I gathered.
Well, Keating came to me a couple of days ago about a story. Said he found the mystery woman, the Brady case, you know. I told him I'd have to have proof, and he said he'd get it. Apparently he did. Then this accident happens.
And you haven't got your story?
None of it. Well, if the doctor comes in, you'll let him know what's what.
Naturally.
Keating will die if he isn't operated on soon, Mrs. Gabrin. Well, goodbye.
Yes, Kitty. Niles Keating will die if he isn't operated on soon. And if he is operated on, he'll tell the story that will identify you as the mystery woman in the Brady case. You stand by the door for a long moment after Gunther drives off in the rain. And then, when you turn around, you're looking into the quiet, questioning eyes of your husband. You can tell him the truth now, Kitty, or you can let Niles Keating die, and your secret will die with him.
Who was that at the door, Kitty?
It was just a man. He had the wrong address.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, a reminder about a faithful friend who I'll bet you've left off your Christmas list, your car. Christmas, you know, is really a swell excuse to give the faithful chariot some of those things it's been needing. Things that pay you back later in extra driving pleasure. What's more, your signal dealer has just what Santa ordered. For instance, rugged new tires by Lee of Conshohocken to replace your smooth, dangerous old tires. Powerful new Signal Deluxe batteries, guaranteed for a full 30 months on a service basis. Or how about a set of new Champion spark plugs for quicker cold weather starting and more pep? These are just a few of the useful, practical items for your car that you'll find at your Signal dealers. You see, Signal service stations are much more than just headquarters for the famous Go Farther gasoline. In addition, each Signal dealer carries a complete line of fine quality automotive accessories to help your car run better, look better, and last longer. And now back to the Whistler.
It's all over, isn't it, Kitty? And with the coming of the dawn, calm and clear, you sit alone quietly. You keep telling yourself that you've made the right decision. The hours drag on and you wait. Then a door opens quietly. Footsteps move past, white-clad figures. And suddenly Rims is standing by your side.
Come on in, Kitty. He's out of it now.
He's all right?
Yes. Yes, he's fine.
Oh, Rib.
Steady, darling.
Hello, Mrs. Cabrin. Hey, they tell me your husband did quite a job on me.
He saved your life.
I suppose I should say thanks.
I was glad to be of service, Keating. It's my job.
Yeah, sure. We've all got our jobs to do.
You can thank my wife, too. She told me about you. She drove me here in time to operate.
I'm still a reporter, Doc. My job is to get news, not censor it.
On the way over here, she also told me all about the Brady affair. The story you're going to print. Does that surprise you, Keating?
Let's say I didn't expect her to do it, Doc.
I've always told Rims everything. Sorry I didn't tell him about Brady long ago.
If you were innocent, why didn't you?
Because I was afraid he might not believe me. I'm sure your readers wouldn't.
Uh-huh.
Tim had just given me the letters when the doorbell rang. He told me to wait in the kitchen while he answered it. And then there was a shot. I got panicky and ran out the back way. And the next morning I read that Tim was dead.
Naturally, you'd say something like that.
I believe what she says, Keating. You see, I know Kitty, and I've read the letters.
Hello, Doc. Say, I heard Keatings came around.
Yes, Gunther, but he can't be disturbed until tomorrow.
Yeah, I know, but I got to get a story. Only take
now,
a minute.
Wait a minute. You can't see him.
Come on, Niles. The mystery woman. Who is she?
You know, Gunther, the Doc and I were just discussing that.
What?
It's a funny thing. When that car hit me, I got an awful wallop. I can't seem to remember a thing, Gunther. Amnesia, I guess. Too bad, huh?
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Signal Oil Company has asked me to remind you that those Salvation Army kettles you'll be passing between now and Christmas will provide Yuletide cheer for over 1 million needy men, women, and children. Even a few pennies that you'll never miss will help to make this Christmas merrier for someone less fortunate. Featured in tonight's story were Lorette Philbrandt, William Conrad, and David Ellis. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by E. Jack Newman and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Remember, at the same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's now time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And here's an important announcement for Whistler fans in California only. Beginning next Sunday, January 2nd, due to California's going off daylight saving time, the Whistler will be heard in California only 1 hour earlier, from 8:30 until 9. Remember the change in time. In California only, the Whistler will be heard at a new time, from 8:30 till 9. In other states, the Whistler will be heard at the same time as always. And now the Whistler's strange story. Delayed Christmas present.
Christmas was really over, for it was 1 o'clock in the morning at Pete's Cantina, a tough little night spot on the outskirts of Panama City. But the melody lingered on. You could hear the chimes of the big church a block away playing Adeste Fidelis. There was practically no business. 4 hostesses, all Americans, were sitting drearily at the far end of the ballroom near the bar. One of them, Mary Winslow, billed as Candy Porter, just sat gazing drearily into space, thinking bitterly of a past from which for a while there had seemed no escape. But for 5 months now, she'd been relatively safe. No one had been around asking any questions. As Candy Porter, blues singer, Mary Winslow had found a kind of security, not a happy security, for she was far away from home. And as the chimes became silent, Mary wondered if it was worthwhile. Her reverie was broken up as she looked up and saw Spanish Pete, the fat, greedy owner of the cantina, approaching her table.
Candy, look, there's an American gentleman just came in. He wants to buy you some champagne. Champagne, you hear that?
Please, Pete, not tonight. It's Christmas. I'd rather be alone if you don't mind.
I do mind. Look,
All
kid,
right. I'll let him spend his money on champagne.
Now you're smart, baby. Here he comes.
You turn, see the tall, heavy-set American approach. Suddenly you become tense. You recognize the type, don't you? After a year of running away, you've learned to spot his kind in a moment. You fight to remain calm as he reaches your table.
Sit down, Mr. Fontaine. Sit down.
Sure you don't mind, Miss Porter?
Of course not.
Thanks. In that case, I guess I will.
I'll go get the champagne. I keep him on ice. 11 years old, too.
Cigarette, Mr. Fontaine?
No, thanks.
You don't mind if I do?
Of course not. Light?
Thanks.
Strange, spending Christmas so far away from home.
Mm-hmm. How come?
Business. Important business.
Couldn't it wait?
No. This business means a lot to the people I work for.
Well, here's what you say, bubble water. From Marseille, 13 years old.
You said 11.
That was from Le Havre. This is even better. Now I put him back in the ice. You want some more? You just call Pete. I got another one on ice just like him.
Well, I guess it's kind of late to wish you a Merry Christmas, Miss Porter. So I guess I'd better just say season's greetings. Huh? Anyway, here's luck.
Here's hoping you find whatever you came here after.
I've already found what I came after.
I'm glad.
I hope you will be.
Why shouldn't I be?
Because I came after you, Mary Winslow.
With the prologue of Delayed Christmas Present, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. But now, since this is Christmas weekend, I want to thank you for inviting us of the Whistler cast into your home on this special occasion. During the 6 consecutive years that the Whistler has been broadcast by Signal Oil Company, many of us have had the pleasure of celebrating Christmas with many of you a number of times. And believe me, we feel it a real honor that you consider us a part of your entertainment family. Tonight, on behalf of Signal Oil Company and the independent signal dealers who serve the states of California, Oregon, Washington, Idaho, Nevada, and Arizona, I want to say, we hope that your Christmas has been a merry one. May your new year be filled with peace, prosperity, and the good health with which to enjoy these blessings. And now back to the Whistler.
After a year, it doesn't seem fair, does it, Mary Winslow? After a year of hiding, using one name and then another. After 5 bitter months of singing at Pete's Cantina as Candy Porter, blues singer, this man Fontaine has come to take you back to the States, to face the consequences of one horrible night. You're sure he's a detective. He couldn't be anything else. You can't run again. There's no place you could go. You've only one card left. And as you face the man across the table and listen to his even, level voice, you decide to play it. If you play it carefully, it might be an ace.
I think you know why I'm here. We're leaving in the morning for Los Angeles, Miss Winslow.
Like the billing says, my name is Candy Porter.
I know what the billing says. I know what it said in Brooklyn when you were billed as Doris Trent, in Denver when you were billed as Gladys James. But when you first took a powder out of Los Angeles, you were Mary Winslow.
You know, it's almost funny you should call me Mary Winslow. We used to work together, her and me, in the same floor show. We could have been billed as twin sisters. The customers used to mistake us for each other, too.
Now, look, Miss Winslow, let's quit kidding.
I'm not kidding. A lot of other people have made the same mistake you have. And like I said, I knew Mary Winslow intimately. I think I could help you solve your case if you'll let me tell you about her.
Sure. Go ahead, if it'll make you feel any better.
Thanks. You see, Mary Winslow was really just a good kid that got a bad break. In love with a swell guy and scared to death of a hoodlum. She told me all about it. It's quite a story.
I'll bet it is.
Yes, it was quite a story, wasn't it, Mary? And it all began a year ago Christmas Eve at the Christmas party given by your employers in the pink room of the Swank Wilchester Hotel. You really enjoyed yourself that night, didn't you? And you were quite the hit of the evening. You sang 3 numbers and went over big. Your fellow workers didn't know your many talents. Everyone told you what a fine singer you were. And when you left, you were feeling good. So good you decided to drop into the cocktail lounge, make a phone call, and have a nightcap before going home.
Scotch and soda. Mix it.
Make mine the same, Bill. Gotcha. I heard you sing tonight. You were terrific.
Thanks.
What's the matter? Did he stand you up?
Who?
The guy you were just talking to on the phone. No, I guess he didn't stand you up.
Didn't he?
And he's on his way here right now. Yep, that's the answer. Lucky guy.
Here you are, folks.
Oh, take it out of here, Bill.
Now, look here,
Oh,
Mr.
take it easy. It's practically Christmas. What's the harm of my buying you one drink? Like I said, I like your voice, Miss Winslow.
Here's your change.
Oh, thanks, Bill.
You must be a detective. You know my name and everything.
Well, no, not everything. But it wasn't any trick to find out your name. I just asked one of the boys I saw you dancing with. My name's Joe Clark. Oh, I see you've never heard of me.
Should I have?
A lot of people have. Most of the boys and girls around the night spots know me.
Well, then that accounts for my ignorance. You see, I seldom haunt the night spot.
Well, you should. With a voice like yours, you could be packing them in a good nightclub.
Oh, now I get it. You're a professional talent scout, and you want to get me into the movies.
No. I'm a gambler. Shock you?
Why should it? Live and let live is my motto. And that's exactly what I'm going to do right now.
What?
Live my life and let you live yours. Good night, Mr. Clark. My. Just think, tomorrow I can tell all the girls at the office I met a real live gambler.
You could tell them all a lot more than that if you believed in your voice as much as I do.
Really?
Uh-huh. You've heard of Dominguez on Sunset out near the ocean?
It's an undercover gambling club, isn't
It's
it?
more than a gambling club. It's a swell floor show. A lot of big people go out there, people that count.
And they're all intimate friends of yours, I'm sure.
Not all, but I know quite a few. Could push you right to the top with that voice of yours.
Oh, that's the oldest line I've ever heard.
It's not a line. Yeah, but skip it. Go on home. Listen to the radio. Eat candy. You can have a terrific time. You go to Dominguez with me, you can't tell what might happen. You might have to meet a couple of show producers. So play it safe and go home. It may be dull, but you'll always get to work on time.
Is that all you have to say?
That's all. Nighty-night.
Wait a minute.
Yeah?
Could we be back fairly early?
Leave any time you say.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Oh, now you're making sense. I'll call a cab.
Never mind, I have a car. It's parked right around the corner.
Clark used just the right approach, didn't he, Mary? You realize you're being a fool. But as the hours pass, you tell yourself your fears are groundless. Joe treats you with perfect courtesy. You watch the gambling for a while, then proceed to the silver room and enjoy the floor show. Afterward, you have a little food and watch the dancers. Suddenly, you've had enough.
Joe, do you mind if we leave now?
I said we'd leave any time you said. What hit you? The music?
Yeah, I guess that's it.
Another guy?
Another guy. My fiancé.
What happened to him?
He's in the Philippines. Research.
Oh, chemist?
Doctor. Dr. Frank Wilson, M.D. That was his car we drove out here in. He told me to keep it warm for him.
Well, too bad. We could have had a lot of fun. Well, shall we go?
Was it just the song, Mary? Or was it that uneasy feeling you have about Joe that made you want to leave so suddenly? It must have been the song. For as you're ready to leave the club grounds, Joe is still a considerate escort.
Well, hop in.
Oh, unless you want me to drive.
I'll drive unless you mind too much.
Oh, no, I don't mind. Probably be safer, too.
For several miles, Joe says little, seems preoccupied, and you feel relieved when he breaks his rather strange silence.
Oh, say, Mary, would you mind stopping for a minute at that drive-in? All of a sudden, I'm having an awful headache. Maybe I can get some aspirin there.
I doubt it, but we'll give it a try.
You can keep the motor running while I'm gone. I'll only be gone a few seconds.
Okay. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas.
Joe!
Get going.
Joe, you shot him.
I said get going fast. There's a gun in your ribs, baby. You just saw what happened to one guy that crossed me.
Is he dead?
I don't know.
Oh, you. Oh, why was I such a fool?
Turn right at the next corner. Car's been tailing us for the last 5
I'm
minutes.
glad. I hope it's a prowl car. It'd save me the trouble of phoning the police.
He didn't turn, baby. You shouldn't have said what you did about phoning the cops. You better pull over and park. We got a couple of things to talk over. I said pull over! Yeah, that's better.
Please, Joe, don't kill me. I know you can do it easy, but I'll never talk about tonight.
That's the way you feel now. An hour from now, you'll feel
Oh, no,
different.
I won't. On my word of honor. I'm making a deal with you, Joe. I'm trading you my silence for my life. I swear I won't talk about it ever.
Okay, I'll take a chance. You drove the getaway car, so we're partners now anyway. We're going to have a lot of fun together, you and me. Now, how about dropping me off at my place?
Tell me where to go.
I live about 6
After you drop Joe and you reach your apartment, you're so weak you can hardly stand. Your senses are reeling, your brain is spinning. You practically fall into bed. You try to snatch a little sleep, but sleep is impossible. Finally, at 6 o'clock in the morning, the newspaper is shoved under your apartment door. The headlines sicken you.
Drive-in operator shot in holdup dies.
The subheadings are even worse.
Unidentified man and woman seen fleeing from scene of crime in dark green 47 model Chevrolet. Pedestrian believes he can identify both car and woman.
There it is, Mary. Hopeless, isn't it? Even if you called the police, your story would sound phony now. It's closing in on you, isn't it, Mary? Yet frightened as you are, you're certain of two things. That you're not going to become further involved with Joe Clark. And you won't allow any unfavorable publicity to fall on your absent fiancé, Dr. Frank Wilson. You were foolish to risk a life of happiness with him, weren't you? For a few moments of excitement with a gambler, a murderer like Joe Clark. But you decide there's only one thing you can do, Mary. Leave town, disappear, and never see Clark again. You dress hurriedly, packing only a few belongings, and then spend Christmas Day and night at the home of a girlfriend. The next morning, you're on an eastbound plane. 3 months later, you're singing in the Golden Lion, a prosperous little nightclub in Brooklyn, New York, where you become a featured performer under the name of Doris Trent. You're a great success under your new name. And then one night you have a visitor. You're sure it's Mr. Vern Shields, London musical comedy producer.
Come in.
Well, what do you know? Long time no see, Miss Trent. Doris Trent, it says on the program.
All right, Joe. Now that you've found me, what's on your mind?
You double-crossed me, baby.
You're crazy. That's why I left town, so I wouldn't have to talk to anybody.
But you could still write, couldn't you?
I don't get you.
That anonymous note to the police, written just after you left, telling all about that drive-in job. Gave the exact time, my name, where I lived, what I had on, everything. But not a word about the girl with me. Funny, huh? You're the only one that knew all of that, baby.
Oh, no, Joe, you're wrong. Believe me, I didn't write any note.
Couldn't have been anyone else. 2 days after you left, they picked me up for questioning.
Anybody could have written a note like that. One of your enemies might have wanted you out of circulation and tried to frame you.
Yeah, maybe, but I doubt it.
Joe, I didn't write it. I've kept my bargain with you 100%.
There's one way you can convince me.
How?
Marry me tonight.
Marry you?
Yeah. That way I'll be sure of you. Wives don't testify against their husbands. Besides, I'll know what you're doing all the time.
Oh, Joe, I gotta go do my show. Let's talk this over in the morning.
Tonight or else. You can run up to Connecticut. But go ahead, do your show. And if you've got any ideas about calling in the cops, don't forget you drove the getaway car. And in case anything serious should happen to me, there's a written confession in my pocket telling exactly how you helped me pull the job. How we used your boyfriend's car. How you kept the motor running waiting for me. Your doctor would love reading about that, wouldn't he?
No. No, he wouldn't.
Then don't get funny. Go ahead and on to your show. I'll wait for you here.
You start down the hallway toward the powder room off stage. Suddenly you realize what a fool you've been. But you're not going to keep on being a fool, are you, Mary? Not with that wall telephone just 5 steps ahead of you.
Operator. Oh, operator. Get me police headquarters.
Better
quick.
hang up quick, babe, and I mean quick. You should have looked around before you called. I had a hunch you'd try to double-cross me. Now I know for sure who wrote that note to the cops.
Oh, I didn't, Joe,
You
honest.
just tried to call him, didn't you? All of a sudden, I've lost interest in getting married. We're just going for a little ride. Come on, babe, start walking.
No, Joe. I'm not moving a foot, not an inch. If I have to be shot, I'll take it right here. Let go of my arm.
What's going on here? Something wrong, Doris? This guy bothering you?
Yes, he is. He wants to date me. Tell him to leave, will you, Eddie?
Maybe I'd better take him into the office and call the cops.
No, thanks, Eddie. There's no need for that. He's just another wolf. Tell him to leave. That's good enough.
You heard what the lady said, Bud. Start traveling.
Okay, chum. Anything you say. I'll see the lady later. We parked right across the street.
You should have let me call the cops.
I would have if he hadn't had you covered with his gun.
Oh? Thanks, kid.
Eddie, I gotta get out of town fast.
After what you just did for me, that's a cinch. Grab some clothes while I phone my wife I'm bringing you home. We'll go out the rear entrance. My car's on the lot next door. Tomorrow I'll call a friend of mine in Denver. He'll put you to work right away. You better change your name, though.
That'll be easy. I'm getting used to it. So, Mr. Fontaine, that's where I met Mary Winslow, in Denver at the High Hat Club. Billed as Gladys James. She roomed with me about 2 months, and then she left, just like that, one night when a waiter told her some guy wanted to interview her for a magazine. That's the last I ever saw of her.
That's the end of the story?
That's the end.
And Mary Winslow told you all this?
Well, we were very close friends.
I'll say you were. You expect me to believe that?
It's true, every word of it.
You know something? You ought to be writing stories for the movies.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Now that Christmas shopping is out of the way for another year, most of us are figuring ways to get our badly stretched budgets back into shape, which makes now a mighty appropriate time to talk about Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline. Mileage, of course, is only one of the reasons that folks who insist on getting the most from each gasoline dollar choose Signal. In addition, they like the superior performance that goes hand in hand with mileage. You see, the only way today's Signal gasoline can give you such good mileage is by helping your motor run more efficiently. And when your motor runs more efficiently, you also enjoy quicker starting, faster pickup, smoother power, the things that make driving more pleasure. So, among your resolutions for the new year, how about resolving to put Signal gasoline to the test in your car? See for yourself why drivers who insist on quality, as well as those with an eye for economy, are both switching to Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
Well, Mary, it looks as though you've lost, doesn't it? That your one card wasn't enough. The man across the table, the man you're sure is a detective, who has come to take you back to Los Angeles to stand trial for a holdup and murder you had nothing to do with, doesn't believe you, does he? And the jury in Los Angeles won't believe you either. Yes, Mary, it looks as though you've lost, but you're going to play the game to the end anyway. And as the piano player across the floor plays the tune he's played 1,000 times in the last 2 weeks, you quietly watch Fontaine and await his next word.
How long did you say you've been here?
I didn't say. I got here about 5 months ago.
Like it here?
No.
That's what I figured. Look, Miss...
Cigarette?
Yeah, thanks.
Light?
Mm-hmm. Thanks again, Miss Porter.
Did you say Miss Porter?
That's what you said your name was, didn't you? That's what the billing says, too, isn't it?
Oh, thanks, Mr. Fontaine. Thanks for believing me.
There's just one thing I'd like to ask you, Miss...
Ask me anything.
Knowing Miss Winslow as well as you do you think she might come back to Los Angeles sometime and sort of clear things up?
I think she might. Someday. You see, a girl like Mary Winslow gets to feel kind of soiled after working around in joints like this. She'd probably want to spend a little time, maybe out in the desert, in the sunshine. Sort of freshening up before anybody she cared about.
Yeah. I guess she would. Well, this was a pretty long trip for nothing, you might say. Just one more bum steer. But I'm glad I came. I always figured that confession we found on Joe Clark was a phony.
Clark? Is Joe Clark in jail?
He's dead. The Brooklyn police got him one night about 5 months ago. Funny how they got the tip. A woman called the police one night from a little nightclub, the Golden Lion Club. She hung up before they answered the phone, but the Brooklyn boys decided to investigate anyway. One of them spotted Clark parked in the car across the street, and he got trigger happy, and that was that.
Joe Clark. Finished.
Well, Miss Porter, if you ever run into Mary Winslow...
I'll tell her all about the Christmas present I got from a swell cop named Fontaine.
I'm not a cop, Miss Porter.
You're not? Then who are you?
I'm a private investigator, working for a guy named Wilson. Dr. Frank Wilson.
Frank Wilson?
That's right. He's in love with Mary Winslow. Doesn't care where she's been. Just wants her to come back and marry him. Well, so long, Miss Porter, and Happy New Year.
Mr. Fontaine.
Yes?
Do you think you could arrange for me to go back to the States with you?
I guess I could. I was figuring on taking one lady back. Are you going on through to Los Angeles?
Not for a while. I'd kind of like to spend a little time in the country somewhere. But I think maybe before next Christmas. Well, I think I'll find Mary Winslow again.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Now let me repeat an important announcement for Whistler fans in California only. Beginning next Sunday, January 2nd, due to California's going off daylight saving time, The Whistler will be heard in California only 1 hour earlier from 8:30 until 9. Remember the change in time in California only. The Whistler will be heard at a new time from 8:30 till 9. In other states, The Whistler will be heard at the same time as always. Featured in tonight's story were Joan Banks and Jack Petruzzi. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen and directed by Gordon Hughes, with story by Edward Bloodworth and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies independently operated Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story, Telltale Brand.
The small western community of Eagle's Nest, once a gold rush boom town, still full of interesting landmarks, silent reminders of a hectic, glorious past, had turned into a quiet, peaceful center of small-town trade and commerce. From the Gold Nugget Hotel at one end of its main street to the Silver Slipper Saloon at the other, a handful of men lolled in doorways, stood chatting quietly on street corners. A more careful observer, however, could discover activity, or at least some noise. And it was taking place in the front office of the town's newspaper in the middle of the block. Some of the leading citizens were there listening, and the noise was being made by a tall man named Mark Melville.
Your town is dying on the vine. Oh, no, wait a minute. Now, you men run this place. You, Mr. Betterly, with one of the finest ranches in the West. Henry Malone here with his department store. Chambers and his newspaper. Mr. Conklin, your boss.
Look, mister, we don't even know your name. You can't just walk in here.
Now, let me finish. And the name's Mark Melville. Let me tell you what happened to me. I have a good public relations business in San Francisco. 2 weeks ago, I suddenly got fed up, wanted a rest, a change. I closed up the office, stepped onto a bus, ended up here. No particular reason, just stepped off the bus. You know what happened to me when I walked down your main street? I didn't see a broken-down, has-been community. No, sir. I saw a colorful saloon with swinging doors. I caught the excitement and gaiety that belongs with a place like this. I'd like to see it that way again, and one thing can do it. Publicity, gentlemen, publicity. Promotion.
Publicity, promotion?
Yes, put on a Frontier Week or an Old Timers Week. Anything we want to call it. Just something to bring people in from miles around. Now, there's 100,000 people within a radius of 75 miles. They'll come, believe me they will. And they'll spend money, too. Why, if necessary, I'd like to fly back to San Francisco and get my own capital to start things rolling.
Oh, no. If we ever do go into a thing like this, we'll pay our own freight.
What sort of things would we do, Mark?
Why, the stunts are endless. We'd give it the works, Western-wise. Put on a rodeo, a carnival. Have a stagecoach race ending up in the middle of town. We'll make a rule, maybe. Everybody wears a 10-gallon hat. We could even organize a vigilante committee. Anybody caught with his hat off gets his head dunked in the horse trough.
Wouldn't that be a terrific idea?
I don't wear one.
Hey, Melville, how much would you want for your services?
Oh, if you insist on a business basis, well, you can give me a percentage of the overall take, say 10, 15%. Have it your way.
15% it is. Boys?
Yeah, that's right.
When can you get started?
Why wait another minute? I'll go back to my hotel, start setting things up right now.
Just a minute, Mr. Melville. Where are you going?
Why, up to my room?
I wouldn't bother. It's locked. I got the key.
I'm not sure that I understand. I get it. I know just what you're thinking.
I wouldn't be surprised.
You're thinking when I stepped off that bus 4 days ago, I was broke.
Exactly.
I want you to do something, Mr. Davis. I want you to go to that telephone there. Pick it up. Call Chambers' paper. Mr. Betterly's there. I want you to ask for him.
Betterly? You know Jim Betterly?
I came here to see him, and not 5 minutes ago, he talked me into a deal worth at least several $1,000s. Go on, call him. Get him on the phone. I insist, Mr. Davis. Tell Betterly what you think of Mark Melville. Tell him you don't want me in your hotel. See what he has to say about it. And about me. Well?
Here's your key, Mr. Melville. Oh, Mr. Melville, I'll bring your bag up right away. I locked it in my office.
When you bring it up, bring along a lunch menu. Going to be doing some work in my room.
Yes, sir.
It's amusing, isn't it, Mark, how people can be impressed? You've often thought that, given the means, you could change a universe. Only right now, and for several thousand badly needed dollars, you must concentrate on changing Eagle's Nest, putting it on the map as you promised. The next day, you move your headquarters over to the newspaper office. It's while you're at the typewriter pounding out the first publicity release on the Eagle's Nest Frontier Week that you met someone else.
Hello.
Hello? Well? Hello?
I'm Helen Wright.
Helen? I'm Mark.
I know. Mark Melville, publicity genius. Going to tell the world about Eagle's Nest.
Isn't it about time somebody did?
Yeah. That is my typewriter you're using.
Oh. Well, I'll be through in a minute.
Use it. As long as you like.
Thanks. You, work here on the paper, huh?
Yeah. Thrilling career.
Bitter?
Bored.
Uh-huh. I know the feeling.
What do you do about it?
I generally start looking around for something new to take up my time.
Interesting idea.
It usually works. You like to discuss it sometime?
Maybe.
Live close by?
No. I live out. About 5 miles.
Doing anything tonight?
Wasn't planning to.
Why don't you meet me here in town?
I'm engaged to Jim Betterly.
Oh. Well, I guess that changes things.
Yeah. I better meet you out of town.
So now you have two things to amuse you, Mark. The Frontier Week plans and Helen. soon you're seeing Helen every night late, always meeting her out of town so nobody will see the two of you together. But a week or so later, you begin to notice two things which disturb you. First, Helen is getting more serious. And second, her fiancé, Jim Betterly, is staring at you very curiously these days. And then, just before the Frontier Week opens, it all comes to a head. After the final committee meeting, Jim Betterly waits while the other members leave, and then he comes up to you.
Melville.
Oh, Betterly.
I want to talk to you.
Yeah? I suppose you want to be sure you've got the plan straight.
I got them straight, but that isn't what I want to talk about, Melville.
No?
No. I want to talk about Helen.
Helen?
Yeah, she's engaged to me. That means I'm in love with her, and I want to marry her pretty soon.
Why, sure. I hope you do, but...
Melville, all this stuff you've done for the town so far shows you got a lot of brains. You're a pretty clever fella. Just don't get too clever.
Look, I don't know what this is all about, Betterly, but believe me, you've got nothing to worry about as far as Helen's concerned.
I'm glad you said that, Melville. Just don't forget it.
Jim Betterly walks out the door, and you sit there at your typewriter thinking. It doesn't take you long to make up your mind, does it, Mark? One look at Betterly's face a few minutes ago has told you what would happen if he ever found out about you and Helen. You're still sitting there at your typewriter, thinking about it when she walks into the newspaper office and comes over to you. And then suddenly she bends over you.
Hello, darling.
Helen, not here.
Why not?
Betterly just left. He might have seen you.
Let him.
What?
I said let him see me. I'm tired of sneaking around, meeting you out of town late at night.
I thought that was the way you wanted things.
I did at first. I thought I wanted to hang on to Jim then. But now I know I don't. Now I only want you, Mark.
Well, as a matter of fact, Helen, I want to talk to you about us.
Yeah, I've been hoping you would, darling.
I don't think you understand.
Mark, you'll be leaving town after Frontier Week. Take me with you. I'm sick of this stupid little town. Take me to San Francisco, Mark. We can get married there.
San Francisco?
Yeah, that's where we belong. Together.
I'm afraid not, Helen.
What do you mean?
Look, we've had a lot of fun together. But, well, things seem to have gotten a little beyond the fun stage. So I think it would be best for all concerned if we just called it a day.
Called it a day? Now, let me get this real clear,
Now,
Mark.
look, let's not...
You want to brush me off?
Helen.
Well, there's something you ought to know, Mark. I don't brush. When there's something I want, I hang on to it. And if you think otherwise, you're in for a lot of trouble.
Trouble? Look, Helen, I don't like threats.
This isn't a threat, darling. It's a fact. Jim Betterly's got quite a temper.
Ha, you're bluffing. He's the last guy in the world you'd tell.
Is he? Well, I think I could explain things to him in a way that might
Look,
be very...
if you go to Betterly with a bunch of lies about us, Helen, I'll tell him the truth.
Will you? And who do you think you'll believe? Me or you?
I see.
Yeah, so do I. And I know just what you're thinking, that you could leave town right now and be in the clear. Well, it wouldn't work. Because once I told Betterly about us, he'd follow you and he'd find you no matter where you went. So think it over, Mark. Better play it my way. You'll be much safer. Much.
With the prologue of Telltale Brand, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. Now that the holiday season is over, most of us are settling down to some serious thinking about economy. And economy, that's one place where Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, shines. Of course, if you've lived out west any length of time, you already know that throughout the Pacific Coast states, from Canada to Mexico, Signal has an enviable reputation for mileage. But mileage, mind you, is only half of Signal's story. Just ask any driver who powers his car with Signal gasoline, and you'll find he's equally enthusiastic about Signal's performance, which is only natural, because good mileage and superior performance go hand in hand. Both are the result of the extra efficiency today's Signal gasoline coaxes from your motor. That's why if you want to measure gasoline quality, you'll find your best yardstick is your speedometer. It takes extra quality to go farther. And remember, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
It had been so simple at the start, hadn't it, Mark? So easy selling the citizens of Eagle Nest on the idea of a Frontier Week celebration. And you looked forward to the day when it would all be over, and you could ride out of Eagle Nest with $3,000 or $4,000 in your pocket for masterminding the affair. Yes, it was a perfect setup. Until you became involved with Helen, Jim Betterly's fiancée. Now there's no telling how much trouble she'll make if she goes to Betterly with her version of what's happened. And yet you can't leave town. Not before you've collected the money that will be waiting for you at the end of the celebration. You think about it in the days that follow and struggle to reach a decision. Then Frontier Week opens, and you plunge into the 1,001 details of running the affair. You manage to avoid Helen as much as possible. And then on the night of the carnival, as you wander around the grounds, you notice Helen at a distance. She's with a stranger, a man you've never seen before. And then as you watch them...
Melville. What? Oh, Betterly. How's it going?
How's what going?
Why, the carnival?
Pretty good. I want to talk to you a minute, Melville.
Well,
This won't take long. I want to get it off my chest.
Why, how come you're not making the rounds of the sideshows tonight, Betterly?
Because I've been looking for you.
Say, I see you've got a friend to show Helen around.
A friend?
Yeah, I saw her with someone a few minutes ago.
He's no friend. I've never seen him before.
Oh?
Look, Melville.
Hey, grab the tourist, boys. He hasn't got a hat on. Go on, get him over here.
Here, vigilantes are doing quite a job, Betterly. That horse trought's gotten a lot of business.
Yeah. Melville, quit changing the subject. What I got to say isn't easy, and I want to get it over with.
All right. What is it?
Last week, you and I had a little talk. Remember?
Yes, but I told you then, Betterly.
I thought you and Helen had been seeing each other.
Look, Betterly.
The last couple of days, I've hardly seen her, and now, tonight, she's with a stranger.
You say you haven't seen her much lately?
No. And, well, maybe I was wrong about you, Melville. I just wanted to tell you I'm sorry for shooting my mouth off the other day.
Why, that's okay, Betterly. Sure, forget it.
It's difficult to hide your surprise and relief, isn't it, Mark? And now it looks like Helen has found a new interest, a stranger. Yes. Suddenly it seems that all your troubles are over, doesn't it? It's almost 2 a.m. when you go back to your hotel room. But then as soon as you close the door, you see it, the note on your pillow. And as you read it, you realize your troubles aren't over after all.
Mark, I must see you tonight. It doesn't matter how late. I'll be expecting you. You'd better not disappoint me. Helen.
Well, it looks like this is the showdown, doesn't it, Mark? 10 minutes later, you arrive at her house. The shades are drawn, but there's a light inside. You open the door and go in. Your eyes flick past the empty bottle on the table to Helen's sullen face. She pokes silently at the coals in the fireplace with a poker and then straightens up and turns to you.
Decided to quit trying to hide from me, huh?
Look, I haven't been trying to hide. I just wanted to get things straightened out in my mind. Anyway, I'm sure your new boyfriend has kept you from getting too lonely.
Boyfriend. What are you talking about?
The guy you were with at the carnival.
Ah, don't make me laugh. He was just in town for the celebration. I never saw him before tonight.
You always have made friends easily, haven't you?
Yeah. You'll pay for that crack. I gave you a few things to think about the other day, didn't I?
Yeah. I've been thinking about him. I've reached a decision.
What is it?
Come end of Frontier Week, I'm leaving town. Alone.
I don't think you will.
I don't think you'll do anything about
Jim will kill you when I tell him.
it. Look, A, I don't think you have enough nerve to tell him. B, even if you do, I don't think he'll believe you now, so just forget it.
Forget it. You're going to take me with you, understand? You're going to take me with you.
Take you with me to San Francisco? You must be out of your
You
mind.
think you're too good for me, don't you? You think I'm just a small-town hick? Well, this is what I think of you.
You shouldn't have done that, Helen. You've had something coming for a long time, and I'm going to
You
give
stay
it...
away from me, Mark.
Put that poker down.
It's red hot, Mark. See?
Burn me. You'll burn my chest, will you little...
Moments later, you're standing there in a daze, Mark, staring at Helen's lifeless body on the floor, then at the angry X-shaped burn on your chest. Finally, your mind begins to clear. You look around the room. There's no sign you've been there. And luckily, you're almost certain nobody saw you leave your hotel. You slip out the front door and look around. There's no one in sight. So you hurry back to your hotel room, rip off your charred shirt, and hide it temporarily in your closet. Then you collapse on your bed. The burn on your chest is throbbing painfully now, but you have no bandages or salve to put on it. So you just lie there staring into the darkness. And then finally, just before dawn, your eyes close from sheer fatigue.
Oh.
Melville?
Yeah.
This is Sheriff Horton.
What? Yes, Sheriff.
Can you come on over to my office right away?
Why, yes, of course. Is anything wrong?
Yeah, something's wrong.
And you know what he means, don't you, Mark? Helen's murder. Probably this is just routine, but you've got to be on guard. You put on a clean shirt and wince as the cloth brushes against the burn. 10 minutes later, you walk into the sheriff's office. With him are a circle of grim-faced men. Among them, Chambers, Conklin, and Jim Betterly. The sheriff doesn't lose any time questioning you.
Where were you last night, Melville?
Last night? Why, the carnival.
What time did you leave?
Oh, must have been almost 2. Everything was closing up. Why, Sheriff?
Where'd you go after you left the carnival?
To my hotel room.
Did you leave your room at all after that?
No. Look, would you mind telling me what this is all about?
Sometime between 2 and 3 this morning, Helen Wright was murdered.
Murdered? Oh, no.
Yeah, and I think you might have had something to do with it, Mobile.
Sheriff, I'm getting sick and tired of this guy throwing nasty accusations at me. 2 weeks ago, he got the crazy idea I was seeing Helen secretly. He even threatened me about it. But you admitted to me yourself, Betterly, that you were wrong just last night.
Yeah, that was before I talked to Joe Merrill.
Joe Merrill? Who's he?
He drives a truck between here and Little Creek every night. He says he's seen Helen riding on the highway more than once lately, and the man she was with looked like you.
Like me? Why, that's...
No, Betterly. Joe didn't make a positive identification. He said it was too dark.
Sheriff, this whole thing is ridiculous. Anyone that says I was ever with Helen is lying.
If I just had one little shred of proof, Melville, just one little shred...
But you don't, Betterly. There's no case against Melville, and you know it. Oh, there's no use arguing among ourselves. If we could just locate that stranger and pick him up, I got a strong hunch he's our boy.
Stranger? You mean the man Helen was with at the carnival last night?
Yeah.
You think he might have been the one who killed her?
Beginning to look that way.
Yeah, Melville dropped out of sight during the night. Apparently left town. No trace at all of him.
I think maybe if we could only catch up to him, we'd find the brand Helen slapped on him.
The brand?
Yeah. We found a poker and some charred bits of cloth on the floor beside her body. Looks like she branded her killer.
Oh, I see.
Look, Sheriff, I don't care what Melville says. I still think he's lying.
Now, listen,
I think he was sneaking around trying to see Helen behind her back. Maybe that's how it was. Maybe she refused to see him, so he killed her. If I could just prove you'd been seeing her, Melville.
Betterly, I'm afraid that wouldn't prove much.
What do you mean, Ed?
Well, I'm no particular friend of Melville's here, but all I say is that he was seeing Helen on the sly. He wasn't the first one or the only one.
What are you trying to say, Ed?
Oh, I'm sorry, Betterly, but, well, Helen and I, we were kind of running around together for a while, too.
That's a lie!
No, I'm afraid it isn't, Betterly.
You keep out of this, Conklin.
Oh, Helen and I had a few dates, too.
Helen and you? And Ed?
Yeah? I don't like to say this. Well, I guess it was the same with Ed as me. Just as much Helen's idea as it was ours. That's why I think probably it was this stranger that killed her. Helen had sort of a way.
Well, I guess that's enough for now. I'm sorry, Betterly. Melville, I don't think I'll need you anymore. You can go now.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, a brief weather forecast. Winter rains ahead. And every rain means more auto accidents. Consider, 1 out of every 5 deaths caused by autos occurs when roads are wet or slippery. Another 1 in 5 deaths occurs when driver's vision is obscured. Fortunately, there are 2 precautions you can take to avoid these hazards. 1, if a worn windshield wiper is leaving streaks across your vision, your signal dealer can install a fine new Rainmaster blade while you wait. And 2, if your tires are worn smooth, signal dealers can now equip your car with new 8-rib Lee Super Deluxe tires. The broader, flatter tread on these new Lee tires guarantees quicker stopping and greater non-skid protection. Well, there you have it. 2 items that can play a big part in helping you prevent an auto accident. So have your signal dealer check your windshield wiper and your tire treads this week. You'll feel a lot better knowing your car is equipped to take you safely through the rainy months ahead. And now back to the Whistler.
It was a stroke of luck you hadn't counted on, wasn't it, Mark? Just when things looked darkest for you, the unexpected character witness, Ed Chambers and Bud Conklin, took the pressure off you, didn't they? The surprising light they threw on Helen's activities makes the missing stranger a very promising suspect in her murder. So now you're as good as in the clear, and it's a very pleasant feeling, isn't it? Even the burn under your shirt, the killer's brand, doesn't seem to hurt as much anymore. You follow the men out of the sheriff's office. Betterly stands at the horse trough, staring emptily down at the water. And you go over to him.
Betterly, I'm sorry about what happened, Betterly.
Leave me alone, Melville.
Okay, Betterly.
Hey, what's that bunch of men heading this way for? Huh?
Oh, that's the Frontier Week Vigilante Committee.
Vigilante committee? Well, haven't they heard about what's happened?
I don't know. Guess not.
We better call the rest of this Frontier Week off, Melville.
Yeah, guess you're right.
Well, hey, look if it ain't the big boss himself. Looks like the joke's on you, Melville. Come on, take your medicine.
Hey, what is this? Let go of me.
This is Frontier Week, remember? And you don't have your hat on, so you get your head ducked.
Yeah.
What? Just a minute. I'll get my head. It's right inside the sheriff's
Oh,
office.
listen to him.
Yeah, come on, get your shirt off. We're going to duck you.
What? Shirt?
Sure.
Oh, no. No, get your hands off.
Hey, what's the matter? Can't you take it when the joke's on you?
Wait, I said, get your hands off.
Okay, boys, get his shirt off.
Let go of me.
Okay, we'll take your shirt off the hard way. Here goes.
The brand. That burn on his chest.
Ed, you better call the sheriff.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you To get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Rye Billsbury, Mercedes McCambridge, and William Conrad. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen and directed by Gordon T. Hughes, with story by Bob Reif and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. All characters portrayed on the Whistler program are fictional. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember, at the same time next Sunday, another strange tale by the Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Signal Oil Program. Yes, the Signal Oil Program. The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler, rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies independently operated Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. A mask for Kinsella.
Jim Kinsella couldn't seem to fix the beginning in his mind. If there was a beginning, it was all too confused. Like impressions out of a dream, patches of thought and action bouncing back at him. The excitement, the shouted warning, and then the explosion that rocked the small chemical laboratory and sent the world crashing down on him. They were dim at first, the voices, very faint, but growing stronger and coming closer all the time.
I was walking in the yard. Is he coming around, Doctor?
Yes, you'll be all right.
I still do not understand how the laboratory blew up that way.
Gradually, through it all, something was coming back, clearing in his mind. It had to do with his friend Ted Brewster, the laboratory deep in the Mexican wilderness where the two of them worked. Yes, Jim Kinsella remembered now how he'd gone back again into the lab after Ted, who shouldn't have been there at all that night. How he had risked the flames as Ted shouted hopelessly for help.
This is Jim, Ted. Where are you?
Easy, my boy. Don't try to talk.
Doctor, what's he trying to say?
What happened?
Now, it's all right. You're perfectly safe.
Where am I?
They brought you here to the hospital yesterday, after the accident out at your laboratory.
Yesterday?
Dr. Bauman, he's been doing everything for you.
Dr. Bauman?
That's right, my boy. Now, try to get to sleep for a while. Quiet now.
I don't seem to remember exactly what happened.
Oh, of course. You had a bad shock. It'll be a while before you recover fully. Your memory will be hazy for some time.
But these bandages, I can't see.
No. You had better get some sleep. Before too long, we'll remove these bandages. See what sort of a job I've done, eh?
Job?
On your face. It was a bit cut up, but don't worry. I've taken care of it.
Just get some rest now. Yeah, get some rest.
You can't sleep, can you, Jim? Thinking about Ted. Without asking, you know that Ted Brewster is dead. You remember now finding him in the wreckage of the laboratory. It's all you can think about in the days that follow. That and how fortunate you are to be alive. Then the day finally comes when Dr. Bauman decides it's time to remove your bandages.
All right, now. We shall see, eh? We will cut the bandages, nurse.
Yes, Doctor.
Here, help me unwind this. That's it. Gently.
It's like coming up for air, Doctor. A new life.
I'm certain you will be pleased with what we've done.
Well, I'm alive. That's enough for me.
Good. That's the way to feel about it. Oh, nurse, just cut this adhesive here.
Yes, Doctor.
That's it. That's it. And look.
Oh.
Don't I get a look, too?
Get me that mirror, nurse.
Yes. Here you are.
Thank you. That'll be all for now. You may go, nurse.
Yes, Doctor.
Well, Doctor.
There are some scars, but I'm sure we can take care of them later.
Oh, just so I got a face, Doctor.
You have, and a very good one, my boy. Here. The mirror. See for yourself.
Oh, thanks.
No. Don't worry about those scars. I warned you about them, but they'll clear up.
Oh, no. No, it isn't.
What is it? What's the matter, Mr. Brewster?
Mr. Brewster. He's calling you Mr. Brewster, isn't he, Jim? Yes. Because that's who he thinks you are. The realization races through your mind. He's made a mistake, Jim, a terrible mistake. And you're certain you know how it happened. In accomplishing his plastic surgery on your face, he must have worked from photographs of your friend, Ted Brewster, who was killed in the explosion. And the doctor's result is a well-fashioned replica of Ted's face.
Mr. Brewster, have you forgotten what you look like?
No. No, Dr. Bauman.
Then what is wrong?
He's asking you what's wrong, Jim. The man who's given you a new identity, a new face. And suddenly, something makes you decide that it isn't wrong after all. It might be the kind of thing you've been waiting for all your life. Yes, suddenly the thought hits you. With his explanation that there might be blank spots in your memory, your mind might fog out on occasion. It could make it simple, couldn't it? Simple to pass yourself off as the wealthy Ted Brewster.
Mr. Brewster, you haven't answered me. You certainly remember what you looked like, don't you? Is your mind blanking out?
No, Doctor. I'm all right.
You're satisfied then, Mr. Brewster?
Yes. I think you've done a perfect job for me. Perfect.
With the prologue of A Mask for Kinsella, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. It was just 2 weeks ago tonight that we first announced Signal's new supermotor fuel, new Signal Ethyl. But during these past 2 weeks, thousands of drivers throughout the West have discovered new driving pleasure that they hadn't dreamed was in their cars. For new Signal Ethyl is so superior, so vastly improved, you can actually feel the difference. Yes, drivers are discovering that when it comes to pickup, new Signal Ethyl puts new meaning into the word go. They're discovering that out on the highway, new Signal Ethyl puts a smoother, more effortless kind of power under your throttle. And when they soar up steep hills with the new Signal Ethyl, they've discovered that pings are a thing of the past. Does that sound like the kind of performance you'd enjoy from your car? Then here's a suggestion. Wait until your present gasoline runs fairly low. Then fill up with new Signal Ethyl. See if you don't feel a wonderful difference with Signal's new super motor fuel. New Signal Ethyl.
It's perfect, isn't it, Jim? This thing that's happened to you. The mistake Dr. Bauman has made. He's created a mask for you. A mask for Kinsella. And you're sure you know just how it happened. In repairing the damage to your face, Dr. Bauman, working from photographs of Ted, fashioned an almost perfect replica of Ted Brewster. And in a moment of terrible decision, you decided to leave it that way. Ted was killed in the explosion, but he had money back in the States and a wealthy aunt in San Diego who hasn't seen him for years. It's a gamble, isn't it, Jim? Posing as Ted Brewster. But knowing what you do of his past, what he's told you, you're certain there's a good chance you'll get by with it. The slow motor trip to the airport gives you time to think it through. Consider everything, including Mrs. Kinsella, your own wife in Mexico City. But your mind is made up. Somehow it was from the very first. And at the airport, you bid Dr. Bauman goodbye.
Well, Dr. Bauman, it's the end of the line. I can't thank you enough.
End of the line? Oh, don't say that, my boy. All this may be the beginning for you.
Yes, it may be at that, Doctor.
Flight 24 for the West, El Paso, Amarillo, San Diego, Los Angeles, San Francisco. Passengers will board the plane at gate number 3, please.
Yeah, that's me. Points west. Goodbye, Doctor.
Goodbye, Mr. Brewster. Ted?
Something in his tone, Jim. The way he said the name makes you wonder, doesn't it? Wonder if Dr. Bauman realizes he's made a mistake, that you're not Ted Brewster after all. You dismiss the thought long before the flight ends, because if he knew anything was wrong, he would surely have said something, at least to you. Yes, Jim, any fears or doubts you might have had are wiped away by the joyous greeting you receive at San Diego Airport from Ted Brewster's aging aunt.
Oh, Ted. Ted, my boy, so many years, and now to see you.
You're not disappointed, Aunt Louise?
No, of course not.
My face, it isn't too pretty.
Oh, stop that talk right now, do you hear? It's you, and you're alive and back. That's all that matters to us.
Us?
Oh, you've forgotten.
Aunt Louise, the doctor, he said that I'd have trouble for a while, my memory. He said there'd be occasional lapses, blank spots.
I understand. But I still have a surprise for you, even if you don't remember. Judy Adams.
Judy? Oh, yes. I always thought a lot of her.
Judy? Yes,
Miss Brewster?
Over here, dear.
Ted.
Dear, Ted's just explained something you should know about. He's going to have, what is it, Ted? Blank spots?
Yeah, temporary amnesia, kind of. Hello, Judy.
Ted. Oh, Ted.
Do I look all right to you?
You look wonderful.
Blank spots and all?
Oh, Ted, it's so good to have you back. Come on now, children. We're going home, the three of us, together.
The worst is over, isn't it, Ted? You've been accepted. It's a lucky thing you said you remember Judy. And her attitude makes your position stronger than ever. Only you have to be careful. Always on guard. Like the afternoon when you're walking with her in the garden at Aunt Louise's home.
Oh, it's pleasant here, isn't it, Judy? I've always wanted a place like this. I've always enjoyed this garden.
Ted,
Yes?
you don't really remember this garden, do you?
No, I guess not.
Well, before you went away, we went walking here. But, well, that's close to 10 years ago, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess it is, Judy. Gosh, Judy, this must be kind of rough on you. I mean, the way my mind does these flip-flops, remembering one day, forgetting the next.
Oh, it's all right. Only...
What?
Nothing, Ted. Nothing at all.
Her attitude worries you, doesn't it? You wonder if something you've done or said has made her suspicious. But a few evenings later, it seems to be all right.
Well, Ted,
How does it feel to be back in a nightclub again?
Oh, okay. Feels fine. I'd forgotten what it was like.
You don't remember this place, do you?
Vaguely. I'm afraid I've forgotten a lot of things, Judy. My mind's still pretty much of a blank.
I know. The accident must have been a terrible shock.
Yeah, you just have to bear with me, I'm afraid.
Of course. I understand, Ted. Ted?
Yeah?
I thought you were taking me to Tony's for dinner.
Oh, sure, I would.
Well, you just drove right past it.
Oh. I'm sorry, Judy. I just wasn't thinking. I'm in that fog again.
It's all right, Ted. I know.
It's been a convenient excuse, hasn't it, Jim? Those moments, all too many of them, when your mind becomes clouded. It helps you cover up when you make a mistake. And you're certain now that Judy isn't suspicious at all. Everything is going well, and you become more and more confident as days pass. Then, one afternoon, as you return to the house...
Oh, Ted, there was someone here to see you a little while ago.
To see me, Aunt Louise? Who was it?
Didn't leave his name. Emily told him you'd be back before evening.
What did he want?
Didn't mention. Emily said he was tall, heavy-set man. Said he looked like a Seamus.
What?
Seamus, that's what Emily called him. A detective. Goodness, I don't know where Emily picks up these strange phrases. What's the matter, Ted?
Nothing, Aunt Louise. Nothing.
The news is more than a little disturbing, isn't it, Jim? And you wonder if Emily, Aunt Louise's housekeeper, was right, thinking the man who called at the house was a detective. That evening at dinner, he's still on your mind, isn't he? You're hardly listening to Ted's aunt as she chatters on gaily. And then something she says penetrates your thoughts.
What did you say?
I said, how long do you think you can go on trying to fool me?
What? I don't understand.
I knew from the moment you stepped off that plane.
You did? You knew?
Of course. Anybody can see you're still in love with Judy, aren't you?
Oh.
Of course you are. I knew somehow you'd never forget her. But there's something on your mind, isn't there, I've noticed?
Well, yes, there is something on my mind.
You want to go back to Mexico, don't you? To build a new laboratory. But you don't think it'd be right to ask Judy to go with you?
Yeah, it's something like that.
Why don't you ask her, Ted? She's very much in love with you.
Is she?
Oh, my goodness, you men. Can't you see it? Does a building have to fall on you before
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes? What is it, Emily?
There's a phone call for Mr. Brewster.
Probably Judy.
No, ma'am. It's a gentleman. Didn't give his name. I'm thinking it's the same one who was here this afternoon.
Excuse me.
Oh, don't be long, dear.
Hello?
Mr. Brewster? Ted Brewster?
Yes, who's this?
An old friend, Ted. I would like to see you.
Oh?
I'm at the Carlton Apartments, 607 Crescent Place. Let us say around 10 o'clock, Ted.
Now, look, what's this all about?
607 Crescent Place, apartment 3. It's very important, especially to you.
Hello? Hello?
You stare at the telephone for a moment, then slowly replace the receiver, your hand trembling. There's something about the voice, a familiar ring to it, but you can't place it. As you walk back to the dining room, you search your mind for a clue that will reveal the owner of that voice. But it's no use. A couple of hours after dinner is over, you make excuses to Aunt Louise and hurry out of the house. Quarter of an hour later, you arrive at 607 Crescent Place. You're tense and nervous as you ring the bell at apartment 3.
Hello, Ted.
Bauman. Dr. Bauman.
Surprised, my boy? Come in, come in. Sit down. Make yourself comfortable.
Thanks.
I was about to fix myself a drink. Will you join me?
Oh, I'll take a rain check.
Anything you say.
What's on your mind, Doctor? You said it was important.
Sure you won't have a drink, my boy?
No, thanks.
Well, here's to success. Yours and mine, Jim.
Jim, I don't follow you.
Oh, now, come, Mr. Kinsella. Let us not play games.
You're a little confused, Doctor.
No, I don't think so. After all, this was my idea, Jim.
Your idea?
It wasn't a mistake, my giving you that face.
I see.
It was an inspiration, a challenge. I decided to gamble. You see, several years ago, I lost my license due to an unfortunate mistake. That's why I was in Mexico.
Go on.
I knew quite a bit about you, Jim. You and Ted Brewster and quite a few other people. It's a little hobby of mine, let us say.
So?
So I was certain that you would see the opportunity I placed before you. The advantages of a new face, a new life, money.
And now you want in. A ride on the gravy train.
Exactly. I expect to be paid for my services.
Suppose I refuse.
Oh, you would not be so stupid, my boy. I could make things so very difficult for you. I could inform Mr. Brewster's aunt, and let me see, there is a girl, too, Judy, and Mrs. Kinsella, your wife, in Mexico. I think she would like to know.
I could tell them all this was your idea. And it was, Doctor.
This I could deny. I could be properly horrified by the ghastly mistake I had made. My reason for coming here to the States, you see. After making one mistake, I wanted to be certain.
How much do you want?
Half. Half of Brewster's money.
Half?
Oh, not all at once, of course. I can be quite reasonable, my boy, and patient. Let us say the first payment shall be $5,000. Tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night? No, wait a minute. I can't get it that quickly.
You will try, my boy. You will try very hard.
Listen, if you'll give me till the end of the week...
That is out of the question. I have certain things to take care of. Expenses. I must have the money tomorrow night. Let us say around this same time.
All right. All right, Doctor. You'll get it.
As you leave Bauman's apartment, a plan begins to take shape in your mind. If you can stall him off for a few days, long enough for you to get a few $1,000s, you can run away, can't you? Change your name. Bauman or the police will never find you. But you know, that would mean leaving Judy behind. And you don't want to do that. No, you really want to stay on here as Ted Brewster. You want to keep all the money for yourself. And you realize you're really in love with Judy. As you drive back to the house, you tell yourself there must be a way to prevent Bauman from ruining everything. You spend a sleepless night thinking about it. It stays with you the following day. And then that evening, as you sit in the car with Judy, looking out over the ocean.
Oh, it's been a perfect evening, Judy. Did you really mean what you said about Mexico? Going back with me, I mean?
You know I did, darling.
Oh, you're wonderful, Judy. What time is it?
Why, it's a few minutes to 9. Why?
Do you mind if we go back now? There's something I have to do.
Tonight?
Yes, I might as well get it over as soon as possible.
All right, darling. Whatever you say.
Now, I'll have to take care of this little matter before we can start making any plans, Judy. It's something I've got to do.
A half hour after you've left Judy, you're entering the apartment building on Crescent Street. You hurry upstairs to Dr. Bauman's apartment. Ring the buzzer. And as you wait, the hand in your coat pocket closes tightly around the gun.
Well, my boy, right on time, I see.
Hello, Doctor.
Come in. Do you have something for me, Jim?
Yeah. Yeah, I have something for you, Dr. Bauman. But I don't think you're going to like it. Not one bit.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. You know, when Mother Nature created oil, she provided a mighty fine lubricant for automobile motors. But doesn't it stand to reason that in this modern day and age, a lubricant scientifically developed to protect motors should be even better? That's why more and more drivers are switching to Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil. Naturally, this improved type Signal oil starts off with nature's finest lubricant, 100% pure paraffin base. But in addition, Signal Premium Oil contains scientific new compounds that do specific jobs which oil alone cannot do. For instance, one compound in Signal Premium keeps your motor clean, free of carbon, gum, and varnish. Another compound in Signal Premium Oil prevents bearing corrosion. And still other compounds help in other ways to keep your motor young. No wonder Signal Premium Oil makes motors sing. So for the good of your car and your pocketbook, make your next oil change a change to the improved type Signal Oil that does so much more than just lubricate. Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil.
It's over, isn't it, Jim? For what seems like hours, you stare at the lifeless body of Dr. Bauman, dazed by what you've done. The one man who could strip the mask from your face, the only man who could reveal your true identity, is dead. And so are you as Jim Kinsella. You've a new life before you now as Ted Brewster, with money, position, a wealthy aunt, and Judy, the girl who has promised to marry you. And now, with one last look at Dr. Bauman, confident you're in the clear, you turn and start for the door. And then, as you open it...
Hello.
What is it?
Homicide. We're looking for Dr. Bauman.
Bauman?
This is his apartment.
Well, I'm sorry. He isn't in.
Oh, isn't he? Well, that's too bad. We wanted to talk to him about an explosion.
What?
Yeah, at a chemical laboratory.
I know the doctor quite well. Could I help you? Can't you tell me what it's all about?
The Mexican police asked us to check it for them. A few days back, a woman confessed that she persuaded Bauman to do a nasty little job for her a couple of months ago.
A woman?
Mm-hmm. Bauman's girlfriend. Seems she was tired of her husband, wanted him out of the way so she could marry Bauman. And last week, Bauman ran out on her. She got sore and tipped off the police.
Tipped off the police?
Yeah, to the explosion. And that Bauman was responsible for it. I guess she was just like a lot of other scorned women. Apparently, Mrs. Kinsella and the doctor...
Mrs. Kinsella?
That's right. Bauman's girlfriend, Mrs. Jim Kinsella. Now, look, friend, we're coming in.
No, I told you Bauman wasn't in.
We know he is. We saw him come in. Now, come on, out of the way. We want a murderer, and we're going to get him.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess you are.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Jeff Chandler, Francis Robinson, and Paul McVeigh. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, based on a story by Richard Creedon, with music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. Remember at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now, stay tuned for the program that has rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
Signal gasoline.
Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler. For extra driving pleasure, the signal to look for is the yellow and black circle sign that identifies Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And for Sunday evening listening pleasure, the signal to listen for is this whistle that identifies the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now the Whistler's strange story, Confession.
The group around Dr. Rourke's bed moved away as he beckoned with his last remaining strength, indicated that he wanted to be alone with his son. It was all right, the nurse decided, because his boy, James Rourke, was a doctor himself. She directed the others out, moved silently after them, and closed the door. James sat on the edge of the bed and listened at what his father had to say. It was an amazing story, something the dying man had to clear up. It wasn't really his own story, but that of one Tony Delgado, former public enemy number one. It was late. The steamer dock almost deserted when the big car pulled up near the gangplank. And Tony Delgado stepped out and turned to the driver.
Salidi.
Yeah, Tony?
Not Tony, you fool. You want me picked up before this tub even sails?
Okay, not Tony. What do you got on your passport?
Tony Delgado is no more. The boss is now David Delmas.
Delmas? It's kind of close, isn't it, Mikhail?
Should be close, Chief, so you don't slip.
I'm not slipping. Just see that you guys don't. You do any singing, Salidi, one little bit...
Why do you
now...
always think I'm going to be the opera star? I don't sing to nobody.
See that you don't.
You better go aboard, Chief.
Yeah. Nice trip, Mr. Delmar.
Go on, get back in the car. Here, Chief, here's your passport.
Thanks, Mikhail. You're okay?
I'll keep an eye on Salidi for you, don't worry. You'll make it, Chief.
Sure, I always have. Well, so long, Mikhail. Don't take any lead slugs.
You watch from the rail as the lights from the Golden Gate fade into the distance. And you feel safe, secure, don't you, Tony? It's like the beginning of a new life, one that's free of the police. A new life under another name, David Delmas. You enjoy it even more only a few hours later at a cocktail party on board, when you manage a meeting with a very exciting girl, Sharon Phillips. You feel a sense of amusement inside as you introduce yourself in the ship's lounge.
No, not at all.
Delmas. David Delmas.
Oh, it's a pleasure, Mr. Delmas.
Well, they say that shipboard friendships sometimes lead to all kinds of things.
So?
May I get you another cocktail?
If you like. Manhattan, please.
Sure.
Oh, just a moment. I want you to meet someone. An old friend.
Oh?
Doctor. Dr. Rourke.
Rourke.
Over here, Doctor.
Oh, hello, Sharon. So you decided to take the trip after all.
Dr. Rourke, Mr. Delman.
Hi.
How do you do?
I'll get that drink for you, Sharon.
Oh, and hurry back, won't you?
Yeah, sure.
It's a shock, isn't it, Tony, seeing Dr. Rourke? And you know that it surprised him, too. It's been a long time, hasn't it? And you know that you must talk to him alone and soon. He's gone when you return with Sharon Phillips' drink. But later, out on the deck, you see him standing by the aft rail, quietly smoking his pipe, and you saunter over.
Well, we meet again, Dr. Rourke.
Oh, yes. I wondered when you'd be cornering me alone, Mr. Delgado.
Delmas. David Delmas.
I don't suppose I have to ask you why you're traveling under an assumed name. The police again.
Yeah, the police again. But, Doc...
Yeah?
You're going to keep my secret. Not say anything.
Am I?
You haven't said anything yet?
No. No, I haven't.
You're wise, Doc. Very wise. I could mess up your life, too, you know.
In what way?
There's your memory, Doc. The time you fixed up my shoulder. After that hunting accident.
I remember.
Sure. And you remember it wasn't a hunting accident at all.
I learned that later, Tony.
Make it Dave. David Delmas.
Don't tell me what to make it. I'll say what I please. When and to whom. You can't threaten me, Delgado.
Sure, I know. Your son, he's a doctor, too, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
I wonder how his associates would feel if they heard his old man, Dr. Rourke Sr., had helped a criminal and never said anything about it.
My son, you wouldn't...
I would. So just forget Tony Delgado. Or your son, young Dr. Rourke, will have his life messed up, but good.
I see. You're running away, I suppose?
Yeah, you suppose good, Doc. What are you doing? One of your own prescriptions, maybe? A little sea voyage?
I'm doing a favor for a friend.
Oh? Is he on board?
Yes.
Don't go getting any ideas you can tell him about me. I want no one to know, Doc, till I'm free and clear. Then it doesn't make any difference.
I understand.
Just skip mentioning anything to your friend. Understand that, too.
It would scarcely matter if I did. My friend is making his last voyage.
Oh?
His body is in a casket in the hold. I'm escorting him to his final resting place. His last request.
Oh. Okay, Doc. I guess you won't do any talking. I'll see you around.
Not if I can avoid it.
Oh, did I hurt your feelings, old man? Well, forget it, see? I'll call on you any time for anything, and you'll do whatever Tony Delgado says. Sorry, I forgot my new name. Delmas. David Delmas. He speaks a little differently from Delgado. Delmas is going to be a real gent. But he's the same guy, Doc. The same guy.
H.F. Hansen of San Diego is the Whistler fan to whom we are sending a $20 Signal gasoline book this week as a token of our appreciation for writing this limerick. There was a young man from Del Mar who traded his horse for a car. After many a test, he found Signal gas best, 'cause it made his new car go so far.
Signal, signal, signal gasoline. Your car will go far with Go Father gasoline.
We're glad that our friend from Del Mar found Signal gas best, but he really wouldn't have had to make all those tests if he had just followed the lead of that increasing number of drivers who each year are switching to Signal. In fact, so many drivers have switched to Signal that the number of independent Signal stations has grown and grown, from a modest beginning in Southern California into an organization serving 6 western states, from Canada to Mexico. Wouldn't you like to discover what has made so many folks prefer Signal gasoline above all others? Then next time your gas tank gets thirsty, just remember the advice on those Signal billboards you've seen. Next time, fill up with Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline.
It's clear sailing again, isn't it, Tony? As David Delmas, you're safe on the ship. Not a worry. And Dr. Rourke will say nothing. Because he's afraid that his son, a young doctor with a bright future, will be hurt by the knowledge that his father once helped a criminal. He took a bullet out of your shoulder, didn't he, Tony? After a bank job. He didn't know. But it's the same now after all these years. He'd never be believed. And you'll take any advantage to be safe. You think very little about it the next few days. You're too busy with that girl, Sharon Phillips. She's exciting, isn't she, Tony? And seemingly very interested in you.
Oh, you won again. David, I'm afraid I'm no shuffleboard player.
Oh, David. I like you to call me that, Sharon.
David, what do you do? Your work, I mean.
Why do you ask that?
Oh, no reason except that, well, we have been seeing a good deal of one another. I asked Dr. Rourke if he knew anything
Rourke,
about...
what did he say?
Why, nothing. Nothing at all. That's why I asked you.
Oh, Sharon, I'm just a guy moving about, seeking...
Seeking?
Yeah. Someone like you.
David, the steward's coming. I don't think...
Oh, the fool. What is it, Stewart?
Mr. Delmas, could I see you alone, sir?
Sure. We'll dance twice around the main funnel. What do you want?
Later then, sir. Alone.
Look, what is this?
I don't mind, David. I'll join you later. In the salon.
Not much later. 10 minutes, Sharon. Now, boy.
Easy, Tony.
What?
I might not like that.
Tony, where did you...
I've seen your picture.
So what?
This, Mr. Delgado. This radiogram from San Francisco. From Mr. David Delmas.
Let me see. Salidi's singing received well here. Anticipate big reception for you in Australia. McHale. Salidi, that double-crossing little squealer. If I...
Tipped off the cops, huh?
If I ever get my hands
Save
on
your
him...
breath, Mr. Delgado. You can still lick him from here. You got a Sunday punch.
Yeah?
Yeah. Your friend, Dr. Rourke.
What about Rourke?
He's escorting a stiff, isn't he?
So?
So? What's to prevent us from, disposing of his quiet friend? You take his place in the casket, go ashore as nice as you please. Nobody's the wiser.
Hey, you're a bright boy. And your end of it?
Just give me a little help, that's all.
Help?
Yeah. Maybe you could get a little package ashore for me.
What's in it?
$1 million in diamonds. You just take it in with you, deliver it to me later. We both get a break. I'll pick it up after you're safe on shore. What do you say?
I'll have to think it over. I'll get in touch with you.
Okay. But remember, it's your only chance.
It's a way out, isn't it, Tony? But you're not certain you want to take it. You tell yourself there must be another way you can escape the police. We'll be waiting for you when your boat docks at Sydney. In the days that follow, you search for the answer. Find yourself thinking more and more of the steward's plan. Then one evening, as you stroll along the half-deserted deck...
Evening, Mr. Delmas. Beautiful night, isn't it?
Yes, it is, Stewart. Do you have a light?
Righto. Here you are, sir.
Thanks.
Oh, been a pleasant voyage, wouldn't you say, sir? Too bad it'll all be over soon. Dock day after tomorrow, you know.
Yeah, I know.
By the way, Mr. Delmas, Miss Phillips has been inquiring about you.
What?
Asked if I'd seen you. She's in the lounge.
Oh, thanks.
Nice young lady, that Miss Phillips. Seems quite taken by you. If I may say so, sir.
That's so?
I got eyes, you know. Yes, sir. Very attractive woman. Lots of money, too, I hear. Too bad if anything happened to spoil your beautiful friendship. Like the police. Hey, Mr. Delmas?
Yeah, it would be too bad.
Been thinking any more about my proposition?
Sure, I've been thinking about it.
It's a deal?
It's a deal. Bring the package to my stateroom in 10 minutes.
Here's the package. All wrapped up nice and proper.
It's not a very big one, is it?
Well, not very, but it's worth $1 million.
What's your cut?
$20,000 on delivery.
All right, beat it. I'll take care of things from now on.
Is Dr. Rourke in on it?
Not yet, but I'll handle him.
You understand that part's between you and the doc.
Sure.
Well, gotta get topside.
All right, just a minute.
Yeah?
How do I get this package to you when I'm ashore?
Don't worry, Tony. I'll be close by. All the time.
After he's left your cabin, your gaze wanders back to the small package lying on the desk. You stare at it for a moment. Then quickly you walk over to it and rip it open. You're examining the contents of the package when quickly you close the box. Slip it into the desk drawer.
Come in.
Hello, David.
Oh, Sharon. Come in.
I was beginning to wonder where you disappeared to.
Oh, I was just on my way up to the lounge.
Oh. The Fenways have asked a few people to their stateroom. Want to go along?
Have I been invited?
Oh, have you? Mrs. Fenway won't take no for an answer.
What's the occasion?
Oh, nothing special. There'll be drinks and cards, I suppose. Mrs. Fenway has suddenly discovered the game of blackjack. She's crazy about it.
Wait till she starts losing.
Come on, David. The Fenways are waiting.
I have to go up on deck for a minute, Sharon.
Oh.
Why don't you run along? I'll join you later.
Oh? All right.
Go on, honey. It's important I take care of this matter right away. Very important. Oh, steward.
Huh? Oh, Mr. Delmas. I didn't see you. Rather dark here.
Yeah, nice and dark.
Out for a bit of a stroll?
I am. Join me?
Well,
Come on, it's business. You'd like to make 10 grand easily, wouldn't you, steward?
10 grand?
When I left the States, there was a reward out on me. 10 grand.
Is that so?
Yeah, that's so. You knew about that, didn't you?
Why, no. No, I didn't.
You figured you'd like to collect, didn't you?
Why, I don't know what you're talking about.
You wanted to hide me out where the cops couldn't find me, then you'd lead them to me. How am I doing?
Oh, that's crazy. Why would I turn you in for 10 grand when you're holding a package for me that's worth 20?
I opened it, Buster.
You opened it?
Yeah. All I found was a handful of dime store glass. Now, how about it?
Now, wait a minute. You got me all wrong.
No, I don't think so.
What are you going to do?
You're a smart punk. You can figure it out, can't you?
It was easy, wasn't it, Tony? The steward won't bother you anymore. Sharon and the rest of the passengers will think he's fallen overboard. When you retire for the night, you're confident you're in the clear, that your plan can't fail. Then the following morning, there's a knock on your stateroom door.
Come in.
Your breakfast, sir.
Oh, thank you. Set it down here, will you?
Yes, sir.
You're new, aren't you? Where's the other steward I had?
Well, it's rather odd, sir. He's disappeared.
What?
The ship has been searched. He isn't aboard.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir. One of the passengers on the deck last night thought he heard a splash.
You mean the steward might have fallen overboard?
That's exactly what might have happened, Mr. Delmar.
Oh, Dr. Rourke. Good morning.
Good morning.
That'll be all, Stewart.
Yes, sir.
Too bad about the steward falling overboard, wasn't it?
Yeah, tough. Well, accidents will happen.
I don't think it was an accident.
You join me, Doctor?
Thanks. I've already had breakfast.
The eggs look good. You sure you won't
No.
You were saying, Doctor.
It wasn't an accident, was it?
Accident? Oh, you mean the steward.
How does it feel to be a murderer? I've often wondered.
Have some coffee, Doc?
He knew too much about you, didn't he? I noticed from the first day when he saw us talking together. He was rather inquisitive, in a guarded sort of way. Probably recognized you.
He was a smart little operator, Doc, but not smart enough. I hated to do it, especially after he'd given me that bright idea.
What bright idea?
Way of getting off this boat. You see, the police are going to be waiting for me when the boat docks in Sydney.
What?
Mm-hmm. Sit down, Doc. Sit down. You know, it's going to be tough for both of us if they grab me. Tough on your son, too.
What are you going to do?
Well, there's a way I can slip past them, if you'll help. And I'm pretty certain you will, Doc.
How?
You told me you're accompanying an old friend to his final resting place.
Yes, that's right.
Sure. And that's how I'm going to slip off this boat. They'll never think of looking there for me.
You're not suggesting that...
Right again. We make a switch.
No, I can't do that. I won't.
Relax, Doc, relax.
You can't ask me to do such a thing.
I'm not asking, I'm telling. What's more, you'll keep your mouth shut or you know what happens to your son. Now beat it, huh?
Now, listen to me.
We'll be talking tomorrow night. I'll let you know in plenty of time. Plenty of time.
You watch Dr. Rourke as he backs out of your stateroom, a stunned, horrified look on his face. You're not worried, are you, Tony? You know he'll go through with it for his son's sake. You spend the rest of the day with Sharon, enjoying the deck games, chatting pleasantly with the other passengers. And then early that evening, when you've just finished dressing for dinner, you pour yourself a drink. A knock on your stateroom door interrupts your first sip. One of the ship's officers steps into the room.
Yes, what is it?
I'll have to ask you to come with me, sir.
Oh?
Captain wants to see you.
What about?
If you'll come quietly, Mr. Delgado.
Delgado?
We've just received a radiogram from the San Francisco police.
Oh, I see. Mind if I finish my drink? Would you care for one?
If you'll come with me, sir.
Oh, come on. Have a drink.
An instant after you throw the drink in his face, your fist connects with his chin, and he slumps to the floor. Quickly, you close the door, stand for a moment with your back to it, your mind spinning wildly. They've discovered you now, haven't they, Tony? And you've got to move fast. Leaving the unconscious officer sprawled out on the floor, you hurry to Dr. Rourke's stateroom.
That's what I said. Now. It's got to be now.
But we don't dock until tomorrow.
Sure, but as soon as that officer wakes up, they'll be tearing this boat inside out looking for me.
Please, Delgado, don't ask me to
Look,
do
I
this.
haven't got time to argue. Get going. I'll wait here for you.
The minutes drag by, and you wait for Dr. Rourke to return. Pace his stateroom floor, stopping occasionally to pour yourself a drink from the decanter on the nightstand. An hour goes by, and then finally...
Where have you been?
I had to be careful.
Is everything all set?
Yes, I just had a talk with the captain.
What? Are you double-crossing?
No, wait. I told him I thought I saw you trying to hide in one of the lifeboats. Huh? Saw you lose your footing.
Oh, I see.
The boat is circling the area now.
Hey, pretty smart. Pretty smart, Doc. Yeah, that calls for a drink.
I could use one. I see you've helped yourself.
Yeah, I've had a few. It'll make me feel better while I'm resting in that box down below.
Tony, there's something I've got to
Look,
tell you.
we've talked enough.
But this is
I
important.
know all I need to know. Now, come on, finish your drink. We're going down into the hole where you can make me nice and comfortable.
But, Tony...
I said come on. I don't want to talk about it anymore.
Very well. You seem to be giving the orders.
Here's some hot weather mathematics for drivers. Take the temperature of the day, add 2,800 degrees, the temperature inside the cylinder head of the average motor. That adds up to a lot of heat. Good reason why your motor needs the protection of the improved type Signal oil that's engineered to stand up under heat. Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil. You see, in addition to 100% pure paraffin base, Signal Premium contains scientific compounds that do things which oil alone cannot do. One of these compounds, for instance, keeps Signal Premium from breaking down at high temperatures and forming harmful gum or varnish. Another compound prevents bearing corrosion, and still another compound actually removes carbon. That's why we call Signal Premium the oil that does so much more than just lubricate. So if you want your motor to stay young, get your next oil change at a Signal station. Change to the improved type Signal oil that stands up under heat. Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil.
In stunned silence, young Dr. Rourke sat on the edge of his father's bed, listening to the dying man as he told his story in a voice that had now faded to a bare whisper. The end was near for the elder Dr. Rourke, and as his son James leaned forward to catch the last few remaining words, an expression of horror crossed his face.
Dad, you let Tony Delgado get away?
No. No, son. He didn't get away.
But you let him take another man's place in the casket. Your friend.
Yes. He took my friend's place in the casket. The body I was accompanying to its final resting place. But, you see, there was something Tony Delgado didn't know.
Oh, what was that, Dad?
That my friend had chosen as his final resting place a burial at sea, somewhere near Australia.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Remember, if you would like the fun of having your friends hear a limerick of yours on The Whistler, the address to which to send it is Signal Oil Company, Los Angeles, California. All limericks become the property of Signal Oil Company. Those selected for use on The Whistler will be chosen by our advertising representatives on the basis of humor, suitability, and originality. So, of course, they must be your own composition. Featured in tonight's story were Ira Grossell and Herb Butterfield. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, directed by Sterling Tracy, with story by Joel Malone and Adrian Jean Doe. Music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember, at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler.
S-G-N-A-L, Signal gasoline.
Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now, stay tuned for the program that has rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
Signal gasoline.
Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler. For extra driving pleasure, the signal to look for is the yellow and black circle sign that identifies Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And for Sunday evening listening pleasure, the signal to listen for is this whistle that identifies the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now the Whistler's strange story, The Eager Pigeon.
It was neither the best side of town nor the best cocktail bar. But Danny Thorpe's pocketbook wasn't in a very choosy mood or condition. Danny's clothes suggested better things. And, as on other occasions, he was counting on them to make things pick up. That was when he first saw her, or rather her reflection in the big mirror across the back of the bar. She was sitting alone, looking thoughtful and beautiful. She also looked out of place in these surroundings. Danny was curious and never wanted to stand on ceremony. He picked up his drink and went over.
Excuse me. This seat taken?
What? Oh. There seems to be plenty of room at the bar.
Oh, sure. But why trade reflections when the real thing's only a few feet away, Well, we can confine the conversation to the weather. Warm night, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Might even rain.
It might.
But that's not what you're worried about.
Worried?
Oh, it shows.
Does it? Really? Well, it's my brother. Do you come in here often?
Yeah, I come in here often.
Maybe you've seen my brother. He drinks too much.
That's bad. Very bad.
He was wearing a check coat, tall, wavy hair.
The coat?
My brother. Well, that's something.
What's that?
First time I've laughed in a week.
Well, things are bad all over.
I wonder if... No, I guess not.
Try me.
No. You certainly aren't in need of money. A man who dresses...
Now, easy, lady. Don't mention that stuff and then run away. Money, you said?
Yes.
Oh, I'm always interested. Your brother really isn't it, is it?
No. It's nothing very much. I just need help, that's all. There's $50 for the right party.
Have Tux, will travel. Outline the job, sweetheart.
Are you serious?
If you are.
All right. But first I'll have to make a phone call. Excuse me a moment.
As she moves away, you look after her, telling yourself that it's the fastest deal you've ever managed. But suddenly you begin to wonder, don't you, Danny? Consider. Then you ask yourself if it might not be too easy. A moment later, you slip out from the booth you're sitting in, make your way quietly to a booth further back, and just outside the little hallway where she went to make a phone call. You sit down, lean back, and find that you can even hear the sound of the dialing. A pause, and then she gets her party. You crane your head to listen carefully.
Hello, Otto? Monica. It's all set, Otto. I found someone. Yes, in the bar. You'd better get ready. I'm bringing home a very eager pigeon.
You get up quickly, walk back to where she left, and sit down to wait. The picture has changed fast, hasn't it, Danny? And you had good reason to wonder about this girl. To use her words, she's bringing home an eager pigeon. You deliberate for a moment, almost decide to walk out, but you don't. You never do. Instead, you finish your drink, sit back and wait, but not for long, Danny.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
You said $50, didn't you?
50.
Oh, I don't mind waiting.
You'll be pleased then. It's all set. It's all right.
What's all set? All right.
Well, I'd rather not talk here. We can go to my apartment.
Now, don't tell me it's right around the corner, not in this neighborhood.
Hardly. I have my car.
I have my hat.
Let's go.
You walk out with her, help her into a convertible car that matches the clothes. She smiles again and swings the car out into the traffic stream. You study her face as she watches ahead. A strange setup, isn't it, Dan? Interesting. And with what you already know about her, there might be considerably more than $50 in this evening for you. Yes, if you're careful, watchful, you might turn her plan, whatever it is, into something for yourself. You've handled fast deals before, haven't you? Yes, and you've always come out ahead. 20 minutes later, she turns into the garage of a smart apartment building. Together, you ride up in an automatic elevator. You decide that it's time to switch the balance of power.
What apartment?
502.
You, haven't told me your name either.
Oh, sorry. It's
Monica. Yeah, I heard.
you.
No, you don't. Give me that purse.
Let it alone. Keep your hand.
Well, fancy finding a gun in your purse.
Is there anything wrong with a girl carrying something to defend herself?
No. There's nothing wrong with a boy doing the same thing, especially when it's your gun and I'm the boy who's got it. It's a big, bad, wicked city, sweetheart. Boys and girls can get hurt.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Here we are, 5th floor. After you, Monica. I'm interested in what you got in apartment 502. Very interested.
Mrs. Otta Buell of Oregon City is the Whistler fan to whom we are sending a $20 Signal gasoline book this week as a token of our appreciation for writing this limerick. Our car was anemic and slow till we gave it the gas with more go. On Signal ethyl diet, when we park it, we tie it. It doesn't run fast, it flies low.
Signal, signal, signal gasoline. Your car will go far with go-father gasoline.
Oh, Mrs. Buell's limerick certainly hit the nail on the head in describing the extra driving pleasure you enjoy with Signal ethyl gasoline. And speaking of pleasure, if you'd like the fun of having a limerick of yours read on the Whistler, the address to which to send it is Signal Oil Company, Los Angeles, California. You'll receive a $20 Signal gasoline book if your limerick is read on the Whistler. And all limericks become the property of Signal Oil Company. Selection is made by our advertising representatives on the basis of humor, suitability, and originality. So, of course, your limerick must be your own composition. Remember, the address to which to send your limerick is Signal Oil Company, Los Angeles, California.
Well, Danny, you've walked into something, haven't you? From the cocktail bar to this fancy apartment. And as you follow Monica down the hall toward apartment 502, you keep watching her, waiting for her to break, to stop and tell you what it's all about. Why she picked you up and lied to you about some sort of innocent job she wanted done. Finally, when you're only a few feet away from the door of the apartment, you decide it's time to stop her. You touch her gently between the shoulder blades with a little revolver you took from her purse.
We'll hold it right here, baby. Conference time. Now, I want you to tell me who you talked to on the phone. Who's Otto?
Otto?
That's what you tagged him. I also heard you say you'd bring the pigeon right up.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Is Otto the boyfriend? The jealous husband? What is this, a shakedown?
No, nothing like that.
Don't let the clothes fool you. Look, lady, you could turn me upside down and not shake out a nickel.
Please get out of here. Let me alone.
Come on, move, honey. I'll follow. I'm just busting to meet Otto. I may even bust Otto. All right, open up.
But...
Go on inside and then call him. No warning, understand? After you, sweetheart. Come on, call the guy.
Otto? Otto?
Yeah, we're right there. I'm wondering what you've been doing. What's this?
It's a gun, Otto, and it wants some fast answers.
Who is he, Monica?
I'm the pigeon, Otto, but Squab's out of season for you.
Look, you better get out of here. This is all a mistake.
No, it's a mistake, all right. But I like mistakes when other people make them. Now, come on, move over to the wall. I want to have a look in that room.
What?
Move, Otto. Come on, move. Well, how do you like that? No body.
Body?
Oh, yeah. This is a real switch. Figured to be a body in there. Okay, you'll have to brief me. What's it all about? All right, so I got all evening. I'll wait.
It presents an almost humorous picture, doesn't it, Danny? The two of them standing there. Otto's eyes blinking, Monica's snapping angrily. And then you notice something else. Otto. He's looking at his watch. Otto is nervous. For some reason, which you're certain he's about to tell you, Otto doesn't want to wait much longer.
All right, he might as well know, Monica.
That's better. I'll fix myself a drink, fat boy. You just talk, huh?
We're expecting someone.
Well, that's fine. We can play canasta.
I'll tell him, Otto. A woman wants something from us. Some letters. She's going to pay.
I know it. That green stuff, huh? Where was the pigeon supposed to figure?
Oh, I shouldn't have called you that. You really weren't going to have to do much.
Oh, tell him, Monica. Tell him. He seems like a nice guy. He might still help us.
We just don't want our caller to get a look at us, that's all.
Oh, that's all, huh? You want me to meet your caller, hand over the letter, take the money?
Yes, that's it. Will you do it? We'll make it $100 since we've upset you so.
Oh, you haven't upset me, Otto. Not a bit, boy. Nice liquor, nice company. Monica here, I mean.
Then you'll do it, Mr.
Thorpe. Danny Thorpe.
I like that. It's cute.
Well, so are you. So's he. Now, Otto, you can't be that worried over my indecision. It must be something else.
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, yes, you do. You're both afraid that this dame might pull something. That she'll show up with a .45, pay for her letters with bullets instead of Now, who do you suppose that is? Your caller, maybe? Well, answer it, Otto. Don't be nervous.
No, please.
You don't think I'm going? Or this lovely little girl who worked so hard getting me up here?
Monica, please tell him to forget it.
I said answer it. Now go on, move.
No, please.
Out of the way, Monica, out of sight. Go on, fat boy.
Look, Danny, why
I
don't
said open the door. What rough games Otto plays. What excitable playmates.
Stop it. Can't you see? He's dead.
Yes, Otto is dead. You can see that at a glance, can't you, Danny? Quickly, you step over him. Look down the hall. It's deserted. Whoever shot Otto made a clean getaway. Then you turn, drag the dead man into the room, and close the door. Monica, a few feet away, stands motionless, staring at you.
Dan, wait. I didn't know this would happen.
Didn't you, sweetheart?
Please, you've got to believe me.
That could be me, baby, sprawled out there looking up at the ceiling. I ought to slam you all around this room.
Dan, don't I...
Mr. Felby.
We gotta get out of here. The whole apartment house will be on our necks. Come on, sister, snap out of it.
What?
I said let's go. There's a back way out of here, isn't there?
Yes.
You better call the police.
Come on, baby. Out. You're very quiet, sweetheart. Otto's still on your mind?
I'm not in the mood for conversation, sorry.
Okay.
Where can I drop you off?
Oh, the night's young.
Look, I'm not going to drive you around all night.
Oh, relax. Don't let this thing get you.
It's just that I'm old-fashioned. I always get nervous when I'm mixed up in a murder.
Anybody know you were with Otto tonight?
No.
About you and Otto.
It was just a business deal, that's all.
Sure.
Anything else?
Should have picked a smarter boy. It was pretty stupid of Otto to set up that kind of a payoff. We won't make the same mistake, will we?
We?
We just formed a new partnership, didn't you know?
Dan, listen. I don't think I want to go on with this.
Oh, sure you do. You'll feel better after you have a drink. There's a place up ahead. I'll buy.
I thought you were broke.
Oh, no, not anymore, sweetheart. You owe me $50, remember? You in the mood for conversation now, Monica?
Yes. I guess so, Danny.
About this dame you had in the pressure cooker, who is she?
Mrs. Granger. Stanley Granger.
Of the Nob Hill Grangers?
Yes.
Husband Stanley is pretty well healed, isn't he?
That's why she married him, for his money. He knew that, but Granger was crazy about her, and he didn't care.
What do you have on Miss Granger?
Nothing.
Oh, come on.
It's the truth. We don't have a thing.
You mean all this was just a bluff? What made you think you could get by with it?
Before she was married, Mrs. Granger was a nightclub singer. She had a lot of friends. Otto knew that some of them were mixed up in the racket.
So you took a shot in the dark, figuring she might have something to hide, huh?
That's right.
She did have something to hide, didn't she? It's too bad Otto had to find it out the hard way.
Yes, it's too bad. Now what do we do?
We go right on with it. Only this time we're going to shake Miss Granger down for murder. Either she did it, her husband did it, or they hired someone to do it. We in business?
We're in business.
It's almost 2 in the morning when Monica drops you off at a fashionable hotel downtown with a promise to call you later in the morning. The future looks bright, doesn't it, Danny? Yes. And for the first time in weeks, you enjoy a comfortable night's rest. It's almost noon of the following day when you wake up, have breakfast sent up to your room, and the morning paper. It's all there, isn't it? On the front page. The killing at apartment 502. You're not going to make the mistake Otto made, are you? No. You have it all planned, don't you? Know exactly what you're going to do. But first, you've got to be sure of Mrs. Granger, that you're dealing with the right person. That afternoon, you leave the hotel and slip into a phone booth.
The Granger residence?
Mrs. Granger, please.
Whom shall I say is calling?
Just tell her it's about apartment 502. She'll talk to me.
Apartment 502, sir?
Yeah. Go on, Junior.
Hello?
Mrs. Granger?
Yes?
Listen careful, sweetheart. I have some information to sell. It's about Otto Fielding and why he was knocked off. You can buy it for $10,000 or I'll hand it over to the DA for free. You follow me?
Yes.
Well, that's fine. I'll be out at the Blue Pelican bar tonight. It's usually pretty crowded, so don't get any ideas. Be there at 9 o'clock. Have the dough in a white envelope. And carry it in your right hand.
It's done, isn't it, Danny? And you feel confident Mrs. Granger will keep her appointment with you. Now there are other arrangements to be made. And you stroll casually down to the produce district near the waterfront. Step into the large warehouse of Gus Dorelli and Company.
Hey, Gus.
Huh? Oh, Danny, hiya.
Hi, what's DiMaggio batting these days?
335. Not bad for an old man, huh?
Hey, Gus, can you do me a favor?
Look, if it's a dough...
No. You got a truck pulling out of here tonight?
Sure, Ernie's taking a 10-wheeler out.
How about a ride?
He's going north. Where you going?
By a stranger coincidence, north.
Okay, he's going out for a load of cabbage, Danny.
What?
Cabbage. Ernie's going out for a load of cabbage.
That's funny, Gus. I'll be carrying mine with me.
I don't get it. Is this a joke?
Could develop along those lines.
Gus stands there, shaking his head as you walk away. Everything is falling neatly into place, isn't it, Danny? The appointment with Mrs. Granger. And now your quiet exit out of town has been arranged. Yes, you're confident everything is going well. That is, until you return to your hotel. You're a little surprised when the clerk tells you there haven't been any phone calls for you. You look at your watch. It's after 5. Quickly, you cross the lobby, step into a phone booth, and call Monica's hotel.
I'm sorry, sir. There's no one registered here by that name.
Scott. Monica Scott.
I'm sorry, sir.
All right, never mind.
Something's wrong, Danny. Monica lied to you, didn't she? And you wonder what she's up to. Then, as you're about to step out of the booth, something you see in the hotel entrance causes you to jump back. 2 uniformed policemen walk briskly across the lobby, stop for a moment at the desk, and then disappear into the elevator.
Hey, boy,
Yes, sir?
what's all the law for, do you know?
Oh, that. Yeah, the guy in 801 had too much to drink. The house stick couldn't handle him.
Oh,
Yeah, now he's going to have to tell it to the cops.
drinking can become a horrible thing, son. Let that be a lesson to you.
Yeah. Huh?
You breathe a sigh of relief and smile as you step out into the street. You dismiss the incident and turn your thoughts back to Monica. You're puzzled why she lied to you. And then as you're about to cross the street, a car slides in along the curb.
Hello, Dan.
Well, I was beginning to think a lot of nasty things about you.
Get in.
Yeah. I called your hotel. They never heard of you.
No, of course not. I have an apartment on Jackson Street. It's just a little hideaway. My very own.
Oh, that's fine.
Dan, I'm sorry. It's just that last night, well, I wasn't sure I wanted to go on with this.
Now you are?
Yes. But I'm curious about our business deal, our partnership.
Oh, we got plenty of time to talk about that. How about some dinner?
Let's have it at my place.
Well, that's what I had in mind.
All right. But I ought to warn you, I'm not much of a cook.
Neither was Cleopatra. Well, here you are, Monica. We're out of soda. Plain water okay?
Fine, just fine, Danny. Sit down.
Yeah. You know, it's pretty good stuff.
Nothing's too good for little Monica. And from now on, it'll be champagne.
Sure.
I hate to bring up business again, Danny.
What's on your mind?
What?
I said, what's on your mind?
I was thinking about Mrs. Granger. You figured out a way? You said you would.
No, not yet, baby.
You haven't?
It takes time. I want to case this setup pretty well before I make a move.
I'm beginning to understand you, Danny.
That's good.
You know something? I'm getting awfully sleepy.
Have a hard day at the mangle?
Maybe I need something to eat. Come on, help me fix dinner.
Oh, look, let's hold it off for a while yet, huh? I have to run out to meet a guy. I'm late now.
Oh, Danny.
Oh, I'll be back, sweetheart. This is very important.
Well, you hurry.
Sure. You'll stay right here and wait for Danny, huh?
I won't budge an inch.
Precinct, Sergeant Regal.
Sergeant, write this down.
Huh?
1331B, Jackson Street, apartment 411. The dame who was with Otto Felding when he was knocked off last night is there now. Her name is Scott. Monica Scott.
Wait a minute. Who is this?
You might have a little trouble waking her up, Sergeant. Some louse gave her a sleeping tablet. It just goes to show, pal. You can't trust anybody these days.
Next weekend, when you start off on your Labor Day trip, wouldn't it add a lot to your peace of mind to know that no matter how high the thermometer may soar, the expensive parts inside your engine are safe, protected by an oil that stands up under heat? Then this week, be sure to have a Signal dealer drain out your tired old motor oil and refill with fresh, clean Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil. Because scientific compounds have been combined with Signal Premium's 100% pure paraffin base, this improved type Signal lubricant does things for your motor which oil alone cannot do. One of Signal Premium's compound was especially developed to prevent the formation of motor clogging gum and varnish. Another compound in Signal Premium guards against destructive corrosion. And if there's any carbon already in your engine, there's even a special compound to wash that out. So you see, Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil does a lot more than just lubricate. Obviously, this means longer life for your motor. And, of course, more enjoyable performance for you. 2 good reasons to change oil before your Labor Day trip. And change to Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil.
You congratulate yourself, don't you, Danny? as you sit in the Blue Pelican bar waiting for Mrs. Granger. Yes, you've handled the whole affair with your usual finesse. Monica Scott is in the hands of the police now, and you're not sorry. You owed her that, didn't you, from the beginning? From the night she picked you up and took you to Otto Felding's apartment. You were going to be the fall guy, the pigeon. But it didn't turn out that way. Instead, you took over their blackmail scheme. Otto was then eliminated by Mrs. Granger or someone she'd hired. And now you're sure you've gotten Monica out of the way, too. And the blackmail money will be all yours. You're not worried in the least as you look up at the clock behind the bar. Note that Mrs. Granger is already half an hour late. Then a few minutes before 10, as you finish your third drink, someone sits down beside you.
Hello, Danny.
You know mine. What's yours?
Allow me.
Police department. So?
Waiting for Mrs. Granger?
Never heard of her.
And let me tell you about her. Mrs. Granger was being blackmailed. But she had no money of her own, so her husband had to pay off a guy called Otto Felding. And he did, but with bullets.
So?
So you picked it up from there. Tried to go on shaking down Mrs. Granger.
Where'd you get that idea?
Too bad you didn't know that Mrs. Granger was a party to the blackmail setup. She and friend Otto thought it up to get some extra dough out of her husband.
What?
A girlfriend of yours told us the whole thing. Monica Scott. She also told us you'd be here, waiting for a payoff.
That's crazy. How would she...
How would she know? Simple. You told her when you made that appointment over the phone with Mrs. Granger. Get it? Mrs. Granger. Monica Scott. Same person.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at the same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories. Because next weekend is Labor Day weekend, Signal has asked me to remind you. On America's last 3-day weekend, the 4th of July, 296 people were killed in traffic accidents. So that some avoidable accident doesn't mar your Labor Day pleasure, it will be all the more important for you next weekend to drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Jack Webb and Kay Brinker. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, directed by Sterling Tracy, with story by Joel Malone and Adrian John Doe. Music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional. All characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember, at the same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler.
Signal gasoline.
Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now stay tuned for the program that has rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
Signal gasoline.
Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler. For extra driving pleasure, the signal to look for is the yellow and black circle sign that identifies Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And for Sunday evening listening pleasure, the signal to listen for is this whistle that identifies the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now the Whistler's strange story. Brief pause for murder.
He couldn't recall the exact moment when it ceased to be a thrill to beam brightly at a microphone and announce, "This is Roger Wixon speaking, and inviting you to tune in next week at this same time." He was sure now, though, that the glamour and magic of radio had gone out of his life the moment he'd married Tisha. Yes, and she'd taken a lot of other things out of his life, too. Things like pride and confidence and self-respect. And Roger couldn't recall either the precise instant he decided to kill Tisha, when the helpless, frustrated hate for her blotted out any pangs of conscience, left him frankly admitting to himself that all he wanted were the moment and the means. Of course, there was no plan in his mind on the night of the dance at the country club. No plan, just a decision. He'd come home first, after leaving her there with Trent Crandall, and had sat alone in the living room, patiently waiting for her. It was after 2 when the door opened, and she called back to Trent.
Good night, Trent, darling. Thanks for the buggy ride. Oh, Roger, you waited up for me. How sweet of you.
Not at all. I was just catching up on my reading here.
Trent's new book. He'd be so flattered, darling.
I had to fall back on something simple. I started on the Rover Boys, but I got stuck on the big words.
That's why you waited up, isn't it? You thought up a clever remark all by yourself, and you wanted me to hear it.
I only want to tell you, Tisha, that I think you're being very stupid.
You mean about Trent?
Right. It makes no difference to me if you want to play footy with San Francisco's most distinguished visitor. But our fellow citizens have a way of talking, you know.
If you're implying that Trent...
I'm not implying anything.
Why don't you join us some evening? Play chaperone.
Trent Crandall is a celebrity, Tisha. Whatever he does is news. If it got back to his wife, she might possibly misinterpret. She just might assume there was more to your association with Trent than a healthy interest in his books.
There is. I love him. And it doesn't concern Mrs. Crandall at the moment she's on her way to Reno.
I see. And, of course, it doesn't concern me either.
It shouldn't. When his divorce is granted, I'll be leaving you, naturally. There it is again.
What?
Facial expression number 2A, the inscrutable smile. You were wearing it at the club tonight. I rather expected to see the other one. Patient suffering, I believe it's called.
Good night, Tisha.
You're glad I'm leaving, aren't you? That's why you smiled.
Maybe.
Of course, you'll have to get along without my money.
I said good night, Tisha.
Just good night? No recriminations? You know, I couldn't sleep a wink if I thought you were brooding over something.
Why, of course not. You were brilliant tonight, Tisha. I enjoy being sneered at in front of a room full of people. Oh, and it was an inspiration, your calling my boss the program director of a peanut whistle.
Mr. Gladney is an incompetent, offensive, stuffed shirt. Why shouldn't I tell him so, even if he is your boss?
Very well, Tisha.
Is that all?
That's all.
All right, darling. This is Mrs. Roger Wixon bidding you good night.
So Tisha leaves, and you sit alone in the living room thinking. You've discovered a very important thing, haven't you, Roger? The reason you'd given yourself for wanting to kill her is gone. She's going to leave you of her own accord and marry Trent Crandall. But it doesn't seem to make any difference, does it? Nothing matters, not even her money. You're going to kill her because you hate her. That's all the reason you need. But how, Roger? How? The next morning, shortly after you arrive at the station, you run into another announcer in the corridor.
Jerry. How was the thing at the club?
Oh, all right.
I hated to miss it.
That's funny. I thought I saw you there.
Probably heard me. I had the dance remote last night from the Cedars.
Oh, Yeah, that's right. I heard you. We tuned in over at the club.
Very simple. On the air from the Cedars can't be at the club. At the club can't be on the air from the Cedars. Conclusion, Jerry wasn't there. Guy can't be in two places at the same time. Get it?
Yeah. Yeah, Jerry. I get it.
Again this week, you Whistler fans have sent in some really choice limericks. So once again, Signal has asked me to skip the regular commercial in order to present $20 Signal gasoline books to 3 of you as tokens of our appreciation. The first one tonight goes to Sarian Bessinger of Santa Monica, California, for this limerick. There once was a man named Ben Bow whose gas tank would always run low. Now he saves that bother, and likewise goes farther. With Signal, Ben Bow now saves dough.
Signal, signal, signal gasoline. Your car will go far with go farther gasoline.
Tonight's second $20 Signal gasoline book goes to L.F. Washburn of San Diego, California, for this limerick. There once was a driver named Schuster who's getting more miles than he used to. Since Signal he's tried, his car is his pride, and Schuster's a Signal gas booster.
Signal, signal, signal gasoline. Your car will go far with go farther gasoline.
Tonight's third $20 Signal gasoline book goes to Mrs. James T. Blackistone of Laverne, California, for this limerick. There once was a trusty old steed who drank Signal gas with his feed. They thought it would kill him, but instead it did fill him with pep and astonishing speed.
Signal, signal, signal gasoline. Your car will go far with go farther gasoline.
Well, that's all we have time for tonight, friends. But our thanks to all of you who sent in limericks. Listen for more lucky limericks next Sunday.
Well, Roger, it doesn't matter that Tisha plans to leave you, does it? The decision to kill her has been part of you for so long that nothing she does will ever change it. So you don't think of the why of it anymore, just the how, and part of the how took shape in your mind when Jerry Edwards explained that it was impossible for him to be both on the air from the Cedars and at the country club at the same time. Something to think about, isn't it, Roger? And that evening, as you're doing your news broadcast, you find something else to think about.
And so it seems
halfway
with this
through the
deduction,
show, someone
they should
hands
go a
you a
long
late
way
bulletin
towards
with a
solving
local
the housing
dateline.
problem. Here's a late bulletin. Police in this city went on 24-hour duty tonight, launching an all-out effort to capture the so-called whipcord strangler who claimed his third victim last night. The crime followed the grimly familiar pattern. Mrs. Dorothea Eckler was found dead in her apartment early this morning. Medical reports indicate death had been caused by strangulation with a cord or thong. As in other cases, the apartment had been looted. Police warned residents to take special precautions.
You hope your listeners will attribute that catch in your voice to revulsion at the horrible crime. But it's something quite different, isn't it, Roger? Another part of the how. You've decided now that Tisha will die in a way that will point to the whipcord strangler as the only suspect. At the very moment that you are broadcasting from the studio. It'll have to be a recording, of course. So there's another big problem. How can you get one of the station engineers to play a recording of your voice at the right time? And to keep his mouth shut no matter what happens? That stops you, doesn't it, Roger? For 3 more days it stops you. Then fate steps in again. Mr. Gladney, the program director, stops you in the hall and calls you over to meet a new employee.
Want you to meet our new engineer, Wixon, Vern Cummings.
Hello.
How do you do?
Be working with you on the night shift.
Say, I've seen you somewhere before, haven't I?
Why, I don't think so.
Your name is Cummings?
Yeah, that's right. Cummings.
Well, I've got to run along. Explain the setup to Cummings, will you, Wixon?
Oh, you bet, Mr. Gladney. You know, I'd swear I've seen you somewhere before.
Must have been a couple of other guys. Haven't you got a station break coming up?
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
As you give the station's call letters and the time signal, you watch the new engineer through the glass of the control room. Try to imagine what he'd look like without the mustache, with a face a little less drawn, and then something clicks. You do know him. 6 years ago at another small radio station in the Midwest. You cut off your mic, and the smooth voice of the network announcer booms from a loudspeaker over your head, introducing a program of dinner music. When you re-enter the control room, Cummings is showing elaborate interest in the dials on the instrument panel before him.
Say, Cummings.
Yeah.
I'm sure we've met before.
I don't know. There are lots of faces like mine.
Not exactly like it.
What's that?
You just might be a guy I used to know back in Kansas City. Worked at the same station.
Look, I tell you, you're wrong. Why don't you let it go at that?
Cut the speaker, will you? I can't hear myself think.
What?
Cut it down. That's better.
Look, Wixon, I'm new here, and I don't want to be rude, but I've got to study this panel layout. Now, do you mind?
Oh, sure. I'm sorry, Cummings. I didn't mean to bother you, but you look just like a guy I used to work with in Kansas City 6 years ago. Only his name was, Spore. Vern Spore.
My name's right up there on my license. You see right up there? Why don't you take a look?
Vern Cummings. Vern Spore. You know, you and this guy could have been brothers. Well, okay. I guess I'll write to the boys back at the station in Kansas City and ask if they know what became of Vern.
Wixon.
Huh?
Wait a minute. Okay, Wixon, you win. I'd like to talk to you.
Sure.
Look, you were always a pretty good guy. How about forgetting you ever knew me, huh?
I don't see why not. After all, it's your business.
You probably heard about that jam I got into. It was after you left.
What happened?
Well, I needed some dough, and there was some beat-up equipment around the station. I figured the stuff would be good for a few bucks, and I made a deal with the guy. We got caught.
Well, that was tough.
Year in the clink. I had to change my name when I got out.
What about the license?
A friend of mine fixed it up.
I see.
You won't say anything.
Why should I?
Thanks, Wixon. Gosh, when you walked in tonight, I thought I'd die. If Gladney ever found out about my record...
Sure.
And if there's anything I can ever do...
Sure, Vern. Don't worry. I'll call on you.
So that's all there is to the how, isn't it, Roger? Cummings is your man. He'll play ball any time you ask him. All that remains now is when. The answer to that comes unexpectedly the next evening when Lieutenant Krasner of the police department comes into the station to ask a favor.
Mind if I interrupt you for a minute, Mr. Wixon?
Oh, hello, Lieutenant. Not at all. Come on in.
Thanks. Just been talking to Mr. Gladney. He suggested I see you about some announcements on the police benefit next week. Thought maybe you'd do 'em for us.
Why, sure. Be glad to. When do you want them to start?
Tonight, if you can. Let's see. I've got 'em right here.
Tonight, huh? It's pretty short notice. The schedule's pretty full.
Here they are. Here, I know we're throwing you a curve, but as you probably see by the papers, we've been a little busy these days.
Oh, you mean the Strangler?
Yeah, it's been pretty rough.
Pretty rough guy.
You're not telling us anything. Oh, your wife home alone while you're working here?
Yes.
Tell her to keep the windows locked. That's the way the guy gets in.
You mean you think
Nobody knows where he'll strike next, and it doesn't pay to take chances.
Got any leads?
A few. I got a hunch or two. I think we'll get him.
I hope so.
Yeah. What about the announcement?
Well, let me check the schedule. Here we are. First time we can give you is the station break at 10 tomorrow night. Is that soon enough?
Yeah, I guess it'll have to be. You'll do it yourself?
Yes, it'll be on my shift.
Thanks a lot, Wixon. I'll tell the boys at headquarters. We'll be listening.
And that does it, Roger. The when is complete, too. Police Lieutenant Krasner is going to hear you read that announcement tomorrow night at 10 o'clock, along with his friends down at headquarters. And who could ask for a better alibi than that? Late that night, when you and Vern Cummings are alone at the station, you walk to the control room. He's turned off the annoying loudspeaker as usual when the boss isn't around, and he glances occasionally at the dancing needle on the volume indicator to assure himself that the network program is going out to the listeners.
How'd I sound on the 9 o'clock news, Vern?
Okay, why?
Well, did you notice anything different in my voice?
Why?
Be frank. I tried to give it something special tonight. How'd it sound?
Well, like I said, I thought it was good. What's cooking?
Look, can you keep something under your hat?
Try me.
Well, I'd hate to have the old man find out, but I got a chance to go to Hollywood.
Go to Hollywood?
Yeah. A friend of mine with an agency down there thinks he could use me. Well, I'll make more dough on one broadcast than I make in a week here.
Oh, that's great. That's just great. You're going big time, huh?
Well, it's not definite yet. That's why I don't want anything said about it around here, anybody around here to know.
Yeah.
You're the only one I've told. I just got a wire from the guy. He's flying in from the east tomorrow night. Only be in town for a few hours. If I didn't have to work, I could drive out to the airport and talk to him, but... Well, I gotta work.
Well, why not trade shifts tomorrow night with one of the other boys?
Well, I'd have to say why, and I don't want anyone else to get wind of it.
Oh. Want the guy come up here, drive in from the airport?
Oh, you don't ask guys like that to drive in from airports. No, I guess I'm sunk. After all, you can't be in two places at once.
It's pretty important you meet this guy, huh?
Oh, sure. Might be big time. And... Oh, forget it.
No, wait a minute. What time's he get in?
Well, his plane arrives at 9:55.
9:55.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. 9:45, we got a band on the net from Hollywood. 10, we take Murder Manor from New York.
Yeah, but there's a station break at 10 and that police announcement and the time signal. I'm sunk because I got to be in front of the mic for 30 seconds.
What are you talking about? Let's record it.
Huh?
Sure, we can do it tonight, right here in the studio. You give the call letters, the time signal, your announcement. I'll play the record for you tomorrow night at 10. That means that you can leave here at 9:45, and you won't have to be back until the 10:30 break. It gives you 45 minutes.
What do you think, it'd work?
Well, why not?
Yeah, but suppose Gladney finds out I left the station. I'd get canned.
How's he going to find out? We'll be alone here, and after I play the record, I'll destroy it.
Vern, you're a genius.
Well, there's your mic, my boy.
Okay, you all set?
Yeah, we're just about ready. Yeah. I'll go and I'll cue you from the booth.
Right. Froggy. This is KTUX. It's 20 seconds before 10 p.m. Friends, here's a chance for you to show your appreciation.
Raj.
Huh?
Hold it a minute, will you?
What's the matter?
Look, I just got an idea. Why don't you start over and purposely make a mistake and then correct it?
Make a mistake? Why?
Well, it's simple. You give the wrong time and then correct yourself, it'll sound more like than ever that you were actually here in the studio, you see? Nobody would ever dream it was a record.
That's a good idea. Okay, let's try it.
All right, watch me for cue now.
This is KTUX. 20 seconds before 9 p.m. Correction, 10 p.m. Friends, here's a chance for you to show your appreciation for the men who protect your homes and your loved ones 24 hours a day, year in.
It's done, isn't it, Roger? The record is made, ready to go. And you know you can count on Vern Cummings to come through for you. The next day is the big one, but you manage to go through your normal routine at home during the morning and early afternoon. As usual, you don't say much to Tisha, only enough to discover that since Trent Crandall has left for Hollywood, she'll be home all evening, alone. 9:30 that night at the station, you call Lieutenant
I just thought I'd remind you, Lieutenant. Your announcement goes on in half an hour. Yeah, I think it'll do the job all right.
At 9:45, you give the station call letters and start out of the studio.
Okay, I'll see you before 10:30, Vern.
Okay, Raj.
And don't forget to bust that record if the old man ever found out.
Don't worry about it. I'll carry the secret to my grave.
You're careful to take the back streets home, keeping well within the speed limit. There's only one person in the world who'll know you're going to be in two places at the same time tonight. And you know Vern Cummings won't talk, no matter what he suspects. It wouldn't be healthy for a man with a prison record to expose himself to suspicion as a possible accomplice. 10 minutes later, you've left your car in an alley and walk up to the back door of your apartment. You reach into your coat pocket. Yes, the leather thong is still there.
It's you, Roger.
Hello, Tisha.
What are you doing home so early? You scared me to death.
I just thought I'd drop by and see how you were doing. You know, I've often wondered if you miss me, Tisha, during these long, lonely evenings.
Answer my question, Roger. Why aren't you at the station? Is something wrong?
Nothing's wrong. I just got tired, so I came home.
What are you talking about?
Tired, Tisha. Tired of station breaks and tired of you, Tisha. I'm tired of the farce you've made out of our marriage, if you can call it a marriage.
Roger, what do you mean?
It wasn't really marriage, was it, Tisha? It was only a means for you, a way you could ease that frustrated black heart of yours when Trent Crandall married somebody else, right under your nose.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Yes, Tisha, I'm tired of humiliation, of ridicule, of being used for a doormat, playing the clown for that crowd of stupid sophisticates.
Roger, well, what are you going to do?
Can't you guess, Tisha? Can't you make one small guess, darling?
If you've done any mountain driving during the recent warm spell, you've no doubt seen a lot of cars that had overheated and were stopped to cool off. When this happens, most drivers worry principally about the water that has boiled out of their radiators. What they should worry about is the oil in their expensive engines. The reason: many motor oils break down under extreme heat and form harmful gum, varnish, and carbon. Fortunately, however, this type of damage is something you won't ever have to worry about if your motor is protected by Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil. That's because, in addition to its 100% pure paraffin base, Signal Premium is fortified with scientific compounds that do important things for your motor, which oil alone cannot do. For instance, the oxidation inhibitor in Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil specifically prevents the formation of gum and varnish. The detergent compound actually removes harmful carbon. And the viscosity index protector preserves Signal Premium's rich body even when the temperature goes up, up, up. In other words, Signal Premium does a lot more than just lubricate. So if you want to keep repairs down and performance up, remember to make your next oil change a change to Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil. Remember where to get it: at Signal service stations.
Well, Roger, it's over now, isn't it? Tisha is dead and you're free. With half an hour to get back to the station. You leave her there on the floor, put on a pair of gloves, and move quickly about the apartment, dumping the contents of drawers all over the room. Then into the bedroom where you open the window. Yes, Roger, it must look like a typical whipcord strangler crime, with robbery the obvious motive. The dance music coming over the radio covers any noise that you might make. But then suddenly the music stops. You hear the announcer interrupt and begin reading a bulletin.
Flash from the police department. A suspect arrested early this afternoon has confessed to the whipcord stranglings of 3 women in the city during the past month.
What?
Nearly half the loot stolen from his victims
No, it
has
can't
been
be.
recovered. With this dangerous criminal news...
A wave of fear sweeps over you, Roger. Quickly, you turn the radio down. This is something you hadn't counted on. One of your alibis is gone. The fall guy is in custody. You stare at the littered room, wondering if you have time to restore the place to order. No, there's no time for that. The other alibi. That's the one you'll have to depend on now. You rush back to the radio. It's just 10 o'clock. If Vern Cummings hasn't bungled, you've still got a chance. Your hand is shaking so violently you can hardly turn the dial to the station frequency, and then...
This is KTUX. 20 seconds before 9 p.m. Correction, 10 p.m. Friends, here's a chance...
As your own voice comes over the speaker, you begin to relax. Lieutenant Krasner, at least a dozen other police officers are listening to it down at headquarters. It doesn't matter how Tisha died or who did it. The fact remains, a man can't be at two places at the same time.
Widows and orphans of the brave men who live in your service and die for your protection. 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 For your protection.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Remember, if you would like the fun of having your friends hear a limerick of yours on The Whistler, the address to which to send it is Signal Oil Company, Los Angeles 55, California. All limericks become the property of Signal Oil Company. Those selected for use on The Whistler will be chosen by our advertising representatives on the basis of humor, suitability, and originality. So, of course, they must be your own composition. Featured in tonight's story were Frank Nelson, Mary Lansing, and William Conrad. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, directed by Sterling Tracy, with tonight's story by Lou Houston and William Foreman, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember, at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler.
S-I-G-N-A-L, Signal gasoline.
Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now, stay tuned for the program that is rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
S-I-G-N-A-L, Signal gasoline.
Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler. For extra driving pleasure, the signal to look for is the yellow and black circle sign that identifies Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And for Sunday evening listening pleasure, the signal to listen for is this whistle that identifies the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now the Whistler's strange story, Poor Henry.
It's an even mile from Miss Whitehead's house, brooding somberly on the cliffs above the English Channel, to the village. Ellen Lovelock had walked it often, but on this misty, waterlogged morning, She lagged a few paces behind her employer, who marched determinedly down the sodden path in her shapeless British tweeds, her chin jutting out aggressively beneath her beak-like nose. Ellen was worried. The affair of last night had infuriated Miss Whitehead, and she was determined to see it through to the finish, an attitude she made amply clear to the village constable 2 minutes after she and Ellen arrived at his office.
The point is simply this, Constable Finlay, as I told you this morning over the phone. Last night at approximately 12 o'clock, a prowler broke into my home.
Yes, I see,
heard
but-
him moving about in the sunroom, so I decided to investigate.
You hear him, Miss Ellen?
No, afraid I didn't. She sleeps like a corpse.
But weren't you right next door to the sunroom, Miss Ellen?
Yes. Will you two allow me to continue?
By all means, Miss Whitehead.
Very well. As I was saying, I heard this creature moving about. I approached the sunroom, determined to catch this blackguard in the act. But unfortunately, he heard me coming and leaped out the window. This man...
You're certain it was a man?
His footprints were clearly visible in the mud below the window this morning. Isn't that right, Ellen?
Yes, that's right, Miss Whitehead.
I see. Was anything missing?
No. Unfortunately for his purposes, I chose to read late and heard him.
Well, it's hardly likely he'll return.
I agree with you, Constable.
On the contrary, it's very likely. Now that he's possessed an adequate inventory of the contents of my sunroom, it's highly probable he'll return very soon. He's after Grandfather's paintings. I'm positive.
This prowler, Miss Whitehead. It's apparent he was well acquainted with your habits when you retire ordinarily and so on.
Quite apparent.
I'd say this attempt to steal your grandfather's painting, well, it has certain characteristics of an
Are
inside
you
job.
accusing my secretary here
I'm
of
not accusing anyone, Miss Whitehead. I'd like very much to question your chauffeur, Henry Macklin,
My chauffeur? Good heavens, why?
because he happens to be a man with a prison record.
Just how did you happen to know that, Mr. Finlay?
After I talked to you on the phone this morning, I phoned your secretary back to question her about Henry Macklin.
Ellen, what right did you to
Because
tell anyone?
I asked her specifically. You were suspicious of him.
I'm sorry, Miss Whitehead.
So am I, Ellen. I placed a trust in you. You violated it. It leaves me only one thing to do.
But, Miss
Let's
Whitehead...
not have a scene. When we return to the house, I'll give you 2 weeks' pay in lieu of notice.
Miss Whitehead, you're discharging the girl?
Exactly.
But that's unfair. If only you'll listen to
Mr.
reason.
Finlay, I must remind you, this is none of your affair. Now, you'll please approve this permit. I'm going to purchase the revolver.
Just like that, Ellen. 3 years of service as Miss Whitehead's secretary. 3 years of daily battle with a jutting jaw and icy gray eyes ended in a snap of the finger. The old lady, coldly precise, snatches up her revolver permit and strides out of the office. Constable Finlay, engulfed in a guilt complex, tries to make sympathetic noises, but he succeeds only in looking embarrassed. And you, Ellen, hurry out into the street to see where Miss Whitehead is. As you do, Miss Whitehead's car pulls in at the curb. Henry Macklin is at the wheel.
Morning, Miss Ellen.
What are you doing here, Henry?
Oh, thought the old girl might want me to drive her back to the house.
She would have called you, Henry.
Just saw her going into the gunsmith's with that look on her face. What's up?
Nothing that would interest you. You'll excuse me, Henry. I have a...
Want to ride back, Miss Ellen?
Thank you, no.
Miss Ellen.
Yes?
I was just thinking, there's an American film at the Croft tonight. I was just
Sorry,
wondering
Henry,
if you...
I have an engagement.
Oh.
You walk away, leave Henry staring stupidly after you. At the corner, you turn, hurry down the street toward the Ram's Head Inn. As you move past, a figure detaches itself from the misty bulk, falls in step behind you.
Ellen,
Not here, Matt.
down to the beach then. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Matt. Of all nights, she had to take it into her head to read a book.
So the old girl is buying a revolver, eh? Good thing she didn't have one last night. She's probably as efficient at offhand shooting as she is at everything else.
I suppose everything's ruined.
Oh, no, my dear. I'll admit our plans will have to be changed, but we're not giving up. I've spent a lot of time tracing down those paintings, and I'm not quitting now.
To try to steal them again, that would be dangerous.
Not particularly. You say she rarely looks at them. And even in the frames, they're small enough to fit in an average-sized trunk. They'll bring at least 100,000 pounds.
Are you certain, Matt?
Well, the old girl didn't give me much time in that sunroom. But I'm positive they're the ones, all right. Their mare, a couple of Bruegels, and the others are mixed 17th century Flemish and Dutch minor masters.
You still think they can be sold on the open market? They're not catalogued?
I told you, Ellen, they were smuggled off the continent into England during World War I. After some very clever chap covered them with a resistant shellac and overlaid them with those stupid still lifes of fruit and potted plants.
Matt, couldn't you? I mean, go to see Miss Whitehead. Offer to buy them.
Oh, now, really, you know how she feels. Never break up a private art gallery. Heirlooms. They belong to dear old grandpapa. What's the matter?
Darling, I've just thought of the most wonderful idea. Henry Macklin, he's it.
Henry?
Of course. He's the one to throw the police off our trail. The constable suspects him already.
Yes. Yes. You know, Ellen, that's a rather interesting thought. He's stolen before. He'd do it again.
He'll do anything for me, Matt. I'm sure of it. You still make arrangements to smuggle the paintings into France?
There's a boat skipper in London who'll help me out. For a fee.
Just think, darling. 100,000 pounds.
And we'll owe it all to Henry. Rather nasty trick to play on the lad, eh? Poor Henry.
Again this week, you Whistler fans have sent in some really choice limericks. So once again, Signal has asked me to skip the regular commercial in order to present $20 Signal gasoline books to 3 of you as tokens of our appreciation. The first one tonight goes to Alice Ray of Portland, Oregon, for this limerick. A thrifty young fellow named Joe, when asked how he saved so much dough, said, with Signal, my friend, you go farther no end. You can bank on that, brother, I know.
Signal, signal, signal gasoline. Your car will go far with go for the gasoline.
Tonight's second $20 Signal gasoline book goes to Alan N. Sharp of Los Angeles for this limerick. There once was a farmer named Green who improved on his milking machine. Using Signal for power gets more milk per hour, and half of the stuff is pure cream.
Signal, signal, signal gasoline. Your car will go far with go for the gasoline.
Tonight's third $20 Signal gasoline book goes to Evelyn Eddington of Fontana, California for this limerick. Said Jack, not a cylinder's hittin'. When I bought this old crate, I got bitten. Said Jill with a grin, you weren't taken in. Try Signal, she'll purr like a kitten.
Signal, signal, signal gasoline. Your car will go far with go for the gasoline.
Well, that's all we have time for tonight, friends. But our thanks to all of you who sent in limericks.
Well, Ellen, poor Henry is going to have to face the music, isn't he? And only 2 days after the scene in the constable's office of planning with Matt, you have a general idea how the tune will sound. Henry Macklin, with a prison record at Dartmoor, stepped off the straight and narrow, burglarized the home of his benefactor, stealing, among other things, a collection of nondescript Victorian paintings from her sunroom. Henry is the perfect out, the most reasonable suspect. And with 100,000 pounds waiting for you and Matt in the art markets of Paris, the decision to use Henry wasn't difficult.
Yes, Miss Whitehead?
Help me unbutton this infernal gown, will you please?
Of course.
Why they insist on putting buttons where only a contortionist can reach them, I'll never know.
There you are.
Oh, thank you. I'm going to lie down for a while now. The Courtneys are stopping by for me at 6. The Garden Club banquet at Stone Ridge, you know. Oh, I dread the motor trip. This weather and with this beastly cold I know I'm getting. Well, I really don't think I should go.
Oh, you shouldn't miss the banquet. I don't believe it'll rain.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. Wake me at 5. If I do go, I'll spend the night at Stone Ridge. Stay with Helen Whitney. I haven't visited with her in quite a while.
Hello, Henry.
Oh, hello, Miss Ellen. Just cleaning up the carburetor a bit here.
Henry, I've come to say goodbye.
Goodbye. You're not going, Miss Ellen.
I'm afraid so. I've taken all I can say.
Oh, now, come.
It's no use, you know. I don't mind leaving her, really.
Well, she is an ill-tempered old girl.
But I do mind leaving you.
Hey?
I wasn't going to say anything, Henry, but somehow now that the time's come, I just can't go off without telling you.
Telling me what, Miss Ellen?
That I admire you very much.
Miss Ellen.
Please, Henry, let's not make it any worse.
I never knew.
I know. I thought you'd think I was foolish.
Foolish, Ellen,
Please. I'm going back to London. Going to try to find a new life. Start all over again.
You can't go now.
Oh, it will be difficult. I don't have much money. Don't really know how I'll manage, but I've made up my mind. Maybe we'll meet again, Henry. I hope so.
We will, so help me. I'll
if
see
you're
to
ever
it.
in London, I'll be staying at the Dorkin Hotel.
The Dorkin, yes, I know where it is, but...
I've got to go now, Henry. Good heavens, I almost forgot what I came for. Miss Whitehead misplaced the key to the vault in the library. She thought it might have fallen behind one of the cushions in the car.
Oh, that's strange.
She's a strange old lady. You'd think she'd be more careful with it. You know, there must be a couple of £1,000 of valuables in that vault.
A couple £1,000? Huh? How careless of her.
The way his eyes light up, Ellen, tells you he'll do exactly what you expect. You leave Henry, move off the garden path and around to the garage window. Watch him paw frantically behind the cushions of the car, find the key where you just left it, and then look around furtively and slip it into his pocket. The old lady's still asleep as you walk to your room. Open your trunk, and then you hurry around to the sunroom close by and unlock the door. One by one, you take the paintings from the wall and put them in the trunk, all 10 of them, with the stupid fruit and potted plants beginning to peel off, showing what lies underneath. 100,000 pounds, Ellen. Over $400,000 in American money. For a moment, you stand there looking into your trunk, its golden cargo, and then...
Just a minute. Oh, Henry.
Miss Ellen, I just can't let you run off like this. It'll all work out. Really, it will.
Let go of me. I told you I'd made up my mind,
But
Henry.
it's not right. It's not. Look here now.
You see, Henry, I'm all packed up. Now, what do you say? Let's get busy here. You can help me with the trunk.
I won't have it, that's what. I won't
I'm
stand-
going, Henry. That's all there is to it. Come on now. Let's move the trunk downstairs. Then I have to run down to the village and arrange for the expressman. By the way, did you find the key to the safe?
What? No, not yet.
Oh. Well, Miss Whitehead will want it tomorrow. She's taking her valuables into town. She's a little worried. That prowler the other night, you know.
Henry's denial of finding the key assures you of his intentions. And now you've made it clear to him that tonight is his only chance. Promptly at 5, you awaken Miss Whitehead. Remind her that the Courtneys will be calling for her at 6. It's upsetting when she tells you she's decided not to go to the Garden Club banquet, that she intends to remain in bed for the rest of the evening. But going downstairs, you realize that Henry will still have the opportunity to rifle the safe. And that's all that's important. You go on to the village, giving him the run of the lower part of the house. You wander through the village for almost an hour and then contact the expressman.
Well, yes, Miss Lovelock, I suppose we could run out and pick up the trunk.
train will it arrive on in London?
Expect we'll get it on the 7:28. They'll put it into Paddington Station at 8:15.
Oh, good. If you'll excuse me, I have a telephone call from me to London. I'll be back shortly.
All right. I'll finish up here while you're gone, and then we'll run out and get your things.
Hello. This is Miss Lovelock. I'd like to speak to Mr. Matthew Graves, please.
Mr. Graves? Hold on a moment, will you?
Surely.
Hello?
Hello, Matt. This is Ellen.
Everything going well?
Yes. I'm sending the trunk on in. It will arrive on the 8:15 Paddington Station.
Fine. But something's come up. I won't be here to receive it.
Oh?
I've got to arrange for the shipment to be received on the other side. You'll have to come to London yourself tonight. See that it gets out of the boat.
All right.
Now contact Captain Vogel on the schooner Melissa K. Thorpe. He'll be expecting you.
Captain Vogel, Melissa K. Thorpe.
Right. Got to ring off now.
You replace the receiver a little shakily. Stop for a moment to compose yourself. Now that the moment has come, you begin to wonder if you haven't been too sure of yourself, of Henry. You're sure now, aren't you, Ellen, that once the way was open, Henry moved in the right direction and made your plans foolproof? It's 7 o'clock as the baggage man turns off the highway down the road to the old house. It's dark as you expected. You're sure Miss Whitehead is asleep, that Henry has had the opportunity he needed to rob the safe and leave.
Miss, what do you want?
Pull up right here at the foot of the stairs.
Oh, I do. Well, Lady Elm.
Yes, in her room. She's not well.
That's luck. Better not sloshing around on a night like this without her to contend with.
See, should have my key. Yes, here it is.
After you, miss.
The trunk's there by the library door.
You turn on the light, please.
Of course.
The expressman doesn't notice, and you smile. Watch him ease the trunk out, down the stairs, hoist it onto his truck. You close the door. Then as you step back into the library.
Miss Ellen.
Henry, what are you doing?
I've got it all arranged for us, Miss Ellen.
What? Henry, you've been at the stage.
That's right. Look, over £600. And a good bit of jewelry beside. You won't have to worry about money anymore.
Henry, you did this for me. Oh, you shouldn't.
We'll make it, you and I, Miss Ellen. They'll never catch us.
No, Henry, it's all wrong. Miss Whitehead will
Don't
find
worry about her. She's gone.
Gone? She said she was going to stay in bed all evening.
She changed her mind again. Decided to go to Stonebridge after all.
That's strange.
Strange or not, that's what she did. Drove her over myself. Now, look, Miss Ellen, I'm taking this money and jewelry. Nothing's going to stop me.
I should, Henry. I should stop you. But I can't. Now it's all my fault. I'm responsible for this. Henry, go. Go quickly. Keep the money, the jewelry, but run. Run, Henry.
I'm not going without you, Miss Ellen.
Please, I won't tell a soul. Go on.
We'll run together, Ellen.
No, it's better this way. I'll meet you in London, the Dorkin Hotel. Please, Henry, you must go.
I'm not leaving without you. That's final.
You stare at him angrily, confused. His being here, his refusal to leave without you ruins everything, doesn't it, Ellen? Somehow you've got to get him away from the house. Frighten him into running. You move quickly to the telephone desk, where Miss Whitehead keeps a revolver. If he thinks you're going to turn him in, he'll run, won't he, Ellen?
Now, what are you doing? Oh, a gun, is it?
Henry, I'm giving you a last chance. If you don't go now, I have to call the police.
Now, you wouldn't do that to Henry Macklin,
Henry,
would you?
I'm warning you. Stay away from me.
You're in this just as deep as I am, Miss Ellen. Up to your pretty neck in this affair.
Get back, Henry.
Give me that.
Oh, I didn't.
You stare down at him, shocked, realizing slowly that he's dead, that you've killed him. More than that, Ellen, you've ruined everything. Henry will be found here now, and how will the missing paintings be explained? Then suddenly it hits you. Henry could have had an accomplice. Yes. Someone who was here with him when you came in. Someone who rushed past you, fled with the paintings under his arm. That's it, isn't it? You're sure it'll work. Sure, they'll believe you. Yes, they must believe you, Ellen. And a quarter of an hour later, when Constable Findlay answers your frantic call and rushes to the house, you're sure that your story rings true.
You say you came in and found Henry at the vault.
Yes. It was only a moment after the expressman left with my baggage. And I saw him in there. I was terrified, Mr. Finlay. And the other man rushed past me out the door. I didn't get a good look at him.
And somehow you remembered the gun.
Yes. I knew Miss Whitehead had a revolver, the new one.
You faced Henry.
That's right. I was shocked. I couldn't believe he'd do a thing like this after the way she took him in and gave him another chance. All I could think of was calling the police. I started to pick up the phone. He lunged at me.
Well, it's pretty clear what he was after. Henry had Miss Whitehead's money and jewels on him. As for his accomplice and the paintings, we'll send an alarm out on him right away. Let's see now. You'd planned to leave for London on tonight's train.
Yes.
You realize, of course, that we might have to keep you here a while.
Keep me? But it's terribly important that I leave for London tonight. It's about a new position.
I see. Of course, Miss Lovelock. Well, I suppose I could take your deposition, the inquest, have you give us a formal statement, exactly the way things happen.
Oh, I'll be glad to do it, Mr. Finlay.
I'd like to help you under the circumstances. All right, Miss Lovelock. We'll drive you down to the constabulary. I'll call the coroner, and we'll have someone take your statement.
Oh, fine.
Oh, by the way, Miss Whitehead will have to be notified. Where is she?
Henry said he drove her to Stonebridge for the Garden Club banquet. She'll be back tomorrow.
Good. I'll see you first thing.
You accompany the constable to the village, his office. Attend to the deposition. The procedure is brief and official, and you wait nervously as the constable reads it over and finally looks up at you.
Well, I should say everything seems to be in order, Miss Lovelock.
Oh, fine. I'm through now.
Right. Sorry you had to be put to all this inconvenience. But now, a pleasant journey to London.
And now, a tip for you drivers who want to keep that light new performance in your car and also keep repair bills down. Be sure to protect your motor with the improved type Signal motor oil that won't break down under heat. Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil. Because it combines 100% pure paraffin base with scientific compounds, Signal Premium does things for your motor that oil alone cannot do. One compound, for instance, was specifically developed to prevent the formation of harmful gum and varnish. Another compound in Signal Premium actually removes carbon. And still another compound protects costly bearings from corrosion. So why trust the protection of your modern motor to old-fashioned oils when you can now get this improved type Signal oil that does so much more than just lubricate? For your next oil change, change to Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil at a Signal service station.
So you're in the clear now, aren't you, Ellen? And even through your nervousness on the train trip to London, you find that you're pleased with yourself. Everything is going so smoothly. In London, you hurry to the baggage office. There's only one thing left to do now. Claim the trunk addressed to Mac and have it taken aboard the ship bound for France, where you'll meet him. The aged little expressman attending the freight office seems to look at you oddly as you make inquiries about the trunk. But a moment later, he's nodding his head amiably.
Oh, yes, miss, it's here. If you'll just step around through this door. Yes, she is, Inspector.
Inspector?
That's right, miss. I'm Maitland, Scotland Yard. We got a call from a Constable Finlay. Seems he wanted you detained.
Detained? I made my statement.
So you did. But it didn't include quite everything. You didn't explain about the trunk.
The trunk? Why, it's here.
Yes, we found that out from the express company. We've already opened.
Oh.
By the way, who's Matthew Graves? What does he have to do with this?
He arranged to ship the trunk across the channel. But it was all a mistake. If you'll let me, I can explain.
Can you now? Let's see if you can. You know, this was all rather clumsy of you, Miss Lovelock. Constable Finlay started adding things up when he found some of your personal things and a batch of paintings on the ground outside the library window.
What?
Yes. He went back to the house after he put through a phone call to Stonebridge. Learned that Miss Whitehead wasn't there. had never been there.
Not there. But Henry told me.
There we are, Miss Lovelock. Can you explain this? Look inside your trunk.
Wife. That's why Henry lied. He killed her.
Oh, come now, miss. Let's not try to blame poor Henry for everything. This is one murder you're going to have to explain.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories. Remember, if you would like the fun of having your friends hear a limerick of yours on The Whistler, the address to which to send it is Signal Oil Company, Los Angeles 55, California. All limericks become the property of Signal Oil Company. Those selected for use on The Whistler will be chosen by our advertising representatives on the basis of humor, suitability, and originality. So, of course, they must be your own composition. Featured in tonight's story were Peggy Weber, John Hoyt, Verna Felton, and Ed Begley. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, directed by Sterling Tracy, with tonight's story by Harold Swanton, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember, at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler.
S-I-G-N-A-L. Signal gasoline.
Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, stay tuned for the program that is rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler, transcribed by the Signal Oil Company for New Year's to enable the entire production staff of The Whistler to spend New Year's Day at home with their families.
S-I-G-N-A-L. Signal gasoline.
Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler. For extra driving pleasure, the signal to look for is the yellow and black circle sign that identifies Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And for Sunday evening listening pleasure, the signal to listen for is this whistle that identifies the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story. Evening Stroll.
Rumor, gossip, no matter how idly begun, may often come to a violent conclusion. Its pernicious content can twist and distort the mildest of deeds, until with a deadly force fed and made strong by repetition, its weight can smash lives. The venom of rumor, gossip, is always around. Defense against it is pitifully inadequate. And no one is immune. Not even Professor Malcolm Dunn on New Year's Eve, strolling across the darkened campus, puffing quietly on his pipe. At the moment, he seemed pleased with the way things had turned out. The rather embarrassing session a few days ago with Dean Wilson was forgotten, and his thoughts were only of the future, his future at the university. At the library, he paused, debated for a moment if he should turn here and take the shortcut home. Perhaps it was because he wanted more time to be alone, more time to savor the prospects of a bright future, that he decided against the shortcut, even though it was getting late, and continued along the tree-lined street, entered the residential district of the university town.
Oh, Professor! Professor!
Oh, Miss Crandall. Midge.
Hi. Mind if I walk along with you?
Of course not.
Isn't it a wonderful night?
Yeah.
Cool, crisp.
Mm-hmm.
Just think. In another few hours, a new year will be with us.
On your way to a little celebration?
I just left one. Horribly dull, really.
Oh?
I may not even go back. Jerry's in one of those moods again.
Jerry?
Jerry Hayes. He's just a friend. He took me to the party. We had words.
So you decided to take a walk?
That's right. Professor.
Yes?
I heard Dean Wilson had you in for a long talk the other day.
That's right, Midge.
About me?
About you.
I'm sorry I've caused you so much trouble. But I'm not sorry I ever fell in love with you.
Midge, I'm old enough to be your...
Oh, please don't say that.
But you don't understand.
Some things I do, Professor. For instance, this one-sided romance isn't any good. I've caused you nothing but trouble. I realize you can't afford to get mixed up with any of your students.
It isn't as though I'd given you any encouragement. True, we've seen quite a bit of each other.
You've been very proper about the whole thing all along. It's my fault, all of it. I admit that. But I can't help it. I'm in love with you.
It's very flattering, Midge, but...
Still, you wish I weren't so obvious about the whole thing.
Well...
I've never once told anyone that you were in love with me.
I believe you, Midge. But don't you see, there are some people who take a thing like this, gossip it around. The rumors begin to spread. First thing, there's a nice scandal.
It's already started, hasn't it? I mean, that's why the dean wanted to talk to you.
I don't mind telling you that session with the dean was more than a little embarrassing.
I'm terribly sorry.
Well, it's all over now. I've explained everything to his satisfaction, I'm sure.
All this hasn't ruined everything for you, has it?
Hmm?
I mean, you're taking over the history department when Professor Ferris leaves next month.
No, thank heavens. This new position is very important to me, Midge. To my wife, too. It means a great deal to both of us.
It means a lot to me, too. I hope I'm around when it happens.
What do you mean?
I'm leaving the university.
Oh, you are?
Yes, going to New York. The call of the theater, you know. Father has a friend who's a producer. And, well, it'll be a small part to begin with.
I'm sorry you're going to leave us.
Are you? Really?
Of course. But I'm certain you'll become a very great actress someday.
Thank you. People say I'm acting all the time anyway. Well, here's my apartment house.
I'll see you to the door.
Oh, well, how do you like that? No key. I've locked myself out again.
Sure it isn't in your purse there?
Nope. Now, how am I going to get in? The house manager's at a party, probably won't be home for hours.
Well, you just can't sit out here all night. Isn't there some way we
There is. My apartment's around back, on the ground floor. The screen on the bedroom window's loose. Trouble is, I'm not very good at climbing through windows. If somehow you... Oh, no, I couldn't ask you.
Well, when a lady's in distress...
Oh, thanks, Professor. We'll go in the front way here. The lobby door's always unlocked.
You follow Midge into the apartment house, down the long corridor, and out to the back of the building. With little effort, you manage to remove the screen from her bedroom window, climb over the sill and drop into the darkened apartment.
Okay, Professor?
Right.
The light switch is in the alcove, straight ahead.
I'll find it.
You all right, Professor?
I guess so. You forgot to warn me about the coffee table.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll be right in.
You make your way slowly across the room and finally find the light switch. You open the hall door, return to the window, and replace the screen as Midge steps into the apartment and closes the door behind her.
You're a lifesaver, Professor. Hurt yourself on the coffee table?
Fractured a few bones, that's all.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, and look, you've got dust all over your coat.
No harm done.
Oh, I wouldn't be too sure. Looks like a stain of some sort. Why don't you take your coat off, Professor? I'll get some cleaning fluid.
Oh, don't bother,
Oh, no
Midge.
bother, really. It'll only take a minute.
Well, all right. There we are.
Just drop it on the chair there.
Okay.
Now what? Excuse me a moment, Professor.
Hello, Midge.
Oh, Jerry.
I'm sorry I acted the way I did, Midge. I guess you had every right to walk out on me. Oh, I see you have company.
Yes. Now, can't we discuss what happened at the party some other time, Jerry?
Sure we can. Guess maybe I wasn't so wrong after all, huh? Maybe those rumors...
Jerry, please.
Okay.
Good night.
Night, Midge. Good night, Professor Dunn.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, Professor, but Jerry, he's such a child.
Midge, that quarrel you had with Jerry at the party tonight, have anything to do with me?
Well, yes, in a way.
Look, he seems like a nice sort of chap. Why don't you call him back?
No, I'll see him tomorrow. Now, do sit down, Professor.
Midge.
Yes?
Mind telling me something?
Uh-uh.
Did you really lock yourself out tonight?
What do you think, Professor?
I think I'd better be running along. Good morning, Mrs. Dunn.
Oh, morning, Malcolm. Breakfast will be ready in a moment.
Fine. Say, I must have been asleep when you came in last night, Claire. How was the party?
Oh, very nice. The Donaldsons were so disappointed you didn't come, but I explained you just couldn't.
Good.
You go to bed early?
No. I worked for a few hours. Then I went out for a walk. A long walk. By the way, Mrs. Dunn, how about a kiss for a Happy New Year for your husband,
Happy New Year to you, Professor. Now you sit down. Read your paper. Oh, Malcolm.
Yes?
Isn't Midge Crandall one of your students?
Why, yes. She is.
Her picture's there on the front page.
What? Why, so it is.
Someone shot her last night at her apartment.
Shot her?
Yes, they've taken her to the hospital. They don't know if she'll live or not.
Because this is New Year's Day, Signal Oil Company has asked me to skip the regular message about Signal gasoline in order to bring you a few extra chuckles with these limericks. Mrs. Don Bonaquista of Phoenix, Arizona, will start her new year with a $20 Signal gasoline book for this limerick. Like the man on the flying trapeze, you can drive with the greatest of ease. If you'll only be smart and right from the start, say, fill it with Signal gas, please.
Signal, signal, signal gasoline. Your car will go far with no further gasoline.
Tonight's second $20 Signal gasoline book goes to Mrs. Rod Doobie of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, for this limerick. A man with a love for smooth driving found his car needed reviving. He tried Signal gas, and now he can pass all road tests without even striving.
Signal, signal, signal gasoline. Your car will go far with no further gasoline.
We regret that we couldn't start the new year for all of you with a $20 Signal gasoline book. But we do hope that happy, safe driving will fill your new year with miles of smiles.
It's a shock, isn't it, Professor? Your hands tremble as you hold the morning newspaper. Stare down at the photograph of Midge Crandall on the front page. The story is all there. The shooting at her apartment. And as you read through the first few paragraphs, you realize it must have happened only a short time after you left the girl's apartment. Your first impulse is to pick up the phone and call the police. Tell them you were with Midge Crandall last night at her apartment. But suddenly you realize it won't help the police find the guilty person. It would only involve you as well as other innocent people needlessly. And after your conversation with Dean Wilson a few days ago concerning Midge, the gossip about the two of you, you know you can't afford to become involved in the shooting. Somehow you manage to get through breakfast, and then afterward you leave the house and go for a long walk. You need time to think, don't you? Perhaps in some way you can assist the police and help them find out who shot Midge. Then as you're strolling along the walk in front of the science building, one of the students joins you.
Say, Professor, hear about the shooting last night?
Yes, I heard about it, Bill.
Oh, sure knocked me for a loop. I know Midge pretty well. She's a nice kid. Tough. It's a real tough break.
Yes, it is.
Too bad that Simpson guy didn't get a better look at the man who was with Midge.
Simpson? Who?
The witness. He was sitting in a parked car right across the street from Midge's apartment, waiting for somebody. He told police he remembered seeing a man going into the building with Midge.
I see.
I didn't give much of a description of the guy. Medium build, slender, well-dressed. Said he might recognize him if he saw him again, though. Well, here's where I turn off, Professor. See ya.
Yes. Yes, of course, Bill.
Happy New Year, Professor. Hey, Jerry, wait up, fella.
Jerry. The sound of that name spins you around, doesn't it, Professor? You watch Bill join another youngster, see them hurry across the campus toward the village. But he isn't the Jerry you're thinking of, is he? Suddenly you remember the young man who was at the door of Midge's apartment last night. Jerry Hayes, the young man who saw you there with Midge. And you wonder why he hasn't been to the police to tell them about it.
Hello?
May I speak with Jerry Hayes, please?
Yeah, just a sec. Hey, you guys. Pipe down, will you? I can't hear a thing. Oh, what was that again?
Is Jerry Hayes there?
Oh, yeah, sure. Hold on. Hey, Jer, for you. Who is it? Beats me.
Hello?
Jerry, this is Professor Dunn.
Oh. Hello.
I'd like to talk to you, Jerry.
I figured you would.
Where could we meet?
Any place you say.
The path at the far end of the athletic field in 10 minutes. Is that all right?
Okay.
It's a good question, Professor. Why didn't I go to the cops, huh? Suppose I ask you the same.
Listen, Jerry.
Sort of an embarrassing question, isn't it?
Why haven't you told them that I was there in the apartment?
Why haven't you? Something holding you back? Sure. And I know just what it is.
Do you?
Look, Professor, I don't want to get mixed up in this any more than you do. Why not forget about it?
Suppose Midge dies.
That wouldn't be good. It wouldn't be good at all. But we'd keep our mouths shut. I didn't see you. You didn't see me.
I don't know, Jerry. I don't think that'd be right.
I don't think there's anything for you to worry about, Professor. According to the newspapers, the police haven't found any clear prints on the gun.
Is that you, Malcolm?
Yes, Claire.
My, that was quite a walk you took. But I'm glad you're back home, Malcolm. There was a call for you.
Oh?
Dean Wilson's housekeeper called. Said to tell you he wanted you to come over.
Now?
Well, she sounded like it was rather important.
I see.
Come in, Professor Dunn. Come in.
Thank you, Mrs. Shaw.
The dean is in his study. I'm sure he'll see you in a few minutes. The lieutenant shouldn't be with him much longer.
The lieutenant?
Yes, Lieutenant Franklin, Police Department. They're in there with Mr. Simpson.
Simpson? He's the man who...
The witness. Police think the man Mr. Simpson saw last night might be the one who tried to kill Midge Crandall. Oh, isn't it terrible, Professor? That poor girl. I understand she's still in a coma.
And thank you very much, Dean Wilson. Sorry we had to take up so much of your time.
Quite all right, Lieutenant.
Can't overlook anything, you know. Don't have very much to go on. Simpson here and I'll sort of roam around, if you don't mind.
Of course not.
With luck, we might spot our man.
Quickly, you turn your back to them,
Really
Professor.
think it's
Stare out
possible
the
he's
window.
right here on
You want to run, don't you? But your legs refuse to act. And you pray that Simpson doesn't notice you.
Well, thanks again, sir.
Goodbye, Lieutenant.
Now, let's go, Simpson.
Oh, and there you are, Malcolm.
Afternoon, sir.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
I just got here a moment ago.
Come in, come in. Terrible business, that. Terrible. You heard, Malcolm? I think the man who shot Miss Crandall is here, on our campus.
Yes, I heard. Any definite leads?
No. Unfortunately, the witness Simpson hasn't been able to give a good description of the man he saw go into the apartment building with the girl.
Does Mr. Simpson think he can identify the man if he sees him again?
He seems to think so, yes. I, for one, certainly hope he's right. This thing must be solved, Malcolm. They've got to find that man.
Yes, of course.
Well, let's get on with it. I want to discuss several matters with you, Malcolm, about your new position. Hope you don't mind my calling you over today.
Oh, of course not.
Professor Ferris will be leaving earlier than we expected. So it's important we get to these things as soon as possible.
Yes, sir.
For the remainder of the afternoon, you sit with Dean Wilson in his study. He's talking about your new position with the university. But your mind isn't on it, Professor. You keep thinking about the police lieutenant and the witness, Simpson. They're on the campus now, looking for the man who was with Midge Crandall last night. And you wonder how long you'll be able to stay out of their way. Finally, when you leave the dean, your mind is made up. You've reached a decision, haven't you? Yes. And there's only one thing you can do.
Yeah, what? Oh, hello, Professor. Come on in.
No, thanks. I just stopped by to see if Jerry Hayes was in.
Oh, no, he's down in the village. Ought to be back soon.
I see. Will you tell him I must see him immediately? It's very important.
Oh, sure, Professor.
Have him come to my house, 423 Oak Road.
Okay, I'll tell him.
You've made up your mind, haven't you, Professor? Hiding from the police isn't going to solve anything. Instead of helping them, you're wasting valuable time, throwing them off the track, while the guilty person remains at large. At your home, as you wait for Jerry to arrive, the nervousness has gradually left you, hasn't it? You're strangely calm, ready to face whatever happens. Then, as a battered convertible stops in front of your house and Jerry steps out, you dial police headquarters and ask for Lieutenant Franklin.
Yes, Professor Dunn?
Lieutenant, I have some information. It's about the Midge Crandall shooting.
Oh?
Would you come to my house right away? 423 Oak Road.
All right. I'll be there, Professor.
Malcolm,
Oh, yes, Claire. What is it?
did I hear you just call the police?
That's right.
You said something about Midge Crandall.
Excuse me. That's Jerry Hayes. I'll let him in.
Malcolm, what's this all about?
I'll explain in a moment, Claire.
How are you, Professor?
Come in, Jerry.
Hello, Mrs. Dunn.
How are you, Jerry? How's Janet? Haven't seen her in ages.
Oh, she's fine.
Janet?
Jerry's aunt is an old school chum of mine, Malcolm.
Never would have gotten into the university here if it hadn't been for the two of them, Professor. Guess I owe Janet and Mrs. Dunn a lot.
I see.
Now, Malcolm, what's this all about?
Yeah, what's up, Professor?
Jerry, I've called the police. They may not believe I had nothing to do with the shooting, but...
The police? Wait a minute, I thought we...
It's no use, Jerry. I want you to tell them all you know about this Midge Crandall affair.
Even that I saw your wife there?
What?
That's right, dear.
You mean you want me to tell the police I saw Mrs. Dunn come running out of Midge's apartment house last night?
Claire.
I admit it, Malcolm. I was there. I was the one.
New Year's Day is an appropriate day to take stock of one's blessings. So we of the Signal Oil Organization would like to take this opportunity to express our appreciation to all of you who have given us so much for which to be thankful. To you loyal Whistler fans whose continued preference for Signal products has helped us grow from a small start in one state into an organization serving 6 western states, we are genuinely grateful. To independent Signal dealers whose conscientious service has helped so much to keep customers and their cars happy, we are mighty appreciative. So that all of us in the Signal Oil family may continue to merit your friendship and your business, you can count on us to pursue our policy of making every Signal product and Signal service always finer and more complete. Throughout the new year, as for the past 19 years, we shall do everything in our power to make your stops at Signal stations, as well as your miles behind the wheel, happy ones.
It came as a staggering blow, didn't it, Professor? Your wife's admission that she had shot Midge Crandall. Yes, you'd been afraid to get in touch with the police because it meant admitting that you had been there in the apartment yourself. And you knew it would start the gossip again and involve other innocent people. Yet finally you decided to face the consequences. Tell the police that you were the man the witness Simpson had seen. So you would call Lieutenant Franklin, asked him to come to your house. Then too late you learned that your wife, Claire, had shot Midge.
You've got to believe me, Malcolm. I swear I didn't mean to do it.
Claire, why did you go over there?
I'd heard talk about you and Midge. I just had to see her.
But
she admitted it was all wrong, her fault, that she'd been very foolish.
Yes, but...
She kept telling me how much she loved you, and yet she couldn't have you. And then she picked up the gun. Malcolm, I didn't know what to do. The way she acted, I suddenly got the crazy idea she was going to kill herself.
Oh, Claire, you don't know Midge. She was putting on an act.
I had to stop her. And when I tried to take the gun away, it went off. Oh, Malcolm, I didn't mean for her to get shot. I wouldn't have harmed that girl for the world.
But you ran. You left her.
I got outside the door of the apartment before I realized she might die if I didn't do something. Then I heard someone running down the hall. I knew the shot had attracted attention, that she'd be found immediately. Malcolm, the police.
Look, Mrs. Dunn, they don't know you were there. You didn't mean to shoot Midge. We don't have to tell them a thing.
Wait a minute.
Jerry, suppose Midge dies. No, you'd better let the police in, Malcolm.
Good evening, Professor.
Come in, Lieutenant. Lieutenant, my wife, Jerry Hayes.
How do you do?
Lieutenant.
Now, Professor, you said over the phone something about the...
Yes. Jerry here saw a woman hurry out of Miss Crandall's apartment house last night.
A woman, eh? Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So he saw a woman, and Simpson saw a man.
But, Lieutenant...
A lot of people went in and out of that building last night, but it doesn't mean a thing.
What?
Miss Crandall came out of her coma a few minutes ago. Oh, she's going to be all right.
Oh, that's great. She's a wonderful girl.
Yeah. She was worried for fear we'd think one of her boyfriends had done it. Actually, it was just another one of those I didn't know the gun was loaded cases. Miss Crandall told us she shot herself by accident.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine automotive accessories. Remember, if you would like the fun of having your friends hear a limerick of yours on The Whistler, the address to which to send it is the Signal Oil Company, Los Angeles 55, California. All limericks become the property of the Signal Oil Company. Those selected for use on The Whistler will be chosen by our advertising representatives on the basis of humor, suitability, and originality. So, of course, they must be your own composition. Featured in tonight's transcribed story were Donald Woods, Barbara Eiler, Mary Lansing, and Gil Stratton, Jr. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Steve Hampton, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember, at the same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler.
S-I-G-N-A-L Signal gasoline.
And now, again, on behalf of Signal Oil Company and the independent dealers who serve you, I want to express the hope that you have enjoyed your holidays and that your new year will be filled with peace, prosperity, and the good health with which to enjoy the many blessings in the good old USA. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, stay tuned for the program that is rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
S-I-G-N-A-L Signal gasoline.
Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler. For extra driving pleasure, the signal to look for is the yellow and black circle sign that identifies signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And for Sunday evening listening pleasure, the signal to listen for is this whistle that identifies the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story, Desert Reckoning.
The small cabin plane pursues its course high above the Mexican desert. It's midnight, and a full moon bathes everything beneath it with a bright veneer. The land below, so starkly beautiful in the moonlight, is nothing but arid, barren wasteland, uninhabited, a long, endless stretch of nothing. Inside the plane, Larry Travis, the pilot, glances at his watch, then at the instrument panel. Behind him, his partner, Johnny Barron, tucks a blanket more securely around the girl, Ella Winnant. Then their easy flight is interrupted as the plane lurches forward, then drops suddenly, losing altitude.
What is it, Larry? I'm not sure yet, Johnny. Don't worry, though. I can land this crate.
Where are we, Larry? Do you know?
Yes, I know. We're at least 150 miles from the nearest village, and we're a little over 3,000 feet above nothing but desert.
Oh, no.
You're
You sure we're okay, Larry?
Oh, sure we are, Johnny. You two just sit tight.
You're glad they can't see your smile, aren't you, Larry? They might not understand that this unfortunate difficulty above the lonely desert is all part of a plan. Your plan, Larry. Remember when it all began? It wasn't so long ago. Just last night, 24 hours ago, back there in San Salvador. The nightclub where you sat with Johnny's girlfriend, Ella. Yes, Larry, last
You think
night.
Johnny will be long, Larry?
That's
Oh,
when
he
it
shouldn't
began.
be too long. But then he's the businessman in the setup. He'll give it whatever time the deal requires.
Oh, I hope it works out for both of you.
Well, thanks for including me in.
Well, you and Johnny, you've been a team for quite a while, haven't you?
Oh, just since the war. He had the money, and I had a few beat-up transport planes. War surplus stuff, you know. And I had the savvy, too. Put it all together, and it comes out a pretty fair air freight service. Now this outfit in the States wants to buy us out, lock, stock, and barrel. Planes, contracts, everything. And for a tidy sum.
Johnny said he hoped to get 70 or 80,000 for it.
Johnny seems to tell you quite a bit, doesn't he?
Well, yes, I guess he does.
He seems to like you a bit, too, doesn't he?
I hope he does. I like Johnny. Lots.
You sure?
Of course I'm sure, Larry.
Funny I had you figured different. I figured you knew a good thing when you saw it.
Thanks for the compliment.
Johnny and I will be splitting a nice piece of change when we get back to the States. If he closes this deal, we'll be flying back right away.
Yes, I know.
Now, if you were really a smart operator, you could probably talk Johnny into taking you along. Free trip home?
Look, Larry, Johnny's a big boy now. Maybe you don't think I'm the right girl for him. That's up to you. But about the trip home, he's already asked me to go along, and I'm going, Larry. And something else.
Hmm?
I think more of Johnny than anyone I know.
Hey, you two, brighten up. Hey, Julio, bring us a bottle. The good stuff.
Oh, Johnny, did you make it?
Did I? Oh, baby, did I? Hey, come alive, boy. It's all set. We're rich.
Well, come on, give us the pitch. What happened?
Oh, it's wonderful. Well, we talked the whole thing over, and when the haggling was finished, we had ourselves a deal. A real deal.
Oh, Johnny, that's wonderful.
Well, wait a minute. What is this real deal, Johnny? How much?
$80,000.
Ha-ha! Oh, brother. When do we get it?
As soon as we show our handsome, clean-cut faces in San Diego, $80,000 cashier's check payable to Johnny Barron and or Larry Travis. Well, you're the flyboy in this combo. When do we start? Tonight? Right now?
Wait a
Let's
minute. Take
go.
it easy now. Take it easy. You make the business deals, I'll fly the plane. Well, let's see. It'll take a little doing. Get the plane checked, gas, everything. How about tomorrow afternoon?
Oh, tomorrow afternoon's great with me. How about you, Ella? Oh, Larry, I asked her.
Yes, I know. It's okay.
You're sure, Larry? Sure 3 isn't a crowd?
Not this time, Ella. This time, 3's company.
Yes, that's when it all started, Larry, with the 3 of you at the nightclub in San Salvador just last night. And now, hours later, under the bright midnight over the Mexican desert, your small plane drops earthward. Terror, silent terror, grips Johnny and Ella in the seats behind you. You smile to yourself and say nothing. Finally, the motor sputters for the last time, and you guide the plane almost noiselessly to a landing on the desert floor.
Come on, let's get out of this kite and see what we're up against.
Oh, Mother Earth, you never look better to me.
Okay, Johnny.
Oh, I'm glad that's over. Hey, look at those big rocks you just missed.
Oh, they are big. There's a whole ridge of them. Oh, thanks for dodging them, Larry.
It was a pleasure.
Have you any idea where we are, Larry?
Sure. Like I told you, nowhere. Nowhere in the biggest stretch of desert in Mexico. Any objections?
Well, no, Larry. Don't get sore. I just asked.
Oh, I'm sorry. Skip it. I'm not sore. Just a little edgy, I guess. Look, why don't you two get some shut-eye?
What about you?
Oh, I'll tinker with the plane a little. Just the fuel line that's fouled up, I think, and then I'll grab some sleep, too.
Think I could help?
Oh, you?
Yeah, I guess you're right. I don't know a thing about it. You will get some sleep, though.
Oh, sure, in a little while. Go on now. Don't worry. This thing will fly in the morning.
You help them set up camp for the night over by the big rocks to keep the wind away. And soon you're certain they're both asleep. No need for you to tinker with the plane, is there, Larry? Because there's nothing wrong with the fuel line. Nothing wrong with the plane at all. The motor sputters, the lurching, the sudden loss of altitude. A simple matter to arrange by turning the cutoff valve on the second gas tank. And it worked perfectly. You knew the terrain thoroughly. You set down in the middle of nowhere, closer to the ridge of rocks than you'd expected, but otherwise at the exact spot where you had planned to land. You're the only one who can fly the plane out. It's a comforting thought, isn't it? And it lulls you off to sleep, deep, deep sleep, until the bright glare of morning wakens you. Even the early morning desert sun is stifling, penetrating, but you tell yourself you won't have to put up with the heat long. Not you, Larry.
Try to start the plane yet, Larry?
No, not yet, Johnny. It'll fly, though.
Well, let's get out of here, huh, Larry?
I am getting out, Johnny. Alone.
What are you...
Johnny, he's got a gun.
The girl's got a good eye, Johnny. You'll need her.
What's the idea, Larry?
It's simple, Johnny. 80,000. All mine. Nice of you to have that check payable to either one of us.
Oh, Johnny.
Easy, honey. You're, just gonna leave us here, Larry? To die? Is that it?
Oh, didn't you know? We had to make an emergency landing. You two got panicky and wandered away. After I fixed the plane, I tried to locate you, but, well, I just couldn't.
You got it all figured out, huh?
Oh, we'll come back and look for you, Johnny. We'll search all over. And finally, we'll find you. Dead. Now, stay where you are, Johnny. I'm getting out of here.
Planes don't start, do they, without, spark plugs?
What? When were you around this plane?
Last night. I was concerned about you. Wondered if you were going to get any sleep. And you were asleep long before I was. You didn't do anything to that plane, so I got suspicious and figured I'd better play it safe.
Give me those plugs, Johnny, or I'll kill you.
Go ahead. Kill me. Maybe you can find the spark plugs. See, I buried them in the sand someplace. I'll make you a deal, Larry. I'll take the gun, and I'll give you the plugs.
No deal.
Okay. Then we'll just stay here, all three of us, and see what happens.
Signal is happy to send a $20 gasoline book this week to Eleanor H. Hill of Hollywood, California, for this limerick. With Signal, you too can be thrifty. So if your old bus isn't nifty, buy Go Farther gas for pickup and class, and she'll make like a new 1950.
Signal, signal, signal gasoline. Your car will go far with Go Farther gasoline.
When tonight's limerick writer suggested that with Signal gasoline your old car will make like a new 1950, she may have been exaggerating just a little. But this much is for sure. When you switch to Signal, you will notice quick cold weather starting. You will enjoy peppy pickup. And you will thrill to smooth, silent power. For proud performance naturally goes hand in hand with Signal's good mileage. So if you're not trading your old car for a new 1950, do the next best thing. Drive into a Signal station and fill up with the famous Go Farther gasoline.
You weren't prepared for Johnny, were you, Larry? You were the one with the plan, not Johnny. It was your idea to leave Johnny and Ella to die in the desert, while you flew on to San Diego and the $80,000 that's just waiting there for you. But Johnny, your business partner, who knows nothing about planes, who can't fly one, knew enough to remove the spark plugs to keep you from flying, Larry. Now you've still got the gun, a jug of water, the plane, all except the spark plugs. And only Johnny knows where they are. Following his refusal to give them to you, you split into two camps. Johnny and Ella going over behind the rocks, and you staying near the plane. By noon, the glare of the desert sun puts everything in a weird, hazy glow. It's stifling. The sand is hot, burning hot, even through your shoes. The air is dry and parched. And then as you glance toward the ridge of rocks, you see Ella coming toward you, alone.
Johnny's asleep now.
Well, bless his little heart.
Larry, you've got to get me out of here. I can't stand this place. It's so hot. So terribly hot. Please take me with you.
Sure. Give me the spark plugs and I'll take you with me. Why not?
I don't know where they are. Oh, Larry, please.
So he was just a ticket back to the States, huh? The stupid jerk.
I want to stay with you, Larry. Just you.
I'll bet you do.
I'm not so bad. You might find you like to have me around, Larry, once you got used to it.
Hmm?
Anyway, I'm worth a try. Aren't I, Larry?
Somehow you expected this, hadn't you, Larry? You knew that sooner or later she'd be coming around. But you can't be too sure you figured her out correctly, can you? And you decide to be on guard, watch her closely. You walk back to the plane, drop to the sand in the shade beneath the wing. Presently, Ella joins you again.
What do you want to do, Larry?
Nothing. Just wait.
Wait? For what? We can't go anywhere.
So we can't fly without spark plugs. But I still have the radio.
You mean you'll call for help?
Sure.
And the minute the rescue plane gets here, Johnny comes running out, tells his story.
He won't be alive to tell anybody anything.
You're going to...
I won't have to. The heat will. He hasn't any water out there, has he?
No.
Another day, two at the most without water, and he'll be through. When the desert's done its job, then I'll radio for help.
Yes, you've thought it all out, haven't you? Know exactly what's going to happen. It's only a matter of waiting, isn't it, Larry? Waiting for Johnny to die. As you sit there in the shade the plane wing affords, your eyes wander over the broad, flat, sandy wastes, the reflected glare. The intense heat is hard to bear, but you know it's worse for Johnny over among the rocks. The hours drag by slowly, silently, as you stare through the shimmering heat at the rocks. And Johnny, you know he's somewhere in them watching you. And then finally, sundown. But the breeze you'd been hoping for doesn't come. Darkness settles down like a warm cloak over the desert. And then suddenly you're on your feet.
What the...
Larry, what's the matter?
Over there, look.
A red glow.
Yeah.
A fire.
Yes.
It's Johnny. He's trying to signal.
Come on, we're going over there.
Oh, no, Larry, I can't.
I said, come on your feet, you...
Half dragging, pushing, you force Ella across the stretch of sand that lies between the plane and the rocks, where Johnny has started the fire. But when you reach the fire, Johnny is nowhere to be seen. Quickly, you put out the blaze.
Larry, where could he be?
He's around. He's hiding out there somewhere in the dark. Better luck next time, Johnny!
Do you think that's what he was doing? Signaling?
He didn't start this fire to keep warm.
Oh, but surely he must have known you'd see the fire. Come up here.
Sure, he knew Wait a minute. Yes, he knew what I'd do. In fact, he was counting on it.
Suddenly, the realization sweeps over you. You turn, race back to the plane, Ella following close behind. It was a clever move on Johnny's part, wasn't it, Larry? Yes. And as you reach the plane, you leap aboard. Gun in hand, you step inside. The cabin is empty. You glance around quickly to make certain nothing's been touched.
Larry, what's the matter? Why did
Your
you...
boyfriend tried to pull a fast one, that's all. That fire, sweetheart, he wanted to lure us away from the plane.
But why? He can't fly.
He was after something. I don't know what, but it's a good thing I got back here as fast as I did. Come on, let's get back outside.
Oh, Larry, can't I stay here? Inside the plane? It's so hot out there.
It isn't any cooler in here. Come on. Ella, what are you doing in the plane?
I couldn't sleep out there, Larry. Honest, Larry,
Yeah, you're just after the water jug, aren't you?
Please, Larry, one drink.
No, hand it over. That's better. No, I feel... Hey, wait a minute. This jug feels funny. It's heavy.
Oh, no, Larry, don't turn it over. You'll lose the water.
Water? No. Just desert sand, Ella. Sand, not water.
Johnny, he filled this spare jug with sand and took the one filled with water.
So that's what he was after tonight. That fire.
Sand. Just sand.
Yeah, sand. And he's out there now with a jug full of water. And he's the guy I thought would suffer. Why, that dirty brat! You...
Larry, listen. He's out there laughing at us. Do you hear him, Larry? He's laughing at
I'll
us.
get him.
Larry, where are you going?
Out there to kill him. He's got the water we need.
Wait.
Wait, I'm sorry, baby. The waiting game is over.
You start across the sand toward the laugh, mocking, taunting you, Larry. And the murderous rage within you mounts as you run for the rocks. And Johnny. As you reach them, the laughter suddenly stops. You stand there waiting, listening. Then you move slowly among the rocks, certain you know what Johnny's plan is. You stop, listen. Suddenly you turn on the flashlight. The beam cuts through the inky blackness, sweeps past several huge boulders. And there is Johnny. You! Even as you fire, you know you've missed him, Larry. You reach the spot where Johnny was standing. But he's vanished into the darkness.
Larry, look. The jug. You hit the water jug.
You reach down, pick up the shattered jug. Most of the water has already soaked into the sand, but there's still a little left. Not much, Larry, but enough to prolong life for a while, even in the desert. You turn, hurry back to the plane, pour what's left of the water into a canteen. Ella watches your every move.
Larry.
No, you can't. There isn't enough here to last another day. Here, hold this flashlight.
The radio. You're going to call?
Yes, the rescue plane ought to reach us in a couple of hours.
But Johnny, what about him?
It'll be dawn in a little while. That's when I start out looking for him. He can't duck me in broad daylight. He'll be dead by the time the plane gets here. What's the matter with this thing?
Sudden panic sweeps over you as you claw at the lid of the radio. Unhook it.
On it.
Then, as you look inside, you find what you'd feared most has happened. One of the radio tubes is gone.
First the spark plugs, so I couldn't fly out. Now the radio, so I can't call for help. Sure, when he came for the water, he took the tube and... Ella.
Yes.
Ella!
Larry, my arm.
Maybe Johnny didn't take the tube. Maybe you did.
Oh, Larry, please.
You double-crossing chiseler, you!
All right, I took it. But you'll never find it.
Oh, won't I?
Go ahead, kill me. But you won't find it.
Yes, you know she means it, don't you, Larry? She's just like Johnny. She'll never tell you unless you give her the gun. Her life depends on it. But you're not through yet, are you? You're thankful that when you made your plans back in San Salvador, you took the precaution to arrange an escape route, and now you're forced to make that move. You release your hold on Ella. Watch her as she slumps down to the floor, sobbing quietly. And then suddenly you're aware of the wind outside.
Well, it looks like we're in for a storm, sweetheart.
Storm?
Relax. This one isn't going to bring water, only sand and lots of it. Well, I'd better get going.
You're leaving?
Yeah. Yes, I'm heading north. There's a spot 20 miles from here where an airliner crosses the desert 2 flights a week. One of them's today. I can reach that spot in time to signal it down if I start now.
Larry, you're going to leave me?
How'd you guess? There's just enough water in this canteen for one, sweetheart. Sure, I'm leaving you. But you won't be able to tell Johnny where you've hidden that radio tube.
No, Larry, wait!
When you see really ancient chariots humming merrily down the highway, don't you sometimes wonder what makes some cars last so much longer than others? Well, the way a car is driven naturally plays a big part. But an equally important factor is the lubrication and service a car gets. And that's where independent signal dealers shine. Having chosen the automobile servicing business as their permanent business, signal dealers are naturally interested in cars. With them, it's not a temporary job. In fact, most signal dealers have been in the service station business for years. That means they've acquired a know-how in taking care of cars, which can make a big difference in performance. Also, since each signal dealer is in business for himself, he realizes his success depends on keeping you satisfied. Because this conscientious type of personal service can add a lot to your car's life and your driving pleasure. It's another mighty good reason why each day more and more drivers are switching to Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline.
The stinging sand drives against your hands and face, Larry, as you bend forward against the wind. You walk on and on, half seeing, half hearing. It seems hours since you left the plane, left Ella dead inside it, and Johnny somewhere in the rocks. There's nothing to fear from either of them, is there? Only the sandstorm now. But you're certain it won't last much longer. They usually blow themselves out in a matter of hours. Soon you should be near the point where the plane will fly over. But it's hard to tell, isn't it? You stop, lean into the wind, shield your eyes, and squint into the haze ahead of you.
What's that?
You wheel around. A plane, Larry. It sounded like a plane, but where? You look up, around, ahead of you. Or was it just the wind, your imagination? You listen, straining. You listen. Then you look up ahead, see the dim outlines of the rocks. You've been walking in a circle, Larry. You're right back where you started from.
It was a plane. Hey, wait! Johnny! Johnny, wait for me! Hey! Wait!
The plane has flown on, Larry. Your eyes search the haze, the thin strip of sky visible above it. And then you look down again and see your own plane on the ground right where it was. You hurry toward it.
The radio. Johnny must have found the tube. He radioed for help.
Your hands reach out for the radio controls. And then you see it. The note stuck up against the windshield. Johnny's note to you.
Larry, I put the tube back after I saw you start out this morning. He put it back. Then Ella did...
Yes, Larry. Suddenly it all becomes clear. Ella didn't take the radio tube. She lied to you.
No.
You realize now she thought she'd be safe from you like Johnny was. If you believed she had taken the tube. You read on.
I radioed for help. We looked for you when the plane came. Bad storm, couldn't see you. We're taking Ella's body with us, Larry. The radio works now. You can take your choice. Radio for help and pay for Ella's murder, or stay where you are. It's up to you, Johnny.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at the same time.
Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine automotive accessories. Remember, if you would like the fun of having your friends hear a limerick of yours on the Whistler, the address to which to send it is the Signal Oil Company, Los Angeles 55, California. All limericks become the property of the Signal Oil Company. Those selected for use on the Whistler will be chosen by our advertising representatives on the basis of humor, suitability, and originality. So, of course, they must be your own composition. Featured in tonight's story were Wally Mayer, Doris Singleton, and Hy Averback. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Sid Swirsky and Duane Yarnell, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on the Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember, at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler.
S-I-G-N-A-L Signal, Signal gasoline.
This is Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now, stay tuned for the mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. Because even when you know who's guilty, you always receive a startling surprise at the final curtain. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
S-I-G-N-A-L Signal, Signal gasoline.
Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler. For extra driving pleasure, the signal to look for is the yellow and black circle sign that identifies the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story, The Chinese Elephant Puzzle.
The night stretches black and humid over Singapore, and the murky heat teems up from the street through the sandals of the rickshaw boy as he pulls his fare through a narrow back street. Inside the rickshaw, impeccably attired in a white linen suit that is not yet wilted, sits Elliot Wilson, agent for Crawford Pierce Incorporated, art importers and exporters. Finally, the boy jogs to a stop. Elliot Wilson steps out onto a dimly lit street corner, pays the rickshaw boy, and watches him trot off into the night. Once the boy is out of sight, Elliot turns, enters a door in the back of an ancient building. Inside the faintly lighted room, he moves unnoticed through the half-stupid crowd, through the tinkling glass curtain at the far end, and into a smaller room where Niels Hansen maintains his dingy headquarters.
Hello, Hanson.
Oh, hello, Elliot. I thought you were about due.
Yes, I'm right on time.
Did you ship the stuff out okay?
Yes. The Chinese elephant puzzle is on its way to San Francisco.
Passed inspection okay, huh?
Perfectly. Why shouldn't it? Looks just like a small Chinese elephant. The puzzle with more than 100 interlocking pieces, so finely fitted you can hardly see the cracks. You can't tell by looking at it that it's packed with diamonds.
It didn't rattle or anything, huh?
No, rattles, nothing. Everything went fine. As simple as mailing a letter. And I checked again to be sure. It'll arrive in San Francisco on Friday.
This guy in Frisco, Jim Craig. You sure you can trust him?
I'm positive. And the gift shop he works for is a big customer of mine. Craig unpacks everything I send back. Friday, among other things, he'll receive the elephant puzzle. He'll take the diamonds out, hang on to them until I get there. He'll put the handsome little elephant on the shelf for sale, along with the other things. A very simple operation.
Simple for you. I did the dirty work. I got the ice.
That was our deal, Hanson. If you weren't satisfied with your cut, you should have said so before.
My bargaining position wasn't much good, remember? A guy with a record like mine can't make very good deals. What about the payoff? When do I get my cut?
Your cut? Why, right now, Hanson.
Hey, what's the idea?
Here's your cut!
Hanson crumples to the floor, dead from the quick, calculated movement of your knife, Elliot. That was his cut, death. You bend over him, make certain the payoff is final. And soon you're outside again, swallowed up in the pedestrian traffic of the Singapore night. You spend the next few days winding up your business affairs in preparation for your flight back to the States. And finally, the day of your departure arrives. Then you're airborne, the great plane streaking out across the South China Sea toward the Pacific, every hour bringing you hundreds of miles nearer to San Francisco. At last, on Monday, as you planned, you are there, setting down at Mills Field. And you're certain that Craig has received the elephant puzzle and its cargo of diamonds the Friday before. Less than an hour after you land, you're at the door of Jim Craig's apartment, and the anticipation within you mounts. But it isn't Craig who answers your ring.
May I help you?
Oh, I'm looking for Jim Craig. This is his apartment, isn't it?
It was. I'm the house manager.
What do you mean, it was? He moved?
He's dead.
Dead? But when?
He was killed a week ago. A car hit him.
A week ago, Elliot, Jim Craig was killed by a car a week ago. He wasn't alive last Friday to receive the elephant puzzle. He couldn't have unpacked it and taken the diamonds from it last Friday. You stand there stunned. And then you remember. The gift shop. That's it, Elliot. You've got to get to the gift shop where Craig worked. Find the puzzle and buy it. That's your only chance, Elliot.
Good afternoon. May I help you? Oh, well, Mr. Wilson. Hello. My goodness, I had no idea you were any place in the wide world but Singapore.
How are you, Evans?
Oh, you know me, Mr. Wilson. I'm always fine, just fine. Except, of course, recently, just a week ago, our Mr. Craig.
Yes, I just heard. I'm terribly sorry.
Of course you are. All of us here, of course. Family, you know. That's what we are here at the shop. Simply a family. But then, we're being brave, Mr. Wilson. Simply carrying on.
Yes, I'm sure you are, Evans, and that's as it should be. You mind if I have a look around? I'd like to see some of the pieces I've sent you. For sentimental reasons.
Well, of course. Just you look all you like.
Thank you. Oh, I recognize that silverware. Pure Malayan. Must have sent that about 3 weeks ago, didn't I?
You did just that. And, it is a good seller.
Mm-hmm. Oh, here's that pottery on the next shelf. I wonder. Oh, then I suppose not.
Looking for something in particular, are we, Mr. Wilson?
Well, no, not really. Just a silly notion of mine. You may not remember it at all.
Oh, now don't say that, Mr. Wilson. Why, I remember every single little item you send. It's so distinctive, so simply distinctive. Now, just what are we looking for?
Well, as a matter of fact, it probably arrived about last Friday, I imagine. An oriental puzzle, a small elephant.
Oh, of course it arrived. And last Friday, too. You know, I tried to work it. I just couldn't get it apart.
It's easy once you know how. I'd like to buy it back from you, Evans. I sort of took a fancy to it.
Oh, I am sick, Mr. Wilson. Simply sick.
What do you mean?
Well, it's gone. I sold it. I never dreamed you'd want it. Never dreamed. Saturday morning, first thing Saturday morning, I sold it.
You remember who you sold it to by any chance?
Why, yes. An elderly gentleman who was short and heavy-set.
His name?
Oh, I'm afraid I don't know.
Tonight's $20 Signal gasoline book goes to Robert Boone of Hollywood, California, for this limerick. A salesman of fine reputation was driving all over the nation. Said he in a letter, "My car drives much better on gas from a Signal oil station."
Signal, signal, signal gasoline. Your car will go far with Go Farther gasoline.
It's always a double pleasure for me to read limericks praising Signal's performance. You see, Signal has become so famous as the Go Farther gasoline, many drivers forget that mileage and performance go hand in hand. Both are the result of the extra efficiency today's Signal gasoline coaxes from your motor. So whether you're interested in economy or just in real driving pleasure, remember you get both when you get Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline.
It was going to be so simple, wasn't it, Elliot? All you had to do, once Hanson was out of the way back in Singapore, was to get to San Francisco and collect the diamonds from Jim Craig. But Craig was killed before the small elephant puzzle, with a diamond safely tucked away in it, arrived. And now you discover the elephant has been sold, and the clerk, Evans, has no idea of the purchaser's identity. You turn and start slowly out of the shop, and then...
Oh, Mr. Wilson.
What?
I just thought of something. The man who bought the Chinese elephant puzzle. As he was leaving the store, I remember he stopped to chat with one of the other clerks, with Miss Solinston.
You mean you think she...
Yes, she probably knows him by name. Now, just a minute, I'll ask her.
Early that afternoon, you're on the move again, Elliot, headed upstate toward a small community on the Sacramento River, and a man named Alton Galloway, the man who purchased the elephant puzzle. By evening, your train arrives in Riverview. You duck into a small hotel and casually inquire about Mr. Galloway. And half an hour later, you're sitting in the large study of the Galloway home where he keeps his art collection. Galloway, a small man with a massive shock of white hair, sits at his desk peering at you over his glasses. And as you talk, his glance shifts occasionally to a table nearby, to the small elephant resting on it.
So you see, Mr. Galloway, I expressly bought the Chinese elephant puzzle for a customer of ours in San Francisco, and through some error, it was sold to you.
Yeah, it's a fine piece. Excellent bit of work. A real buy. And incidentally, a real puzzle.
Yes, of course. I hope you won't be too disappointed.
I won't be, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, fine. I read
You
it.
see, I have no intention of returning the elephant puzzle.
But, Mr. Galloway...
A deal is a deal.
Yes, but surely, Mr. Galloway, with all the many fine pieces you already have,
I didn't buy it for myself, Mr. Wilson. I'm planning it as a surprise for my nephew in New York. It's for his collection. He's a fiend on Chinese puzzles.
You're sending it back east?
Yes, in the morning. Oh, excuse me.
Your eyes follow Galloway as he walks past you and disappears into the hall. You've failed, haven't you, Elliot? You could offer him money, a great deal of money, couldn't you? But that would only arouse his suspicions. You'll have to find another way. And then suddenly an idea hits you. Quickly, you step around Galloway's desk to the French windows opening onto the patio, slip the latch, and then hurry back to your chair. When he returns, you get to your feet.
Well, Mr. Galloway, I've already taken up too much of your time.
No, that's quite all right.
You won't change your mind, sir.
I'm afraid not.
Well, I tried anyway.
No hard feelings?
No hard feelings. As you said, Mr. Galloway, a deal's a deal. Good night.
Outside in the shadows, you don't have long to wait, do you, Elliot? A half hour or so after you see the lights in the Galloway house go out, you move quickly to the patio, slip inside through the French windows. As you move cautiously around the desk across the study, you smile to yourself. Realize how simple it's going to be. You've only to remove the gems from the Chinese elephant puzzle, replace it on the table, and leave. And no one will ever know. Then, as you reach the table and pick up the elephant,
I've been waiting for you, Mr. Wilson.
you whirl at the sound of Galloway's voice. Then the lights go on. Galloway is sitting in the high-backed chair, a pistol resting in his lap.
Surprised, Mr. Wilson?
Hi. Look, Mr. Galloway,
I knew you'd be back. I happened to see you from the hall while I was on the telephone. Saw you unlock the French windows. Now, if you'll kindly put the elephant back where you found it. Thank you. What's this all about, Mr. Wilson?
Well, all right, Mr. Galloway. Maybe we can make a deal. I'll give you $1,000 for the elephant puzzle.
1,000? Well. That is interesting. Perhaps I'd better examine that elephant more closely. Must be something quite unusual about it. Something that I must overlook.
2,000, Mr. Galloway. Is it a deal?
Sorry. Now, if you'll step out in the hall, I'll call the police. Well, Mr. Wilson?
Okay. You're making a big mistake, Mr. Galloway.
Am I? I don't think so. Go ahead. After you.
As Galloway steps aside to let you enter the hall, you see your chance. His eyes leave you for a moment, and in that split second, you lunge for the gun. The two of you fall back into the study. He's surprisingly strong and quick for his age, isn't he, Elliot? And you're having trouble taking the gun away from him. Twice he jams the gun butt into your chest, and the pain is almost more than you can bear, but you hold on grimly. Finally, you manage to grab his wrist, twist it sharply, and then... You stare down at the still form at your feet. He's dead, isn't he, Elliot? The gun still clutched tightly in his hands. You hadn't expected this to happen. And now you've got to get away as quickly as you can. But first, you're going to take what you came for. And as you turn and start across the room, you hear footsteps outside on the patio. You drop behind the desk, just in time, as a man comes running in through the open French windows. He hurries past you into the room.
Mr. Galloway! Mr. Galloway! Good Lord. Hello, operator. Get me the sheriff's office, quickly.
You've got to run for it now, Elliot. You glance across the room to the table. The elephant. You decide that you can't risk going for it. The man phoning the police in the hall would certainly see you. So you slip quietly out through the French windows, across the patio, and run into the cover of night. You walk along the quiet streets of the village for almost an hour, wondering what your next move will be. You've made up your mind, haven't you? You're not going back to San Francisco without the Chinese elephant puzzle and the gems inside it, the diamonds worth almost $250,000. Somehow you've got to get back inside that house. And then suddenly it all becomes clear to you. It's a bold move, Elliot, but you're certain that it'll work. You turn around and head back toward the Galloway house.
Yeah?
Mr. Galloway, is he in?
Well,
I'm Elliot Wilson of Crawford Pierce, art dealers in San Francisco. He'll know.
Crawford Pierce, huh? Oh, yeah. I've heard of him. Come on in.
I noticed the police car outside. Something wrong?
Mr. Galloway is dead. I'm Sheriff Coster.
He's dead? That's impossible. I talked to him on the phone, only...
It happened suddenly.
I just can't believe it. Accident?
Murder.
Mr. Galloway murdered? Good heavens.
You had an appointment with Mr. Galloway?
Yes, as I did have an appointment with him. You see, we got some new pieces in from the Orient, and I thought he might be interested.
Sheriff.
Oh, all through in there, Perry?
Yeah, it's all yours, Sheriff. You're getting back to the office.
Okay. Would you mind sticking around, Mr. Wilson? I might want to ask you a few questions.
Oh, yes, I'll be glad to.
Good. Now, Perry, I got a couple of things for you to do. When you get back, call the coroner, will you? and tell him-
Hello.
What? Oh.
Oh, I didn't mean to startle you. I'm Amy Ettinger, reporter, Riverview Sentinel.
How do you do?
I also run a Lonely Hearts column. Oh, and if you ever want any recipes, write to Aunt Clara. That's me. You're Elliot Wilson, art dealer.
What? Oh, yes, that's right.
I overheard you talking to the boyfriend.
Boyfriend?
Yeah, Sheriff Coster. We've been going steady for 5 years now. He doesn't approve of my working for a newspaper.
Oh, I see.
Come on, I'll show you some of Mr. Galloway's stuff.
Well, the sheriff asked me to stay here.
Oh, he won't mind. Like I said, he's the boyfriend. Mr. Galloway's things are worth a lot of money, I suppose, but this Oriental art leaves me cold. But I ought to take some pictures of all this stuff.
Oh, you're a photographer, too?
A small-town reporter has to be ready for any emergency. That's my equipment out there in the hall.
Oh? Well, his collection might make a nice story. Why not take a few shots?
Well, if you think so. Well, sure. Worth a try, anyway. You stay right there, Mr. Wilson. Be right back.
The opportunity you've been waiting for presents itself suddenly, doesn't it, Elliot? And you find yourself alone in the room. Quickly, you slip the elephant into the pocket of your trench coat. In a few moments, the girl returns. Sheriff Coster is with her.
It's all right, isn't it, Hank?
Oh, I guess you can take pictures if you want to. Just stay out of the way, huh?
Okay.
By the way, what'd you do with the list?
Over there, on the desk.
Sheriff.
Oh, Mr. Wilson.
I was just wondering, you said this was murder.
Mr. Galloway was shot with his own gun. It wasn't accidental.
Yes, but why? I mean...
Oh, it's hard to say offhand. Could be that Galloway surprised somebody here in the study. There was a struggle, you know. Stuff here's pretty valuable, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Is anything missing?
Haven't checked yet. We'll know as soon as I look over this list.
List?
Galloway kept a record of all this, a sort of a catalog.
Oh, yes, I see. Yes, of course, he would.
Sure is a long list. Say, you're an art dealer. Maybe you could help us check this list. I'm not much on Oriental art.
Of course, Sheriff. I'd be glad to.
You spend the next hour checking over the items of the Galloway collection with Sheriff Coster. And you're relieved to learn that the Chinese elephant puzzle isn't listed. It won't be missed at all. Everything else on the list is there. The sheriff thanks you for your assistance and tells you that you're free to go. So you leave him thumbing idly through the catalog, Amy preparing to take her photographs of the murder scene, the Galloway collection. On the way back to your hotel, you stop on a deserted side road and remove the diamonds from the puzzle. Smile as you gaze at them in the palm of your hand. Then you slip the gems into your pocket, finish breaking down the puzzle, and throw the pieces one at a time into the river. A quarter of an hour later, you walk into your hotel.
Evening, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, good evening. Could you tell me when I can catch the next train back to San Francisco?
Let me see now. I don't believe there's one coming through till morning.
Oh, not till then?
Just a second. That's right, 8:35 in the morning.
Oh, that's all right. Thank you.
Leaving us so soon, Mr. Wilson?
Oh, yes, I'm afraid I have to get back.
Well, maybe next time you'll spend a little more time with us. Huh?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Hope you enjoyed your visit.
Yes, very much. I found my stay in Riverview pleasant. Very pleasant.
Because the past several months of cold weather have been especially tough on car batteries, here is some news worth remembering. There's now available a vastly improved battery, much more powerful and far longer lasting. It's the new Signal Deluxe battery, sold only at Signal service stations. Unlike ordinary batteries, which may be guaranteed for 12 or 18 months, Signal Deluxe batteries are guaranteed a full 30 months on a service basis. And all during their long, trouble-free life, you enjoy up to 35% more power to give you really quick starting and to take care of the many electrical gadgets on modern cars. That's because Signal Deluxe batteries have micro-porous all-rubber separators, which hold twice as much acid solution between the plates. What's more, Signal dealers will now give you a trade-in allowance for your worn-out battery, plus convenient credit terms if you desire. So, to be sure you're getting today's best battery buy, remember the name of the extra powerful battery, guaranteed a full 30 months, the Signal Deluxe battery. Remember where to get it, at your nearest Signal service station.
The chase has ended, hasn't it, Elliot? The diamonds are once more in your possession, $250,000 worth. And now you won't have to share it with anyone. The following morning, you board the train with the diamonds safely tucked away in your luggage. And finally, when you arrive in San Francisco, you hurry to your apartment. You're not going to waste any time cashing in on the diamonds, are you? You put in a phone call to one of your contacts that you're certain will make a good deal for you. And then spend the rest of the day in your apartment. Early that evening, you're sitting at your desk examining the diamonds when the doorbell rings. You slip the diamonds into the desk drawer and close it.
Come in, Dave. Why, Sheriff Coster.
Evening, Mr. Wilson. Can we come in?
Oh, yes, of course.
This is Lieutenant Newman, San Francisco Police. We're working on the Galloway case together.
Oh, is that so? How do you do, Lieutenant?
Hello, Mr. Wilson. You knew a man named Hanson back in Singapore, didn't you?
Yes, I believe I met him once or twice.
The Singapore police were after him in connection with some stolen diamonds. They caught up with him last week. But they're a little late. He was dead.
Oh, it's too bad.
We've been told by Singapore that Hanson had arranged to have those diamonds smuggled into this country. When his body was found, the diamonds were missing. And Hanson had no money on him as his share of the payoff.
Lieutenant Newman here thinks it all ties in somehow with the Galloway murder, Mr. Wilson.
But how could that be, Sheriff?
Mr. Galloway bought a Chinese puzzle in the form of an elephant. Our investigation shows that you had it shipped over from Singapore.
Yes, well, I buy and ship so many things.
Sure, I know. Well, anyway, that elephant puzzle is missing from Galloway's collection.
Missing? But, Sheriff, you and I checked the catalog.
It wasn't listed, I know. I guess Mr. Galloway hadn't gotten around to it yet.
Well, then how do you know there was an elephant?
These photographs Amy Ettinger took after you left. She happened to show them to me. I noticed something. I compared them with the photographs my deputy had taken earlier.
What?
Matter of fact, he was leaving the house as you came in. Anyway, in his photograph, the elephant puzzle was there on a small table not far from the body. In Amy's picture, it wasn't.
I see.
Between the time my deputy took his photograph and the time Amy took hers, there were only 3 persons in that room.
Now, look, Sheriff.
I didn't take that elephant. Neither did Amy. That leaves you, Mr. Wilson.
Well, gentlemen, I can assure you that elephant isn't here. You're welcome to.
The elephant is only part of it, Mr. Wilson. What we're most interested in is the diamonds. We have a full description of them. And the Singapore police are certain that when we find the man with the diamonds, we've got the man who murdered Hanson.
What makes you think that
We don't think anything yet, Mr. Wilson. But I'm afraid we'll have to search your apartment. I guess we might as well start right here, in your desk drawer.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine automotive accessories. Remember, if you would like the fun of having your friends hear a limerick of yours on The Whistler, the address to which to send it is the Signal Oil Company, Los Angeles 55, California. All limericks become the property of the Signal Oil Company. Those selected for use on The Whistler will be chosen by our advertising representatives on the basis of humor, suitability, and originality. So, of course, they must be your own composition. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman and Willard Waterman. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Gordon Gray and John Hunt, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember, at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler.
S-I-G-N-A-L Signal gasoline.
This is Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now, stay tuned for the mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. Because even when you know who's guilty, you always receive a startling surprise at the final curtain. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
S-I-G-N-A-L Signal gasoline.
Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler. For extra driving pleasure, the signal to look for is the yellow and black circle sign that identifies Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And for Sunday evening listening pleasure, the signal to listen for is this whistle that identifies the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story, The Oriana Affair.
It was quiet at 3 a.m, very quiet. Only the soft lapping of the water of Viewport Bay against the sides of the yacht Oriana. Nothing more. Only the nervous breathing of the man with the knife, Ralph Fenton. There was no such sound from his victim, the man on the floor of the cabin. No, the knife had stopped that, and stilled Jim Gunther forever. Ralph Fenton, standing over Gunther's body, turned suddenly, reached for his overcoat and his hat, glanced around the cabin, hurried up the companionway, and then stepped down the gangplank, tossing his knife into the water as he hurried ashore. It's in the papers the following morning. Pleasant reading for you, isn't it, Ralph? You feel safe and secure as you dress, have breakfast, and go downtown to the office. Because of Gunther's position, everyone is talking about the case, and you join in, naturally, confidently, and discussing it blandly with Edna Sloan, the district attorney's secretary.
Well, quite frankly, Edna, I think Gunther had it coming. You know, a political pressure man pulling strings, making the puppets jump to hold their jobs. I say we're better off without him.
He even threatened to frame you once, didn't he, Ralph?
Oh, not seriously. As assistant to the district attorney, well, I'm a small-time target, Edna. So Gunther concentrated on bigger game.
Like, maybe the district attorney himself?
Mm-hmm. Could be. Hey, speaking of the boss, what did he have to say about it?
Mr. Ainsley's still having his say. He's with Lieutenant Reese in his office. They're questioning a suspect, Tony Ferracci.
Ferracci, huh? Well, they're working fast. I think I'll run across the hall and give a listen.
Oh, I'd take it easy, Ralph. Mr. Ainsley wastes very little love on you.
It's mutual. I'll save all mine for you.
Oh, sure.
See ya. Morning, Chief.
Hmm? Oh, Fenton.
Well, didn't expect to find you alone. Edna was telling me that you had...
Yes, I had to let Faraci go.
Oh, alibi, huh? So another suspect bites the dust.
I'm not worried. A murderer always makes one mistake. Lieutenant Reese?
Yeah, Chief.
That girl out there in the reception room. Did she get a look at Faraci on his way out?
She did. He's not the one.
All right. Bring Miss Robbins in, will you? I want to talk to her.
Right.
Who's this, Miss Robbins?
A witness. She saw the killer leaving Gunther's yacht last night.
She what?
Says she can point out the man to us if she ever sees him again.
This way, Miss Robbins.
Chief, you don't mind, I've got some things to do.
Stick around, Fenton. I want you in on this interview. You're going to work on this case.
Want to see me, Mr. Ainsley?
Yes, Miss Robbins, we do. Won't you come in?
Tonight's $20 Signal gasoline book goes to Mrs. Frederick Davis of Glendale, California, for this limerick. A frugal young lad from this city spent so much on his car, 'twas a pity. He tried Signal one day, now he's saving his pay, and his car purrs as smooth as a kitty.
Signal, signal, signal gasoline. Your car will go far with go from the gasoline.
Our congratulations to Mrs. Davis for her clever way of describing the good mileage you enjoy with Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline. Too bad a limerick isn't long enough to include all the benefits you notice when you switch to Signal. I mean Signal's quick cold weather starting, Signal's peppy pickup, Signal's smooth responsive power. For it's a fact, mileage and performance go hand in hand. To enjoy both, fill up with Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline.
It's a shock, isn't it, Ralph? You were so certain that you left the yacht Oriana unseen after killing Jim Gunther. And you were sure that as assistant district attorney, you would be able to follow every step of the investigation so no one could surprise you. And now, in District Attorney Ainsley's office, you're confronted with the startling information that there was a witness. Someone who saw a man hurry down the gangplank. Someone who can identify Gunther's murderer. She's here in the district attorney's office, a Miss Paula Robbins. You're trembling, aren't you, Ralph? You want to run, but you can't. You look away as Miss Robbins enters and try to edge over to the window and keep your face averted from a direct view.
Just sit down, won't you, Miss Robbins?
Thank you.
Now, Miss Robbins, about Faraci. You're certain?
Oh, yes.
And, he's not...
He's not your man, no.
Yeah. Now, you're positive, of course, that you could make the identification.
Quite.
Well, that will be most helpful to us. You know that.
Yes, I know. Is this another suspect?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Miss Robbins, this is Ralph Fenton, one of my assistants.
Oh, I see. How do you do, Mr. Fenton?
Miss Robbins?
Now, as I was saying, Miss Robbins, Miss Robbins.
What? Oh, sorry. I was thinking of something else, Mr. Ainsley.
She looks straight at you, doesn't she, Ralph? Almost through you in a glance that's penetrating, appraising. Then she smiles, turns away, and says nothing. But you're certain there was recognition in her eyes. Yet she didn't say a word. Why, you ask yourself? Why, Ralph? Why? Later that morning, in a tiny cafe across from the city hall, you sit in a corner booth having coffee with Edna Sloan, the DA's secretary. You learn a little more about Miss Robbins, don't you? Not much, but a little.
Oh, yes, Mr. Ainsley's counting pretty heavily on Paula Robbins.
But how does he know that she was even around, Edna? Now, what would a girl like that be doing around the yacht at 3 o'clock in the morning?
She owns a boat, not a very big one. Lives on it, ties up not far from the Oriana. She was coming in late last night, or early, take your pick. She'd been over to Catalina.
Oh, I see.
She had just brought her boat in, had tied up when she saw the murderer run ashore, and... Speaking of the devil...
What?
She's over there by the door playing the pinball machine.
Yeah. Yeah, so she is. Let's go, Edna, huh? I gotta get back.
Oh, hello, Mr. Fenton.
Oh, Miss Robbins?
And Miss, Sloan, isn't it?
That's right. Hello.
Well, what do you know? Look at this. Don't you think I'm a lucky girl, Mr. Fenton? I've hit the jackpot.
Oh, so you have.
Yes. You must have brought me luck. If I saw you often enough, I'll bet I'd hit the jackpot lots of times, don't you think?
Well, Ralph, there it is, out in the open. Her answer, her reason. You no longer have to wonder why Paula Robbins didn't identify you in District Attorney Ainsley's office. Her silence will cost something, won't it, Ralph? Yes. And from the look in her eyes as she faces you, it might cost a great deal. You stare at the girl for a moment. The expression in her eyes, the faint, curious smile on her lips. She knows, doesn't she, Ralph? Yes. She saw you leave Gunther's yacht last night. Yet back there in the office, she didn't identify you as Gunther's killer, and you wonder why. The rest of the morning, you debate about driving down to the docks to see Paula and talk with her. But you can't make up your mind what to do. Late that afternoon, the district attorney does it for you. He sends you back to the scene of the crime, Gunther's yacht, with Lieutenant Reese on a routine matter. As the two of you reach the pier, you see Paula Robbins aboard a small boat docked not far away from Gunther's yacht. You tell the lieutenant to go on ahead, and then you hurry toward the girl.
Hello. Hello there.
Hi.
Mind if I come aboard?
Come in.
Huh. Nice little job you've got here.
I like it. I've been expecting you, Mr. Fenton.
Oh, really?
Yes. We both know who killed Gunther, don't we?
Afraid I don't follow it.
Oh, of course you do. You know I saw you leave the yacht last night.
Oh, you're mistaken.
Matter of fact, I've seen you many times before. Visiting Gunther.
Oh, official business. He was always in trouble, so he had...
Oh, on the contrary, he was never in trouble. As long as he had a boy in the DA's office, you.
You, seem to know an awful lot, Miss Robbins.
I got to be quite friendly with Jim Gunther. He used to brag about some of those fast deals he was pulling. I knew he couldn't do it alone. Had to have help from the right places, so I put two and two together.
All right, Paula. What do you want? If it's money,
Oh, money? I'm not interested in your money, Ralph.
What?
I already have a nice bank account and a steady income.
Well, then what do you want?
Well, let's say your friendship. Yeah, that's it. Your loyalty. Devotion.
I don't understand.
It's quite simple. A girl like me never knows when she'll need a friend in the DA's office. I think we should get better acquainted real soon.
Morning, Mr. Fenton.
Morning, Sergeant. Got a little job for you.
Oh, sure.
Check with the Motor Vehicle Bureau. Driver's license made out to Paula Robbins. I'm interested in the fingerprints.
Right.
Hello?
Hello, Ralph. Paula. Spending a quiet evening at home, are you?
Well, yes, I'd planned
I was
to.
sort of expecting you at the dock today.
Well, I've been rather busy the past few days.
Oh, yes. The Gunther case. How's it going?
So. No new developments.
I didn't think there would be. Ralph, it's such a lovely evening, and I'm bored. Why don't you drive down here? Take me to dinner.
Well, fine. I'll drive by the boat and pick you up in an hour or so.
My, I would never imagine that an assistant district attorney would dance so well.
Well, thanks.
By the way, how do you like it here?
Very smart club.
I like expensive places. One meets such interesting people. And speaking of interesting people...
See someone you know?
Over there, sitting alone. Bruce Ingalls.
Well.
Know him?
Know of him. Polo ponies, speedboats, a lot of money.
His wife has all the money. She's a charming girl.
Oh.
Bruce has a good thing there. Let's go over, shall we?
All right.
I think you'll enjoy meeting Bruce. Hello, Bruce.
What? Oh, Paula.
Don't get up, darling. This is Mr. Fenton. Mr. Ingalls.
Mr. Fenton.
How do you do, Mr. Ingalls?
Mr. Fenton is our assistant district attorney, Bruce.
The assistant district attorney?
Yes. He's a friend of mine. Isn't that nice?
Yeah, that's real nice.
I think so. Well, Bruce, give my regards to Della. And do drop by the boat. See me soon, won't you?
I'll do that, Paula. Good night, Mr. Fenton.
Good night. He doesn't look very happy.
Bruce has a lot on his mind. His wife. He'd hate to lose her.
Is he in danger of losing her?
If she ever found out how he's spent some of her money, well, she wouldn't like it.
Uh-huh. Let's have a drink before we go back to the dance floor, huh?
All right.
Paula, is Bruce Ingalls that steady income you mentioned to me the other day?
What makes you think that, darling?
I checked up on you, sweetheart. New Orleans police informed me that you've done a little time. Blackmail, a 3-year rap.
That's right.
Uh-huh. But you didn't serve out your full term. You were released after 1 year. 1 year.
You see what I mean, darling? About having friends in the right places. In New Orleans, as well as here.
A clever young woman, isn't she, Ralph? And it's obvious, quite obvious now, why your friendship is so valuable to her. In the weeks that follow, you see her frequently. There are more dinner dates, nights at the theater, boat rides along the moonlit waters of the California coast. And then one morning, the district attorney drops into your office. He holds a letter in his hand.
Fenton, the New Orleans police just sent some additional information on Paula Robbins. I wasn't aware of the fact that our office was investigating her.
Oh, well, I just thought it might be a good idea.
Mm-hmm. Well, it was, Fenton. So, Miss Robbins was sent up for blackmail, huh? It's very interesting, very. And according to this report, she's picked up in other cities several times. Released. Lack of evidence. Seems to me blackmail is quite a business with Miss Robbins.
All right. What do you want me to do?
Nothing. I'll handle this matter from now on.
Oh, now look, just because the girl has got a record...
All right. If she's clean, she won't get hurt. But I'm going to check up on the girl just the same. You never can tell what might come of it. Eh, Fenton?
You're thankful, aren't you, Ralph, that Paula is out of the district attorney's reach for the time being, at least. On a 3-day cruise off the coast of Lower California, and she won't be back till Saturday. You tell yourself you'll have to watch the district attorney closely in the days that follow, and be on hand at the docks to warn Paula when she returns from her trip. And then, Saturday morning, as you arrive at the office, you're relieved to learn that the district attorney has already left for his lodge in the mountains to spend the weekend. Later in the afternoon, as you're about to leave, Edna, the district attorney's secretary, calls you.
What is it, sweetheart?
The boss just phoned in from his lodge. He wants you to bring this up to him right away. The Gunther file.
Me? Oh, now look,
That's
Edna.
what he said. He wants you.
All right. All right.
It's a 2-hour drive up to the district attorney's lodge, an isolated spot in the wild mountain region east of the city. And you arrive there shortly before dark. You're curious, aren't you, Ralph, and wonder why he wanted you to come up with a Gunther file. It all becomes quite clear to you a few moments later.
I've had Lieutenant Reese checking the movements of the Robbins girl back to the night of the murder, Fenton. He's given me a complete report.
I see.
You've been very friendly. Been seeing quite a bit of the girl, haven't you?
I suppose. She's rather attractive.
She's a convicted blackmailer.
And I have a hunch she's still working at it.
What do you mean, Chief?
Like I said, it's just a hunch. But she might be blackmailing Gunther's killer.
Well, you have no evidence, of course.
I've had her bank account checked. She's deposited several large sums of money in that account. 2 very heavy deposits have been made since the Gunther killing.
Uh-huh. So, what are we going to do?
Well, I don't know yet. I want to check the Gunther files again. I want to think about Miss Robbins some more. But I have an idea I'll have her picked up.
Have her picked up? On what grounds?
Well, maybe Miss Robbins frightens easily. Maybe when she's faced with a murder rap, she'll open up.
Murder? Oh, now look, Chief, you know she couldn't have killed Gunther.
That's right. A woman couldn't have done the job. But I want Gunther's killer, Fenton, and I think Paula Robbins knows who he is.
Really?
But I want to be sure before I make a move. I want to think it over very carefully.
Oh, of course. I sure don't blame you.
And in the meantime, Fenton, here's some advice. Stay away from Paula Robbins, understand? Let me handle it.
As you leave the lodge, get into your car and start down the road to the main highway. You're certain you know what the district attorney will do, aren't you, Ralph? In a matter of hours, after he's thought it all over, he'll call headquarters and give the order to have Paula picked up. And there's no way you can reach her and warn her. But you know there must be some way you could prevent the district attorney from making that phone call. Suddenly, an idea strikes you. You stop the car and then turn your spotlight on the trees that line the road. The light plays along the phone line strung from tree to tree up to the lodge. There is a way you can prevent the district attorney from making that call, isn't there? Yes. And it doesn't take you long to rip out the telephone wires and disconnect the service to the lodge. It's almost 10 o'clock when you arrive at the docks and hurry aboard Paula's boat.
Who's there?
Ralph, got to talk to you, Paula. DA's getting smart. Very smart. Knows about your record. He's checked your bank account.
So?
Well, I'm not sure, but he's liable to have you picked up. That order won't come through for a while yet. I took care of that.
What do you mean?
He's up at his lodge in the mountains. I ripped down the phone lines. Got to get out of here.
Why?
He's going to try to hang a murder rap on you, that's why.
So you want me to run? Have every cop in the country looking for me. No, thanks. I'll stick around. He doesn't have a thing on me.
Look, he can make it real rough for you. You don't know the DA like I do. When he gets through with you,
Are you afraid I'll talk, Ralph? Tell all?
Listen, Paula.
Don't worry. I won't breathe a word.
I tell you, Paula, you don't know the DA.
And you don't know little Paula. He won't make me talk.
I wish I could believe you, Paula. But I've got to be sure. My career, my whole life is in your hands.
Wait a minute. What's the...
I'm sorry, Paula, but I can't take the chance.
Ralph! No!
It's all over suddenly, isn't it, Ralph? And Paula is dead. You slip quietly out of the cabin and make your way in the darkness along the deck. And then...
Miss Paula, that's you, Miss Paula?
You stop in your tracks, recognize the voice. It's the old man who hangs around the docks. As he comes toward you...
Hey there! Hey!
You whirl, race around to the other side of the boat, slip into the water. Hiding under the pier, you wait for a chance to escape. In a few moments, the docks become alive with people and excited voices. The old man has discovered Paula's body and you're trapped. Yes, the police are right on the job. And as your body numbs with the cold water, you realize that you're no longer the assistant district attorney hunting the criminal. You're the one that's being hunted. You realize that you can't stay here any longer, and you start swimming as quietly as you can for the pier several hundred feet away. And then, as you reach it and start up the ladder...
Hey, look over there! Officer! Officer! What is it? On the pier, across the way. A man going up the ladder. Hey, you! Stop! Stop where you are!
You've gotten away safely again, haven't you, Ralph? You slide in behind the wheel of your car. In the distance, you can hear the excitement, the confusion. They've lost you in the night.
So long, gentlemen. Better luck next time.
You've heard me talk about the more thorough, more conscientious service that cars get at signal stations because signal dealers are in business for themselves and have a personal interest in pleasing you. Well, typical of this are the extras you enjoy when you have your car lubricated at a signal service station. First of all, signal dealers don't take any chance on memory when it comes to the many lubrication points on your car. Instead, they check against Signal's factory-recommended lubrication chart, which clearly shows every part. Then they use 9 specialized Signal oils and greases, so each part will get the exact type of protection it needs. And finally, just to make doubly sure not a single part has been overlooked, they check each part again, which is why it's called Signal Double Check Lubrication. Now, that's the kind of lube job you want if your car is to give you the long, trouble-free miles that were built into it. And that's the kind of lubrication you get from friendly, independent Signal dealers.
A miraculous escape, wasn't it, Ralph? And you're certain that no one will be able to identify you as Paula Robbins' killer. Yes, Paula is dead now, and she'll never be able to tell the district attorney that she saw you leave Gunther's yacht the night he was killed. You're in the clear now on both counts, and you congratulate yourself as you race back to your apartment. Once there, you slip up the back stairs unseen, and as you reach your door, unlock it. You notice the smear of red paint on your coat sleeve. You probably got it from Paula's boat. You'll have to get rid of that coat, won't you? Get out of your wet clothes. But you're not worried in the least, are you? Even if the district attorney should suspect you, and you're almost certain he will, it will be impossible to prove that you were involved in Paula's death. You push the door open and then stop. The lights are on in your apartment.
Hello, Mr. Fenton. Am I glad to see you?
Lieutenant Race, what are you doing here?
The apartment manager let me in. I told her it was important. Somebody bumped off Paula Robbins. The killer got away by swimming across the, your clothes, Mr. Fenton. They're wet.
Oh, well,
What's this smeared on your coat? It looks like paint.
Oh, that's nothing.
Now, wait a minute. I think you ought to know we got word that the killer smeared himself with paint getting away. Maybe the district attorney had something when he was worrying about you running around with Paula Robbins.
I ran around with Paula Robbins.
Now, there may be another guy loose around town with wet clothes and paint smeared on him, but I doubt it. I'm going to have to hold you for the killing of Paula Robbins.
Why? Why did you have to come here, Reese?
Well, when I heard that the Robbins girl had been murdered, I figured someone at the DA's office ought to know about it. I wouldn't have come here, Fenton, if I could have reached the DA himself. But when I tried to get him a call to him at the lodge, I couldn't get through. The operator said the telephone line to his lodge was down. It's too bad for you.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine automotive accessories. Remember, if you would like the fun of having your friends hear a limerick of yours on The Whistler, the address to which to send it is the Signal Oil Company, Los Angeles 55, California. All limericks become the property of the Signal Oil Company. Those selected for use on The Whistler will be chosen by our advertising representatives on the basis of humor, suitability, and originality. So, of course, they must be your own composition. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, Tom Brown, and Virginia Gregg. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Adrian Jondeau, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and any characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity or names or resemblances to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember, at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler.
S-I-G-N-A-L. Signal gasoline.
This is Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now, stay tuned for the program that is rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
S-I-G-N-A-L. Signal gasoline.
Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invite you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler. For extra driving pleasure, the signal to look for is the yellow and black circled sign that identifies Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And for Sunday evening listening pleasure, the signal to listen for is this whistle that identifies the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story, Dark Voyage.
The crowd gathered quickly at the end of the pier and didn't disperse when the police arrived and took over, urging them back and shouting orders. Jeff Denning, watching from in front of his little waterfront shop, finally hurried forward and pushed his way through.
What's the matter? What happened to
Get
it?
back, please.
Who is it, officer?
Who was it, you mean? Guy named Angelus. Near as we can tell from the stuff in his wallet.
Angelus. Not Dave Angelus.
That's it. Know him, did you?
Yes, I knew him. He used to come into my shop.
They think he drowned, Jeff. It doesn't look like it to me.
What?
If it's foul play, we'll get to the bottom. All right, folks, let's move back.
Foul play? With old Dave? What? No, he didn't have an enemy in the world. He was a friend to all of us down here.
That's right, Jeff.
He had friends everywhere, old Dave. All over the world.
Yes, Jeff, it's a terrible tragedy to all of old Dave's friends, isn't it? You turn away, hurry back to your shop at the opposite end of the pier. But once inside, your expression of grief is replaced by an odd smile. A smile that's a mixture of amusement and determination.
Operator?
Long distance operator. I want Mr. Stephen Curtis, Corbin Hotel, Seattle, Washington. Person to person, please. Wait a minute, Steve. I tell you, the schooner's there. I've got the maps. I know her exact position.
Lots of guys have had maps.
Steve, I'll pay you way down here. Split on what we can salvage, and it'll be plenty. I tell you, we can't miss.
She in deep water?
Well, not too deep. I tried myself, but, well, you know, ever since that injury to my chest.
Okay, I'm between salvage jobs here anyway. Fly down in a few days. Is that all right?
No. Make it tomorrow. Steve, I tell you, this thing is big. It's our chance of a lifetime.
Okay, tomorrow. First plane out.
That's better. My shop's on Pier 9. If I'm not there, ask for me at the Red Angel Cafe.
Red Angel. Check.
Well, Jeff, at last it's underway, isn't it? A venture you've been working on for months. The pieces are beginning to fit together. a map of a certain section of ocean floor off the Pacific coast, a goal. And now Steve Curtis, a man who could easily help you attain it. The following evening, waiting for Steve at the Red Angel Cafe, it's all you can do to keep from telling someone else how rich you're going to be, how the pair of you could share it all. But you reason that there's a time and place, that your months of waiting for an answer from Fay Atkins might soon be over. And for now, you content yourself as usual, to sit far back in the smoke-shrouded room and listen as Fay finishes a song.
My sweet embraceable you.
Hello, Jeff.
Ah, Fay, the song, it was very nice.
Oh, thanks. Mind if I sit down?
Mind? There you are.
Thanks.
Fay, when are you going
Going to let you take me out of all this?
Oh, Fay, if you just say the word, we could make a go of it, the two of us.
I suppose.
You're not convinced, are you? Still on the same old kick that there's a special guy just for you, that he'll walk right into your life?
Oh, maybe I'm mixed up like lots of other people, but... Jeff, I got a crazy idea. I had it ever since I was a kid. Suppose it's the kind of stuff you get out of books.
What kind of books, Fay?
Oh, the kind that tell a girl that somehow, somewhere, she's going to meet him.
Him?
The guy. The right one for her. Oh, Jeff, I know it sounds dopey, especially coming from me.
No, it doesn't. I was just hoping.
Maybe I'm wrong, Jeff. Maybe the guy that's right for me won't happen all of a sudden. Maybe it's like you tell me. It grows on a person. Blooms slowly. I don't know. All I'm sure of is when it happens, I'll know. I'll be sure.
Fay, if anybody ever came between us, anybody that wasn't right for you, Fay, you're not listening to me, Fay.
Jeff.
What's the matter? What are you staring at?
That man
What?
by the door. He's looking over here.
Looking over. Well, that's Steve. Steve Curtis. I've been waiting for him. He's going to do a little job for me.
Steve Curtis.
Hey, you made good time. Hey, Steve! Hey, Steve!
Jeff!
Yeah, over here. I want you to meet him, Fay. He's all right. Hard worker, minds his own business. You'll like him.
Yes, I think I will.
What?
He's a friend of yours, you said.
Oh, yeah. Good friend.
Well, then I'll probably like him. Any friend of yours, Jeff, is a friend of mine.
Oh, yeah, sure, Fay, sure.
Tonight's $20 Signal gasoline book goes to Richard G. Armstrong of Imperial Beach, California, for this limerick. Of Signal I'd heard such great praise, how a little goes such a long ways. So I bought some to see. Signal proved it to me. Why, the saving is just like a raise.
Signal, signal, signal gasoline. Your car will go far with Go Farther gasoline.
When tonight's limerick writer said your savings with Signal are just like a raise, he was only telling half the story. Because you'll also get a raise in spirit when you touch the throttle and feel Signal's swift, sure acceleration. Signal's smooth surges of silent power. Yes, it's definitely more fun driving with a gasoline that helps your engine run more efficiently. And that's what makes today's great Signal gasoline go farther.
The meeting is brief, isn't it, Jeff? And you and Fay and Steve only talk for a few minutes. But somehow you have difficulty taking your eyes from Fay's face because of what you see there as she looks across at Steve Curtis. Steve doesn't seem to notice, but you're not sure. To you, there's an unmistakable light in her eyes, something you haven't seen before. You want to leap up and scream at him, but you don't. No, because soon it's over and you're out of the cafe, walking along the pier with Steve toward your shop.
You know, Fay seems like a nice kid, Jeff.
Yeah, she is. But I didn't bring you down here to meet her, Steve. We got a lot ahead of us. What I'm about to show you, the salvage job, there's a fortune in it. Enough for both of us for a lifetime.
Sure, you've told me all that. Let's look the deal over.
Not until you understand one thing very clearly, Steve.
Oh?
Faye Atkins. She's not a part of this deal, not in any way.
She's a little gem, Jeff. A treasure.
I'm serious, Steve.
Yeah. I think you are. Okay, partner. Let's see how inviting your original proposition is to me. If I'm interested, I'm sure we can come to terms.
I'm glad you see it that way, Steve. Yeah, come on in. I got the maps and charts right here on my desk. Sit down. I'll turn on the light. I want you to look them over.
Say, these look okay. You really think there's almost $500,000 aboard? That this guy Van Balen...
I tell you, Steve, that schooner was loaded. Van Balen had chartered her out of Malaya trying to make San Francisco. Happened just at the outbreak of the war.
This map, Jeff. Where'd you get it?
An old friend.
Oh, now, wait a minute. That means a three-way cut. I thought you said it was just...
friend met with an accident. He's out of it.
Oh, I see. Well, shake, partner. We're in business. Your terms.
You won't have any trouble reaching the schooner in the diving suit.
No, not with this layout to go by. I'm surprised you called me in on it, Jeff. You could work this depth yourself.
I've never been the same since my chest was crushed in that car crash, Steve. Can't stay under for more than a few minutes.
Well, I'm not arguing. When do we get started?
I'll talk to Captain Thorpe tomorrow.
Captain Thorpe?
Yeah, we'll rent his boat and equipment. He won't know exactly what we're after. It'll be all right.
Fine. Wake him up bright and early, Jeff, boy. I'm getting anxious.
I thought you would be. Look, Captain Thorpe, I've hired your boat before, and there weren't any questions. Is it a deal or not? There are other boats, you know, plenty of them.
Just asking, Mr. Denham. Like to know how to load, supplies and all. You know how it is?
Yeah, sure, I know. And I'll tell you all about it in due time. Well, how about it?
Yeah, I'll take you. Any course you name. $150 a day. Pay in advance.
Wait a minute, isn't that a little high?
Like you said, there's other boats. Plenty of them.
All right, Thorpe. $150 a day. In advance.
Leaving Captain Thorpe, your heart pounds, doesn't it, Jeff? It's getting closer, your big dream, the money, and eventually Faye Atkins. That night, you hurry back to the Red Angel Cafe to talk to her. When you catch sight of something and stop and stare, it's Steve. Steve and Faye together near the pier railing in back of the cafe. You slip forward cautiously and make your way to a point where you can overhear without being seen.
No, you're wrong. Listen, Faye, I do know how you feel. It happened to me the same way, like that. But it's no good.
Because Jeff's offered you something else? Something you want more? Money.
No, that isn't it. Sure, I'm like anybody else where all that dough's concerned. But the guy's crazy about you.
Look, you're a grown boy, Steve. You know Jeff and I wouldn't work out.
It could. It could work, Faye, if you
only... Sure, if you'd never happened along. I wasn't one kind of woman on the outside, but a little girl inside who's seen some candy she's got to have.
You're talking like a kid.
Why did it happen to you? Tell me, Steve, why did it happen to you in the same way, the same instant it happened to me? Like that, you said. Did you mean it? Did you?
Sure, I meant it. But I'm walking away from this, see?
Jeff wants the money, that's all. Don't tell me you're the same.
He wants you. You, Faye. He's told me many times.
Sorry, I'm really sorry for Jeff, for you, and maybe most of all for myself.
I don't get it.
Just this, Steve. You better come to your senses. Unless you're kidding me, because Jeff will never mean anything to me.
Faye, listen to me.
No matter what you do or say, I swear it won't make any difference. There isn't a chance for Jeff. Not as long as I know you're alive. You might as well know it.
Faye, you're crazy. Just plain crazy.
That was settled a long time ago. It's the things I'm crazy about that still matter. And as long as you're around, Steve, I'm crazy about you.
You've lost her, haven't you, Jeff? And you stand there struggling to control the murderous rage that builds within you. Finally, you turn, hurry away. Faye's words keep boring into your brain. And you know that as long as Steve is around, as long as he lives, that Faye will never marry you. You decide to say nothing to them, but they're on your mind, Faye and Steve, all that following day. And you're making plans. Plans that have nothing to do with your search for the sunken ship. Then on the morning you're to sail, you're with Captain Thorpe in his cabin aboard ship checking last-minute details. As you leave him, step out on the deck. You see Steve standing near the gangway. Faye is with him.
Well, good morning, Faye.
Oh, Jeff, I just thought I'd come down, see you off.
I'm glad you did. Good morning, Steve. You all set?
Right.
You better get your gear below. Skipper's ready to shove off.
It'll be okay.
Jeff, when will you be back?
Oh, that depends. Week at the most. You look worried, baby.
Do I?
Yeah, real concerned. You don't have to be. This is going to be a breeze, this trip. Relax.
Sure. It's just that I have a strange feeling that...
What can happen?
I don't know.
Woman's intuition?
Call it that, Steve.
Forget it.
Anytime you say, Mr. Denham.
Okay, Captain.
Yeah. So long, Faye.
Steve, wait.
Yeah, what is it?
Nothing.
Coming, Jeff?
I'll be right with you, Steve. Well, you better get ashore, Faye.
All right.
Faye,
Yes?
I've never seen you like this before. I've been out 100 times, but
Well, it's just that I don't know.
Relax. Nothing's going to happen to me, baby. Not a thing.
The dawn of the following day finds you anchored not far from San Miguel Island off the coast of Southern California. The sea is rough, and you hesitate about sending Steve over the side. You don't want anything to happen to him just yet, do you, Jeff? But he insists on going below, and you're anxious to find out if the old man's charts are correct. So you give him his instructions and watch as he's lowered into the choppy sea. You're tense and nervous as you wait for some word from him. And all the while you wonder about old Dave Angeles. If the story he told you about the sunken ship, Van Balen's gold, existed only in his imagination.
Jeff? Hello, Jeff?
Suddenly your thoughts are interrupted by Steve's voice over the telephone, calling to you from the bottom of the sea.
Jeff?
Yeah, Steve. What is it?
You hit it right on the button, pal. She's here. The ship's here.
As you continue to talk with Steve, you try to remain calm, don't you, Jeff? But inside, you're trembling with excitement. The old man was right all along. You found the ship. There's almost $500,000 down there. And you intend to have it.
Find what you're looking for, Mr. Denham?
What? Oh, Captain Thorpe. Yeah, we found what we were looking for.
Good. What's the name of this ship? Maybe I know of her.
What makes you think it's a ship?
What else?
Look, Thorpe, we made a deal, remember? $150 a day and no questions asked?
Sure.
Let's just leave it that way, huh?
Okay. I was just wondering if it...
Jeff?
Yeah, Steve.
The ship's rocking pretty badly down here. She's on a lead.
All right. Don't take any chances. Come on up.
Okay. Say, I found something in one of the cabins. Looks like a strong box. Probably isn't what we're after, but I thought you might want to look it over.
Bring it up.
Back up on deck, Steve hands you a small box. And as the crew members help him out of the suit, you hurry to your cabin and bolt the door. It doesn't take you long to break the lock on that strong box. And then you open it. It contains only papers, correspondence addressed to Van Balen. There's no mistaking now, is there, Jeff? And you smile as you thumb through the sheets of paper. Suddenly, something catches your eye. A letter from the National Bank of Mexico. You scan it quickly, then glance at the date at the top of the letter. You lean back in your chair as the letter slips through your fingers and flutters to the floor. You sit there stunned, refusing to believe what you've read. But it's there, Jeff, in the letter. Van Balen didn't carry the gold with him aboard the sunken schooner. Instead, he'd shipped it to the National Bank of Mexico 3 days before he sailed.
Jeff, open up. It's Steve. I was curious about the box, Jeff. Just wondered. What's the matter?
Nothing. Nothing.
Oh, so you got it open. Anything interesting in it?
Just some of Van Balen's papers, that's all.
At least we're sure the old guy was aboard, huh?
Yeah. Van Balen was aboard.
Look, Jeff, Captain Thorpe thinks the sea will calm down by nightfall. You want me to try again?
No, we'll wait till morning.
Why wait if the sea is...
We'll wait.
Okay. You're the boss.
Steve stares at you for a moment, a puzzled expression on his face. Then he turns and walks out of the cabin. You find it difficult to cover the bitter disappointment you feel, don't you, Jeff? Only minutes ago, you had $500,000 within reach. Now, nothing. And your search has ended in failure. But you can't tell Steve that, can you? Because that would mean turning back to port. And you're not just ready to do that. No. You're not going back until Steve's been taken care of. With him out of the way, you'll have a clear field with Fay. That night, when the ship is quiet, you hurry down into the hold where Steve has stored the equipment. You find his diving suit and get to work on his phone line. It doesn't take long, does it, Jeff? When Steve checks his outfit, he'll find his phone doesn't work. But you'll handle that when the time comes. Quickly, you hurry back up the companionway. As you step out on the deck...
Hello, Jeff.
Oh, Steve.
Oh, sort of warm tonight, isn't it? Couldn't sleep. Thought I'd come out for some air.
Yeah. It is hot.
What were you doing below?
Looking over the equipment. I'm going down with you in the morning, Steve.
Oh? Oh, you think that's wise? I mean...
I'll be okay. I won't stay down long.
But why take a chance? I can handle it okay.
Yeah, I know, but I just want to have a look around below, that's all. I won't stay down there more than a few minutes.
Okay. It's your funeral.
Dawn the following morning. You're on deck, already in your suit, when Steve shows up. As one of the hands on the skipper assists him, you give instructions. Tell him exactly what he's to do below. And then as his helmet is fastened on...
Hey, Jeff, something wrong with my phone.
Oh?
I can't get a rise out of it.
Well, mine's okay. I checked it a few minutes ago.
Well, it doesn't make much difference, I suppose, as long as one of the phones is operating. Be up to you to keep in touch with the ship.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, Skipper. Guess we're ready.
You can't help smiling, can you, Jeff, as you're lowered into the depths of the sea? A cold, silent world of weird lights. Fantastic shapes swaying slowly back and forth in easy, graceful motion. Finally, your feet strike the deck of the sunken ship. You look around and see Steve being lowered a few yards away. As he settles slowly on the upper deck, he waves to you and turns, and disappears into the blackness of the ship. Presently, you see his torch, a slender finger of light moving about inside. You move slowly along the deck, looking around for the weapon, something you can use to slash Steve's diving suit. Finally, you see it, a short, flat iron rod, part of the deck support. You examine the sharp, jagged edges. A perfect weapon, Jeff. You tug at it, pry it loose from the rotted planks. Yes, it will be just the thing to rip open his suit. And when that happens, the sudden pressure will crush him to death. You've figured it all out, haven't you? And it'll look like an accident. Now you'll have to hurry, Jeff. You can't stay down here too long. You move along the deck again, toward him.
Mr. Denner?
Yes, Thorpe.
You okay?
Sure.
How about Steve?
He's inside the ship.
Better stay close to him.
I will, Thorpe.
I'll stay close. Real close. Never can tell what might happen.
That's right, Captain. You never can tell what might happen.
Here's a free offer no card player will want to miss. The most asked questions on canasta have been answered in an attractive folder prepared especially for Signal Oil Company by Robert Lee Johnson, the only Pacific Coast member of the National Canasta Laws Commission. You'll appreciate the easy-to-follow explanations of Mr. Johnson, who has written and lectured widely on canasta. With this handy folder, you'll be able to put an end to all arguments about melding, taking the discard pile, and other disputed points. And you'll win the arguments, because you'll be quoting not opinion, but the official rulings of the National Canasta Laws Commission. Yes, this folder is something you simply must have if you play canasta or ever expect to play canasta. And you can have one free at any Signal station. No obligation, no purchase required. That means, of course, that the demand will be great. So I'd suggest that you see your nearest Signal dealer soon and ask for your free canasta folder.
Only a few minutes after Captain Thorpe's schooner had returned to its home port, the news of the tragedy off San Miguel Island was sweeping the small fishing village. Men and women of the community stood in tight little groups along the waterfront, talking in low tones, shaking their heads. While in a dressing room at the Red Angel Cafe, the people assembled there heard the story from Captain Thorpe himself. Fay Atkins sat quietly, her face white and drawn.
Well, that's about it, Miss Atkins. He was dead when we finally hauled him aboard.
I was afraid something was going to happen. I tried to tell them, but Steve and Jeff only laughed at me.
I know, Fay. Jeff should never have gone down. Only for a few minutes, he said. He was trapped down there for over a quarter of an hour.
Yeah. When he fell through that rotted deck, a heavy crossbeam dropped across his airline, fouled it up. Nothing I could do.
If I'd have known Jeff was in trouble, I could have freed him in a matter of minutes. As it was, I didn't find out what had happened until Captain Thorpe jerked in my lines and I came to the surface. When I got back down to Jeff, it was too late.
But, Captain Thorpe, I don't understand. When Jeff called for help, why did you bring Steve to the surface? Why didn't you...
There was no other way Captain Thorpe could contact me, Fay. You see, my telephone wasn't working.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine automotive accessories. Remember, friends, this Sunday is the last time limericks will be used on The Whistler, because next Sunday, Signal will announce something big, new, and exciting that you'll all be interested in. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, William Conrad, Doris Singleton, and George Neese. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Joel Malone, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember, at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler.
S-I-G-N-A-L Signal, Signal gasoline.
This is Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now, stay tuned for the mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. Because even when you know who's guilty, you always receive a startling surprise at the final curtain. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invite you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now, for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story, Murder in Mind.
The Hollister house looked as permanent as the hillside it occupied, in the exclusive Terrace Heights district on the outskirts of town. The house itself sprawled along the crest of the hill, overlooking the rambling wooded grounds. That late afternoon and early spring, Gil Hollister and his wife Vicky sat facing one another on the broad terrace. Neither spoke for a time, for they were waiting for something to happen. And then Gil sprang to his feet and started pacing the stone-floored terrace.
We ought to be hearing something by now. It shouldn't take this long.
Oh, be quiet, will you, Gil? I'm trying to listen.
I'm trying not to.
Don't tell me you're sorry you did it.
I'm not sorry, Vicky. I'm not anything. Just wish it were over, that's all.
If you did what you were supposed to do, we won't have much longer to wait. Oh, Gil, stop pacing.
I've got to do something. How about a drink?
Not for me. But you look like you could use one.
Yes. I guess I could.
You move rigidly, mechanically, over to the bar under the striped canopy on the side of the terrace. Go through the motions of making a highball with unsteady hands. And your mind is turning over and over. What could have gone wrong, Gil? Should have happened by now. Belle drove away from the house 5 minutes ago. And then you hear it, a car coming up the road. You freeze inside. Vicky leans forward in her chair. And then as the taxi rounds the curve and comes into view...
Gil. It's Belle. She's back, Gil. How did she...
Shut up.
What
I said shut up.
Oh, dear me. Oh, children, I've just had the most terrifying experience. Really terrifying. Why, what's the matter, Belle? Oh, let me get my breath. Oh, my goodness, I'm still trembling. I was fortunate enough to get a taxi to bring me back up. But what happened, Belle? I cannot understand it, Vicky. I certainly wasn't driving any faster than I usually do down our road. But my goodness, that last curve, before the main gate, why, I went to put on my brakes to slow down a little, and there were no brakes. No brakes at all.
You don't look at Vicky, Gil. You can't. You just keep staring at Belle. Belle, your stepmother, sitting there quite alive, recounting the frightening details of her nearly fatal accident. No brakes on her car, Gil. Just when she needed them most. There were no brakes on her car. You wonder how she made it at all. She wasn't supposed to, was she, Gil?
Both front fenders and the grill smashed in something terrible. Oh, my dear, what a frightful experience. Oh, do let me take you to your room and you lie down for a while.
I'll call Dr. Stratton, Belle. You've had quite a shock.
Oh, my goodness, no. I'm as good as new right now, Gil. Now, don't you darlings worry about me. Oh, I must call Mrs. Morgan at the center. She was expecting me. And then the garage. I must call them to pick up the car.
Let me do that for you.
Oh, no, dear. Thank you. It won't take a minute, and it'll take my mind off things. After all, Gil, I want to be active while I'm still able. I might have been killed, you know.
Yes, Gil, she might have been killed. You watch her bounce happily into the house, smiling and humming. She seems glad to be alive after her near accident. You stand looking after her, and you're suddenly aware that you've dropped your guard. You're no longer tense, just a little stunned, a little amazed.
What is that stepmother of yours? Pioneer stock or something? Won't anything kill her?
Nothing has so far.
She won't drown. She won't trip down a flight of stairs. And she can drive a car without brakes around steep curves.
Maybe she's charmed. Maybe she's supposed to go on living. On and on.
Spending all your money so there'll be nothing left for you to inherit.
Oh, well. She was Dad's wife. She's entitled to something.
Yes, but she's taking everything. All we've got is an allowance.
Well, I guess Dad never thought too much of the way I handled money. Maybe he thought it would last longer with her.
If we wait for her to die a natural death, you won't even inherit her good health.
Well, good Lord, Vicky, we've tried, haven't we? I've done everything you've suggested. What else can I do?
I'm not sure yet. But I'll think of something. And this time it will work.
Yes, Vicky's the planner, Gil, and you're the executioner. Yes, beautiful Vicky. She amazes you, doesn't she? For the next few days, you know that Vicky is biding her time, turning a plan over in her practical mind for another accident to Belle. A plan that will work this time. One late afternoon, you're in the library with Vicky and Belle, with Belle carrying the bulk of the conversation. And, as usual, she's on her favorite subject, the Community Social Work Center.
Oh, dear, we're simply swamped with work. Mrs. Morgan and I are up to our ears, literally. Oh, but it is satisfying when you help raise the downtrodden from, well, the very depths. It's very satisfying. You know, you two should really become active at the center. Social work is stimulating, genuinely stimulating.
Oh, yes, I'm sure it is. Belle, dear, if you don't mind, I think I'll go to my room.
Oh.
We're due at the Colemans for cocktails in an hour, and
Just do sit a moment longer, Vicky. I have something to tell you both. I don't want to alarm you,
What is it, Belle?
Well, I'm not getting any younger, you know, and lately, well, that is in the past 6 months or so, well, these accidents of mine. At the lake, remember, I nearly drowned.
Yes, Belle, we remember.
And then tripping on the hall stair just last month. Why, that fall would have killed me, I know. And then the breaks just a few days ago, the crash and all.
What is it, Belle? What are you trying to say?
Well, you'd have to know sometime, and I do hope you'll approve. Foster, will you come in now, please?
Foster? Who is he?
Yes, Mrs. Hollister.
Oh, Foster, I want you to know my children. This is Mrs. Hollister, Jr., and my stepson, Mr. Hollister. This is Foster.
Mr. and Mrs. Hollister.
How do you do? Foster's going to drive for me. Drive, and, what was that you said I needed, Foster?
Bodyguard, ma'am.
Yes, that's it. A bodyguard.
Coming May 1st. Coming May 1st.
Yes, last Sunday I announced was the final Sunday that limericks would be used on the Whistler, because Signal Oil Company would soon be making news with something new, something big, something exciting. That's
coming May 1st.
And that something new is a $10,000, yes, I said $10,000 contest for Signal gasoline, with 200 thrilling, valuable prizes. First prize is a Buick Super Riviera model, combining the swank of a convertible with the safety of a closed car. Second prize is an Apex complete automatic laundry with 3 work-saving units: Apex automatic washer, Apex automatic dryer, Apex sit-down ironer. And 198 other appealing prizes include Frigidaire's deluxe refrigerator with new electric range, plus 10 Packard Bell radios. These and dozens of other valuable prizes will be given in Signal's big $10,000 contest
coming May 1st.
Best of all, no purchases are required in these easy, fun-filled Signal contests. There are no box tops to send in, no tickets to save. So be sure to tune in the Whistler next Sunday for more details about this big, exciting $10,000 Signal gasoline contest coming May 1st.
Well, Gil, you hadn't planned on Foster, had you? When you and your wife, Vicky, were planning those accidents to do away with your stepmother, Belle. It never occurred to you that Belle might hire a driver and bodyguard. And you wonder if she's just appeasing some troublesome little fears, or if she really knows that you and Vicky have been plotting to kill her. Later, as you and Vicky drive down the road to the main gate on your way to the Coleman's cocktail party.
Well, has the shock of Foster worn off yet?
I'm getting used to the idea. Foster doesn't worry me. In fact, the more I think about it, the more I think he may turn out to be a godsend.
You'll forgive me if I don't get it.
He's broke, I'll bet on it. He undoubtedly needs money desperately. Why, Gil, the more I think of it, the more I suspect that Foster might rob the wall safe.
Well, Vicky, I...
And Belle might even meet with foul play. Resisting the robbery, of course.
Oh, no.
Well, what do you think about it?
I don't know. I'll need a little more time to think.
Not too long, darling. I'm going to do some checking on Foster tomorrow. And if I find what I expect to find, the Hollister estate is due to be robbed within a very few days.
It's an interesting thought, isn't it, Gil? And as always, you know that you can count on Vicky. The following day, the two of you drive into town for a little friendly visit with Belle's friend, Mrs. Morgan, the superintendent at the rehabilitation center. Of course, Foster's name is brought into the conversation, and you're pleased with what you hear.
Oh, yes, the poor man's had such a trying time of it. Just couldn't find himself, you know. This job now with Belle is just the thing for him.
I see.
Matter of fact, it was all my idea. I thought Belle could use a chauffeur, and Foster is an excellent driver. Nothing's happened, has it? I mean...
Oh, no, Mrs. Morgan. We were just wondering about Foster, his background and all. One can't be too careful, you know.
Of course.
We didn't want to worry Belle, asking her about it. But as Vicky says...
I understand.
And you know Belle always carries quite a bit of money around with her, keeps a considerable amount at the house, too.
Yes. You know, it never occurred to me. Foster looks so honest.
Oh, and I'm sure he is, Mrs. Morgan.
Well, we'd better be running along, Gil.
Yes.
I still have some shopping to do. Goodbye, Mrs. Morgan.
What's that, dear? Oh, yes. Bye.
The stage is set, isn't it, Gil? And you're certain Mrs. Morgan will remember your conversation with her concerning Foster. You waste little time discussing the details, carefully going over each step of the plan with Vicky. And finally, the night arrives, the night of the attempted robbery. You're on the terrace with Vicky and Belle. Foster is there, too. And you're waiting for Belle to go up to her room.
Oh, my, it's such a beautiful evening, isn't it, children? Simply beautiful. You know, I think I'll take a stroll down to the creek. Anyone want to come along?
Oh, I'm afraid I couldn't negotiate that path in these high heels.
Oh, how about you, Gil? Feel like stretching your legs?
Thanks, no. I'm nice and comfortable right where I am.
You want me to come along, Mrs. Hollister?
No, thank you, Foster. You stay here and keep the children company. I shan't be long, quarter of an hour or so. I'm only going down to the bridge.
You sit back, watch Belle stroll down the path and then out of sight. And you wonder if Belle had a reason for asking Foster to remain behind, perhaps to keep an eye on you and Vicky. You wonder, too, if she suspects something, that somehow she senses something is going to happen tonight. Finally, you get to your feet, wander inside, and mix yourself a drink. A half hour goes by, then an hour.
Gil? She's been gone quite a long time.
You suppose something could have happened, Mr. Hollister?
What?
She mentioned the bridge. That's the one down by the gully?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Sort of old and rickety. I think I better get down there, take a look, huh?
I'll go with you, Foster. Something could have happened at that.
With Foster following close behind, you hurry down the path and finally reach the old suspension bridge which spans the deep, narrow gully. As you start across it, Foster grabs your arm.
Hold it, Mr. Hollister.
Huh?
Look up ahead. The handrail.
It's broken, isn't it, Gil? And the rail hangs down, seeming to point to the bottom of the gully. You look down, and there in the moonlight you see her sprawled out on the rocks below. Belle.
Well, she's dead, Mr. Hollister.
For a moment you stand there, staring down at Belle Hollister. Yes, she's dead at last, Gil. An accidental death. And it actually happened without you or Vicky being involved at all.
Before you call the police, maybe we'd better have an understanding, Mr. Hollister.
What? Well, what do you mean?
Mrs. Hollister was pretty sure that you and your wife were trying to knock her off, make it look like an accident.
What? Oh, that's preposterous.
Is it? She told me about some of those accidents she had. I thought it'd be a good idea if she wrote all that down, put the whole story on paper, turn it over to me.
What?
Yeah, just in case something happened to her that I couldn't prevent.
Well, now, look, Foster. Belle was killed accidentally.
Maybe I saw you push her off the bridge, Mr. Hollister.
Maybe you what?
Yeah, maybe I saw you, and then again, maybe I didn't. It all depends.
Depends?
On how much you're willing to pay. Let's go back to the house and talk this over, huh? I think your wife will want to be in on this.
All right, Foster. We'll pay.
Vicky.
I said we'll pay.
I knew you'd see it my way, Mrs. Hollister.
Now, may I see this letter Belle wrote?
Yeah, sure. I got it right here. It's under armed escort, so don't try nothing, huh? I'll hold on to it if you don't mind. Okay, take a look. You recognize the handwriting?
Yes. We could deny this, you know.
Maybe. But when I tell the police I saw Hollister push her off the bridge, plus this letter, it'll be a cinch.
Well, Gil?
All right. All right.
20 grand a night, then we'll break it down to weekly payments, huh?
10,000 tonight. That's all we can get our hands on.
Okay, I'm not greedy. Well, now that that's settled, you can call the cops. Oh, and Mr. Hollister.
Yes?
When you tell your story to the law, better leave me out of it, huh? When you found her, you were alone?
Why?
Well, if I'm not involved, I won't have to answer questions, tell lies. I'm sensitive that way. Call me when it's over. I'll be up in my room.
You tell the police exactly what happened, don't you, Gil? Without mentioning Foster, of course. It's all over very quickly, and you breathe a sigh of relief when they leave, satisfied that Belle Hollister's death was purely accidental. And then later, when you're alone with Vicky...
I tell you, it was a mistake agreeing to Foster's demand so quickly.
What else could we have done? With that letter from Belle, the police would believe anything Foster told them.
How can we trust him?
We can't. But don't worry. He isn't going to get away with this.
Oh?
We let him stay on a few days. Then one night you find him trying to get into the safe and...
Ah, the law's gone, I see.
Yes, Foster.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, Foster, that suitcase, what are you doing with it?
What does it look like, pal? I'm leaving. No need for me to stick around.
Leaving?
Yeah, I thought I'd find me a nice little apartment in town. It's kind of dull out here. I crave the bright lights, excitement, dancing girls. Always have. Only now I can afford it. Well, if you'll give me my dough, I'll be on my way, kids.
The weeks pass, and regularly every Friday evening, when all the servants are out of the house, Foster reappears to make his collection. And you find that Belle's money, now yours, is dwindling away twice as fast now as it did when Belle was alive. Killing Foster won't solve your problem, will it? You know that you've got to get Belle's letter, too. It's important. And then finally, one night, an idea occurs to you. You tell Vicky about your plan, and she agrees. Early that Friday evening, when you're certain Foster is on his way to the estate, you pick up the phone and call the auto club in town.
This is Mr. Foster, Ralph Foster, 327 Sherburne Drive.
Yes, Mr. Foster?
I was in your office a week ago asking for some travel
Yes,
literature. And one of your clerks said she'd mail some folders out to me, but I haven't received them yet. Would you find out
Of
what's
course.
the...
One moment, sir.
What is
Going to check.
it? Better work.
It will. Don't worry about it. Vicky, car stopping outside.
It's what?
All right. Stall him off a few minutes.
Mr. Foster?
Yes?
I think I know what's happened, sir. You gave me your address as
327 Sherburne Drive.
We have you listed at 601 Terrace Boulevard.
601 Terrace Boulevard. Oh, I see. My old address.
I'm sorry, sir.
No, my mistake. I should have notified you. Well, you'll send out the pamphlets?
First thing in the morning.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, we've been expecting you, Mr.
Come on in, Foster.
Hello, Hollister.
You're early.
Yeah, I got to get back to town. Date.
Sit down, huh? Sit down.
Well, if you don't mind,
Please. I have something to talk over with you.
Oh?
Vic, how about fixing us some drinks?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course.
Proposition, Hollister?
Foster, how would you like to sell me that letter of Belle's, huh? Get this business over with once and for all.
I might be tempted.
I'll give you $50,000 for it.
Well, maybe I'd better sit down at that, huh?
Could you get me the letter tonight?
Well, sure. I'd have to go back to town. I'm keeping it in a nice, safe place.
Your apartment?
Yeah. Too bad you don't know where it is, huh, Hollister? Oh, thank you, Mrs. Hollister.
Well, Foster, are you going to sell us the letter?
Why not?
Well, let's drink to it then.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah, that's good bourbon. Very good. You wouldn't be stupid enough to try pulling a fast one, would you, Hollister?
What?
Fixing this drink, I mean?
Oh, hardly.
Anything happened to me and you'd never find that letter. But somebody else would.
I realize that.
Because if you knew where you could get your hands on that letter, well, it'd be a different matter, huh?
That's right.
Well, let's get down to business. Iron out some details. I don't have much time.
That's right, Foster. You don't have much time.
It's only a matter of minutes, isn't it, Gil? And the drink begins to show its effect. Foster leans forward in his chair, peering at you, hardly able to keep his eyes open. And then he begins to clutch at his throat.
Hey, what's going on? The drink, you did fix it.
That's right, Foster. You'll be dead in another few minutes.
No. No, you wouldn't. The letter, you don't know where...
Oh, but we do know where it is, Foster. Your apartment, 601 Terrace Boulevard.
How did you
Remember the last time you were here, Foster? You took great delight telling me how you were spending my money. Nightclubs, a new car, a little side trip. You even joined the auto club.
I'll kill you.
Oh, no, you won't. I'll take this gun. Now, Foster, relax. It'll be over soon. You're going on a little trip. This time you're never coming back.
With 200 valuable prizes to be given, there was scarcely room in my first announcement to mention even a fraction of the wonderful things you can win in Signal's thrilling $10,000 contest.
Coming May 1st.
For instance, there'll be 6 Packard Bell television sets with latest type black picture tube, plus distinctive Packard Bell picture masks for photogenic television enjoyment. And the superb 12.5 and 16-inch console models feature Packard Bell's unique concealed casters, so you can move your television set with mere fingertip touch to most convenient viewing angle. Ah, but this is only the beginning of the wonderful prizes in Signal's big $10,000 contest.
Coming May 1st.
There's O'Keefe and Merritt's finest gas range with vanishing shelf and grill-evator broiler. Also, 5 solid gold case wristwatches by Helbros with 17 jewel movement. 5 makeup cases from Halliburton's famous line of featherweight aluminum luggage. 10 Westinghouse vacuum cleaners, plus 50 Westinghouse pop-up toasters. And you can be sure if it's Westinghouse. Yes, these and dozens of other valuable awards mean you simply can't afford to miss the new Signal Gasoline Contest
coming May 1st.
So be sure to listen next Sunday when I'll have more details about Signal's big, exciting $10,000 contest coming May 1st.
It's almost over now, isn't it, Gil? In a few minutes, Foster will be dead. Then you'll get rid of his body, and using his key, you'll let yourself into his apartment in town, find the letter, and destroy it. You glance over at Vicky. She's smiling as she looks down on Foster. He's still alive, isn't he? But you're not going to delay another moment. With Vicky's help, you get him on his feet, half carry and drag him down the hall. And then as Vicky opens the door...
Hello?
What?
Who are you?
Lieutenant Thompson, Police Department. I was just about to ring when you... Well, who's this? Foster. Ralph Foster. What's the matter with him?
He's sick.
Let's have a look at him. Sergeant.
Right, Lieutenant?
Lieutenant. Poison. They poisoned me.
What? Who, Foster? Who poisoned you?
Hollister. His wife.
Sergeant, you better call an ambulance.
Yes, sir.
No, wait a minute. Never mind. Wouldn't do any good. Well, Mr. Hollister?
Lieutenant, I don't know what he's talking about.
Don't you? Funny. And we're here to protect you from him.
What do you mean?
We've been checking up on Foster here ever since Mrs. Morgan down at the center told us about him.
Mrs. Morgan?
Seems she recommended him for a job with you folks a while back.
Yes, that's right.
Then Mrs. Morgan got to thinking maybe she'd made a mistake. Told us about it. We looked into the matter. Found that Foster here was wanted back east on a forgery charge.
He was?
Here's a sample of his work. We've already checked it. It's a letter supposedly written by Mrs. Belle Hollister, saying that you and your wife here had tried to kill her.
Why, that's ridiculous.
When we found it in Foster's apartment, we figured he was up to something, and we came out here to warn you.
Wait a minute. That letter, you mean Belle didn't write it?
No. This letter is an out-and-out forgery.
Forgery?
Yes. And it apparently had you fooled. But there's no fooling about your killing Foster.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine automotive accessories. Remember, it's
coming May 1st.
Yes, May 1st is the opening date of Signal's big new contest with 200 valuable prizes, including a new Buick Frigidaire refrigerator, electric range, and home freezer, Packard Bell television sets, and many others. So be sure to listen next Sunday for more details about Signal's big, exciting $10,000 contest. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, Larry Dobkin, Francis Robinson, Eleanor Audley, and Bill Conrad. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Dick Anderson, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember, at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now stay tuned for the mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. Because even when you know who's guilty, you always receive a startling surprise at the final curtain. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, the Whistler's strange story, Blue Alibi.
John Sheridan knew exactly what to expect as he brought his car to a stop in front of his New England beach home. For the brightly lighted house, the cars parked carelessly along the driveway meant just one thing. His wife, Edith, had again invited a group of her friends over to spend the evening. As John entered the house, the music, the gay laughter, the hum of idle chatter suddenly became more than he could bear. Unobserved, or so he thought, he slipped into the hall, hurried to the den, and shut the door. But his escape was only momentary. Almost immediately, the door opened again.
Hello, Edith.
John, why do you insist on being deliberately offensive to our guests?
They're your guests, not mine. I didn't invite them.
But I did because of you.
That again.
Yes, that again. You may be satisfied with your salary as city treasurer and chairman of the Board of Public Works, but...
We get along. I'm satisfied.
But I'm not. These people are important politically. They could help you, John. You could be governor in a few
Listen,
years.
Edith. Right now, keeping up my work is more important than making new political contacts. I have a lot of construction contract bids to go over. I'd planned to work on them here tonight and have them ready by morning, but now, well, your noisy friends make it impossible.
Where are you going?
Down to the guest cottage where I can work in peace and quiet.
You leave the house, walk slowly down to the cottage near the beach, pleased with the way you've handled Edith. You lied about the work you have to do, didn't you, John? That was just an excuse to get away from the house without arousing her suspicions. Sometime later, a light tap at the cottage door tells you that your expected visitor has arrived.
Hello, Frank. Come on in.
Party going on up at your place?
Yeah, some of Edith's friends.
Any chance of them dropping in on us?
No.
Well, I still don't see why we couldn't have met at my place like always.
It's too risky. No, if we're smart, Frank, we'll arrange to meet at a different place each time from now on.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Well, it's a nice little spot you've got here, Sheridan.
Oh, just a guest house. Edith's idea.
Oh, what's this stuff? Your wife a sculptress?
No. Oh, that's some of my work. Oh, just a hobby. Been fooling around with clay modeling since I was a kid.
Oh?
Sit down, Frank. Get you a drink?
No, thanks. Don't have time.
You have the money?
Yep. There you are. You're cut for the library building job. $5,000.
Good.
Now, how about that bridge contract?
The final bids will be in Friday. I'll go over them all before the board meets. You can tip your contractor off.
Mm-hmm.
Who is it this time?
Greenwood. Al Greenwood.
Okay, the job's his. I'll get the usual cut.
As soon as the contract's signed.
Good. That'll be in a couple of weeks.
It's as simple as that, isn't it, John? You arrange it so that a few of Frank Devon's hand-picked contractors get most of the city construction jobs. And Frank's payoff is big and quick. After he leaves, you smile, open the package he left, and stuff the $5,000 into your wallet. But that smile freezes when suddenly you hear footsteps. You slip the wallet into your pocket just as the door opens.
Edith, what are you doing here?
Our guests were so overwhelmed with your graciousness, they left early. So I decided to go for a swim. John, how long have you and Frank Devon been mixed up in this crooked deal?
What?
Sorry, I couldn't help but overhear. I was coming down the back way when I heard voices.
I see.
John, you must be out of your mind. With a great career ahead of you, you get yourself involved with a gambling racketeer like Frank Devon, who's managed to link himself with a few shady contractors. How much has he given you?
About $25,000.
You're going to give it back. Every penny.
I can't. I've only got about $15,000 left.
I'll make up the other 10.
How generous. Loosening up the purse strings at last, are you?
John, you've got to break with Devon tomorrow, completely, permanently.
It's not as simple
If you don't, I'll go to the district attorney and tell him everything I know.
That will involve me.
Yes, that's right, John. I've worked hard to make you a success, and you can still be a success.
Success? That's all you think about. Our marriage isn't a marriage to you anymore. It's just
You're right. But you're the cause of it. I'm not a blind fool, you know.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean. Ann Allison, your secretary. And that's something else, John. You've got to discharge her and break with her as well as Devon. I'm tired of having my friends laugh at me behind my
Now,
back.
look, Edith.
I mean what I say, John. If you haven't told Frank Devon you're through and said your little farewells to Ann Allison by tomorrow night, I'll go to the district attorney. Tell him everything. Take your choice.
How would you like to win a Buick Super in the dashing new Riviera model? Or the famous Apex three-piece automatic laundry, washer, dryer, and ironer? Or one of 2 O'Keefe and Merritt deluxe gas ranges with vanishing shelf and grill-evator broiler? One of 10 solid gold case wristwatches by Helbros? One of 5 makeup cases from Halliburton's line of featherweight aluminum luggage, filled with exquisite cosmetics by Anatole Robbins of Hollywood? Or one of 10 Packard Bell radios? These are just a few of the 200 valuable prizes to be given in Signal's big $10,000 contest. And what a contest! No purchase required, no box tops to send in, no tickets to save. Here's all you have to do. You know those Signal cartoon billboards you see wherever you drive? The one that's up now pictures an angry bride waiting at the church door for the groom, who is just arriving late because he ran out of gas. Well, all you need do is to write in 25 words or fewer what you think the bride is shouting at the groom. Hey, doesn't that sound like an easy, fun-filled way to win some wonderful things you've been wanting? Then listen later for more details about Signal's big $10,000 contest and the thrilling prizes you can win.
You haven't much choice, have you, John? You're certain your wife Edith meant it when she said she'd expose your illegal adventures with a racketeering and politically powerful Frank Devon, unless you broke off with him immediately. You don't want to give up all that easy money, do you? Not when Edith holds on to hers the way she does. But she's too strong for you, and you certainly don't want to go to jail, do you? If you can just persuade Devon to play it Edith's way for a while, give you some time to kill her suspicions, you'll resume your profitable associations with him later. The following evening, you phone him, arrange to meet him in the office of a mutual friend.
Come on in, Sheridan.
Hello, Frank.
What's so important you couldn't tell me over the phone?
Well, I'm in sort of a jam. I think I want to lay off for a while. My wife found out about our arrangement.
How?
Well, she was outside the beach cottage last night and heard everything we said.
I should have had more sense than to meet you there in the first place. Okay, so your wife knows, so she'll keep her mouth shut.
She won't.
She'll have to. You think I'm going to sink 25 grand into this deal and then kiss it off just like that?
No, I don't expect that, Frank. I've got the $25,000 right here, cash, just like you gave it to me.
Keep it.
But you don't understand. She'll go to the DA. She'll tell him everything.
That would involve you, too.
She knows that.
Well. She's really nuts about you, isn't she?
No, it's not that.
Well, if she thinks that I'm going to let my number 1 boy at City Hall go, she's off her whirl. You're going to go right on handing out jobs the way I tell you, understand? I put that money back in your pocket and go home and make your wife behave.
Now, Frank, listen to me.
You listen to me. Greenwood gets that bridge construction just like we planned. And if the DA starts getting nosy all of a sudden, well, that's okay, too. Only you won't have to worry about your wife anymore.
What do you mean?
She'll be a widow.
You're certain he means what he says, aren't you, John? Certain that Frank Devon won't hesitate to take any action he feels necessary to keep you in line, or quiet. And you know that with his connections he could arrange things very easily. Your only hope now is to prevent Edith from going to the district attorney, at least until you can figure some way to handle Frank. You've got to have time to think things out. You return to your home and find Edith in the library. You try and explain to her how impossible it is for you to simply tell Devon that you're through. Explain to her that above everything he's a racketeer with a powerful organization, that even her life might be in jeopardy. Assure her that you'll break with Devon if she'll just give you a little time. Finally, she agrees to give you until the end of the week. For the next few days, you think of one scheme after the other and reject each as impractical. Then one afternoon, Edith drops unexpectedly into your office. Her first words fall on your ears like a bombshell.
Hello, John. I thought you'd be glad to know I've taken care of your break with Frank Devon.
You what?
I sent him back all the money he's given you by a special messenger this morning, with a note explaining exactly what will happen to him if he doesn't let you alone. It'll convince him, John. I'm sure.
After Edith leaves, you begin to realize that her action was a smart move. Her note to Devon places him on a spot as tight as your own. But you're still quite nervous and spend the remainder of the day in your office, waiting for some word from Devon, but nothing comes. Finally, as night settles over the city, you hurry out of the office to the parking lot, slide into your car. As you do, your hands suddenly freeze on the wheel. Pressing at the back of your head is the cold, unmistakable feel of an automatic.
Don't turn around, pal.
Who are you? What do you want?
Name's Nick. Mr. Devon told me I should have a little talk with you.
Devon?
That's right. First of all, that $25,000 your wife sent to him this morning, he told me to deposit it in your bank to your credit. That I did this afternoon.
You what? No, that...
That could be a little embarrassing to you, couldn't it? Now, about that letter your wife's note says that you wrote the DA. The one that's going to be sent to him if anything happens to you. Telling him all about you and Mr. Devon's deals.
Well, I'm not bluffing about that. I've written it.
Old gag. Won't work, chum.
If anything happens to me...
Look, all I got to do is press this trigger.
No!
And it's all over. Just like that. You know where Mr. Devon's is right now? 200 miles away. With a perfect alibi. So how's the DA going to pin anything on Mr. Devon, huh?
Well, he'll still know the details of the contract racket.
And Mr. Devon ain't got a thing to do with that racket. Only you and the contractors. Mr. Devon was pretty smart to handle it that way right from the start. And speaking of contracts, about that bridge job coming up.
What about it?
Is Al Greenwood going to get that bridge contract?
Yes. He'll get it.
And your wife? She's going to keep quiet, ain't she?
Yes, she'll keep quiet. She'll have to.
A half hour later, you arrive at your house, still somewhat shaken from your encounter with Devon's triggerman in the parking lot. You can't break off with Devon, can you? You're certain of that now. And the more you think about it, the more bitter you become toward Edith. You really don't want to sever your connections with Devon anyway, do you? Not with all that easy money rolling in. Another year or two with him, and you won't need a political career.
Edith, are you home?
Good evening, Mr. Sheridan.
Oh, hello, Katie. Is Mrs. Sheridan about?
She's gone for a swim, sir.
Oh, I see. All right, thanks.
Mr. Sheridan, I know it's not any of my business, sir.
What is it, Katie?
Well, it's about Mrs. Sheridan, sir. Going swimming like that every evening, and alone, too. There's never a soul along the beach that time of night. I don't think it's safe.
Well, I never thought much about it. She's really quite a good swimmer.
Been plenty of good swimmers drowned, you know. Cramps and all. And that undertow, I hear it's pretty bad.
Well, I'll speak to her about it. It's thoughtful of you to mention it, Katie. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, John, as Katie says, if something should happen to Edith, you could go right ahead with Devon, couldn't you? And you're tired of Edith's efficient management of your life. As Katie suggested, Edith could drown, couldn't she, John? An accident, and no one would suspect. Yes, but it won't be a simple matter to arrange. Edith's a good swimmer, and you wouldn't stand a chance of fighting her in the waves. Then your eyes fall on the small clay figure you've modeled, Gunwar's water-bearer, and the flicker of an idea stirs in your brain. You pick it up, stare at it for a moment, and then your gaze wanders to the half-open bathroom door, the tub beyond, the empty aluminum bucket in the corner. The bucket, John. Yes. Now you know exactly how you're going to do it, don't you? Edith will drown, but at the guest cottage, not at the beach. And even the autopsy will help put you in the clear.
You're home late tonight, John.
Oh, Edith. Yes, I had some work to do at the office. How was the water?
Cold. Any word from Devon today?
No, not a word.
Good. Then it's over, isn't it, John?
Yes, Edith. I guess it's all over.
It isn't really over, is it, John? Not quite. But it will be tomorrow night. You'll have to have an alibi, too. Not an elaborate one, not perfect, the kind that causes suspicion. Yes, a simple alibi, John. One to make your actions and explanations seem perfectly natural. As you replace the small clay figure on your desk, it suddenly occurs to you. The alibi to account for every moment of your time. Your old hobby, clay modeling. Early the following evening, over after-dinner coffee, you set your plan into motion. Edith seems surprised when you tell her you're going to take up your hobby again. A little puzzled, too. But she does seem pleased.
It'll mean more work for you, Katie.
Oh,
I
not so
don't
much
mind,
more.
ma'am. It'll seem quite like old times again. Mr. Sheridan making them little statues.
Old times. I've wondered. Well, anyway, I'm glad, John.
I wondered what he was carrying in that package under his arm when he came home, ma'am.
Well, I happened to drop into Galloway's art shop today, and we got to talking, and the next thing I knew, I'd bought a stock of supplies. Well, if you'll excuse me, Edith, I think I'll go down to the guest cottage. I'm anxious to get started. I used to get a big kick out of this.
I don't blame you, John. You have real talent. What's the subject going to be?
I haven't quite decided yet. Why don't you look in on me after your swim? Hmm?
You really want me to?
Yes, why not?
All right, John. I will.
Fine. Oh, and Katie, if anyone calls, I don't want to be disturbed.
I understand, sir.
Once at the cottage, you spend several minutes making certain that everything you need is at hand. And now, the most important step of all. You smile as you cross to the workbench, pick up a soft, blue-tinted clay, and begin to shape your alibi. A clever touch, this, isn't it, John? And you're amused, quite pleased with yourself, as your fingers dig into the clay. It's almost 10 o'clock now. Edith will be returning from the beach soon. Your fingers move swiftly, expertly, molding the small figure of a bird on the stand before you. You must have it all finished tonight, John. Your alibi. Occasionally you look out the window, down the path to the beach. And finally you see Edith emerge from the water. Now, John, now is the time to call Katie up at the house. Make certain she's kept busy there during the next 15 minutes. All the time you need. 15 important minutes. You dial the main house.
Yes, Mr. Sheridan?
Katie, yeah, I'm famished. How about fixing me some coffee and sandwiches, huh?
Yes, Mr. Sheridan. There's some cold chicken.
Oh, that'll be fine.
Hello, John.
Well, Edith, enjoy your swim?
Even more than usual, I think.
Good. I just called Katie to make some sandwiches for us.
Oh, that'll be nice.
Well, how do you like it?
Oh, this is splendid, John.
I'm calling it the Blue Heron.
I think it's the best you've ever done, really.
Oh, thanks. Here, you look at it from this angle.
Oh, yes. Yes, excellent.
Her back is to you now, and you move quickly. Pin her arms to her side.
John, what are you doing?
It's over in a matter of minutes, isn't it, John? You carry Edith's body across the deserted beach to the end of the pier and drop her into the sea. Then you hurry up the path to the cottage. As you reach the crest of the hill, you see Katie step out of the main house and start down the path. You leap into the brush, make your way quickly through the shadows to the cottage, and step inside. When Katie arrives, you're standing at the work table, your fingers moving over the Blue Heron.
Ah, there you are, Katie.
Isn't Mrs. Sheridan back from her swim yet?
Oh, isn't she at the house?
No, sir.
Well, perhaps she's on her way up now. Did you notice anyone?
Just this minute came down, sir. Didn't see a soul on the path.
Oh. Well, don't worry. She'll be along.
Yes, sir. Oh, my, you have been working. What sort of a bird is that, sir?
Heron. You like it?
It is pretty, sir. Real pretty.
Thank you.
About Mrs. Sheridan, sir, it kind of worries me.
Oh, you're very considerate, Katie, but don't worry. You go on back to the house. I'll be up later.
Yes, sir. Good night.
You wait another hour, then call the house. Ask Katie if Edith has returned. When she tells you Edith hasn't come back yet, you show concern. And minutes later, Katie joins you and goes with you to the beach, where you play the role of the worried husband. Finally, the two of you return to the house, call the police, give them the details of Edith's disappearance. Early the following morning, you're at the guest cottage when Katie ushers in Chief of Police Thompson.
Oh, Mr. Sheridan, it's dreadful.
Harry, you found her.
Yes, about an hour ago. The tide carried her body about a half a mile down the beach. I'm sorry, John.
Edith. Drowned? No, I can't believe it.
That is hard to believe. She must have been seized with cramps, unless perhaps her heart...
No, her heart was fine.
Well, if anything was wrong, the autopsy will show it. I'll phone you the results.
Yes, I'd appreciate it, Harry.
I won't keep you any longer now, John. I know this has been hard on you.
Thanks. Thanks, Harry. You've been very kind.
After Police Chief Thompson leaves, you breathe a sigh of relief. You're sure he doesn't suspect a thing. Nevertheless, you'll be glad when the autopsy is over and the case is officially closed. When the chief hasn't called after a couple of hours, you begin to grow restless and pace the floor. And finally...
Hello?
John?
Oh, yes, Harry.
It looks like we were right. The autopsy shows your wife probably drowned as a result of cramps. No marks on the body. Seawater in her lungs. Sorry, John. If there's anything I can do...
No, thanks, Harry. You've been more than considerate. I'll be all right now. Perfectly all right.
Have you been wishing for a television set? Win today's most wanted set, the giant 16-inch Packard Bell Telecaster console that turns at fingertip touch to most convenient viewing angle. This and 5 other Packard Bell television sets with latest type black picture tube will be given in Signal's big $10,000 contest that includes 200 valuable prizes, such as Frigidaire's deluxe refrigerator with new cold wall cooling, Frigidaire electric range, Frigidaire home freezer, 10 Westinghouse vacuum cleaners, plus 50 Westinghouse pop-up toasters. All these and dozens of other valuable prizes to be given for just writing in 25 words or fewer what you think the angry bride on the Signal gasoline billboard is saying to her tardy, out-of-gas groom. For instance, she might be saying, "You're too late. I married the best man. He got here on time with Signal Go Farther gasoline." Winners will be selected on the basis of originality and humor, aptness and suitability in advertising Signal products. Your chances of winning are good because only entries mailed on official entry blanks from the 6 Signal states, California, Oregon, Washington, Idaho, Nevada, and Arizona, are eligible to win. So stop by your nearest Signal service station tonight or tomorrow, sure, for a free entry blank. It contains helpful suggestions that make it even easier for you to win.
Well, John, it's over, isn't it? Your wife, Edith, is dead, an accidental drowning, and no one suspects that you had anything to do with it. The police have come and gone. They've accepted your story, and now the autopsy proves Edith's death was caused by drowning. You're certain you're in the clear. Yes, you're free to continue with Frank Devon, free of Edith, the way that she was running your life. During the remainder of the day, you play the role of the grief-stricken husband, accept the condolences of your friends. And then early that evening, you have another caller, Chief of Police Thompson.
Back again, Harry?
Sometimes I'm pretty hard to get rid of, John.
Well, sit down. What's on your mind?
Just a couple of more questions. You say you were at the guest cottage last night between the hours of 8 and 11?
Yes, that's right.
You didn't leave the cottage at all?
No, I was in the cottage all evening, working. My hobby, you know. Well, you saw.
Yeah, I saw it. The Blue Heron, I think you called it. John, you didn't happen to take a bath at the guest cottage last night, did you?
A bath? Oh, I know.
Well, I'm afraid that cinches it. You drowned your wife in that cottage, Sheridan.
That's absurd. What reason would I have?
Plenty of reason. Your lawyer gave us a letter you'd written to the DA exposing your activities with Frank Devon. Your wife gave it to him and told him to turn it over to us if anything happened to either of you. Devon's being picked up right now.
Sure. I wrote that letter. Devon was threatening us, but that doesn't prove I killed Edith. You said yourself the autopsy showed seawater in both lungs.
David, that autopsy showed us a lot of things. Your wife was drowned in seawater, all right, but she wasn't drowned in the sea.
Now, wait a minute, Harry. You're not making sense.
Oh, yes, I am. You were pretty smart to fill that bathtub at your guest cottage with seawater before you drowned your wife in it, Sheridan. You almost fooled us.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You forgot about the microscopic analysis, Sheridan. You see, that seawater in your wife's lungs also contained hundreds of particles of clay. So does the bathtub. Blue modeling clay. The same blue clay you bought at Galloway's shop yesterday.
Harry, I didn't.
There's only one way that clay could have gotten into your wife's lungs. It washed off your hands while you were holding her under the water.
Let that whistle be your signal each Sunday for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. And this week, be sure to enter Signal's big $10,000 contest. 200 valuable prizes include a new Buick Apex automatic laundry, Frigidaire refrigerator, electric range or home freezer, Packard Bell television set, O'Keefe and Merritt gas range, and many others. Just ask at your nearest Signal service station for an official entry blank. It's free, no purchase required. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, Willard Waterman, Mary Lansing, and William Conrad. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Nancy Cleveland, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember, at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now stay tuned for the mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. Because even when you know who's guilty, you always receive a startling surprise at the final curtain. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now, for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's Strange Story finale.
The rehearsal of Ned Wilson's new Broadway musical had been in progress for several hours. On stage, the spotlight held the dancing figure of Christine Courtney, star of the show. Out front, the director, writers, and backers of the production watched intently as she executed each intricate step with the rhythmic ease which had made her famous. Christine was well aware of the admiration she attracted. But at that moment, her efforts were devoted toward pleasing just one man, her fiancé, Ned Wilson, producer of the show. And she glanced often into the wings where he stood watching her, smiling his approval.
Okay, chorus, let's take the tag break. Here we go.
As the chorus swung into the routine, Christine walked quickly off stage to Ned Wilson.
Oh, you're terrific, darling. Sensational. You know, if you was the star, the show just can't miss.
Oh, that's a very convincing line you have, Mr. Wilson. But go on. I love it when you tell me how wonderful I am.
It's not a line, and you know it. Oh, you're wonderful, Chris. You know, I just can't believe that you'll soon be Mrs. Ned Wilson.
Oh, Ned, I've waited for you so long. All my life.
Miss Courtney, may I speak to you for a moment, please?
Oh, Martin, of course. Here, I want you to meet Ned Wilson, our producer.
Well, how do you do, Mr. Wilson?
Ned, this is Martin Duncan.
Hello, Martin.
I spoke to you about him several days ago.
Oh, yes, the young playwright. Well, Chris tells me you've written a show I might be interested in, Martin.
Well, she said you'd read it, Mr. Wilson. Tell me if you think it has possibilities.
Sure, I'd be glad to.
Look, while you two talk business, do you mind if I run along to my dressing room and change to street clothes?
No, go ahead, darling, go ahead.
And Martin, good luck with your play.
Well, thanks, Miss Courtney. Nice of you to help me out.
Forget it, Martin. I remember when I was trying to get a break.
Yes, you know how hard it is to get a foothold in show business, don't you, Christine? Your struggle to the top has been long and difficult, and you're proud of your accomplishment. For in achieving your goal, you've risen above the mistake you made long ago. For years, you've lived in constant fear that the past would catch up with you, ruin everything you've worked so hard to build up. And for almost a year, you've been Broadway's leading musical comedy star, and no part of the past has asserted itself. You make your way to your dressing room, humming happily to yourself, the past quite forgotten.
Hello, Miss Courtney.
Oh, hello.
I'm afraid the doorman doesn't keep a very close watch on the stage entrance.
No, he doesn't seem to. Look, if you want an autograph or something,
Believe me, Miss Courtney, I'm not a fan of yours. Not yet, anyway.
Well, then,
My name's Doris Richley. Mean anything to you?
Nothing.
It should. Maybe this will help. My hometown is Redwood, Missouri, and in case you've forgotten that, too, I'll just remind you. It's also your hometown.
Really? I don't know what you have in mind, but
8 years ago, a man and a young woman robbed the Redwood City Hotel of several $1,000s. When the clerk tried to phone the police, he got himself killed.
Well?
Oh, you were just a girl then, in your teens. I was the only person who saw the two of you make your getaway. I don't know who he was, but I was able to identify you all right. And no one ever found you. Till now.
This is the craziest thing I ever heard of.
Oh, you've changed your name, the color of your hair, but you're still little Maxine Wood of Redwood, Missouri, as far as I'm concerned. You know, I bet I'm the only one in Redwood who ever sees the theatrical section of the New York papers. Your picture's in it quite a bit, isn't it? Maxine.
Look, I'm not Maxine anybody, and I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, you're not much of an actress, Maxine. Take a tip and stick with dancing. And let's quit this hedging around. A quick check of your fingerprints would prove you're Maxine Wood. Want to go have them checked?
Get out of here.
You know, I can't decide whether I'll go to the police first or the newspapers. What would you do?
What is it you want?
Very little, Miss Courtney. You see, I came to New York to get into show business. I thought you might like to help me.
Oh, why, of course. Oh, I can probably get you some kind of a part, and then, if you have ability...
I want your part.
You want my part?
Yes. It's made for me.
Well, do you know what you're saying? Well, I've signed contracts. I couldn't break them if I wanted to. And the producers want a name for a show like this. I couldn't even begin.
Easy. Take it easy. I don't want to be unreasonable. I'll just bet you could use an understudy.
Oh, so that's it. You become my understudy, and after the show opens, I sprain an ankle or something, and you take over.
You ought to know. You got your start as an understudy.
That's right, I did. Look, I'm just curious, you understand, but what makes you think you're good enough for the part?
Oh, I'm good enough. I know I am. As Shakespeare might phrase it, I've got it in here.
You know, you'd have to audition. I had to when I became an understudy. Oh, I just couldn't announce that you're going to understudy me. Well, Ned Wilson's not easy to please.
Neither am I, Miss Courtney. So, if I were you, I'd arrange an audition for me with Mr. Wilson. It just might be the smartest thing you ever did.
If someone asked you if you own a chemical factory, you'd probably answer no. Yet the engine of your car is actually a miniature chemical factory capable of generating enough heat to turn motor oil into synthetic varnish. Sticky, gummy varnish that clogs up piston rings and prevents them from expanding and contracting. That's bad. Bad for power and pep. Bad for oil consumption. Bad for gasoline mileage. So to protect your motor from such damage, Signal Oil Company has a special type motor oil, specially engineered not only to keep from forming varnish, but also to wash out accumulated varnish that other motor oils may already have left in your motor. Result? When new engines are protected with Signal Premium compounded motor oil, they stay new. And when older cars switch to this extra duty Signal oil that does so much more than just lubricate, you notice improved pep, power, and gasoline mileage. So, whatever you're driving, you'll be giving your car a new lease on life by making your next oil change a change to Signal Premium compounded motor oil at a Signal service station.
Well, Christine, after 8 years, you were sure no one would ever discover your real name is Maxine Wood, that you once participated in a robbery that ended in murder by your accomplice. It was something you hadn't counted on when you recklessly agreed to help on the job, but it happened. And now, the girl who saw you threatens to inform the police of your true identity, tear down the long years of struggle that has made you a leading musical comedy star, unless you make her your understudy. The following morning, you telephone Ned Wilson, arrange an audition for Doris Richley that same afternoon. And after lunch, you pace your apartment floor nervously as you await Ned's call. Finally, you calm down and decide your fears are groundless, that it would be impossible for anyone with so little experience to audition successfully before the critical Ned Wilson. And then the telephone rings.
It's Ned, Chris.
Oh, hello, darling.
Say, you really uncovered some talent. Doris is great. She's really great.
What did you say?
I said Doris Richley is great. A natural, a real fine. Oh, wait till the critics get a load of her. She's
Please, Ned, it isn't necessary to shout.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chris. I guess I'm a little excited about her being so terrific. I was afraid she turned out to be another Martin Duncan. You know, his play wasn't any good at all.
I was afraid it wouldn't be.
Doris is another story. She seems to learn quickly, and she ought to have your part down pat in no time. As a matter of fact, if you're not careful, she might dance right into your job. I may make you a talent scout instead.
That's one of my strong points, spotting talent.
Wait, Chris, Doris is right here. She wants to talk to you here.
I just wanted to thank you, Miss Courtney. I'm so pleased about everything. Mr. Wilson seems to think I have excellent possibilities.
Yes, so he said.
I told you I could make it if you just give me a chance.
Yes, you did, didn't you?
Anyway, thanks again. I think you know how much it means to me. And, Miss Courtney, I'll never forget you.
You know what she means, don't you, Christine? She'll never forget who you really are in case you should get out of line. You're shocked at the success of her audition. And yet you're relieved, too, because this should silence her, keep her from going to the police about you. And a lot of things can happen before Doris actually steps in and takes over your part. Everything goes smoothly for the next few days. And then one afternoon, you enter your dressing room to find Martin Duncan waiting for you.
Well, Martin, hello.
Hello, Miss Courtney.
Oh, it's nice to see you. I've been meaning to call you and tell you how sorry I am Ned wasn't interested in your play.
That's very nice of you, Miss Courtney, but you see, it doesn't make any difference. I found a buyer for it.
Oh, why, Martin, that's wonderful. Oh, I'm so glad for you. Who?
You.
Me? Oh, now, wait a minute,
You're
Martin.
certainly doing a lot for unknown talent these days, Miss Courtney. First, Doris Richley, now me.
Doris? You and Doris?
Yes, Miss Courtney. Redwood, Missouri isn't so far from Broadway, is it, Miss Courtney? Doris and I discovered then. We found we had a lot to talk about.
Of all the cheap, conniving tricks, how much of a fool do you two think I am?
Well, you were foolish enough to make a pretty big mistake 8 years ago back in Missouri. But we don't think you're foolish enough to let me go to the police with it.
Suppose you went to the police. Where would that get you?
The question is, where would it get you?
You know, Martin, you're the type that's liable to wake up dead some morning.
I don't think so. I keep a revolver in my desk at home that says I'm going to live a long, happy life.
You must have annoyed quite a few people.
Possibly. Anyway, the price for my play is only $30,000.
Oh, you know I don't have that kind of money.
Big star like you, don't make me laugh.
I'm not trying to. I've only been on top for one season. My expenses are big, so are my taxes. Agents' fees, publicity costs.
You're going to have to go on a budget, aren't you, Miss Courtney? Tell you what, give you a couple of days to think it over. Then you can pay me, say, $5,000 down and, $300 a week.
Well, Christine, your past is catching up with you. First Doris, now Martin Duncan. And you're sure it's just the beginning of a very long payoff. The next day, you try to find some way to meet Martin's demands, but you don't have the money, and you won't ask Ned for it. You can't. The tension and worry within you mounts. All day you've been nervous and irritable. And late that afternoon, you receive a telephone call from Ned, which upsets you still further.
Hello?
Hello, darling. Look, I know it's a little late to call it off, but I'm afraid I'll have to break our lunch date for tomorrow. I have an appointment I forgot about.
An appointment named Doris Richley, I imagine.
Yes. Yeah, it is. See, I'd promised I'd run over some lines with her she's not so sure of.
Oh, how very, very thoughtful.
Oh, now, Chris, don't be that way. You know she doesn't mean anything to me. It's just that, we open in a week and never know when she might have to step in.
I don't even need an understudy. I have never missed a performance in my life.
Chris, look, you've been working pretty hard lately. You seem tired and nervous, and I think you need a rest. Well, the cast has noticed this, too. In fact, even Doris mentioned that you haven't seemed your usual self.
Oh, she has she? Look, I can take care of myself, and I don't need a rest. I've never felt better in my life.
Chris.
If you want me out of the show, say so. But don't give me this other routine.
Oh, Chris, for heaven's sake. Now, listen, I just...
You might have known that stealing Ned away from you was part of Doris's plan, too, Christine. Suddenly, even in your anger, it all becomes quite clear. You felt only the first stinging blows, the first pebbles of the avalanche. You know now that Doris won't stop until she's pushed you entirely aside. She or Martin could turn you over to the police any time. You toss and turn most of the night. Toward morning, you realize you must take steps. Desperate steps, if necessary, to eliminate this threat to your present and future security. Suddenly, you see a way out. A dangerous way. But if you're successful, a sure way. You carefully work out your plans. And then after breakfast, you pick up the phone and dial Martin's number.
Hello?
Martin, this is Christine Courtney.
Good.
I thought I might hear from you today.
I've decided to buy your play.
I thought you would. When can we talk about it?
Well, I'd hoped tonight. Didn't you say you lived at the Carlton apartment?
That's right. Right now, I'm the only person who can make that statement. They're redecorating the other units. Mine's the only one that's finished.
Well, I've got to stop by my dressmaker's. She's over near you anyway. How about 9 for our appointment?
Fine with me. Oh, I'm in 308. You can't miss it. It'll be the only one that sounds inhabited.
Good. I'll be there about 9. Oh, Martin, would you call Doris for me and ask her to be there, too? I have an idea I think she'll be interested in.
Well, sure. I'll phone her right away.
Thanks, Martin. Goodbye.
That's the way you want it, isn't it, Christine? Martin and Doris together tonight. And you're certain things will work out perfectly for you. That evening, before you leave for Martin's, you take 3 of your own sleeping pills from the bottle your doctor prescribed for you and put them in your purse. From your dressing table, you select a pair of white cotton gloves. It's 7 o'clock when you reach the Carlton and press the buzzer outside 308. You're 2 hours early, just as you planned.
Well, hello. Don't tell me my clock stopped.
I'm afraid I'm quite early, Martin. The dressmaker couldn't take me after all, and, well, I was so near I decided just to come on, early or not.
Glad you did. Take your hat, gloves?
Oh, no, thanks. I'll just keep them on, then I'll know where they are. Is Doris coming?
Mm-hmm. She'll be here around 9. How about a drink?
Oh, wonderful idea. I'd love one.
When Martin comes back with the drinks, you discuss his play, its chances for success, and wait patiently for the opportunity to drop the sleeping tablets into his glass. You ask for more ice, and while he's in the kitchen, you'll watch the tablets bubble up and then quickly dissolve in his drink. Not long after he finishes it, his eyes grow hazy and close. His head falls forward on his chest. From your own experience, you're sure he'll sleep soundly for at least 2 hours or maybe 3. And that's all the time you need, isn't it, Christine? Still wearing your white cotton gloves, you take your 2 glasses to the kitchen, wash them both thoroughly, and pour the least bit of a fresh drink into Martin's glass. Back in the living room, you press his hand around it for fingerprints and put it on the table before him. Then you walk quickly over to his desk, open the center drawer, and there it is. Just as Martin said it would be, the final link necessary to your plan. His revolver. You make certain it's loaded and put it in your jacket pocket and settle back to wait for Doris. A little after 9.
Come in, Doris.
I'm afraid I'm a little late. Well, what's the matter with Martin?
Looks like he passed out.
Passed out? Well, there's a switch. He's never done that before.
He's never had this kind of a drink before.
What kind of a crack is that?
His drink was loaded, Doris. So's this.
Hey, now, wait a minute. What's the idea?
That's something you'll never know, Doris.
It was simple, wasn't it, Christine? Doris Richley is dead. That leaves only Martin slumped head forward on the divan. You move quickly now, drag Doris over near Martin. And then, still wearing your gloves, you place the gun in his hand, put his index finger on the trigger, raise the gun to his temple, and fire. Now it's over. Martin is dead beside Doris, and your secret dies with them. You remove your gloves, survey the room quickly, and then you go to the phone.
Police headquarters.
Oh, please, send someone to the Carlton Apartments, number 308. There's been a murder and a suicide. Oh, please, hurry.
Your hysteria is almost real by the time you hang up the phone. But you're sure that with the evidence you've carefully planted, your story will stand up. And you're grateful in the knowledge that Martin's apartment building is empty of its occupants. No one will be barging in asking questions until the police come. And when the lieutenant arrives, you feign a stoic calm as you tell your story.
I tried to stop him, Lieutenant. I never dreamed he'd do such a thing.
Suppose you begin at the beginning, Miss Courtney. What were you doing here?
Well, Martin asked me to stop by. He'd written a play, wanted me to read it. When I got here, his apartment door was slightly ajar. Doris was here. They were quarreling violently. He was accusing her of things, all sorts of things.
Would you call it a lover's quarrel?
Yes, I would. I started to leave, but then I realized that in his state of mind, he might have done something. Oh, he was insanely jealous of her. So I came in to see if I could help.
Did he have the gun then?
Yes, he was sitting on the divan with a revolver in his hand. I tried to talk to him, calm him down. At first, I thought he was going to be okay. Then Doris said she was through with him, and he seemed to go crazy. Before I could stop him, he shot her. Then he calmly sat down on the divan and turned the gun on himself.
I see.
Oh, if only I had the sense to go for help immediately.
You mustn't blame yourself, Miss Courtney.
But they were both my friends.
I know. Things like this are always tough, even on us. You get some rest now. I'll have one of my men drive you home.
Oh, thank you.
Try to forget about tonight. I'm sure the fingerprints on the gun and powder burns on Duncan's hand will bear out your story.
You've been very kind, Lieutenant. I appreciate it more than you know.
To make your vacation budget, buy as much fun as possible, you'd naturally like to be sure you're powering your car with the gasoline that gives maximum mileage, maximum performance. Well, when it comes to mileage, that's what Signal, the Go Farther gasoline, is most famous for. But when you understand what gives Signal gasoline such good mileage, you also know why Signal assures you peak performance, too. You see, today's Signal gasoline is engineered to help your motor run more efficiently. And when your motor runs more efficiently, naturally you enjoy quick starting, proud pickup, and smooth, quiet power, in addition to mileage. So whether you're going on an extended tour of our glorious West or just a jaunt to the store or office, remember, you get a full measure of all the things that make driving more pleasure when you fill up with Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline.
Well, Christine, it's all over, isn't it? And you're certain the police believe Martin Duncan killed Doris Richley, then turned the gun on himself and committed suicide. The police lieutenant's statement that the fingerprints on Martin's gun, the powder burns on his hand, will prove your story. Convinced you've left no loophole in your carefully planned removal of the only two people in the world who could identify you as Maxine Wood, wanted on an 8-year-old murder and robbery charge. The day following the tragedy, you insist on returning to work so you can forget. And once again, the rehearsal of Ned Wilson's new Broadway musical is in progress. Out front, the directors, writers, and backers of the production watch intently as you execute each intricate step with a rhythmic ease which made you famous.
Okay, take a break, everybody. 5 minutes, but be right back. We got more work to do now. Come on.
As you start off stage, the first person you see in the wings is the lieutenant who'd question you at Martin Duncan's apartment. You try to appear unconcerned as you walk toward him.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Hello, Miss Courtney.
You want to see me?
I'm afraid I do.
Afraid? What do you mean?
I thought maybe you might want to alter the story you told me last night.
Why would I wish to do that?
There were just 3 of you at Martin Duncan's apartment.
That's right.
And you still say you saw Duncan shoot Miss Richley, then turn the gun on himself?
Well, of course I do. That's exactly what happened. Why, you said yourself his fingerprints on the gun, the powder burns on his hand prove that.
His prints on the gun check okay, Miss Courtney. And the powder burns are in his hand, too.
Well, then why are you...
These your sleeping pills, Miss Courtney?
Well, I don't know.
They're from your medicine cabinet, and your name's on them.
Yeah, then they must be mine.
Your doctor says they contain exocene.
Well, suppose they do.
Funny thing about some drugs, exocene, for example. Some people, most people even, can take it. Doesn't bother them. But a few cannot. Martin Duncan was one of these. He was allergic to exocene, Miss Courtney.
Well, suppose he was. He shot Doris, I tell you, and then he turned...
If he did. He was the first dead man in history to commit murder and suicide.
Dead men.
That's right. Duncan strangled to death a few minutes after you gave him the sleeping pills. He couldn't have shot either himself or Doris Richley. The autopsy proves he was dead for more than an hour before either of them was shot. You were the only other person there, Miss Courtney.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Each Sunday night at this same time, brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. To make your travels even more pleasant, Signal dealers are now offering free a 20-page guide to selected eating and lodging places in 350 cities and towns through 16 western states. One of these handy booklets is yours for the asking at any Signal service station. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, Joe Gilbert, Doris Singleton, John Daner, and Dave Ellis. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen with story by Nancy Cleveland, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblances to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Ladies and gentlemen, the Signal Oil Company invites you to stay tuned to this station, for in half an hour at 8:30, you'll hear the spectacular presentation, The Miracle of America. Featuring 20 top radio stars and 6 name orchestras, The Miracle of America is a full-hour show beginning at 8:30 this evening on the station to which you are listening. Remember at this same time next Sunday, Another Strange Tale by The Whistler. Norman Nesbitt speaking for the Signal Oil Company while Marvin Miller is on vacation. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, stay tuned for a program that is rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story. Kind Thought.
Grant Adamson leaned back in the heavy leather chair behind the broad mahogany desk set diagonally across the corner of his office and tried to appear relaxed as he reached for a cigarette, placed it carefully between his lips, and flicked a flame from his cigarette lighter. Inside he was trembling, his stomach full of sick fear, and he knew the man sitting across the desk from him could see it. This was no time to let down the bars, though. He looked past Dave Matthews' shoulder, out the window, gazed fondly at the stacks and chimneys that now covered more than an acre of ground. Adamson Chemicals Incorporated. And all of it, right down to the last paper clip in that shiny mahogany desk at stake, hanging on Dave Matthews' decision.
I've got to admit, I hardly recognize the old place, Grant.
Yes, Dave. Well, there's been quite a change.
Oh, that's putting it mildly. 1946. Adamson and Matthews. 16 employees, a one-story building on 23rd Street, making ink eradicating.
Yeah.
I go off to Japan with the occupation forces, come back 5 years later, and quite a corporation. Quite a change is right.
Well, I've tried to keep the ball rolling.
Yes, it seems at this point that I'm a very wealthy man.
Now, listen, Dave, I tried to make it clear.
You didn't make anything clear.
Well, I'm referring to the settlement I offered you. I've given it a lot of thought, Dave, and I think it's only fair
that I let you buy me out. No, you can't buy me out, Grant. I'm an equal partner, and that's the way I want.
But it's not good sense. Look, Dave, be honest with yourself. You're a small operator. You're all right in a small ink eradicator business, but, why, this is too big for you.
It was too big for you, too, wasn't it, Grant?
Meaning what?
That you're not really a success. A business builder at all. Oh, true. You've apparently come a long way in 5 years. But you did it because you were able to get to a few opportunists, as unscrupulous as you are.
I'm afraid I don't understand you.
You know, you're lucky you've got a partner, Grant. After all, someone's going to have to put this business on an honest basis while you're gone.
Why, I'm not going anywhere.
You're going to prison, Grant.
Now, wait a minute.
No, you wait a minute. I didn't just come back, you know. I've been around for 5 months now, putting the pieces together. They make a very interesting picture, Grant. Graft, bribery, phony government contracts, out-and-out theft. No business built on dishonesty can ever last, Grant.
Now, listen, Matthews.
I'm not through. While you're away, I'm going to try and rectify every dishonest deal you've pulled. Oh, don't look so horrified. You're a grafter. More than that, a plain crook. I've got your signature on a dozen pieces of paper to prove that.
Now. Look, Dave. You wouldn't do anything.
Oh, do me a favor, will you please? For the sake of our old partnership. Don't be a whining hypocrite.
What do you mean, Dave? What proof?
Oh, the usual stuff. Letters, signed memorandums, a couple of affidavits, a set of canceled checks on that highly profitable phosgene contract.
I see. Well, Dave, you'll give me time to think this over.
Nothing to think over at all, Grant.
But partnership.
Just forget it. I'm not for sale. I've got the proof of your crooked operations in my little brown briefcase. The items I just mentioned will be in the hands of the investigation board in Washington Wednesday morning. I'm leaving tomorrow afternoon on the 5 o'clock plane.
So that's it, Grant. You built it from nothing. From a small ground floor operation with 16 employees. You put it together like a magic chemical formula, without too much regard for the ingredients, and discovered that a nation on a semi-war footing doesn't always take time to ask questions. And now it's about to explode in your face, isn't it, Grant? You know that Dave Matthews can't be bought, and that it'll be all over the moment he walks into that boardroom in Washington, D.C. You wish you knew some way to stop him, don't you, Grant? Any way to stop him.
What did you say, Mr. Adamson?
Oh, nothing, Miss Williams. I've just got a lot on my mind.
I think you need a vacation more than I do.
Oh, yes, that's right. You are going away tomorrow, aren't you?
I feel a little guilty about it. There's so much to be done.
Oh, no. You've earned it, Miss Williams.
I hope so, Mr. Adamson. Oh, there's something I wanted to tell you about before I go.
Yes?
It sounds a little petty, I know, but, there was a little misunderstanding about who was to take my place while I was gone.
Well, I left that entirely up to you, Miss Williams.
I know, but you see, I suggested Miss Dickens. Oh, she's quite capable, good typist and stenographer. But I forgot all about Miss Preston, Florence Preston. She's been with us so much longer, and she was a little put out when I didn't suggest her.
Well, it doesn't matter to me either way, Miss Williams. I'm sure she'll get over it.
She's really very nice. I thought perhaps you'd say something to her. I mean, about how important she is in the job she's doing. She'd feel a lot better.
All right, I'll take care of it. Now, if you don't mind.
I'm sorry to have bothered you, Mr. Adamson, but I'll enjoy the trip much more knowing that you'll sort of smooth things over.
Yes. Just a minute, Miss Williams. Where did you tell me you were going?
Baltimore.
Baltimore. That's near Washington. And you're leaving tomorrow.
Yes, I'm awfully thrilled, Mr. Adamson. It'll be the first time I've seen my family in 5 years.
Going by train, Miss Williams?
Yes, sir.
That won't give you much time with them, will it?
Not a lot, but a few days will still be wonderful.
How would you like to fly?
Fly? I couldn't afford that, Mr. Adamson.
Is that the only thing that's stopping you, the expense?
Well, yes.
Miss Williams, I've felt for a long time I should do something for you. You've been very capable, very loyal.
But, Mr. Adamson...
No, not another word. I want you to run right down to the railroad office and turn in those train tickets. You're going to fly to Washington, Miss Williams, at our expense. And from there, it's just a step to Baltimore.
Why, Mr. Adamson, it's a very kind thought, but I...
Now, that's enough. Don't thank me. You've earned it. And you better hurry now.
But what about reservations?
Leave that to me. Oh, by the way, you'll be leaving tomorrow afternoon on the 5 o'clock Washington plane. Hello? Reservation clerk, please. Hello, this is Grant Adamson speaking, Adamson Chemical Company. I want to reserve a seat on the 5 o'clock flight to Washington tomorrow afternoon. Mm-hmm. That's right. Yes, it's for my secretary. Her name is Williams. Margaret L. Williams.
Your kind thought, as Miss Williams expressed it, is something else, isn't it, Grant? It has to do with the fact that Miss Williams' vacation trip coincides exactly with the trip Dave Matthews is taking to Washington, D.C. That you've managed to arrange for them to be on the same plane. And that, above all, you know now that everything depends on your making sure Dave Matthews never gets there. It's quite late in the afternoon when you stroll into one of the company's chemical laboratories.
Well, Mr. Adamson, surprised to see you down here in the plant.
How are you, Donald? Well, I guess I'm just the old fireman running to the fire. Say, you know, Donald...
Yes, sir?
I'm sick of being a businessman. I get the itch once in a while to get my hands on a test tube. Smell a Bunsen burner.
I don't wonder, sir. I think I'd get a little tired of sitting behind a desk, too.
Yes. Say, Donald, why don't you take the evening off for a change?
Why, I'd enjoy it, sir.
Yes, I'd like to put her around for a few hours. I got a couple of ideas I want to work out. There's no use in both of us being here.
That's nice of you, Mr. Adamson.
You're
sure
the cabinet's all unlocked?
Yes, sir. And the equipment's all out. You sure you don't mind being here alone?
No, I don't mind.
Well, go to it then. Help yourself. It's your laboratory after all.
Thank you, Donald. I will.
The minute Donald leaves, you lock the door and set to work, praying that you haven't lost the skill you used to have as a laboratory chemist. 3 hours later, you're getting close.
Now the distillate. Oh, that's it. 100 cc's. Good. Now the gelatin. Let it cool a little. Now. I think that ought to do it.
You stop for a minute now, waiting for the gelatin to cool in a thick insulating layer above the yellowish liquid in the bottle. A bottle that you picked from the shelf, about the size of a cologne bottle. Yes, Grant, you were never more sincere in your life when you told yourself that you'd do anything to prevent David Matthews from getting to Washington on that plane. Nothing else matters to you, so long as you stop him. Not even the lives of Matthews, Miss Williams, the other passengers on the plane. Nothing, so long as you stop it. The gelatin's cool now, Grant. Just the acid on top of it. And your personally constructed time bomb will be ready.
Ah, that's got it. Yes, Mr. Dave Matthews. This will dissolve our partnership in a big way.
In spring, when Milady's spirits need perking up, you know how quickly a new spring bonnet can do the trick. Well, just that quickly, there's a way you can perk up your car's spirits this spring. How? Why, simply by changing its diet to Signal Ethyl, the premium grade of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline. Yes, with the very first tankful of Signal Ethyl, even tired, grumpy motors sound as sweet as the robin's first song. When you step on the accelerator, you feel Signal Ethyl whisk you forward like a sudden spring zephyr. And when you see how effortlessly Signal Ethyl's smooth, ping-free power takes you over those steep hills in high, mark my word, you'll get the urge to head your car for the open highway and enjoy spring. Gosh, friend, when it's that easy to get more fun out of every mile you drive, why put it off? This week, for sure, drive into a Signal station. Fill up with a super fuel that's scientifically engineered to bring out the best in any car of any age. Signal Ethyl, that is.
Well, Grant, it's the biggest deal you ever tackled in your life, isn't it? Your plan to kill Dave Matthews to prevent him from exposing your crooked deals in Washington. Deals that can send you to prison. As you lie in bed that night, thinking it through again, you tell yourself that it's a gamble. A bomb in an airplane is a fantastic idea. And unless everything goes off exactly on schedule, it might fail. But the moral aspect surrounding the wholesale murder of the other passengers on the plane with a time bomb doesn't stop you for a second. Because that's just the kind of a mind you have, isn't it, Grant? You've never been concerned with rightness or wrongness, only with the surest, quickest way of getting what you want. And you've made up your mind now that Dave Matthews will never reach Washington with that briefcase and the incriminating evidence against you. It's earlier than usual when you arrive at your office the next morning.
Good morning, Mr. Adamson.
Oh, hello, Miss,
Dickens, sir.
Oh, yes, Miss Dickens. Miss Williams told me about your taking her place yesterday afternoon.
She's awfully thrilled over your sending her by plane. We had a party last night. She told us all about it.
Really? I'm glad she's pleased. Let's see now. We don't want any disappointments. Did the airline people confirm the reservation?
Yes, sir. They called a half hour ago. The 5 o'clock flight this afternoon.
Good. I wonder who's seeing her off. Call her for me, will you?
Yes, sir.
Hello, Miss Williams. This is Mr. Adamson. Well, I'm very happy. I called to tell you your reservation is made on the 5 o'clock plane. That's right. How are you getting down to the airport? The taxi? Oh, that's nonsense. No, I'll take you down myself. No trouble at all. Now that's enough, Miss Williams. I won't hear of it. I'll pick you up at 4 this afternoon. That's right. Goodbye, Miss Williams.
There you are, sir. We can give you either the cologne or the perfume.
I'll take the cologne. You sure this is the largest bottle you have?
Yes, sir. I'm sure she'll be quite happy with it.
Yes, I suppose she will. All right, and I'd like it gift wrapped. You know, lots of ribbons, fancy stuff. Do you have a wrapping department here?
Yes, sir. You can take it over yourself. Counter 9.
Thank you. I will. But before you get to counter 9, you step into a telephone booth. Take off the tissue paper wrapping on the bottle of cologne. Wrap it around the other bottle you've been carrying in your overcoat pocket. The wrapping clerk doesn't give it a second glance. And 5 minutes later, it's done up in fancy ribbons and colored paper. A going-away present for Peggy Williams. An extra, thoughtful little touch from a kind and generous employer. You glance at your watch.
4:45. In a half hour, you'll be on your way to the airport.
I'm awfully sorry to be taking you from your work, Mr. Adamson. I know how busy you are.
Forget it, Miss Williams. Oh, by the way, here's a little something I picked up this afternoon. It's quite an occasion, you know.
Oh, Mr. Adamson, for me?
Oh, it's just a little cologne.
Cologne? A little... Oh, Mr. Adamson, this is too much. It isn't right.
All right, Miss Williams. So it isn't right. I just think it is. Shall we let it go at that?
Mr. Adamson, I don't deserve all this.
Of course you do. Now, you just enjoy your trip, have fun, and don't you dare open that pretty package till your parents can see it.
Oh, I won't. I wouldn't think of it. But you've been so perfect, Mr. Adamson, that I...
What? Well, Miss... Peggy. Well, really, I had no idea.
Please don't be angry with me, Mr. Adamson. I shouldn't have kissed you, I know, but... Well, I'm awfully sentimental.
Oh, that's quite all right, Peggy. In fact, I'm awfully sorry that you're going away for such a long time.
It's such a beautiful package. What kind of cologne is it?
Well, I don't know. I forget what it's called, but don't you open it till you get home.
Oh, I won't. That's a promise.
Yes, Grant, you're seeing Peggy Williams off on a long trip. A very long trip with your old partner, Dave Matthews. As the two of you walk into the terminal, you see that Dave has already arrived, sitting with his back towards you, reading the paper. Seeing him removes the last twinge of conscience you have regarding Peggy Williams and the other passengers. You glance again at the ribbon package in Peggy Williams' right hand, knowing that it won't be much longer before the insulating layer of gelatin dissolves and results in a stunning explosion. 2 hours, if your calculations were correct. Somewhere between 6:15 and 6:30 as the plane passes into Arizona. You walk up to the ticket counter to check with the clerk.
5 o'clock eastbound?
Yes.
I'm sorry, sir. That flight's going to be a little late getting off.
What'd you say?
The 5 o'clock flight will be late.
Well, how late?
Well, we're trying to arrange a 6 o'clock takeoff. I'm not sure yet,
It's
though.
all right, Mr. Adamson. You don't have to wait with
Yes,
me.
but I do, Peggy. You see, I want to be sure that that you get off all right. Clerk, you said 6 o'clock?
I hope so, sir.
Yes, so do I.
You spend almost an hour with Peggy in the terminal cocktail lounge, running out to the lobby every 5 minutes to make certain Dave Matthews is waiting for the takeoff, and to check with the clerk about takeoff time, knowing that now the time is getting close, that perhaps the thing to do is to grab the package from Peggy's lap and rush out with it, throw it in a vacant field somewhere. But there's still a chance, Grant. You've still the better part of a half an hour, and you're still a gambler. Then at 5 minutes to 6, you check with the clerk and find the plane is taking off in a few minutes. On your way back to the lounge, you decide that despite what the clerk said, there might be further delay, a dangerous delay, that you've got to get the package back from Peggy. When you return to your table, Peggy isn't there.
Now, where is she? Waiter, where did the lady go, the one I was sitting with?
She'll be right back, sir. She went out to the check stand, wanted to check the packages that she was carrying. Said she didn't know how long she'd have to wait, and she was tired of carrying them.
She checked her packages?
What's the matter, sir? Something wrong?
Flight 21, eastbound, now loading at gate 3.
Wait a minute.
Flight 21, eastbound, now loading at gate 3.
Wrong, waiter? No. Nothing wrong at all.
Mr. Adamson.
Oh, there you are, Peggy.
Guess what, Mr. Adamson? There's an old friend of yours making the trip.
An old friend?
Mr. Matthews. I didn't remember him, but he knew me.
Oh, yes. I forgot to mention it to you.
He was your partner when you first started out, wasn't he?
Dave Matthews? Yes. Oh, did you tell him I was here?
He said he's sorry he won't be able to see you. There isn't much time, and he went on board to get us seats together.
Oh, I see. Well, that's nice of Dave to do that. But if they're leaving soon, hadn't you better get on the plane?
Yes. I just wanted to thank you again, Mr. Adamson. No one's ever done so many nice things for me.
Please, Peggy, you mustn't hold them up. Oh, wait a minute. Where's the bottle of cologne I gave you? You didn't forget it. You didn't leave it at the check stand.
Oh, no, Mr. Adamson. Mr. Matthews took it aboard for me.
Oh, well, that's fine.
Last call, eastbound, flight 21.
Oh, that's you.
Loading at gate 3.
Peggy, you're holding them up. You better get out there.
I'll hurry. Goodbye, Mr. Adamson. I'll write to you.
Yes, you do that, of course. Now, run along.
Mr. Adamson, you won't be angry at me for anything. I know you enjoy doing nice things for people, and when a girl...
What are you talking about, Peggy? Oh, you mean about kissing me? Of course, I won't be angry.
Well, it isn't just that.
Please, now, you're making me nervous. Will you get on that plane and let them take
All
off?
right. And don't forget to tell Florence Preston I'm sorry I didn't suggest you to fill in for me while I'm away.
Of course, Peggy, I will. Now...
Yes, I'll go. Yes. Goodbye, Mr. Adamson.
Goodbye.
I'll think of you all the way. You're the kindest, sweetest man I've ever known.
Spring or no spring, you wouldn't feel nearly as peppy, would you, if you had to keep right on wearing heavy winter clothes? Well, that's just how your car feels about running on tired old winter motor oil and gear lube now that spring is here. So if you want to put spring into your driving, it's high time you were treating your car to a spring changeover at a Signal service station. First step is to drain your motor and refill with Signal Premium, the new heavy-duty type oil that reduces engine wear due to lubrication 50%. Next step is fresh Signal Gear Lube for transmission and differential, and a Signal double-checked lubrication for the chassis. At the same time, your Signal dealer will be glad to check those other points that need attention every 5,000 or 10,000 miles, such as front wheel bearings, oil filter, or air cleaner. Say, a car just can't help feeling peppier after a spring tonic like this. So for extra driving pleasure all summer, see your Signal dealer this week for a Signal spring changeover.
Well, Grant, at long last, Peggy's on the plane, happily seated next to Dave Matthews. That's interesting, isn't it, Grant? Like a chemistry equation, each element balancing the other. Dave on one side with an important briefcase, Peggy on the other with an even more important bottle. The tension is worse than ever now as you stand at the edge of the parking lot, watching the plane taxiing to the runway. You'll feel a lot better after the plane gets into the air, when you're sure the unexplained explosion will take place somewhere above 5,000 feet, and not on the ground where prying investigators might uncover the answer. You glance at your watch, 6:15. It should only be a matter of 15 or 20 minutes now. The plane finally turns around in a half circle into the wind. The pilot guns the engines for a few seconds, and then the plane rushes down the runway towards you. They're off, Grant, and you're certain you've won.
Yes, sir?
Oh, the blue Cadillac in the second line. Here's my ticket.
Yes, sir. I'll bring it around for you.
As you drive out of the parking lot, you find yourself wondering how far away you'll be when the explosion occurs, and then realize that by now, the plane carrying Dave Matthews and his evidence against you probably been blown to bits. It won't hurt to take the long way home. You have all the time in the world now. You turn off the busy highway and onto a quiet country road. Too bad about Peggy, wasn't it? You'll have to think of something nice to say about her when the news breaks. She was so thoughtful, so innocent as she sat there beside you this afternoon when you gave her the cologne bottle. You drive idly along the open road for about 10 minutes, and then glance over at the empty seat where something catches your eye.
What's this?
A note pinned to the seat.
Dear Mr. Adamson, I didn't want to ask you about this because I thought it might hurt your feelings. I know you enjoy giving things and want people who receive them to enjoy them, too. Please don't be angry, but I'm still worried about having hurt Florence Preston's feelings. When you speak to her, would you give her the bottle of cologne? I fibbed a little when I said Mr. Matthews took it aboard the plane because I wanted Florence to have it. I put the bottle in the glove compartment of your car. Wait a minute. No! No!
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at the same time. Signal Oil Company has asked me to remind you, this week is Public Schools Week, and you are invited to visit your community's schools. Your interest and support of public education are the best guarantee of a sound public school system. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, Joseph Kearns, Bill Monty Margetts, Nancy Cleveland, and Herbert Litton. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Joel Malone, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember to tune in at the same time next Sunday, when the Signal Oil Company will bring you another strange story by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. Stay tuned now for our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS Broadcasting System. And now, stay tuned for the mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. Because even when you know who is guilty, you always receive a startling surprise at the final curtain. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story, The Clayton Affair.
The day, gray and overcast, matched the mood of the scene on the hill. The old cemetery, high up over the scene, a swirling mist moving in and out among those gathered for the services. The last rites, last respects to be paid by the little crowd of townsfolk who had known and loved Jeff Clayton, killed in the prime of life. The remnants of Jeff Clayton's family were there, too. Mother Clayton, Jim, Jeff's older brother, Lenny, the youngest brother, Cousin Freddie, and, of course, Jeff's attractive young widow, Ardith Clayton. She seemed least able to bear up under the ordeal, even was supported by the menfolk until the services were over and they were all back at the house, the stately old Clayton mansion on the hill. Only then could Ardith begin to control her grief.
Oh, cut it out, Ardith. It's over. It's all over. He's gone. My brother's gone.
Your brother. He was my husband, Jim. I loved him so much.
Sure they loved each other.
Lenny's right. At least half right. I'm sure Jeff loved Ardith.
Please.
Freddie, it's no use. Stop it. All of you. He's dead. Murdered.
Oh, Mother Clayton, please talk to them. They're acting as if it were my fault.
No one said that, child.
No, nobody said it.
I'm sorry, Lenny. Jim, Freddie, Mother Clayton. It must be the strain. The funeral. If you don't mind, I'm going upstairs to bed.
We don't mind.
No, we don't mind.
Good. Good night, then.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Ardith.
It's a strain, isn't it, Ardith? The day, the funeral, as you said. But most of all, the Clayton family. They act oddly, as if aligned against you somehow. And you have the feeling of a caged animal. You want out. You want to be free of the house somehow. And that's why you slip out of your upstairs room, down to the garage. A drive in the car would quiet your nerves, wouldn't it? Yes, a drive, alone in the car.
What? Oh, Freddie.
Yes. Yes. Cousin Freddie. Too bad, my dear. My dear Ardith. Car won't start, huh?
You heard. You know it won't.
I'm sorry. No mechanic, however. Suppose your obvious intention of going for a spin is spoiled. Lenny has the other car.
It was all right yesterday afternoon.
As I say, my girl, no mechanic.
Well, someone's tampered with it. They don't want me to go out. They're afraid I won't come back. You. Oh, no mechanic, indeed. There's grease on your hand. You tampered with this car, Freddie.
Really? You're observant, Ardith. Most observant. But I did nothing. As I say...
I heard you. No mechanic. All right, Freddie, have it your way.
Good night, Ardith.
It's a strange, nerve-wracking experience, isn't it, Ardith? The happenings here at Clayton House. You've never liked or understood this odd, close-knit family group. You return to the house, go to your room. A few minutes later, you hear footsteps. Footsteps along the upper hall. And then the turn of the key in a lock. Your lock, Ardith. You rush to the door. Try it. And step back terrified with the realization.
Locked in. I'm locked in.
You wait, nervously wondering and waiting. And then, unable to stand it any longer, you ring for the maid. Then more waiting, pacing, until at last...
Yes, Mrs. Clayton?
Oh, you did come. They left the key in the lock?
Yes, ma'am, but I don't understand.
Here, do you understand this?
Money? But...
Don't tell anyone. After a while, I want you to unlock that door and help me get out of this house.
But why, Mrs. Clayton? What's the matter? I don't understand.
You don't have to. It doesn't matter. Just remember to come up here sometime after midnight. And don't let anyone see you.
Yes, ma'am.
You sink into a chair as the maid goes out, locking the door. The waiting is terrifying, isn't it, Ardith? But the knowledge that you have someone on your side now, that you've bought some help, a chance for escape, is very reassuring. Finally, much later, you see the latch on the door turning. She's back, isn't she? And you rise quickly and throw a coat over your shoulder. And then...
Going somewhere, Ardith?
Jim Clayton.
Uh-huh. Jeff's big brother. His keeper, if you like.
What is it? What's going on around this terrible house?
I think it's kind of nice here, Ardith. Always liked the old family homestead.
You've kept me locked in my room. Why, Jim? Why?
Sit down, Ardith. I don't like excitable women.
Tell me the truth, Jim. Why are you doing this to me?
I said sit down. That's better. Cigarette?
No.
Then you don't mind if... Ardith, your husband, my brother, Jeff, he didn't just die by accident, you know.
We've been over all that with the police.
Yes, sure. Like they said, he was murdered.
I know what the police said. And I know I'm being held captive here in this house, and I want to know why.
I'm trying to tell you. This man who killed Jeff was shot and killed by the police, or were you so busy being the grieving widow you haven't heard the details?
You know I loved your brother.
Do I? Well, let's say I thought you did, once. Only we've been looking into the background of this fellow Joe Hansen who killed Jeff. Seems that he had a girlfriend, Ardith.
So?
So she was seen with him quite frequently. She shouldn't have been because she was a married woman.
Go on.
We Claytons have the idea Hansen's girlfriend was married to Jeff.
What are you saying?
I thought it sounded pretty clear. Do you want that cigarette now?
What are you saying, Jim?
That you did it, Ardith. Because you were in love with this fellow Hansen and Jeff wouldn't divorce you. You killed Jeff Clayton and had him killed in the same cold, matter-of-fact way you'd step on a bug.
If you're so sure of that, why don't you tell the police?
Because we're not quite sure. When we are, we'll decide what to do with you, Ardith. If you're innocent, all right. But if you're guilty...
How will you know, Jim? How can you possibly know? You can't keep me here, terrify me into saying things that aren't true?
That won't be necessary. Not at all. You see, the fellow that saw you and the boyfriend together so many times, he's on his way here.
I don't understand.
You will, when he identifies you as Hansen's girlfriend.
Oh?
Yes. Oh. Well, sweet dreams, Ardith. Mr. Fletcher will be here tomorrow. Good night. This time I'll take your door key with me.
Darling, I am growing old. That could well be the theme song of today's automobiles, what with more than half of the cars now operating being over 8 years old. But regardless of how old or how new your car may be, there's a wonderful spring tonic to bring out the best in any car of any age. It's Signal Ethyl, the premium grade of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline. You say your car lags behind and watches others go by when the traffic signal says go? Then you're not powering your car with Signal Ethyl. You say your car complains on hills and pings force you to shift? Then you're not powering your car with Signal Ethyl. There's no tonic like this smooth, super powerful super fuel to put spring into your car and the joy of spring into your driving. And what do you know? It's spring right now. High time for you to try a tank full of Signal Ethyl right now.
It's a dread, sleepless night for you, isn't it, Ardith? Yes, because you know what will happen the moment that witness arrives. Names you as the woman so often seen with your husband's killer. But there's nothing you can do now. Nothing the following morning as Jim opens the door to your room, ushers you downstairs to join the rest of the Claytons in the massive library. They sit around like a silent jury. And then you become conscious of a frightening sound. Something just outside the library window. Someone's digging out there, Ardith. A grave, perhaps? And you wonder if it's to be your grave. And then the digging stops. Shortly after that, Cousin Freddie comes into the room.
Well, that's done. Oh, Ardith. You should have kept me company out there. None of the others are interested in gardening.
Gardening?
Preparing a bed for my new bulbs, gladiolus.
Oh.
You're all terribly quiet.
We're waiting for Mr. Fletcher, Freddie.
Fletcher? Oh, yes. The one who's to tell us all. Ardith, I do hope he's mistaken. I've always had the idea...
That you, Lenny?
Yes. I brought Mr. Fletcher.
We're in the library.
Fletcher? Fletcher, I don't know any Mr. Fletcher.
Hold it. The important thing is, does he know you? Oh, how do you do, Mr. Fletcher?
How do you do?
Well, Mr. Fletcher?
No. No, this isn't the girl. I'd know her anywhere, and
This isn't the girl.
Oh, Jim, she's fainted.
I'll get her, Lenny.
No, leave her alone. Poor thing. The poor, frightened thing.
It's over, isn't it, Artist? And you know it even as you sink down on the chaise long in a half faint. You can hear them talking around you, hear them ushering Mr. Fletcher out. A man who could have sealed your death warrant with a few words, but he didn't recognize you. Now you'll be able to get away, go somewhere where they'll never find you, even if they do someday learn the truth about Jeff's death. You rest for about an hour and then go to the garden for a little fresh air. Jim steps up to you.
Ardith, I'm sorry. I guess we gave you a rough time.
I know how you must have felt about your brother, but... Well, the part I can't excuse is the fiendishness of all of you. The kind of a family you are.
Yes, I know. But you see, we're a close-knit family, Ardith. We were just trying to make you break down and confess. But if you had, we wouldn't have taken the law into our own hands. We'd have turned you over to the police.
You never liked me, any of you. Well, you might as well know I've despised you, too. The very name Clayton is something I'm anxious to forget. Now, leave me alone.
All right.
You look after him, smiling to yourself. Strange, isn't it, Artie? How it's all changed. How you can say anything now and be excused rather than accused. You turn as Jim enters the house and stroll along the gravel path leading down toward the boathouse. You've got to think this out carefully now, don't you? And quickly, too. Decide exactly where to go so they can never find you. And you must get started soon, while the Claytons still believe you innocent.
Ardith?
What? Oh, Lenny.
Jim said I'd probably find you down here by the seawall.
I thought you'd gone to the village with your friend, Mr. Fletcher.
I did. Now I'm back, and I want to talk to you.
Well, if you've come to apologize.
No, I just wanted to chat about Mr. Fletcher.
What about him?
Well, as you know, I met him at the bus stop this morning.
Yes, you drove him out to the house, and he failed to recognize me. I know all that.
Oh, but Mr. Fletcher did recognize you, Ardith.
What?
Yes, I showed him a photograph. He identified you as Hanson's girlfriend.
Why, that's ridiculous.
He was quite positive.
But at the house a little while ago, he said...
Oh, him? That wasn't Mr. Fletcher.
What?
Well, not the real Mr. Fletcher. The man you saw was a chap I paid to pose as Mr. Fletcher. I told him it was a sort of a joke.
Oh, I see.
I thought it best to keep the real Mr. Fletcher undercover for your sake.
That was very thoughtful of you, Lenny. But you needn't have bothered.
You going to tell me he was mistaken?
Of course.
I don't think so. This photograph is a very good likeness of you, Ardith. Here, see for yourself.
Where'd you get this snapshot?
Oh, I've been carrying it around in my wallet. It was taken about 6 months ago.
Listen to me, Lenny. This man Fletcher is wrong. He's mistaken me for someone else. I tell you, I didn't know this man, Hanson. I had nothing to do with Jeff's death.
Okay, I don't care one way or the other.
What?
I'm not sorry Jeff's dead. Not sorry at all. There were times when I think I could have killed him myself.
Well, I knew you didn't get along, but...
Get along? I hated him.
Why, Lenny?
Because I fell in love with you, and you belonged to him.
Is that why you did this? About Mr. Fletcher, I mean?
That's why.
He's mistaken about me, you know. I swear.
Okay, so he's mistaken. I told you I don't care one way or the other.
You do believe me, don't you?
Sure, Ardith. I believe you.
But the rest of the Claytons won't. They'd rather take his word than mine. And if the real Fletcher should happen to talk to them...
Oh, don't worry about him. He won't talk to anyone. Cash settlement works wonders.
Are you sure?
Positive. I've made all the arrangements. Jim tells me he's going to leave us.
Yes, that's right. Thought I'd visit some friends in San Francisco and perhaps Honolulu. I just want to get away, forget.
Sure. You know, I've been thinking of getting away from here myself. Go abroad, travel. Be sort of fun if we could do it together, don't you think?
Yes. Yes, it would.
I'm not such bad company, really.
Oh, of course you're not. Why are you going in the boathouse?
Oh, we can talk better in here. Come on. You're safe with me.
I'm sure I am, Lenny.
You do like me, don't you, Ardith?
You know I do.
Enough to marry me?
Marry you, Lenny?
Yeah, someday soon.
Well, I'd like some time to think about it. After all, you're 5 years younger than I am.
Oh, so what? That's happened before. But I understand you're wanting to think about it.
Why don't you come down to San Francisco in a few days? We could meet there, talk it over.
Let me go with you now, Ardith.
No, Lenny. I'd rather you didn't. I want time to think.
But Ardith...
We'll meet Friday. That's only day after tomorrow. Well?
No, Ardith. I'm as tired of this place as you are. I want to go with you. You're leaving today, aren't you?
Yes, but...
I'm going with you. Oh, you don't have to decide about marrying me right away, but...
Lenny, listen to me a minute.
I've got an important appointment in town at 4 o'clock, Ardith. But I'll be back in a couple of hours. This 4 o'clock appointment won't take long. I've already packed my traveling bag.
Please, Lenny.
You'd better do it my way, Ardith. It's safer.
All right, Lenny. I guess it is.
There isn't room in your plans for Lenny, is there, Ardith? And you realize you've got to move quickly. Get him out of the way now. All you need is a few hours head start. As he turns, starts for the door, your eyes fall on the open tool chest nearby. In a split second, you reach down, pick up a hammer, and impulsively throw it at him.
Lenny. Lenny. Lenny!
He's dead, isn't he, Ardith? Yes. In a moment of blind panic, you've killed him. You stand there staring down at him, unable to move or to think clearly. Finally, you take the key to the boathouse from Lenny's pocket, then manage to reach the door. You step outside and lock the boathouse door behind you. Put Lenny's key in your purse.
I've got to get away. I've got to get away.
Back at the house in your room, you pack your things quickly, stopping occasionally to glance out the window toward the boathouse several hundred yards away. You're certain no one will go near there the rest of the day, and there's a good chance a couple of days may go by before the body is discovered. You've decided to hide for a few weeks at the home of a girlfriend in Mexico. All you need is a few hours' start.
Yes?
Jim, may I see you a minute?
Come in.
Well, so you're really going, huh?
I thought I made that quite clear to you before.
Well, yes, but I...
You wondered if perhaps I might have changed my mind? No. No chance of that. Well, what do you want to see me about?
It's Mother. She'd like to talk with you.
More apologies?
Well, if you'll just look in on her right
Later, if I feel like it. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to finish my packing.
All right. You want me to drive you to the station?
Well, if it wouldn't be too much trouble, I'd like you to drive me over to Milldale. I can catch a train there for Seattle.
Sure. Just as soon as Freddie comes back with a car. He's still in the village.
Well, the convertible's out front. Why can't you take that?
Now, Lenny's got the keys, and I don't know where he is.
Yes, but that was quite some time
I
ago.
could hunt him up if you want. He might be at the boathouse fooling with engines.
Oh, no, don't bother. I'll wait till Freddie comes back.
A sudden thought occurred to you, didn't it, Ardith? And it helps to calm you. Yes, there are only 2 keys to the boathouse. One of them belongs to Lenny. His key is in your purse. The other key is in Jim's possession, and he's going to drive you to Milldale. Now you're almost certain of a 24-hour start before Lenny is found. As you wait, you become more and more confident that you'll get away safely. Finally, you hear the big car stop in front of the house. You pick up your suitcase and hurry downstairs.
Can I help with the rest of the luggage, Ardith?
No, I'm taking this one suitcase with me. I'll send for the rest of my things later.
All right. Did you stop in and see Mother?
No.
But Ardith,
I'd rather not.
Okay.
You say goodbye to her for me. And to Carla, of course.
Sure.
And give a big kiss to Cousin Freddie, huh?
Oh, yes. By all means.
Leaving us, are you?
You think you'll be able to bear up under it?
Well, it's a shattering blow, but I imagine I'll recover.
Give me the car keys, Freddie. I'm driving Ardith to the train.
Well, I'd be glad to oblige.
If you don't mind, I'd rather Jim drove.
What's the matter, Ardith? Afraid I'd practice more of my psychological warfare?
Freddie.
Sorry, Jim. Here are the keys. And bon voyage to you, Ardith. Do drop us a postcard sometime,
Of course. Are you ready, Jim?
All right, let's go.
A man, they say, is only as old as he feels, but a car's engine usually is as old as the motor oil makes it feel. Here's what I mean. Many motor oils break down, causing motors to lose power, become oil eaters, and need expensive overhauls long before they should. That's why if you want to be sure that unnecessary wear isn't shortening your engine's life, you'll be wise to make your spring oil change a change to Signal's amazing new premium motor oil that reduces engine wear due to lubrication 50%. Because it's a heavy-duty type oil, new Signal Premium does much more than just lubricate. In addition, it stops acid corrosion and rust, controls harmful engine deposits, keeps oil rings clean and free, keeps hydraulic valve lifters from sticking. And note this, all this extra protection is yours at no increase in price in Signal Premium. No wonder more and more drivers today are getting their oil changed at those friendly, independently operated stations, which feature the famous gasoline that helps you go farther at Signal service stations. Why don't you?
You look around for the last time, Ardith. Clayton Hall, and now you're about to leave it. In another half hour, you'll be aboard the train headed north. But your plan calls for you to get off that train, take a plane headed south. Yes, when Lenny's body is found, they'll be looking for you in Seattle, but you'll be safely across the border into Mexico. Now, as you step forward, and Jim is about to open the front door.
Oh.
Well, I wonder who this is. Yes?
Is this the Clayton residence?
Yes, that's right.
Well, I'm looking for a Mr. Lenny Clayton.
Well, he isn't here at the moment. I'm his brother. Is there anything I can...
Possibly. I was asked to come here to identify a woman. Your brother met me at the bus station, showed me a picture of this lady right here.
No.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
My name's Fletcher. Amos Fletcher.
Fletcher? Just a minute, Ardith.
Let me go.
Not till I get to the bottom of this. Look, Mr. Fletcher, you say my brother showed you a photograph of this woman here?
Yeah, I recognized her right away. She was Joe Hansen's girlfriend.
That's not true.
Please, lady, I've served the two of you drinks often.
Go on, Fletcher.
Well, when I told your brother this lady was Hansen's girlfriend, he thanked me and told me he'd bring me $1,000 this afternoon. We made an appointment in town for 4 o'clock.
Lenny's 4 o'clock appointment was to pay you?
Yeah. I waited for half an hour, and when your brother didn't show, I came out here.
I see. Well, you'll get your money, Mr. Fletcher. I'll have it for you tomorrow. You're certain this lady was a friend of Hansen's?
Of course. He used to bring her to my cafe 2 or 3 times a week.
All right, suppose I did know Joe Hansen. That doesn't prove I killed Jeff.
No, it doesn't. But I think it will be more than enough to justify the police detaining you for further investigation.
I think I'll be running along now, Mr. Clayton. I hope you don't mind my barging out to your house like this. If your brother had kept his appointment...
That's quite all right. Lenny's pretty absent-minded. Probably forgot about it. Last time I saw him, he was walking toward the boathouse with Ardith. Maybe he's still there.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Meantime, Signal Oil Company and the friendly independent dealers who help you go farther with Signal gasoline hope you'll remember, regardless of what gasoline you use, you'll enjoy more miles of happy driving if you drive at sensible speeds, obey traffic regulations, and avoid taking chances. When you take a chance to save a moment, you take a chance on that moment's being your last. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, Joe Gilbert, Bill Conrad, Ted Osborne, D.J. Thompson, and Gray Stafford. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Steve Hampton, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember to tune in at the same time next Sunday when the Signal Oil Company will bring you another strange story by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. Stay tuned now for Our Miss Brooks starring Eve Arden, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now, stay tuned for the mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. Because even when you know who is guilty, you always receive a startling surprise at the final curtain. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invite you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story. A Rose for Pamela.
The concert was progressing successfully, brilliantly, as Denise Barrett listened closely. The young artist had perfect command of the keyboard at her fingertips, and the quiet, inspired audience watching her. This was because, like her famous father, the late Thomas Barrett, she loved music. It was a part of her. And she felt no more nervousness than he might have had at the height of his brilliant career as one of the world's most celebrated pianists. Pamela Barrett might have felt differently, however, if she knew what was in the heart and mind of Denise Barrett, her young and attractive stepmother. Pamela's touch might not have been so fine, so sure, if she had the knowledge of Denise's cold, calculated plan for murder. It was a plan that began some time back, wasn't it, Denise? At an even more innocent affair. An impromptu concert at a pleasant social gathering. Friends of yours and of Pamela. As usual, you watched admiringly as Pamela played for her friends. Softly, beautifully.
Oh, Pamela, darling, it was beautiful, wonderful.
Thank you, Denise. All of you. Thanks so much.
She's ready now.
Oh, you must arrange a day before, Denise.
I should say so.
Oh, you hear them, darling. It's what I've been telling you repeatedly. You mustn't let anything interfere with your music.
Nothing will, Denise. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to...
You've done a marvelous job as her guardian, Denise. Her father would have been proud. Yes, it's a shame Thomas Barrett couldn't be here.
Oh, yes, he would have loved to hear his daughter play tonight.
Yes. Yes, it's our only regret.
Oh, now, dear, I'm sorry I mentioned that.
Oh, it's all right. Just the excitement. The thrill of hearing her play so much like Thomas himself.
Yes, Denise, so much like Thomas Barrett himself, your late husband. The thought is still on your mind as you excuse yourself. Leave your guest discussing the way you've managed Pamela, brought her along, guided her career and affairs so efficiently. And on the terrace, you're congratulated again by a guest who has remained in the background, Marty Drake, attorney for the estate of your late husband, Thomas Barrett.
She was very good, Denise. Very good.
The girl does have talent, doesn't she?
Uh-huh. You think she meant that about not letting anything interfere with her career?
I hope so.
So do I. You ought to make sure, you know. A young girl in love that way.
I've managed her pretty well until now, Marty. And she has faith in you, both personally and as an attorney. She told me the other afternoon she was glad you were handling the estate.
Oh, sure. I was just thinking her father's brilliant career ended by an accident. Would be dreadful if anything had to end the daughter's, too.
Please, Marty.
Sorry. Like I said, just thinking.
Marty, it would be terrible if...
You couldn't handle her? Couldn't talk her out of marrying Richard Matthews?
Oh, but I can. I must.
You can say that again, baby. Her marriage would put us both in the position of having to account for the $100,000 we've managed to remove from the estate.
100,000. Is it that much, Marty?
We've lived well, Denise. Very well. Since Thomas fell over that cliff a year ago.
But 100,000, Marty,
That's the difference between a misdemeanor and a felony. You'd better go to work on Pamela.
I will. Tomorrow.
Thought you might like a cocktail, Mrs. Barrett. Sir?
Oh, yes. Yes, thank you, Alma.
Thank you. I could use one very nicely.
Oh, Alma, would you tell Pamela there's another number I'd like her to play? Liszt's Lebenstraum.
Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. She told me to tell you she's gone out. There was a phone call.
Not Richard Matthews.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Richard Matthews.
Well, and you tell me not to worry.
Marty, we're going to have trouble.
So is Pamela.
How do you mean?
We won't have much choice, Denise. If your lovely stepdaughter persists in marrying, there might be only one way to stop it. Yes, one way. And this time you'll do the stopping. If you don't, baby, you won't be around to spend any more of Pamela's money. You'll be on the inside looking out.
Oh, no, Marty. I'll stop her.
And if you don't?
If I don't, it's like you say, another accident. Another tragic loss in the Barrett family. And the music world.
Throughout the 7 Pacific Coast states, from Canada to Mexico, motorists call Signal the Go Farther gasoline. Now, naturally, we're mighty proud of Signal's good mileage, which has built that reputation. But equally important to you as a motorist is the way Signal gives you such good mileage. You see, today's Signal helps your engine run so efficiently, you save gasoline 3 ways. 1, you save gasoline with Signal's quick starting. 2, you save gasoline with Signal's smooth, obedient pickup, free from balking and hesitation. 3, you save gasoline with Signal's lively power that gets you into high gear fast, helps you stay there with a minimum of shifting on hills or in traffic. Well, considering the number of times a day you start your car, accelerate, and shift gears, even a little gasoline saved each time soon adds up to a big saving. So there, in a nutshell, friends, is why motorists call Signal the Go Farther gasoline. Why not treat your car to Signal and go farther?
Yes, Denise. As Marty indicated, Pamela must be dealt with firmly, decisively. Her romantic inclinations toward Richard Matthews must come to an abrupt halt. Yes, because with marriage, Pamela would be in a position to explore the nefarious financial dealings in which you and Marty have engaged with the funds from the estate. Also, Pamela might have reason to suspect the grim fact that her father, Thomas Barrett, might have died by other than accidental means. You lose little time in facing the situation squarely, Denise. As the following afternoon, you hurry down the long corridor toward the music room, determined to talk to her. However, as you pass the study, the maid steps into view.
Oh, ma'am.
Yes, Alma.
About Mr. Barrett's curio collection. Miss Pamela said she didn't want anything touched. I told her that
Oh, now really? I don't see why she insists on keeping those awful things around. Spears, poison darts, those vials of South African poisons, snake venom, all those things.
Well, her father's, ma'am.
I can't imagine what Mr. Barrett had in mind bringing those horrible things back with him after that South African tour. I just can't. Oh, poisons. They make me shiver. Oh, well. Never mind, Alma. I'll talk to Pamela again later.
Very good, ma'am.
You play Chopin nearly as well as your father did, Pamela. You're still angry with me, aren't you? Well, I don't blame you, really. I should have told you the reasons I thought it best that you postpone your marriage to Richard for a year or two.
The main reason is that you enjoy telling me I can't do things, isn't it, Denise?
You think I'm very unfair, don't you, dear?
Aren't you?
I don't think so. Oh, Pamela, I know how hard it's been for you since your father died. It's been hard on me, too. I loved him very much. And I've just been trying to keep a promise I made to him about you. I guess I've gone at it very badly.
Promise? What was the promise?
I promised him I'd see to it that you followed in his footsteps. Became a great concert pianist.
You did?
Yes, dear, I did.
Dad asked you to?
Yes. He wanted you to make your debut at Civic Hall on your 19th birthday.
Well, that's scarcely 2 weeks away.
Yes, it is. But I made all the arrangements some time ago. And that's why I was so shocked when you said you wanted to give up your music and marry Richard. And why I was so emphatic in saying I wouldn't let you.
My career meant a lot to Dad, didn't it?
Pamela, you're awfully young to get married. Why not wait for a couple of years, and in the meantime, go ahead with everything just as your father planned?
I guess it would have made him happy.
No, of course it would.
All right, Denise. I'll try to go on with my career.
You'll always be glad, darling. You may feel bad now about postponing your marriage to Richard, but, well, after you get started on your career...
Denise, you must have misunderstood. I said I'd continue with my music, but I didn't say I changed my mind about marrying Richard.
But you can't marry him. You wouldn't have time for both.
Look, Denise. Legally, I'm old enough to be married, with or without your consent, even if you are still guardian of my money. If I decide to marry Richard, there's nothing you can do to stop it. Remember that. Nothing.
You've failed, haven't you, Denise? That look on Pamela's face. You've seen it before on her father's face. The man you married with so much more than love in mind. Yes, Denise, to gain control again, there's another step necessary, a more drastic one, but something more in your line. You've always managed with men easier than with women. And later that week, out at the swimming pool, you call on all the strength of your considerable feminine powers to turn the tide for you. Win Richard away from Pamela.
Morning, Richard.
Good morning, Mrs. Barrett. How's the water?
Oh, warm and wonderful. Here, give me a hand, will you?
Oh, sure. There we are.
Oh, thanks. Now to get this cap off. Oh, it was such a beautiful morning. I just couldn't resist the pool. Hand me the towel, will you?
Oh, yeah, here we are.
Oh, thank you.
Pamela around?
Oh, she had some shopping to do. That's why I asked you over. I want to talk to you alone. Sit down, Richard.
All right.
Pamela tells me you're quite a musician.
No, she's prejudiced.
You like Pamela very much, don't you?
I love her.
Enough to put her welfare above your happiness?
Of course.
Well, then, don't let her think about getting married until she's reached the place in the music world her father planned for her.
Why couldn't she do both?
Well, she just couldn't, that's all.
Hundreds of women have combined marriage with a career. Rather successfully, too.
Oh, perhaps, but not Pamela. She's different. Her life shouldn't be complicated with emotional disturbances. Her thoughts should be only of her music. And you are rather distracting, Richard.
Oh, now, really, Mrs. Barrett, you make it sound...
Denise, please.
All right. Denise?
Did it ever occur to you that the things Pamela sees in you are obvious to other women, too?
I never thought much about it, Denise?
You know, Pamela is such a child, naive and all. But you and I, Richard, we're the same kind. I knew it from the first time I saw you. Remember, Richard, Pamela's first concert? The afternoon you brought her the first rose?
I remember.
You seemed a little surprised when we were introduced.
Yes, I suppose I was. I didn't expect Pamela's stepmother to be so...
So what, Richard?
Well, young and so attractive.
How nice of you to say that, darling. You really think me attractive?
Yes, very.
My, we are getting along well, aren't we, Richard? I think we should get to know more of one another, don't you?
Uh-huh.
Well, there's no time like the present, is there?
Whatever you say, Denise.
He's falling into the trap, isn't he, Denise? Soon you'll be able to twist him around your little finger. Yes, you're confident that when you're through with Richard, he'll have forgotten that Pamela ever existed. You sit there at the edge of the pool with Richard for over an hour. Then when he's gone, you hurry to the telephone and call Marty.
So you charmed the boy, huh? What did he tell you?
Well, it isn't what I told him. It's what I left unsaid, Marty. That's what counts. I'm certain he thinks I'm quite mad about him, and he's very interested.
Did he say he'd keep that little rendezvous?
Oh, of course not, and I didn't ask him to. I merely mentioned that I'd be dining alone tomorrow night at that quaint little cafe overlooking the sea. And how I loved it there, the soft music, the candlelight.
Think he'll show up?
How could he turn it down? Don't worry, Marty. After tomorrow night, all our worries will be over.
Promptly at 7 the following night, you enter Shavini's, that quaint little cafe on the beach. The head waiter steers you to a secluded table near the large window overlooking the sea. And there in the candlelight, you sip a martini, wait for Richard to show up. Suddenly, you're aware of someone standing at your elbow.
Good evening, Mrs. Barrett.
Yes?
Allow me. I am René Demon. May I sit down?
Well, just a moment. I don't
I am
think...
from the Hollywood Escort Bureau.
Escort Bureau?
Yes, Mr. Richard Matthews hired me. He said Mrs. Barrett hated to dine alone.
Get out of my way, you...
What? Now, look, lady, how about my fee?
Collect your fee from Richard Matthews, the man who hired you. He'll pay. Yes, he'll pay all right.
Denise, are you sure Richard sent that two-bit Romeo, the guy from the Escort Bureau?
Oh, of course, Marty. And of all the dirty, shabby tricks.
Not worse than the one you tried to pull on Pamela, baby. You must be losing your technique.
Well, you won't think it's so funny when I tell you that last night Pamela informed me she and Richard are planning to get married right after the concert.
What?
I said they were planning, Marty. But the wedding will never take place.
Well, how are you going to stop it? Poison her cornflakes?
Oh, don't be a fool. Poison. Yes, poison. That's it, Marty.
What are you going to do?
The Barrett Curio collection. The poisons my late husband picked up in South Africa. Some of them are fatal, almost in a matter of minutes, Marty.
I can't imagine why a great musician like Thomas Barrett went in for a gruesome hobby like collecting poison. Surprised you didn't dispose of them after his death.
Oh, Pamela wouldn't let me. Pamela wouldn't let me get rid of a thing. How very thoughtful of her. How very thoughtful. Just a scratch from any one of those poisons, and it's all over for little Pamela.
All right. But how are you going to do it?
I don't know, Marty, but I'll think of something. I'll think of something.
Yes. And it's on your mind all that night, isn't it, Denise? You've got to find a way to kill Pamela with one of the poisons from her father's collection. And somehow Richard must be blamed. Just how you're going to do that isn't clear, not yet. Not until the following afternoon, when suddenly, quite by accident, you stumble on the answer. You're sitting in the library when your maid walks into the room.
Oh, Alma.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
There's some things I want sent to the cleaners. If you'll come upstairs with me.
Right away, ma'am.
Where are you going with those flowers?
Well, Miss Pamela asked me to take them out of her room and put them in here. Gardner picked them this morning. Aren't the roses beautiful?
Yes, they are. They're quite beautiful. Put them in that vase over there. I just remembered I have something important to do.
The waves are really coming in tonight, aren't they?
Mm-hmm. You know, Marty, I've been thinking.
Oh?
It's really very simple. We poisoned Pamela with a rose from her darling Richard.
I don't follow you, Denise.
Well, Richard always sends her a rose when she appears on the stage. It's become a superstition with him. She wouldn't appear without it.
All right, so?
I'll arrange to be at the door when the florist delivers it. Now, they always wrap the stem of the rose with a very thin wire. I'll put several sharp wires on it, Marty, and one of them right up through the rose. And all of them especially treated. One of those wires will be sure to scratch Pamela.
But suppose...
I'll pin the rose on her and arrange it so she'll be certain to scratch herself.
It'll never work. The police will be sure to find out.
Well, it'll make it all the better if they do. Richard sent her the rose, not me. He always does.
Yes, but the motive. Why would he want her out of the way?
Because he was madly in love with me. And he wanted the Barrett fortune, too. You see, he knew that with Pamela out of the way, all the money would go to me.
You know, that might work.
And with you, the attorney for the Barrett estate, to back up my story, it can't fail to work.
Sure. It'll stand up, baby.
And in another month, Marty, the Barrett fortune will be all mine.
Ours, baby.
All right, ours. However, I think I should warn you, Marty.
Oh?
Just in case you get ideas about pushing me off a cliff and keeping all the money for yourself.
Oh, now, look, we're getting married.
Yes, I know. But I've taken the necessary precautions just the same, darling. I've sent a letter to a friend of mine, a lawyer. That letter will be opened in the event of my death.
What are you driving at?
And it's all there, in the letter, Marty. All the evidence the district attorney will need. How you embezzled money from the Barrett estate, and the complete story of Thomas's death. You see, I'd hate to have an accident happen to me, Marty. Fall off a cliff like he did.
You don't think I'd double-cross you, Denise? I'm crazy about you.
Oh, of course you are. But I just want to make certain you don't have a change of heart. You might get to think that $500,000 looks better to you than I do. You see what I mean, darling?
How much does it cost per month? That's really the only accurate way to judge cost when buying a new battery for your car. Here's what I mean. If a battery is guaranteed 30 months, that means 30 months is about the minimum life the manufacturer has built into that battery. So you divide the total cost by 30 to find the cost per month. Well, judged on that basis, one of today's lowest cost batteries is also one of today's most powerful, most trouble-free batteries, the new Signal Deluxe battery. In fact, you enjoy up to 35% more power from a Signal Deluxe battery. That means quicker starting, extra power for the many electrical gadgets on today's cars. But because it's built to last up to 2.5 times as long as ordinary batteries, a full 30 months on a service basis, a Signal Deluxe battery costs amazingly little per month. Even less when you consider the generous trade-in allowance Signal dealers are now giving for old batteries. And easy credit terms are available. So next time, get more for your battery dollars. More economy, more trouble-free service. Next time, get a Signal Deluxe battery from a Signal service station.
It was easy to complete your plans for the murder of your stepdaughter, Pamela Barrett, wasn't it, Denise? The single rose you knew Richard would send her arrived while Pamela was upstairs dressing for the concert. It took you only a few moments to turn it into a deadly weapon. Then you went to Pamela's room and carefully pinned it on her dress in such a way that she'd be certain to scratch herself and die by the poison you took from her late father's curio collection. You lie down for a while, certain that you'll soon be in full control of the Barrett fortune. You're calm and confident when Marty calls for you. Now, as you sit tall, watching Pamela's performance, your eyes are fastened on the rose she's wearing. But as the recital progresses, you become more and more tense. The fear that your plan has gone wrong gradually comes over you. Something should have happened to Pamela long before this, shouldn't it, Denise? And as her brilliant performance draws to a climax, you exchange worried glances with Marty.
Oh, baby, what's gone wrong?
I don't know.
I was afraid of your idea from the start.
Oh, it'll work, Marty. It's got to. Come along, Marty. We'll go backstage to her dressing room. This way, Marty.
Excuse me.
Pardon me, please. Will you excuse me?
Wonderful, wasn't it? Yes, great performance. Your father would have been proud of her. Excuse me.
Oh, come in, ma'am. Wasn't Miss Pamela wonderful tonight?
Yes. Where is she?
Oh, she didn't come back to her dressing room. Ran right off the stage, left with Mr. Richard.
What?
Yes, ma'am. She gave me this note for you.
What is it, Denise?
I see, my dear Denise. Sorry to rush off like this, but Richard and I are driving to Reno to be married.
What?
I know you don't approve, but I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive us, love, Pamela.
Married? Miss Pamela getting married? Oh, how wonderful, man. No wonder the poor child was so excited before she left for the concert.
Marty, I don't feel well.
I feel a little pale myself.
Yes, ma'am. Miss Pamela was so nervous she could hardly pin Mr. Richard's rose on her dress. I had to do it for her.
What?
Miss Pamela was so excited
You
that
pinned Mr. Richard's rose on?
Yes, ma'am.
But you couldn't have. I did it for her. I took it at the door when it came and pinned it on her dress in her room.
That's right, but I'm talking about the artificial rose Mr. Richard brought later when he came to pick up Miss Pamela.
Artificial rose?
Well, you know the allergy she's developed recently.
Her allergy for flowers. Yes, I forgot. They make her sneeze.
So that's why Mr. Richard brought her the artificial rose, so she wouldn't sneeze during the concert.
Alma, what did you do with the real rose?
Well, Miss Pamela thought it was too pretty to throw away, so she put it in your corsage.
What?
Just before she left with Mr. Richard.
My corsage? This one?
Yes, ma'am, the one you're wearing.
Denise, your arm's bleeding.
Oh, my, you must have scratched yourself.
Scratch myself? Oh, yes, I have.
When did you do that?
I don't know. It must have been... Oh, Marty, I feel... Marty.
Oh, well, what's the matter, ma'am? Is something wrong?
Marty, the poison. Call the doctor. You know how quick...
Well, help her, Mr. Martin.
Denise!
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Meantime, Signal Oil Company and the friendly independent dealers who help you go farther with Signal gasoline hope you'll remember. Regardless of what gasoline you use, you'll enjoy more miles of happy driving if you drive at sensible speeds, obey traffic regulations, and avoid taking chances. You may even save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman as the Whistler, Joe Gilbert, Barbara Eiler, John Stevenson, Sarah Selby, Bob Bruce, and Rye Billsbury, with piano passages played by Gene Lapitte. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen and directed by Robert Hafter, with story by Nancy Cleveland, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler was entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember to tune in at the same time next Sunday when the Signal Oil Company will bring you another strange story by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. Stay tuned now for Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is the CBS Radio Network. And now, stay tuned for the program that is rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story, Element X.
An interesting and sometimes dangerous part of living is the unexpected, the oddity of chance, circumstances beyond our control. It was chance that brought Grant Forbes out of a downtown building at almost the same time that his friend Lieutenant Driscoll of Homicide was passing by. Yes, Grant, chance brought you two together that day, didn't it? And as the two of you continued along the sidewalk, neither of you had any thought of the sudden violent action that was to burst forth as you rounded a certain street corner. But as you did so...
Help, bro, shoot!
What is it? Get back, Grant. Back against the wall. Come on. Get over here.
All right.
It's a robbery. Looks like one of our patrolmen winged somebody. All right, keep back, folks. Get back. Give the officer a chance. What's it all about, officer?
Huh? Oh, Lieutenant Driscoll. Hold up, sir.
And somebody called you in time?
Nope, nobody called me. Funny thing, I didn't even realize what was going on. Just happened to wander into Mr. Reynolds' store to get some cigarettes. This guy turns up, starts to run out, and Reynolds yells.
We heard the rest. Good work, officer.
Oh, nothing to it, Lieutenant. It just happened.
You know, it's a funny thing, Grant.
What's that?
I don't know if it happens in your law cases, but the way that holdup artist got caught, I call it Element X.
How do you mean?
Element X, the unexpected, the surprise.
Like the way that cop walked in on it.
Exactly. Or sometimes maybe it's a woman who happens to be looking out the window, talking to a neighbor. She gets a look at a license plate and notices the color of a car. Yeah, I'd rather be on this side of the law.
Oh, I don't know, Lieutenant. Element X can be taken care of, figured out. These hoods ought to consult a good lawyer first.
Instead of later, huh?
Yeah.
No, Grant, I've seen it too often. You can't beat the unpredictable. It's what I always look for in a case. Here's my car. Drop you someplace, counselor?
Counselor? That's a laugh. I haven't counseled 3 people in the last month.
Come on, hop in.
No, thanks, Lieutenant. Maybe that wounded guy back there is a possible client.
Oh, cut it out, Grant. Things aren't that bad. Anyway, we got him nailed.
Yeah, I suppose. Okay, Lieutenant. I'll let you drop me off at my so-called office.
Good.
You know, you may be right about your element X at that.
Now what?
I wasn't expecting a ride.
Okay, have your fun. But I still say there's a lot to it.
It was many weeks after you talked to your friend, Lieutenant Driscoll, wasn't it, Grant? Yes, and they were weeks that seemed like months. And then came that phone call that was to make so much difference.
What was that name again?
Markham. Floyd Markham. I'd like for you to drop out here to Malibu, Mr. Forbes. Discuss a certain domestic matter.
You won't be in town the next few days, Mr. Markham?
Look, Forbes, if you'd prefer that I contact another attorney...
Oh, no. I'll be there. Malibu, you say?
That's right. You know the turnoff just past Sunset?
Yes, I do.
My place is all by itself, just past that Signal Oil station, on the beachfront. Red cottage, flagstone front. It's called Surfside. You'll be here?
I'll be there.
Tonight, please. 10 sharp.
Tonight, 10 sharp. Check.
You've little choice, have you, Grant? Too few of your clients believe in paying their bills on time. And Floyd Markham sounds like a man with a problem and a man with money. That night, you're right on time and approaching his secluded cottage on the waterfront. When you see someone slipping out of a side door, a woman, you step back in the shadows as she runs past you to a parked car. Then you hurry into the cottage.
Lydia.
Mr. Markham.
Lydia, please. What have you done? Lydia.
Mr. Markham.
Lydia. Lydia.
You know at a glance that the man at your feet is through, don't you, Grant? You stoop down quickly and beside him, rummage through his wallet as he continues to mumble dazedly. His identification tells you for certain that he's Floyd Markham, the man who sent for you. And you're afraid it's too late to find out why. But there is something you must know, isn't there? Yes, because you've certainly walked into something. You lean very close to Markham, call in his ear.
Mr. Markham, who was it? Who is Lydia?
Lydia. My wife.
Your wife? Lydia Markham. She shot you. Ran out of here.
Yes. Lydia.
Mr. Markham. Mr. Markham.
So long, Mr. Markham. You know, I just might show your little Lydia how to get around element X.
Are you a missing driver? I mean, a driver who is missing something? You are if you're not powering your car with Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline. One thing you're missing is that good mileage, which has made Signal gasoline known throughout 7 western states as the Go Farther gasoline. But equally important, you're missing the clean-cut, efficient performance, which makes Signal's good mileage possible. You see, such good mileage is only possible because Signal gasoline helps your engine run so efficiently, you save gasoline 3 ways. 1, you save gasoline with Signal's quick starting. 2, you save gasoline with Signal's smooth, obedient pickup, free from balking and hesitation. 3, you save gasoline with Signal's lively power that gets you into high gear fast, helps you stay there with a minimum of shifting on hills or in traffic. So you see, there's no need to go on missing either economical mileage or satisfying performance. They're like birds of a feather. They go together. You can enjoy both by filling up with Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline.
Well, Grant, your visit to the Malibu cottage of Floyd Markham, the way you walked in on his murder, was right along the lines of your friend Lieutenant Driscoll.